My younger brother's name is Frank Vesta in this world. All the men have evil intentions toward him. Why on earth does the genre have to be boy love? Beginning with a scene at the Vesta mansion. A carriage stops in front of the mansion gates. The servants approach to welcome the person stepping down from the carriage, who is Frank. Wearing a green uniform, he smiles and looks up at the mansion. The girl in her room also looks down from the window afterward. Frank says it is nothing at all. It is just that I was homesick and I missed everything too. His mother also speaks up in support. That is right. You were in another country for so long. Of course you would be homesick. Isn't that right, husband? I do not know what happened, but leaving the dormitory without permission is not okay at all. He strictly tells him to return there quickly, father. Please let me stay here for just a little while. Just a little while, and then I will go. I am worried about Hack's health, and besides, he raises his hand. Enough. That cat. The butler is taking very good care of it, so you do not need to worry. I will send a carrier pigeon to the dormitory in Grady. Frank earnestly begs his father, please. 1 week, no, just 3 days. I will stay for 3 days and then return to the dormitory immediately. He suddenly glances at his sister behind them. She clutches her skirt while looking at her shy and awkward younger brother. There it is. She decides to speak up and calls out, Frank. He replies in surprise, oh yes, she demands, take off that coat. Mr. and Mrs. Vesta hear these words and freeze in disbelief. Frank asks in confusion, what are you saying, sister? Why should I take it off? She orders the servants to take it off. The 2 servants behind her obediently follow orders. Yes, my lady. Frank shyly covers his chest with both hands in embarrassment. Sister. The servants quickly take action. I am sorry, young master. Please excuse my rudeness for a moment. She continues to order, the shirt too, strip it all off. Frank screams, no, don't. The moment the uniform is taken off, he cries out, ah, next is the shirt. Frank tries to resist. No, not this. Madam. Vesta cannot believe the sight before her eyes and asks Keela, what on earth is going on? Look, mother, look at what Frank has gotten mixed up in. Frank's body is covered in bruises. His father calls out, Frank, as both parents stand there in shock. What on earth are those wounds from? Who did this? Who made my son look like this? I must go to Curry immediately. Frank is startled. He kneels before his father and begs, please don't do that, father. I beg of you. You brat, why didn't you use choose? If you had used choose, this wouldn't have happened. Madame Vesta gently places a cloak over Frank. Husband, that is enough. How could you be like that to this poor child? He has no other choice and turns away in heartbreak. Keela silently thinks to herself, this is the moment. If I hadn't stepped forward, everything would have followed the original plot. Frank would have returned to the academy dormitory in Gary. And after that, my family would have collapsed. In the end, my own life would also... Thinking up to this point, she calls out, her parents also make a silent resolution in their hearts. But I won't let things happen that way. For Frank's sake. For the sake of my family. Keela continues, by the way, I also want to say something. I will become the family's knight instead of Frank. Her heart is determined, and it is also for her own sake. Her father immediately jumps up. What do you mean by that, Keela? The successor of our family has always been Frank. Keela explains, Frank has the qualities of a scholar. He is not a child who can become a knight. Don't you understand that better than anyone else, father? Keela, the academy dormitory in Crary is not a place where one can just drop out at will. In this empire, only the successor who leads. The family can inherit the title. That is why I said that. The knight order established by the emperor. 3 generations of royal guard captains have all been women. All of them were members of the Vesta family. Therefore, I can do it too. He places his hand on her shoulder and sighs in worry. Oh, Keela. If you want to become a knight, you must be trained from a young age. But you have never swung a sword even once. Hearing this, she chuckles and then lets out a confident smile. Keela Vesta will be the first one like that. Anyway, in this life, I want to see how far I can go. Keela tells Frank, tell father clearly. Do you want to be a knight or a scholar? Frank bites his lip and hesitantly replies, Father, The whole family awaits his answer. Frank raises his head and says with determination, I want to be a scholar, not a knight. His father remains silent and does not reply. Keela tilts her head toward her younger brother and gives Frank an encouraging smile. You heard him, didn't you? Then Keela declares, so, I will go to Curry. Her mother stops Keela in a panic. You can't do that, my child. I can do it, mother. Instead, please hand over the shoes that Frank is holding to me. Her father asks, if that is the case, doesn't that mean you will become the head of the family? Don't you already have Shisuro anyway? Keela bows her head and replies, yes, the owner of Shisuro does not need to hold a sword. Therefore, I will hand Shisuro over to Frank. Her father holds his head and laments. None of my children will listen to a word I say. The 2 siblings, Kyla and Frank, look at each other and smile with relief. At the family mansion, in the basement, A magic circle is glowing on the floor. As the one who receives the protection of the Spirit King, I wish to release the seal bound by the blood contract. Frank uses his right arm bearing the mark of Shizuru, then drops blood onto the magic circle, and returns the spirit sword Chus to the sacred land. Drops of blood fall pattering onto the floor. Keela watches Frank in silence as the sword Chus appears. Frank takes hold of the sword. The magic circle stops glowing at this moment. Keela looks up as she hears someone call, "Keela." Her father announces, "It is your turn." She obediently steps forward. "Give me your hand. I will hold the seal of Chus." He takes her hand. It will hurt a little. Then he uses a short knife to make a clean cut on the back of her hand, causing blood to leak out drop by drop. She frowns in pain. Her drops of blood fall onto the magic circle, underneath her feet. The light radiating from the magic circle surprises her. Keela, recite the oath. She opens the scroll and reads, "As the one who receives the protection of the Spirit King, I will accept your power through the blood contract." The Chus sword in Frank's hand slowly floats up. "I swear to be loyal to the Spirit King. This contract shall last until the day the Vesta bloodline no longer exists." Keela widens her eyes in amazement as the scroll floats upward. Afterward, she reaches out her hand to touch Chus. She opens her eyes wide to look. The sword has become a small tattoo on the back of her hand. A moment later, the light disappears. While Keela still gazes blankly at her hand, she raises her hand, then places a soft kiss on the mark. Muttering the name, Chus, a streak of light appears from her hand. Chus emerges from within the light. Keela grasps the sword, raises it, and looks at the blade. Chus and Shizuru are the two treasures of the Vesta family. Throughout many generations, only the family head appointed as a knight could possess Chus. Therefore, when Chusa was handed over to me, like that, it means that I will become the next head of the family. But the important thing is not that I possess Chus, but that Frank will possess it. She thinks about the original plot. The man says, "Frank, you shouldn't have possessed Chus. It should have been Shizuru." Afterward, the man immediately attacks Frank. Even the Spirit King cannot pierce through Shizuru. With it, Frank will be safe. By doing this, the original plot will now have a major shift. A few days later, Keela puts down a piece of paper and laments. "Sigh, I don't like this at all." Right at this moment, Frank carries a package and flings the room door open, calling out, "Sister, the Grati uniform has arrived." Keela sits up and reminds him, "The young master of our house is really impolite to just barge straight into his sister's room like that." Frank gives a forced laugh and replies, "Heh, I'm sorry." Keela opens the package. A green uniform dress is taken out by her. Frank exclaims, "Wow." Meanwhile, Keela stands frozen and says, "Algae green?" He asks in confusion, "Huh? What is that?" She holds up the dress and mutters, It's nothing." Anyway, this thing looks really ridiculous. The cut is fine, but the color, haha. "Sister, sometimes you say things I don't understand at all." Keela looks at him and notices a letter. She asks, "What letter is that?" "Oh, this?" "A letter from Senior Ritao." Keela stays silent and wonders, "Ritao?" She realizes in horror, "Ritao Aiza!" I completely forgot about the existence of Ritao Aiza. 19 years old this year. Ritao Aiza is the eldest son of the Count's family. He is both a senior who was recently appointed as a knight, and Frank's roommate. And then, Frank speaks up, interrupting her train of thought. He said he just heard the news regarding my leave of absence, so he wants to visit our house. She immediately refuses decisively. No way, absolutely not. "Sister, but Senior is your fiancé after all." "That's right, a fiancé arranged by the adults." Furthermore, Frank tries to persuade her the sister, Senior Aiza, is a good person. If it weren't for Senior, then back at the academy, it would have been hard for me to endure. That matter is that he has hidden She stops mid-sentence, leaving Frank confused. "Huh? She thinks to herself, "How can I say that he has hidden motives toward you?" This world is the world within a BL comic. Magical illusions. All the men in this world have hidden motives toward him. All of them. His destiny later on will be trampled by those men. How can I say those things? "Sister." Suddenly, "Sister, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell somewhere?" She recalls her past life. Frank opened the door and called her. Then she asked, "Do you want to ask for pocket money again?" "Sigh, what is wrong with you lately?" "It hasn't been long since the last time I gave you pocket money. Now it's all spent already." "And what happened to your clothes?" "Where are the clothes I bought for you last time? Why do you keep wearing only your uniform when you go out?" She turns around and frowns. She catches sight of his timid appearance. She lets out a sigh. "Because you keep going out looking so disheveled. That's why people keep saying you have no parents. You know how hard I have tried, so that you wouldn't have to hear such words. Go back to your room and study." "Hello, sister. Would it be okay if I failed the competency exam?" "What is it this time?" There is only half a year left until you graduate. Isn't it because of your studies? It is because that is a place to learn about social life. That's why. Just like that, his tears fall as he fumbles on the ground. At the same time, a tear rolls down Keela's face. While she is sleeping, she whimpers softly, "Hick! Ugh! Hick!" The next day at the dining table, Keela doesn't even bother to pick up her fork. She rests her chin on her hand thinking, I want to eat yellow peaches. Sister, are you unwell somewhere again? A little. Her mother asks if it is because of Duke Rito. Then her father continues. That's right. I heard that Lord Rito sent a letter, saying he wants to visit our house. But you are preventing it. She snaps her head toward her younger brother. So it was you. Frank immediately pretends not to know. Lord Rito is a polite and honest young man. It is not easy to find such a rare match. That's right. Sister, it would be wonderful if Rito became my brother-in-law. She glares and thinks, this innocent Frank. Because of you, it absolutely cannot be like that. Because he doesn't simply have feelings for Frank. And the thing I'm truly afraid of is something else. That is the existence of Rito will draw in Aster, the crazy person, the obsessed male lead. Although they are sixth cousins, Aster grew up under the care and upbringing of Rito, who is no different from being Aster's nanny. But he is jealous of everyone around Rito. In the original work, that jealousy was aimed at Frank, to make Frank suffer. He kidnapped Frank, and after that, caused the Vesta family to be destroyed. It was also by the hands of this Aster. Therefore, I must not get involved with Rito, the one who will summon that name, Aster. Afterwards, she goes to her father's room and knocks on the door. He says, come in. Father, can I talk to you for a moment? Sure, what is it? It is about Lord Rito. Lord Rito? I want to break off the engagement with him. My child, what do you mean by that, Keela? Lord Rito is the heir to the Count Isa family. Furthermore, you plan to become the head of the Vesta family. You need a man who can act for the sake of our family. If we mix the Isa bloodline into Vesta, then the two treasures of our family might fall into the hands of outsiders. He rubs his forehead and asks, why are you only mentioning this now? But father, all right, Keela, I will consider this matter further. This is not something that can be decided arbitrarily. She could only frown in helplessness, and so it went. Every day, she went to find him to plead about the cancellation of the engagement. The next day, father. The day after that, father. The day after that as well, father. She pats his shoulder, making him flinch. Have you thought thoroughly about the cancellation yet? Ugh. All right, Keela. As you said before, you do not want to marry Lord Rito. I will find a son-in-law that both you and mother are satisfied with. Is that okay? He thinks dejectedly, holding his head and letting out a long sigh. All right. I respect your wishes. Really? Yes, I didn't know you were so dissatisfied with Lord Rito. To that extent, while you go to Grati. I will proceed with the engagement cancellation procedures. She replies with a bright smile. Ah, that's exactly what I meant. He asks uneasily, What? Actually, I already sent an urgent telegram to the Count's house in advance. I'm sorry. Scene change. Someone's feet are running hurriedly along the hallway, then suddenly flings the door wide open. Inside, a pink-haired girl sits on a chair reading a book. Rito is breathing heavily. I told you to give me notice. Before coming here, Aster, she says with an arrogant smile. When it's just the two of us. I told you not to call me that. Hearing that, Rito immediately calls out, Aster. That's right, that's the name. Anyway, your lovely fiancé sent a letter. An urgent telegram has arrived. Rito stands frozen in shock for a moment, then snatches the letter from Aster's hand. He begins to complain. Don't read other people's letters without permission. Aster is stunned for a moment, then approaches to hug him and asks, Is there anything special in there? Did that person say she would enroll to follow you or something? Rito is frozen stiff while reading the letter, both bewildered and replying. That's right. Aster couldn't help but be surprised. What? He continued. Not only that, she also said she would break off the engagement with me. Aster looks extremely surprised. Scene change. Frank laments, Let me rest just for today, please? Because even when you weren't here, I practiced hard, didn't I? Put your hand on your heart and ask yourself. Look back and see if there was ever a time you went to practice on your own. Frank proudly replies, No. Keela helplessly says, Then shut your mouth and go quickly. Her father shouts loudly, Everyone to your positions. Frank and the others seriously comply. Now, we will begin frontal defense. Summon Shisuro. He raises his hand near his mouth. A bright light flashes up from Frank's wrist. Seeing this scene, the servant standing outside watching cannot help but be surprised. Young Master's Shisuro seems larger than last time. Keela and her father stand outside saying nothing. A knight laughs loudly. Ha ha, there's an opening! Frank's eyes show a look of vigilance. The shield flashes and soars up, making the knight wary. The shield flies around. The sound of clashing clangs out. The knight's swords all break and fall to the ground. His father excitedly says, "Well done. It seems you have mastered frontal defense." Suddenly, there is a burst of laughter. Muhaha. If it's Frank, then before long. He might even be able to perform wide area defense. Keela stands outside and helplessly asks, "Is it really that good?" Frank joyfully says, "Wide area defense? That is the kind of defense that covers the entire empire. How can a novice like me do such a thing?" "You have enough ability, Frank. Believe in me. But I still have many shortcomings." Keela thinks to herself, if Frank becomes the master of Shisuro, I think he can protect this Vesta territory. With the power of Shisuro. A master of Shisuro does not just have the ability to cover the entire empire. It also has power to the point that even Aster, the one who made the magic tower submit, cannot touch it. If Frank becomes the master of Shisuro, then myself, my family, everything will be a little safer. Frank looks at the mark on his hand. I feel as if Shisuro and I are one, like it acts according to my will. When using choose. I didn't have this feeling. It's really strange. That's right. Aster's words in the original work were indeed not wrong. It is fortunate that you did not use Shisuro. If you were a master of Shisuro, then I would not have been able to have you. Back to the present. Anyway, who knows? Perhaps Lord Frank needs about 100 more years to be able to become a master of Shisuro. The butler asks, Lady Keela, how do you see it? Is the choose training going smoothly? The future head of the family. Keela hears that and gulps, thinking to herself, Anto. The family invited to the Vesta house to serve from generation to generation. Is a family so proud that they even choose their masters? All necessary tasks. In a noble family, they can meet at a fundamental level. Swordsmanship skills, stealth and information gathering are all superior. Even acting as spies or assassins. They can do it all. Only people like Butler Anto. These outstanding talents must be kept. They must not be allowed to go to other families. I wonder if the day will come when the Vesta house loses the Anto family because of me. She sighs and says, Phew, to be honest, it seems I am not the right person to become a master. Butler Anto replies, You are wrong again, Lady Keela. Then a sword tip strikes Keela's shoulder. The teacher shouts, Lady Keela, why are you wrong again? Aren't you extending your left shoulder? I know, let's do it again. Hearing that, the teacher's face also hardens. Keela immediately tightens her grip on the sword in her hand. Suddenly, a sword strike is unleashed, causing her pain. The teacher reprimands her again. Do not hold the hilt with both hands. Do not narrow your stance. You must move your hips flexibly. Lady Keela, it is not like that. Put strength into your left leg. Two knights see Keela practicing and say to each other, It's strange, this is the first time. The young lady. Keela is learning swordsmanship, but what is with those strange habits? The way she holds the sword is the same. There is something very strange about it. Is it because the practice sword is too heavy for the young lady? Her face begins to darken as she hears those words. It must be because she has no talent. She thinks to herself that she has never held a sword before, nor has she ever been insulted like this. The image of being struck during practice flashes back again. The maid cheerfully calls out, Lady Keela, the specially formulated cream I made this time? Before she can finish her sentence, she screams in panic. Oh my God! It turns out the image before her is the young lady sitting gloomily on the bed. A moment later, the maid applies the cream for her and says helplessly, Again? Did you go to practice instead of resting again? Anto already said it is better to train your physical strength from the beginning. Furthermore, compared to others, I started learning swordsmanship relatively late, so I must be diligent to make up for it. But you shouldn't overexert yourself. I am very worried. All right, you have been rambling about this since early morning. It seems there is something you want to say, right? What is it? Tell me. Suddenly, there is a knock at the door. The maid asks, Who is it at this hour? Oh my. Lord Anto, young lady. Lord Ritao is waiting in the drawing room. She thinks in surprise, Ritao found his way here quite fast. Yes, I understand. Tell him I will be down as soon as I am ready. Yes, my lady. The maid asks inquisitively. Young lady, are you really in the middle of breaking off the engagement with Lord Ritao? It is not in the middle of, it is already done. What about the rest of the family? Frank went camping early this morning, right? Yes. Yes. I personally prepared the luggage for him. Keela thinks to herself. Father is at the night order and mother seems to have gone to a gathering. So I must go out to receive Ritao. It seems he wanted to meet me, so he arranged to arrive at the right time. But young lady, Lord Ritao is truly a good person. Why did you break off the engagement? Those images flash in Keela's head again. I am sorry, Frank. I cannot become an eyesore to Aster. I failed to protect your beloved older sister. She has been torn into 7 pieces already? It seems they ate very well after being starved for a week. Thanks to you, my pets have had a full meal. Thank you, Ritao, shaking off those images. Keela calls out, Remy, you can't tell what a person is like just by looking at their outward appearance. Lord Ritao, Lady Keela has arrived. Long time no see, Lord Ritao. Her beautiful smile makes him blush. He bows to kiss Keela's hand. It is an honor to meet you, my lady. A moment later, during their conversation, I heard that the young lady wants to break off the engagement. Keela calmly replies, It is not that I want to. Inherently, the relationship between us is already terminated. But breaking an engagement is a matter for both families. It is not something the young lady can decide on her own. Fortunately, my father has not seen that telegram yet. Hearing those words, Keela suddenly pauses. Ritao stands up. I will also act as if I never saw it. So please just keep that in mind, my lady. If that is the case, then in the future I will send another urgent telegram to the Count. Isa? And that will be that, right? He did not expect such a response from the young lady, even without the consent of Marquise Vesta. My father has already agreed to this matter. He said everything would be decided by me. Receiving that answer, he feels anxious. I have nothing more to say about your impertinence, my lady. And Lord Ritao, why don't you ask for the reason? Aren't you curious? Why a future wife you have never met wants to break off the engagement? What is the reason? I go. Asking only now? First of all, to me, marriage is meaningless. I want to focus on the duty of taking over the family. The young lady mentioned taking over the family. Isn't the successor of the Vesta family Frank? He pretends to care about Frank, which only makes me feel that he is truly despicable. She says, Frank does not like fighting. Communal life or social hierarchies are not suitable for him. Frank was once bullied at the Gary dormitory. Do you think he could live well in the night order? Ritao is flustered. That matter. Frank has things he wants to do. I want to let him live freely. Researching birds or animals can be considered a hobby, but Frank becoming a knight and inheriting the family is exactly what must be done. For the sake of the Vesta family, for the sake of the Isa family, and the Vesta family thereafter, must join forces and become a powerful family. She thinks to herself, look at what this guy is saying. Clearly, the Isa family is eyeing my family. Ritao continues to speak. Young lady, think carefully. Does the Vesta house need a head of the family who cannot become a knight? Hearing those words, Keela frowns. She is angry. Young lady, right now, it is as if you want to usurp the future of Frank becoming a famous knight. It seems you are practicing for knight training. Young lady, how about a match with me? As long as you can threaten me even once, I will agree to break off the engagement. Keela has prepared for the challenge just now. Her face is full of determination. Seeing him dazed, she asks, What are you standing there in a daze for? Your appearance is so similar to Frank's. I was just thinking that. Prepare for the combat stance. The time is 15 minutes. As long as the young lady lands one blow, the young lady wins. The referee shouts, Start! Keela proactively moves forward to strike first, but she is struck by him, causing the sword in her hand to fall. The young lady is truly pathetic. Far different from Frank's elegant swordsmanship. They are worlds apart. She picks up the sword and continues to strike, but she is still countered by him, dropping the sword just like before. Look, young lady, if this were real combat, then how many times would you have lost your life? Basic swordsmanship is important, but the most important thing is still real combat. Hearing that, she realizes real combat. Real combat is more important than swordsmanship. How could I have forgotten this? Picking up the sword, she smiles. This is real combat. There is no reason for me to fight, using something I am not familiar with. She wants to stop to change weapons. 3 minutes left. That much is enough. She approaches the referee. Lend me this for a bit. She pulls out the sword and throws it to the ground, taking only the scabbard. She declares boldly, Now let's start again. Young lady, you are even holding the hilt incorrectly, so how can this thing? Before he could finish his sentence, she rushed forward to attack. He thought, her aura is completely different, just by switching to a scabbard. How could her movements become this light? She quickly retreated backward. Then she struck, sending the sword flying from his hand. It was so fast that Ritao didn't have time to process it. The scabbard was already pressed against his neck. She smiled and said, If this were real combat, then perhaps your head would have fallen beneath my blade, right? Tossing the scabbard aside, she turned to walk away. Anyway, I was having a headache because of that basic swordsmanship. Thank you for giving me the answer. Lord Ritao, I won't see you out. Get home safely. He was still standing there in a daze. The sun shines upon the mansion. Today is the day Keela sets off. Everyone in the family comes out to see her off. I couldn't sleep all night because I was worried about my daughter. If anything happens, remember to send me a letter. Many monsters appear in the Gary area. Is it really impossible to take even one guardian along? Frank only gave a forced, helpless smile looking at his mother. Mother, please don't worry. If it's sister, she can easily take down those monsters. Furthermore, Gary is a place where mages have set up protective barriers everywhere. Keela smiles while looking at the two of them. Frank approaches his sister and says with a bright smile, "But sister, if you find it too difficult, I can go instead. By now, I have somewhat become accustomed to Shisuro. I won't let myself be caught like before." Keela only smiles at the innocent actions and words of her younger brother. She gently caresses her brother's face. "Don't worry, Frank. If I were to return, why would that be shameful? I will definitely become a knight and then return. For you and for our entire Vesta family." Frank is moved by his sister's words. Her father speaks up. "Keela, it is time for you to go." "Yes, father. Have you tucked away your admission papers carefully? And the train ticket? I have brought them all. Please do not worry whether this matter will go smoothly or not. I still cannot be certain. If you need anything, just send a carrier pigeon back." Speaking of which, he couldn't restrain himself and turned his back, hurriedly wiping away his tears. "Remember to take care of your health." His mother and younger brother stood beside him, also feeling helpless at his actions. This man, really. Mother. She hurriedly reminded her, "Hurry on your way, Keela." She could only give a forced smile looking at her father, and then cheerfully broke into a smile. Waving goodbye to them, "Well, I am off then." Arriving at the train station, the staff announces to everyone, "Passengers taking the magic train, please move to the platform." Repeating once more, "Passengers taking the magic train, please." Keela is currently standing in the middle of the crowd, not knowing which way to go. Does the steam train go this way? Suddenly, a call from afar attracts her attention. "Lady Astor?" She turns her head toward the direction of the sound. Who is that? Sitting curled up and stiff. Lady Astor. "Are you okay?" "Here, I've brought some water." "You don't need water? Do you have a headache? Are you completely unable to walk?" Keela looks at that group of people with a questioning face. Is that child unable to walk? Looking at the followers accompanying them, it seems they are no ordinary nobles. But sensing someone staring at her, Astor opens her eyes and turns to look at her, giving her a bit of a start. Suddenly, she flashes a suggestive smile. Keela doesn't realize it and feels flustered, blushing at Astor's beauty. So beautiful. How? How can someone be that beautiful? Is she an elf? Is she an elf? Suddenly, Astor covers her face. At this moment, Keela realizes her own rudeness. Was I staring too much? But it's strange. Clearly, today is the first time we've met. But why does she seem somewhat familiar? Suddenly, a child's voice attracts her attention. "Wow, Mommy, is that the magic train? I want to try riding it too." She turns back to look at where the little girl is pointing. The magic train, it's also my first time seeing it. In real life, it's truly grand. The light from the magic train is a bit blinding, making her feel a bit uncomfortable, so she covers her eyes with her hand. But what is that thing? A strange object suddenly appears on the magic train. It jumps down, causing everyone to scream in panic. Ah, it's a blood demon. A monster is attacking the train. It opens its massive mouth and roars. Both that demon and the train are starting to hurtle down. Run, run quickly. People are running away in chaos. Some are so terrified they stand frozen in place. The staff's announcement. Passengers, please remain calm and take cover inside the station. Move inside quickly. The demon has landed on the ground. What? Am I going to die? The demon is approaching. It growls. Its long, thick tongue looks as if it wants to eat the people here alive. The people here only now regain their senses. All the citizens are scattering in chaos. Ah! Run! Escape quickly! Many people cannot run and are caught or trampled by it. Over there! Someone please save me. Before the sentence is finished, the person is killed by the demon. Following that are blood-curdling screams and cries for help. Save me! She... At this moment, still hasn't processed what is happening. What on earth is going on? I must quickly escape too. She looks at the scene around her, and her eyes stop at a certain spot. It's the girl from earlier. Where have all the followers gone? Suddenly, the demon pauses. It turns around and grins. Oh my god, why have I suddenly become the prey? It charges toward Astor. Paralyzed by fear, she stands motionless and dares not move. This won't do! Keela raises her hand and calls out. The sword quickly appears in her hand. Astor's face turns pale with fear as the demon suddenly lunges. Astor covers her face in terror, but feels no pain. Astor opens her eyes and sees Keela standing protectively in front and facing the demon. The demon is surprised by her sudden appearance, while Astor has collapsed onto the ground in fear. She sets her face and silently calculates. How can I destroy this demon? Before it becomes even more dangerous, I must settle this cleanly in one blow. The target is the back of its neck. With just a single strike, she leaps high and swiftly slashes directly at the back of its neck. With a slicing sound, the demon's skin seems to tear open. Blood splatters everywhere. It screams violently in pain following its inertia. She raises her hand to cover her face, but she cannot avoid the blood splattering onto her dress. When its blood splatters out, it suddenly starts to smoke, causing a part of her dress to be burned away. This is not normal blood. Leaving that child here while fighting will be very dangerous. Young lady, are you able to move? Aster, feeling a bit bashful, hurriedly shakes her head. Keela walks over and puts her arm around Aster's waist. Then please excuse my rudeness for a moment. Her action makes Aster a bit surprised. It might be a little uncomfortable, but please bear with it. Having said that, she turns her face toward the demon. Aster, being a bit afraid, clings to her. I will take you to a safer place. After speaking, she holds Aster and leaps up. At that moment, Aster looks at her with a bit of surprise, along with the light shining down. She looks both beautiful and powerful right now. She and Aster are standing on high ground looking at the demon. It is somewhat surprised by her current action. I have found her, my knight. At this time, the guards following the girl have also returned, calling out in a panic. Lady Aster? Lady Aster, are you all right? We must quickly go to a safe place. Aster slumps down, covering her mouth with her hand, blushing. That person is Keela, right? Keela Vesta. She now raises her hand to look and glances slightly toward Aster. Carrying that girl was so heavy. Or is it that she is big-boned? Suddenly, she hesitates and looks back in front of her. The demon shuffles closer to her. It raises its sharp claws and strikes a blow down. She quickly raises her sword to parry its attack. Looking at the slash from earlier, I cannot pierce it. If it were a wooden sword, I could defeat it. As soon as she finishes speaking, the sword in her hand suddenly flashes. Then it turns into a wooden sword just as she desired. It's truly wonderful. It can even do that? In that case, I don't need to hesitate anymore. Let's go. The demon pauses, with a sharp gaze and a confident smile. Keela runs fast toward it, leaps high and lands safely behind its back, before it can regain its senses in an instant. She swiftly uses the wooden sword to strike directly at its leg, making it growl and collapse to its knees. She grabs a clump of hair on its head with a cold gaze, making it tremble violently, followed by a loud thud. The people around are buzzing with excitement. She stands on its back, one hand gripping its hair. The other hand strikes repeatedly, under Keela's blows. It cannot resist and can only take the beating. She strikes again and again. Suddenly, a voice rings out, "Guard unit, to your positions," making everyone turn to look. Everyone, please move to the side. Quickly form the formation and prepare. Speaking to this point, he suddenly stops, when he hears the roaring of the demon, along with the thudding sounds of her strikes. He acts as if he cannot believe his own eyes. It is none other than Keela Vesta. She pays no attention to her surroundings and only focuses on striking it. As for it, after being hit by her blows, it has started to feel dizzy. After finishing, she jumps down from its body. She turns her head to see it collapse. Her face finally relaxes somewhat at this moment. The citizens around there, when seeing this sight, are extremely surprised. Truly, truly amazing. That girl saved us all by herself. She is so talented. I wonder which family's young lady she is. Ritao is still standing there in a daze, looking at her. People are whispering incessantly. Isn't that the Chus of the Vesta family? It even changed its shape just now. If it's Chus, then it is possible. It's truly wonderful. Ritao turns to look and sees Aster standing there. Suddenly, a man walks past, bumping into her and making her stumble. Right at this moment, the hood of her cloak falls off her head. As her hand fumbles to put the hood back on, a hand helps pull it up. When she looks back, it turns out to be Ritao. He leans down and says with a worried face, "You must be careful. Are you injured anywhere? Let's go home quickly." At this moment, Aster turns to look at Keela, sensing as if a pair of eyes is watching her. Keela, with a worried face, is also looking at Aster, even though right now, people are still surrounding her and offering praise. "Thank you. Which family's young lady are you? You're so cool." Aster, with an expressionless face, turns her head and leaves with Ritao. Keela thinks to herself, "I remember now, Aster." Aster Lisa Beck, the past of Aster, also known as Aster. Since birth, I have grown up wearing girls' clothes. I used to think I was truly a girl. I used to enjoy playing with dolls just like other children. I also played house with a tea set. Every night, I always read books with stories, where a princess appeared. Among them was the book I loved the most. It had a story about a knight who rescued a princess imprisoned in a tower. At that time, I thought that my life was just like that princess, imprisoned in that tower. When will this majestic knight finally appear before me? There were times I thought Ritao was the knight who came to save me, just like the knight in that book. Aster happily said to Ritao, "I will become Ritao's bride. I will wear a wedding dress the same color as my hair. The wedding bouquet will be made of lavender, with a color just like my eyes." Ritao looked at Aster with an uncomfortable face. "You cannot marry me, Aster. You are a boy." Aster stood motionless. What? I was shocked because I had never thought of myself as a boy. Perhaps it was from that moment. My endless obsession with Ritao began. All the girls who could marry Ritao. All the boys around Ritao, I hated them all. I have been admitted to the academy dormitory. In the future, we will not be able to meet frequently anymore. Aster turned back angrily. Then I will go too. I can go too. We can study in the same class. Ritao closed his eyes helplessly and called, Aster. Aster shouted angrily, Don't call me Aster, it's Aster. Ritao then called, Aster, you still cannot go outside. Then when will I be able to go outside? How much longer do I have to hide my hair? And disguise myself as a female? Aster, His Majesty the Emperor will likely look for you soon. Aster clenched his fists in anger. When exactly? Has he looked even once? Calm down, Aster. There is no way His Majesty would forget you. It was the Empress who killed my mother. Right? That's right, isn't it, Ritao? He is startled by Aster's statement. No, your mother fell ill and passed away. That was all. Ritao rubs his forehead. Anyway, it is not yet the time to reveal your identity. Duke Li has worked his entire life to hide the truth, that you are the last bloodline of the Spirit King. The Spirit Kingdom has already perished. What on earth is there to be afraid of? Your power is the power of the Spirit King that you possess. Aster, it wasn't for no reason that Duke Li gave you two identities. When that moment comes, you will be able to live under your real name, Astelis. Just a little longer. Please live under the name that has protected you until now. Aster Aiza until I become strong, to the point that no one can touch you. Ritao gently leans down to hug Aster. Aster's gaze is deeply sad as if he does not want to accept the truth. But Ritao, even if you say that, my loneliness does not disappear. The world for me is only this narrow. While Ritao's world is expanding more and more, this is truly unfair. I am all alone like this. Back to the present. At this time, after a period of running, the train arrives at its stop. People step down amidst the hustle and bustle. Keela Sr. is standing solemnly waiting for her, but he has attracted the eyes of everyone around. Oh my, that person. Keela gently steps down. It seems that's right. The daughter of the captain of the Royal Guard, Knight Order. Keela Vesta? It was Frank Vesta who dropped out, right? Keela looks back at her tattered appearance and feels dejected. This appearance is beyond words. The people around whisper and gossip again. What a pity. That's why his older sister is attending in his place. The senior raises his hand and waves to Keela. Hearing someone call her, she turns around. The senior guides her. This way? This way. Keela confused. Ah, yes. The people around continue to gossip. I heard that today at the station. She defeated a blood demon with the Chus sword. By using the Chus, it seems she intends to inherit the Vesta house. Philia, this is your new roommate who just arrived. Give her a detailed guide on the layout of the dormitory. I understand, senior. Keela thinks to herself, the room that I will be using from now on. A room with 2 twin beds and a shared set of table and chairs. This size isn't bad. Hey, Lady Keela Vesta. I'm just getting around to greeting you. I am the eldest daughter of the Vesta family. Aquila Vesta. I am not a noble. So you don't need to speak so formally, my lady. I know the basic rule at Gary is equality. Could it be that I was mistaken? Number. If you're not using honorifics, then I won't use them either. What year are you in? I'm in my 3rd year. Then we are in the same school year. Classmates? You are the first person to ever say that to me. Stop calling me my lady. We already decided not to use honorifics with each other, right? Yes. Me too. She is so awkward. There must be a reason for it. The two of them enter the bathroom. While walking, they chat with each other. Philia says, since this is a communal bath, I was worried you might find it inconvenient. She dips her foot lightly into the warm water. Once in the water, she turns to ask Philia, don't you want to bathe? Oh, I've already bathed. I was afraid. You would be lonely bathing alone, so I came here with you. But hey, Keela, if you don't mind, can I ask you something? Sure, go ahead and ask. About that. It's true that you're engaged to Lord Ritao, right? We have already broken off the engagement. Broken the engagement? She immediately replies, yeah, but why? Never mind, you don't have to say if you don't want to. It's just a family matter. I also wasn't a good match for Lord Ritao. Speaking of which, among the 3rd year students. Do you know anyone named Dimirov? If I remember correctly, I think I've met her a few times. But why? I have seen her once before. She is truly very beautiful. She also receives a lot of confession letters, but because she already had a fiancé, she rejected them all. As expected, she thinks, handing my brother over to her. She thinks of the scene where her younger brother happily says, sister, look at me. I've been eating so much lately that I've gained weight. If so, isn't it too much of a loss for Dimirov? Since this is a marriage that no one wanted, parting ways would be better for both. That's also better for Maria. Philia speaks softly. Do you know who Demirov's fiancé is, Kayla? She immediately replies, that is my younger brother, Frank Vesta. What? Is that for real? It's hard to believe. They're not a good match, right? It's not like that. I'm just surprised. She thinks, he's at the same academy, yet he doesn't know. Is this real, or is he just pretending? Philia smiles slightly and says, anyway, that is a matter between the two of them. I also don't want to judge other people's private matters so arbitrarily. After hearing that, she also smiles slightly. Let's head back to the room. Sure, it's late anyway. Scene change. The teacher says, let's see, Keela. Vesta from the night class registered for accounting and business? Are you choosing such difficult subjects? Yes, hehe, yes ma'am. That was her reply. But in her head, of course. My goal is to graduate faster than anyone else. The teacher looks up at her. Basic subjects will be taught in your class. Keela, you will be in class E. I will take you to your class now. Also, there is this, you. Need to know that when walking in the hallway. Remember that you are a young lady. Yes, ma'am. Phew, your smile must also be graceful. Like this? Yes, ma'am. When they arrive at the class, she speaks, making the students there look over. Today, our class has a new student named Keela Vesta. The other students immediately pay attention. Philia is also there looking at her friend. Let's give her a round of applause. I am very glad that at Gary. We are all gentle girls. I look forward to everyone's help, Keela whispered to herself. Clearly, the atmosphere between the two sides right now is very strange. Please sit in that empty seat back there. She replied, yes. Suddenly, her eyes widened when she saw Philia there. Oh? Philia raised her hand to greet her, but Philia suddenly startled and turned her face the other way, making her a bit confused as she thought to herself, why is that? She looked over at the other students. Then a girl with light blonde hair stepped forward. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lady Keela Vesta. I am Leodora Sherman. Hello. If it's the Sherman family, it must be the royal family. She reached out her hand to shake Leodora's hand. It is an honor to meet you, Lady Sherman. If there is anything you don't know, feel free to ask me anytime. Right at that moment, a student accidentally bumped into one of Leodora's servants. The servant immediately turned around to question her. What is this? Don't you see the princess is busy here? You could have come back a little later. Yes, I am sorry. Leodora frowned. Why were you so careless? I am talking to Lady Keela. See you again in a bit. I am sorry, First Princess. She watched the other student fluster away and frowned slightly. Afterward, Leodora smiled and said, Lady Keela. Vesta, I wonder if you have any intention of joining the social gathering class. Social gathering? Social gathering class? That's right. At the Gary Dormitory Academy, there is a social gathering class. Only nobles are allowed to participate. This social gathering class is already a traditional class of the female dormitories. There is also a class in the male dormitory. Not everyone can participate. First, one must have the status of a noble, good grades, and your father must be someone who holds an important position in the royal court. So that's how it is. It's quite tough indeed. But the Vesta family is very special. So I will give Lady Kayla a special opportunity to participate. I will consider it, First Princess. You don't need to consider it. You should know that being invited to our meeting is a great honor for you, Keela helplessly replied. Lately, due to family matters, I am not in the mood. About Frank's matter, right? Yes, I am quite sensitive about my family's affairs. She turned away. Fine, I will wait for you. Keela silently watched her leave. The sound of the door closing echoed with a click. The classmates were noisily chatting and gathering, while Keela stood there in a daze. The sky gradually turned to night. Philia tiptoed to open the door and enter, then immediately startled when she saw Keela. She spoke up and asked, Why did you pretend not to know me today? Philia awkwardly replied, That I did it for you. For me? I only have you as a friend. You pretending not to know me gave me quite a shock. How lonely and desolate my life is. Are you truly like that? I'm so sorry. What should I do? Sorry, but I can't help but tell you this. If we hang out together, the noble students might think poorly of you. Keela asked, Why would I be hated for being close to you? I truly don't understand. It is because the class difference is too large. Lady Leodora extremely hates sharing the canteen and the bathhouse with commoners, especially the bathhouse. Therefore, the commoner students have promised not to use the bathhouse in the evening. Is such an absurd thing accepted by the dormitory? Their motto is, if you don't want things to become scandalous, it's best not to interfere in matters between students. So please don't go against the wishes of those young ladies. Previously, Lady Iris, because she was close to us, was boycotted by the noble young ladies. Not only that, Lady Leodora even hindered the business of Iris's father. No different from a tyrant. One lady here, another lady there. You call them lady quite a lot. Are you their servant or something? Sorry, Keela. She apologized again. She spoke boldly. Don't worry about me. I don't know who should be worrying about whom yet. My house is a family of knights. There is no way I'd go head to head with the Grand Dukes of Sherman. Nor is there any way our business would face difficulties. That's good then. What a relief. But Keela, if you fall into Leodora's sights, I'm afraid your life in the dormitory will be difficult later on. I am truly fine. So you don't need to worry about me, Keela whispers. In this dormitory, I want to be close to you. If you ignore me like you did today, I will feel very hurt. Philia blushes. Hearing you say that makes me very happy, Keela. I will also try my best. It's strange. Whenever I see the young lady, whenever I see Leodora, my body freezes up. Haha, I understand. At this moment, Ritao focuses on reading a newspaper titled, Gary Station's Dire Situation. Blood Demon appears, looking at the way she fought that demon. Makes him stand frozen in fear. Suddenly, he asks Aster, What are you doing? Clipping news, she is your ex-fiancé, right? Ritao says solemnly, What are you collecting those for? She's as cool as can be, isn't she? How could I possibly endure not collecting? These photos? Is that really so? It's thanks to that girl that I was able to escape safely, without having to use the power of the spirits. If there had been just a little more delay, surely my true identity would have reached the Imperial Palace by now. How can she be so cool? I heard she only practiced holding a sword for a few months, and she even possesses the Chus. He is confused. You've become a diehard fan, Aster says excitedly. The Chus and Shisuro form a pair. Only those of the Vesta bloodline are capable of possessing them. Right. My words aren't reaching his ears at all. Hehe, someone like that saved me. But why are you still here? Don't you have to go? Students training to be knights aren't restricted from sleeping out. But hasn't it been true all this time? That I had to threaten you just to get you to show up? What else? Is there something special going on? For example, my brothers might be secretly hunting for me? In short, I will stay by your side to protect you for the time being. If possible, please only live in places with a barrier. There was a barrier at Gary Station too, but what effect did it have? Am I a demonic object or something? Have you identified what is inside me yet? That is a type of drug that reduces a mage's spiritual energy. They have made up their minds to pursue you, even though it's unknown who broke the barrier. There are records stating that someone purchased the poison. It was test business, your guardian knight on that day. Who on earth is he? Since you are the master, you should at least remember the names of your subordinates. The Empress must be quite insane to release a blood demon in the middle of the city like that. The Crown Prince's investiture ceremony is approaching. So the person they consider an eyesore and want to eliminate most is you. Wanting to eliminate an illegitimate child whose bloodline is not recognized like me because you are the descendant of the Spirit King. Who knows, it could be the second prince or the third prince. Therefore, until the day the investiture ceremony ends, you must be especially careful. I want to meet Keela Vesta. Help me meet her. She is an acquaintance of yours, but we've broken off the engagement. Our relationship isn't good enough to send an intimate invitation. Besides, what on earth do you want to meet her for? Aster puts his hand to his mouth, thinks, and says, Let's see. What would I do after meeting her? First, we would have a meal. Then I'd invite her to have my favorite tea. And then we would talk with each other. So many things I want to do. Ritao asks, You only wanted to do that Like I said, I just want to talk to her. That's all. I am curious about what kind of person she is. Is that not allowed? It's not that it's not allowed. In short, don't cause any trouble while inside our private house. What? Because of you, we have to hire a healing mage. Like Duke. List, what are you saying? Then he bursts out laughing. Hey, Ritao, don't tell me you still think I torment the servants. And toy with them? Haha, stop worrying and just help me meet Keela Vesta. Understand? In another place, the sound of clashing rings out. Everyone is practicing hard. Exclamations of praise ring out. Well done, well done. Keela Vesta, my training for you has not gone to waste. Thank you, sir. Let's take a break for a bit. Assemble again in 10 minutes. During the break, someone approached her to start a conversation, huh? Hey there. It's my first time meeting Lady Keela Vesta in person. I am Nicholas Chat, a third-year student like you. It's a rare occasion to have a break. Let's chat for a bit. Is Frank still doing well? She was lost in her own thoughts, so she hadn't said a word to him until now. The bruises on her younger brother's body were signs of severe long-term abuse. Do you know that after you made Frank drop out, how sad I was? Don't you know? The suicide note. I wonder if Frank heard my story yet. Did it say in there that I bullied him? Hey guys, is there anything you want to say to this older sister? I was very close to your younger brother, sister. As he finished his sentence, she returned to reality. This won't do. I must stay alert. This guy is different from those punks. This place is still a completely different environment. She reached out her hand. Third-year student Keela Vesta. Don't call me lady. I want to follow the academy's rules. He let out a surprised ah, then shook hands with her. You're making me shy, my lady. I just missed Frank, my lady. Ah, no. It's a pleasure to meet a student from the Vesta house. Frank and I were very close friends. You're his friend? How come I've never heard him mention you before? Is that so? How could that be? I didn't expect you to be so distant. From your only younger brother. The bell rang, signaling the end of the break. Everyone, return to your positions. Hearing that, she said, I must return to my individual practice, so please excuse me. Suddenly he shouted, Nicholas Chat registers for a sparring match with student Keela Vesta. She immediately frowned and turned back. Seeing this, he gave a bright smile and said, It seems student Keela Vesta is just like Frank. Both have a natural talent for swordsmanship, but I'm curious to see what your level is. Student Nicholas, student Keela, has only just started learning swordsmanship. Her skills compared to yours are far too different. But teacher, isn't this person the master of that choose sword? How can you assert that the skills of the person who faced the blood demon at Gary Station are lacking compared to mine? The teacher angrily asked back, Student Nicholas, are you being serious right now? Magical tools are not permitted for use within the academy, are they? That's right, I completely forgot. But isn't the thing called choose absolutely wonderful? I heard that as long as one has the Vesta family bloodline, one can use the choose to amplify their own abilities many times over. Student Nicholas, stop it, I'm warning you. He laughed scornfully and said, If it's like this, rumors will surely spread that as long as one has the choose, someone who has never held a sword once in their life can also become a commander. I'm truly jealous, student Keela. How does one obtain the choose? Well, if I could marry the young lady. Before he could finish his sentence, the teacher shouted, Nicholas Chat, you have gone too far. 10 points deducted for failing to follow orders. Now return to your place. He turned away and replied, Yes, yes. The practice session has ended. Keela returned home with a stream of thoughts. Only now do I understand why Frank did not use the choose, just as Nicholas said, even without swordsmanship skills. Just by possessing the treasure choose and receiving the power of the Spirit King, one can enhance their own abilities many times over. That is why Frank felt very uncomfortable possessing that thing. And so, he was bullied like a fool. And now, I am becoming a target for possessing the choose. Suddenly, Philia called out, Keela, a carrier pigeon has come looking for you. A carrier pigeon? Anto must have sent it. There is a package as well, my lady. I have sent the documents you requested. Have you received them? Yes, thank you for your hard work, Anto. It's nothing. This is a task requested by the successor of the family. How is Frank? Is he living well? Yes, every day he goes deep into the forest to watch birds and practices. Shisuro in the afternoon. His complexion is much brighter than before. Has he become proficient with Shisuro yet? Not to the point of being proficient, only to the point of being able to surround the mansion. Keela asked back in surprise. Only. Just that is already very impressive. Lady Keela is also very outstanding. It is all thanks to you, Keela, that Master Frank was able to obtain Shisuro. That was nothing. Anyway, thank you for the documents. Let's end it here. I will get scolded if I talk via carrier pigeon. Late at night. Yes, good night, my lady. She thought to herself, Anto has sent all the documents. Suddenly, Philia said, Keela, I'm going to sleep first. Ah, yes, good night. Keela must sleep early too. She thought to herself, I like these 3 places the most. The location of the school is also quite far. And more importantly, these are places that really need donations. If I count the bank drafts and the pocket money that I've saved up over the past time, then I can make any donation amount. So I will write a letter to the principal of each school. No sooner said than done, she wrote letters to the principal of each school. So the next morning, she looked no different from a sick person, just dazed. Seeing that, Philia asked, Keela, are you very tired? I don't understand why you stayed up so late. I had things to do. There are many things to learn. I have someone I want to introduce to you. That is Iris Glenn. I mentioned her last time, right? I am very happy to meet you. I am Iris Glenn. I am also very happy to meet you. Suddenly a voice rang out. Lady Keela Vesta, let's talk for a bit. It turned out to be Leodora. She is the first princess, Keela's classmate. Keela stood up and answered her. Yes, please go ahead. By now, you must have gradually become used to life in the dormitory. So I want to hear your answer about the social gathering. Keela replied, I am very grateful for the invitation. But because of my studies, I cannot participate. I am very sorry. Thinking back, Lady Keela, you haven't even made your debut in high society. So I think that you don't yet know the importance of our social gathering. Isn't the young lady someone who always stays within noble society? Surely you don't want to live in the society of commoners for the rest of your life. So, young lady, we will give you time to think it over once more. I understand. I will think it over. She said, we will wait, and then they turned away. Philia told Keela, anyway, I think you should participate in the meeting. Marian is also a member of the gathering. You should try asking her. That's right, Marian. I must take this opportunity to go meet her. Later, in the garden, a red-haired girl stood waiting. Keela called out with a smile. Lady Marian, it's been a long time. It's been a long time, Keela. Are you doing well? So, lately, the Imperial Palace has been swamped with work because of that, Keela said. His Majesty's health is not very good, so the Empress must be in quite a hurry. But there are also rumors that His Majesty is hesitating regarding the selection of the prince. Actually, there's no reason there wouldn't be rumors. While the seat of the Crown Prince has been left empty all this time. That's true, isn't it? I hope he chooses a talented Crown Prince to lead the Empire in the future, Keela thought to herself. How can she utter sentences that sound like they're from a textbook? Like that? Frank cannot keep up with Marian. But you said you had questions about the social gathering, right? Yes, that's right. I recently received an invitation to join the social gathering, and I was curious about what kind of activities they have there. I don't know how to answer you. I participate as well, but I don't join the activities there very often. I have to go home every weekend, and I'm quite busy with the private assignments my father gives me. Is it okay not to participate in activities frequently? No. One must attend a tea party once every day. Every weekend, a party must be held at home. One must go on a yacht trip every vacation. One must participate in all activities in order to receive something. Of course, I didn't go. That's why Leodora hates me. And did you know this? Frank was also once a member of that social gathering. When Frank was bullied, no one would help him. Only Lord Ritau stepped forward to help him. How has he been lately? Is Frank doing well? He is doing well. Lately, Frank. He has been doing things he likes, such as birdwatching and research. There were no letters, so I was worried about whether something had happened. What a relief. The conversation ended. Keela went to the training institute. While walking, she thought to herself, after meeting Marian, I want to join even less. What should I do? Suddenly, Nicholas came and touched her waist. Sister, you are very beautiful today as well. Nicholas, are you evil? Why would you touch someone else's waist? Oh? Who touched whose waist? It seems student Keela thinks she has an outstandingly prominent beauty, doesn't she? Keela said angrily, I hope you don't touch me anymore. I am not weak like Frank, he said provocatively. Then what will you do? Use the choose? Using the choose in the institute will result in a 30-point deduction in conduct. I heard you registered for the skip level exam. You know it already. If you want to take the skip level exam, your conduct score must be higher than 80 points, right? Without the choose, what would you be like? I'm curious. The teacher's angry tone rang out again. Nicholas Chat, causing trouble again. Return to your place quickly. Returning it to the room with an exhausted body. Keela shouted in a rage. What should I do with this bastard? I should give him a beating. Should I hit him with that mop? Calm down. Calm down and think. How can I take that bastard down? At the male principal's office. There's no way student Chat would do such a thing. It makes no sense. He is such an upright student. Usually you are praised for your beauty a lot, aren't you? If that's the case, student Keela has misunderstood. He meant nothing by it, Keela said resentfully. Principal, this is something that I personally experienced. Both I and Frank have been bullied by student Chat. Student Keela, it is truly a pity. During the past time, Frank has caused a lot of trouble. Keela asked back in confusion. What do you mean by that, sir? He was very distracted in his studies and frequently skipped school. Without permission. Furthermore, previously, he left on his own accord and even submitted a withdrawal application. So, who is the one with more problems here? Why was Frank like that? Young lady, our students have been heavily supported by Chat's family. As for the Vesta family, well, I don't really know. Afterward, she was reprimanded by her teacher. How could you go to the male dormitory on your own? Without asking for my opinion? It seems because you only recently joined the academy that you aren't very familiar with the rules. Go to Gary immediately to get the academy rules and memorize them. She said with a look of displeasure. Yes. Oh my, oh my. That night, she lay in bed reading a book. The rules in the book stated, 1 conduct point deducted for entering a dormitory of the opposite gender. She cried out, there really is such a rule. Voting on virtue, what is this? Fine, then I'll study the other rules as well. Reading thoroughly. The next morning, at the male dormitory, 2 books fell down along with the sound of joking laughter. Haha, Zero, grab them! The teacher is about to come in. Are you planning to go to class without books? He scratched his head with a look of fear and said, Nicholas, stop joking. Get dark and give them back to me. He laughed gloatingly and continued. If you can win them back, I'll return them to you. Are you afraid of me? I haven't even done anything yet. The group of boys whispered and gathered together. He looked around and thought to himself, you girl, get out of the way. Someone in the crowd said, I am as well, immediately after. He had a look of annoyance when someone threw a glove in his face. The glove fell to the ground. He shouted angrily, who dares? Kila Vesta? Huh, what are you doing? You're quite daring, coming to the male classroom alone. She looked at him and said, Nicholas Chat, I am registering for a duel with you. He asked with a surprised face, a duel? Really? She looked at him with a face full of determination. He agreed, saying, fine, I accept. Early the next morning, everyone was gossiping. Did you hear about that? Kila Vesta registered to duel with Nicholas? What? I heard the rules are no referee and no protective gear. Philia asked Kila anxiously. What on earth are you thinking? You said you'd have a real combat duel without the choose? That guy is a madman. He won't go easy on women. Withdraw your registration now, Kila. What if you get injured? Someone stepped forward and said, he is right. The three of them exclaimed in surprise, Marion! Lady Kila, I have heard everything. I heard you intend to face that. Wicked Nicholas without the choose. With your current level of only just practicing swordsmanship, that is an ill-considered action. I cannot just let this happen. I will report this to Marquise Vesta immediately. She immediately grabbed Marion's hand. This is for Frank's sake, but it is also for mine. So for now, please just watch over me, okay? She looked at her with a surprised face. Thank you, Marion. For now, I understand. The sunset gradually fell. The bluebird flew in again. I have finished crafting the item that you requested according to your design, my lady. You can receive it tomorrow. She smiled at the bird and said, good work, Anto. Go rest. It's already been 3 days. Does Kila have any way to win? The swordsmanship teacher also came to the dueling grounds. But I still feel worried. No, I don't have anything. I will do it my way, don't worry. I see a chance to win. One morning at the dormitory, Ritao, standing in the middle of the crowd, thought to himself, she only started holding a sword a short while ago, yet she's dueling a male student? What on earth is this girl thinking? Another person spoke up. Ah, he's here. It's Nicholas. Do you see what he's carrying? He brought that sword to fight a woman? What a coward. Philia closed her eyes in fear. I can't watch anymore. Iris said, it hasn't even started yet, Philia. A footstep was approaching. Nicholas slowly stepped forward. Someone's voice rang out. Kila Vesta has arrived too. Wait, what is she holding in her hand? A wooden sword? It looks like she tied something, like steel wire on the outside. If you look closely, there's also something on the sword's surface. Nicholas spoke up. Sister, did you choose this day on purpose? My physical strength is excellent today. She looked at him with a determined face and didn't even bother to reply. At this moment, the referee shouted, to your positions! He looked at her with a triumphant and contemptuous face. The signal to start rings out. Nicholas rushes toward Kila, swinging his sword to strike her. She also quickly uses her wooden sword to block. She thinks, as expected, I'm being pushed by a strong force. He laughs mockingly and says, look at this. Even our arm strength is vastly different. Don't lose face. How about you declare defeat right here? Nicholas blocks her sword. He flashes a smile and says, it's come to this. Just admit defeat. Before he could finish his sentence, he suddenly saw a smile on Kila's lips, making his heart panic. She grips her sword tightly and uses her strength to strike back at him. The clashing sound of the two swords rings out ear-piercingly. She strikes him, knocking him backward. Nicholas shouts angrily, what did you do to my sword? Looking at Nicholas's tattered sword, Philia and Iris watch the scene anxiously. Someone in the crowd shouts, Nicholas's sword has been damaged. Nicholas is not backing down. He lets out a loud shout and rushes toward Kila to attack her. But she gracefully evades him. He turns his face back to look, only to meet her gaze and says in fear, how? Kila pays no attention to those words. She tightens her grip on the sword, then uses the hilt of the sword to strike his ribs. Nicholas is immediately knocked down to the ground. He furrows his brows tightly, struggling to speak. My bones, I think they're broken. Her footsteps approach. He raises his eyes and sees her dark, grim face. Everyone sees this scene and cheers, clapping loudly along with the whispering and gossiping. Kila loses control of her reason. She strikes Nicholas's face repeatedly without stopping, until he no longer has the strength to resist. She still has no intention of stopping when a voice calls out, stop, Student Kila! Nicholas can't fight back anymore. The duel is over. Student Kila, if you keep hitting him, he will die. At this moment, she seems to let hatred overwhelm her reason. She still has no intention of sparing his life. Seeing that the matter has not ended, two other students immediately come to intervene and restrain her. Her eyes look almost vacant. She shouted loudly, let go! Let me go! The teacher quickly ran over to check on his condition, repeatedly calling his name despite her screaming, "Student Nicholas, do you hear me? You must not lose consciousness. Don't just stand there watching. Quickly bring a stretcher and a healing mage here." They repeatedly nodded and replied, "Yes, sir." Even until this moment, Keela had not calmed down. She only regretted not being able to kill him, the one who had bullied her younger brother. Ritao had never seen her like this. He could only stand there stunned, staring toward her. Because of that incident, on that day, the Gary Academy was in an uproar. Everyone could not hide their curiosity and rushed to ask about the story, regardless of gender. This matter drew everyone's attention. "I heard Keela Vesta beat Nicholas to a pulp. Is that true? How terrifying. To be honest, I feel quite satisfied in my heart. Nicholas deserved it." However, this matter had such a great influence that all the teachers had to sit down for a meeting after Nicholas's duel. She was placed under probation until the disciplinary decision was made, and the result was no punishment at all. Philia, Marian, and Iris were all very worried. They breathed a sigh of relief because fortunately, she was okay. Philia cried out her name, "Keela!" Lately, Philia had been so distressed that she cried a lot. Keela stood with her back against the wall, head bowed in thought. Actually, at that time, I didn't even remember that I had lost all reason. Suddenly, voices rang out. "Student Keela, we have come to give you a formal greeting. I am Lilith, this is Livian, and this is Serena. We are in the same class, but we're only greeting each other now, aren't we? Although this is a bit embarrassing, we apologize for misunderstanding you during the past time. You have only been holding a sword for a few months, but your skills must be at the knight level. I thought you only relied on your noble connections. Seeing your appearance during the duel, I was very surprised, but I must acknowledge your ability. Can you accept our apology?" She reached out her hand, signaling her desire to get acquainted. "I am Keela Vesta. I look forward to everyone's help." Lilith also did not hesitate to take her hand. Her tone became a bit more friendly. "I look forward to your help. Oh, right, I have a question. That sword you used in the duel, what was it plated with?" Because its surface was very glowing. Keela looked up and replied cheerfully, "Oh, it was diamond." "Do you mean it was encrusted with pure diamonds?" "Instead, I ordered the kind that cannot be used as gemstones. As you guys know, I intentionally did not set a limit on weapons." Livian exclaimed in admiration. "I didn't expect you'd even think of putting diamonds on a sword. That really is thorough preparation." She explained, "Because if I only relied on strength, I would definitely be pushed back." Wait, thinking back, it wasn't exactly a sword. It was more like a mace, Lilith also added. Furthermore, she didn't even use any protective gear, yet she dared to fight Nicholas. "You're truly amazing, Keela. Is it true that you only just started learning swordsmanship?" "Haha, that's nothing. Or have you received some kind of training? Next time, let us see that sword clearly." This excitement made her only laugh and scratch her head. In her heart, she thought to herself, "Of course, I hid an iron pan inside my shirt, but I can't say that out loud." Time passed quickly. Soon a month had gone by. Keela told herself it must be about a month later before Nicholas recovers and returns to the academy, even though he recovered quickly, thanks to emergency treatment from the healing mage. He is likely suffering from psychological shock, so he hasn't stepped out of his room. That guy... Is that sensitive? During the entire month without Nicholas, I haven't had any conduct points deducted. My academic performance is improving, which makes me very happy. She recalled the moment she was praised by the teacher in front of the class. Student Keela's grades have improved significantly. Everyone, let's congratulate your classmate. The surroundings immediately filled with the sound of applause. Scene changed to the training area. At this moment, an intense battle is taking place right in the middle of the training yard. It is Keela and Livian sparring with each other. Both seem to be evenly matched. Keela thought to herself, "I have mastered the defense techniques by now." Suddenly, whispering from behind made her wonder. Nicholas is starting to attend swordsmanship class again? As expected, that person is indeed Nicholas. He looked at Keela with eyes full of hatred. Because she was paying attention to him, she lost focus for a few seconds, allowing her opponent to easily make her lose. Livian reminded her, "Focus, Keela." Sorry, let's do it again." Then she quickly leaned down to pick up the dropped sword. As soon as she stood up straight, Livian asked, "Is it because of Nicholas, huh?" "You've been looking in that direction this whole time. I'm just curious what he's plotting this time. I think for the time being, it's better if you don't walk around alone." Keela, "Yeah, I think so too. That's right, as long as I don't run into him. When walking alone, everything will be fine. What could possibly happen?" Sometime later, she returned to her daily rhythm. During that period, she didn't run into Nicholas once, on a beautiful day. But today was not a very good day for Keela, when her close friends suddenly announced bad news, causing Keela to exclaim in surprise. "What? You have to go home to your parents right now?" Philia said with tears in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Keela. They said my father is in critical condition. You'll probably have to be alone at the dormitory. Yeah, there's no other way. Please travel safely. Philia replied, you must be careful too. Keela silently watched her friend's figure as she walked away. The timing really is bad. But Nicholas hasn't approached me at all lately. I should head inside right away. Thinking that, she stood up. Suddenly, a strange sound rang in her ears. She was startled by this sudden noise. Her body froze for a few seconds. It turned out that the thing she had been worried about these past few days had appeared. Nicholas led his two friends to stand in front of her. Then he smirked disdainfully and spoke up. Finally alone, aren't you? Damn, sister, did he follow me all the way here? Why now of all times? In moments like this, running away is the best choice. Is the best strategy. Keela immediately rushed away. She told herself, I don't know where to run. Immediately, those three followed in pursuit. Nicholas could not contain his anger and shouted, Stop right there! Everything passed before her eyes so quickly. Because she was running at breakneck speed, Keela found it hard to observe the path. She told herself she must quickly return to the academy immediately. At least I'll be safe inside the dormitory, while running at full tilt. Suddenly she realized, wait a minute, that's right. I am outside the school right now. By this time, Nicholas had chased her down closely. He laughed loudly in challenge. Haha, let's see how far you can run. The distance is getting shorter and shorter. It's better if you just stop. What Nicholas did not expect was for Keela to stop immediately according to his words. As expected, very smart. This is not inside the academy, so no one will be able to help you. Where should we start? A punch to the stomach like you did to me? Or maybe make it so you have no way to ever get married. After saying that, the group of boys burst out laughing. She calmly swung her hand into the air. Then she pressed the back of her hand against her lips. All of a sudden, glowing streams of light appeared around her, containing countless stars. Keela's gentle voice rang out, Chus, as Keela raised her hand straight toward the sky. Immediately, a blindingly bright light emitted from her hand, leaving the three of them in utter astonishment. Nicholas even had to cover his eyes. In the face of that sword's aura, the faces of the three of them turned pale simultaneously. Nicholas was stunned by this sight and stammered out, The Choose? Keela replied full of confidence. That's right, this isn't the academy, is it? How does it feel to see the Choose that you've been looking forward to? Why don't you keep talking big? Keela's threat made Nicholas and his accomplices tremble incessantly. Though they were afraid, they hesitated to flee. As a result, Keela gave them a lesson they would remember for life. By this point, they're pleased. For mercy meant nothing to her anymore. A few days later, on a certain morning, Keela sat dazed under the shade of a tree. She stared intently at a piece of paper. It turned out to be a notice of a 12-point deduction in conduct. Keela thought to herself, this isn't too bad. His side had points deducted as well. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in her ear. Sister! It was Frank. He wiped the sweat from his cheek while asking, What are you reading so intently? Keela replied with a smile. Oh, it's nothing. Have you finished your training session for today? Frank took his coat, put it on, and said, Yes. Do you have an appointment? Why are you in such a hurry? Lady Marian asked me to attend an exhibition on migratory birds in the capital. These two have been meeting quite often lately, haven't they? Indeed, I don't really know why myself. Lady Marian also likes migratory birds very much. Last week, we spent the whole day just talking about birds. Keela thought to herself, Oh, is that so? Frank quickly finished putting on his coat and started walking. I'm going to be late. I'm leaving now, sister. Keela looked at her younger brother's back with eyes full of love. Yeah, travel safely. Scene changed to a dark, somber space. A young man was sitting alone on a sofa. In front of him, a television screen glowed from behind. A beeping sound followed by a click rang out, signaling that someone was opening the door. He slowly turned his face around, revealing tired eyes with dark circles. The sound of footsteps drew closer and closer toward him. Seeing that it was his older sister, he hurriedly jumped up from the sofa and asked, You're home? But the only response he got was the sound of the door slamming. It couldn't have been any colder. This action from his sister left him only able to watch silently. Weariness and helplessness were clear in his eyes. That older sister was Keela in her previous life. As soon as she entered the room, she threw her handbag and coat to the floor in a fit of resentment. Then she slumped down on the bed and let out a sigh. In her head, Keela recalled a series of terrible scenarios that had happened. Today I was scolded by my superior. Even the plan I had stayed up. Late for an entire month to prepare for. Was also stolen by a guy with connections in the company. The suffering made her blurt out, It's so exhausting, I don't want to do anything right now. Just then, a timid knock sounded at the door from outside. Her younger brother asked in a low voice, Sister? Even though Keela kept telling herself in her heart that she shouldn't be like this, anger had now overwhelmed her reason. She couldn't help but grit her teeth. It was the last straw that made Keela unleash all her rage on the younger brother who was caring for her. Can't you even take care of your own meals? I had to work all night and just got home. And now I have to prepare food for you too? The boy had intended to open the door, but those words made him freeze. He was silent for a moment and then spoke softly. Sister, I'm sorry. Please get some rest. Realizing her brother had walked away, Keela flopped down on the bed. She clutched her head in stress and distress. Suddenly, she stopped for a second. Looking to the side, Keela saw her phone was glowing. She silently picked up the device and thought to herself, how could I have known? Maybe what he said to me had a different meaning. Maybe he meant to ask if I had eaten yet. But what does it matter now? Since I didn't ask him back, I will never be able to know the truth of why he said that. If I could go back to a moment ago, I would say this. Have you eaten? How are your studies going? Have you been having a hard time lately? In her head, the lonely silhouette of that child appeared. I'm truly sorry. Suddenly, Keela woke up with a start. It turns out it was just a dream. But it made the present Keela shed tears in regret. Her eyes were filled with remorse. She seemed not to have fully recovered her senses yet, so she just kept staring at the ceiling. After a few seconds, Keela tiredly sat up. She wiped the tears from her cheeks with her hand. Outside the window, the sky was still deep in the night. Everything right now felt strangely lonely. The next morning at Gary Academy, as soon as she arrived at school, Keela met Iris and Marian. Iris said joyfully, Keela, congratulations on skipping a level. Now that we are no longer in the same class, it will be harder for us to see each other. She modestly replied, no, there hasn't been an official decision yet. Philia poked her head in and chimed in. But didn't you get perfect scores in all subjects for this exam? Besides, your conduct score is at a safe level too. It's obvious that you'll be able to skip a grade. Faced with her friend's joy, Keela could only look away shyly and tell herself, if I speak too soon, I might not make it, and that would be humiliating. Then Philia, with a face as bright as a flower, turned to ask, oh? Has Marian attended a debutante ball yet? And Iris and Keela too. None of you have attended a debutante ball, so no one will listen to what you say, Marian replied in a low voice. Earlier this year, I attended the debutante ball, along with the other young ladies at the Imperial Palace. We wore dresses with very beautiful pleated hems. Then we waited for a bit and danced, then continued to wait again, then danced. I only remember that the thing that made me happiest was being able to go home. Early before midnight, Keela and Philia looked at each other. Both seemed to share the same thought. Keela commented, that really is boring. Boring. Her friend agreed, that's right. Suddenly Iris exclaimed, oh, don't you guys know about this? The Isa family organized a high society debut for a daughter in their family. I heard she is so beautiful that it cannot be described in words. Because of that, lately, high society has been talking about nothing but her. Hearing this, Kyla was somewhat pensive and thought, a young girl from the Isa family? Is there such a person? Philia spoke up with a bit of admiration. Isn't that wonderful? Speaking of the Isa family, when Keela heard this, Iris immediately realized something was wrong and quickly covered her mouth. Seeing her friend acting so awkward, Kyla quickly waved her hand and said, oh, it's okay. I don't mind. So you guys can be at ease. Iris continued, it's nothing special, really. But it's true that she is beautiful. That platinum hair along with purple eyes. Even her personality is very gentle. However, she has one strange point. She always wears a diamond necklace whenever she attends high society gatherings. It's about this big. Most of all, no one has ever heard her voice. Ever. Perhaps her throat is injured? Keela listened intently to Iris's story while thinking, while Philia innocently exclaimed, how romantic. A mysterious girl who never opens her mouth. It sounds just like a princess in a fairy tale. Then she looked at Kyla and asked curiously, hey Keela, do you still have no intention of attending the debutante ball? Keela replied in confusion. Let's see. Right now, I am only focusing on graduation. Hearing that, Philia burst out laughing in praise. As expected of Keela, you truly are cool, though she appeared not to care on the outside. In her heart, Kyla had many thoughts. High society is a place for people to act all high and mighty, forming factions and fighting one another. That place is no different from a battlefield. If I were to just show up like this now, I would surely be crushed to death by them. I must prepare thoroughly at this moment. Philia's voice cut through her train of thought. It's lunchtime, Keela. Let's go. All right. The next day, at the lecture hall, class hadn't started yet, so everyone was buzzing. Only Keela was holding a piece of paper in her hand. She exclaimed in shock, This is absurd. Keela's hand gripped the notice tightly. Her facial expression clearly showed her refusal to accept it. Walking down the school hallway, she thought to herself, -1 point for the crime of trespassing in the male dormitory. -12 points for violent behavior due to fighting. With other students, result of the virtue vote, -10 points. In no time, Keela arrived at the administration office door. She hurriedly opened it and burst into the room exclaiming, Teacher! It seems there is a problem with my transcript. The teacher took the notice from Keela's hand and seriously reviewed it. After a moment, she stated, I don't see any problem at all. Your conduct points were deducted too much, so you don't meet that 80-point requirement to skip a level. Keela became even more anxious upon hearing that. She still couldn't help but wonder. So, what exactly is the virtue vote listed here? The teacher looked up and asked in a low voice, Student Keela, did you not receive the school's rule guide? The school's rules? At Gary, every semester, students in the same grade will select those with poor conduct. The top 5 people will have 10 points deducted. Hearing such an absurd way of grading conduct for the first time, Keela was so stunned that she started to stammer. In the end, can I know who chose me? The teacher replied, in principle, I cannot let you know. Keela still tried to propose another way. Then could you just let me know how many votes I received? The teacher seemed like she didn't want to be bothered further, so she let out a sigh. Then said, then I will only let you know the number of votes. Keela replied timidly, yes. The teacher searched through the documents for a moment. Here it is. A total of 62 people chose Keela. Vesta, you may continue your studies, but you cannot skip a level. In the future, you should pay more attention to your conduct. Keela stared silently at that piece of paper. Surely she had many thoughts in her heart. At the same time, outside in the yard, Leodora was laughing and talking happily with her friends. So, Lord James. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, cutting through her cheerful mood. Leodora, that person was none other than Keela. She said with a serious face, I need to talk to you for a moment. Keela did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. I truly do not understand why in this vote I was chosen the most. Responding to her was Leodora's indifferent and hypocritical expression. Oh? Why are you asking me about that? After all, you are the one who knows your own actions best. You confronted. Nicholas chat and even reacted harshly afterward. Didn't you also cause a loud commotion? It started with me, but later, other classmates also felt uneasy. They said they were very afraid to be in the same class as Keela. Behind Keela, whispers and gossip also began to emerge. Hearing these fake words, her eyebrows couldn't help but furrow. Ha! I'm even more afraid of you people. You people use this method for collective bullying. Is it that fun to treat someone like me this way? From now on, we don't need to speak to each other anymore. I'm leaving first. Having said that, Keela immediately turned away. She didn't want to stay and breathe the same air as these nasty girls any longer. Leodora said nothing. She just stood there, watching Keela's receding figure. Scene change. To nightfall, at the Gary Academy dormitory. Inside Keela's bedroom, a sudden cry rang out. No way! That voice belonged to Philia. She couldn't hide her surprise and asked again. In Keela's virtue vote, you were chosen by the most people, so you can't skip a level? Keela could only hug her pillow tightly and nod in admission. After hearing this, Iris recounted her own similar past. This voting thing, I've had to endure it since my first year. I mentioned before that Leodora used to hate me, right? This semester, since Keela arrived, I haven't received any point deductions anymore, but I never expected that even Keela would be targeted as well. Usually, girls from weak families like mine become their targets. Why would someone as good as Keela be? After listening for a while, Marian let out a sigh and spoke up in indignation. This is exactly an irrational and meaningless vote. I haven't truly felt the severity of it until now. But today I finally understand. Keela squeezed the pillow in her hands tighter. She said worriedly, It seems like I have to attend the high society social gathering after all. At that moment, Marian jumped off the bed and patted her shoulder to comfort her. No, you were right not to go. Tomorrow, I will immediately withdraw from the association. I won't let this incident slide, Keela. Don't you worry. The young girl's courage made Keela exclaim in admiration. Marian, Marian! She threw her arms around Marian and thought to herself, so cool. Even though she's younger than me, she's incredibly brave. Suddenly, Keela remembered something. Oh, that's right. Speaking of which, don't commoner students have opportunities like the high society gathering? Marian was a bit confused and asked back, What are you saying? There are many official clubs in the academy. Philia spoke up to explain. Horseback riding, music, reading, and so on. Regardless of whether you are a commoner or a noble, anyone can join. The high society. Social gathering was created by the noble students to distinguish classes from the other clubs. Keela heard this and reminded her friend with a serious face. Watch your mouth. Marian also offered her opinion. Without a graduation degree from Gary, because one is not recognized as the family successor, they have taken advantage of that. Keela, please tell your parents about this and ask for their help. I will also ask for my father's opinion and see. Philia also smiled and chimed in. That's right. We will find the best way to help you. Keela looked at her kind friends. In her heart, she felt a deep sense of gratitude. She flashed a bright smile and said, "Thank you, everyone. It's late now. Everyone should head back to their rooms. See you all later." After everyone had left. By this time, night had truly fallen. Inside Keela's room, a loud noise rang out once again, but it was the sound of anger. "The Chat family proposed an alliance through marriage with us? What on earth is the meaning of this?" "Nicholas Chat, isn't that the thug who attacked Frank?" Keela looked at her father in the form of a blue bird perched on the table and asked, "What? They came all the way to our house to make a formal proposal?" Her father couldn't contain his anger and replied, "It was sent via this express telegram." Hearing that, she felt it was ridiculous, but also replied with some worry, "That was fast. I also received a love letter from that guy." On the letter were carefully written words, but before she could read a single word, her father hastily shouted at her to tear it up. Keela had no choice but to obey. She helplessly tore the letter into many pieces, with a helpless expression. While still replying, "Yes, father," her father now turned to scolding the school system. "Gary, what kind of work is the school doing anyway? You were voted most for poor conduct by the most people? Does that even make sense? Anyway, just wait for me. I will find a way." "Thank you, father." Looking at her father in the form of a small bird, Keela smiled and said, "See you during the break. See you later." Having said that, the bird quickly flew away. Keela looked up, following her father's silhouette, thinking to herself, will father be able to find a way to help me? More importantly, recently. Father is about to sponsor 3 girls' schools, although I know asking them to accept. Frank is an absurd thing, but as expected, the answer I received was just a rejection. Right at this moment, on her table was a piece of paper, but underneath it was a letter. Keela paused for a moment out of curiosity. Picking up that letter, she wondered, "What is this?" Without further thought, she immediately opened the letter to read it. Inside was a letter sent from a young girl. "Dear Lady Keela, I am the person who was helped by you in Gabu." Keela read the final lines of the letter. Estelle Azra, when looking closely at the sender's name. Her face turned pale as she exclaimed in surprise, "Estelle Azra." The content of the letter mentioned that Estelle wanted to say thank you to Keela and expressed the desire to invite Keela to attend a tea party at Count Ice's house, organized by herself. Shifting to another side, Ritao looked very shocked. His face was completely frozen. "A tea party? You're saying you invited Lady Kyla to a tea party?" And at that very moment, every gaze of his was fixed on Estelle, 16 years old, wearing a wig and smiling with eyes squeezed shut, but with a head radiating a brilliant aura. "You are truly rude, Ritao." Afterward, he immediately brought the teacup up to enjoy it elegantly. But also, it was precisely that appearance that made his head spin. Helplessly rubbing his hand on his forehead, he could only say, "Furthermore, while I wasn't here, I heard you even attended a party with my mother? Then there's nothing to worry about or be hesitant about." He flicked his eyes upward slightly and began to explain, going under the name of Astel. "Issa, what's the harm in that? That identity was created for that purpose after all." The Countess also happily approved. "Many people are very curious about me. Some ask if I am your cousin, and some even ask if I am your new fiancé." Leaving Ritao speechless, but his mind is racing. His eyes look very preoccupied with those words. "But just kidding, just kidding." He then burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, don't get so angry. I didn't say anything at all." But he still showed no other reaction. Astel's gaze became sharp as he explained, "I originally wasn't even able to speak up. Even my mother got caught up in your prank? It's truly unbelievable." "What?" "I thought she must find it joyful. To have a cute daughter like this." Then Astel himself even pictured a whole scenario. "Oh my, so cute. If I had a daughter, I would want her to try this on. This one, Astel, do you want to try on this wig?" Ritao could only drink a sip of tea in helplessness, while agreeing in his mind. Speechless. One doesn't even need to look to understand. Astel asserted that, "Anyway, if I act under the name Estelle, Isa, it will have nothing to do with you. It's just a temporary identity until a certain point. You also know you can't use it forever." Making Ritao's eyes widen in quite a bit of surprise. "In the future, you will have to live with the name Estellis." But hearing that, he still made no move, remaining silent and keeping his posture. Of course that day will come. The heir to Duke List is you. So in the future, snap out of it. You cannot live with the identity of a woman. Hearing that, Astel pondered for a moment, then quickly changed the subject. Since there's no rejection letter from Keela, as a matter of course, that means she has agreed to attend. Faced with that move and those words, Ritao was stunned. "Just do whatever you want." Then the scene shifts elsewhere. Right now, Keela is scowling, with an uncomfortable gaze, resting her head on her hands, thinking about something, then looking up at the paper covered in writing to calculate. According to the original plot, right now, Estelle is madly infatuated with Ritao. But I already canceled the engagement with Ritao early on. After all, what kind of scheme is he plotting? While it was quiet, the wooden door was suddenly pushed open. She turned her head and exclaimed, "Ah, Philia! Keela, you're not asleep yet? Where are you coming back from? What is that?" It's nothing, don't worry about it." Then she looked for an excuse to avoid the subject. "I'm so tired, so I'm going to sleep now." Then she darted off like the wind. "Good night, Keela. I know you're in a hurry, but you should take off your hat before going to sleep." Hearing that, Philia had to hastily poke her head out. Her face flushed red as she cried out, "That's right, I should do that, right?" So after that, she took off her hat, under Keela's rather amused gaze. "Good night, Keela. You too." Early the next morning at the Royal Academy dormitory, Keela, "I'm going out for a bit and we'll be right back. You've been so busy lately, it's even hard to see you. Are you sure nothing is going on?" "Haha, you're too much. I told you it's nothing. Don't worry." Suddenly someone walking by intentionally bumped her shoulder, making her fall. That was Leodora's attendant, Lady Jenna. "Have you prepared thoroughly for the grade promotion exam?" Her friend quickly followed up with a sarcastic remark. "Of course. The materials shared at the high society. Social gathering helped me a lot. Lady Leodora is also very happy to have helped you." Keela was feeling very annoyed. With a sharp gaze and a frown, she listened to her speak. "Anyway, it's thanks to having high conduct points that Lady Jenna is able to be like this. Isn't there someone with great academic achievements who still failed due to conduct points? Although the school year has ended, the promotion exam is coming up. I'm busy beyond belief. Haha. That's right." She cursed silently in her head. "This is so childish, it leaves me speechless." Suddenly, Philia said, "Keela, Keela." I'm late. I'm leaving now. See you later." "You go ahead," she thought to herself. It would be so good to have Philia by my side. But she's busy, so I'll just have to deal with it. To the library. I must head there quickly. Arriving at the Royal Library. The place was no different from a mansion. Suddenly there was a buzz. "Look over there." "Huh? Wow, what is that? Isn't that Nicholas?" The sound of footsteps grew closer and closer. He quickly spoke up. No, Lady Kyla." "Damn, Nicholas, why is he here? Furthermore, what's with that ridiculous appearance?" "Wait, don't tell me." Before she could finish guessing, he took the initiative to speak first. "Surely you have read my letter. After reading it, you must have understood my feelings, right?" She requested, "Don't come any closer." Nicholas covered his blushing face with his hand and said shyly, "That day after I lost, my mind was constantly in turmoil. I thought it was because I had lost at your hands. However, from time to time, your image kept appearing in my mind. After the second match ended, I understood." Keela got goosebumps and silently pleaded, Don't say it. Don't say any more." But he suddenly reached out his hand. Nicholas Chat," he said loudly, "am in love with Keela Vesta." She immediately screamed, "I don't like you." Then she had to cover her mouth and politely said, Thank you. But do you know that my father has already expressed his intention to refuse your father, Lord Chat? I also agree with my father's decision." "I know, but I won't give up," making her stunned. "I really did hit him in the head too many times," Nicholas emphasized. "I will wait until you are willing to open your heart to me. No, our connection should end right here. I'm leaving. Don't follow me." Amidst his shocked cries, Lady Kyla carried her books to the library. She thought as she walked, Nicholas Chat in the original plot. It seems he also pursued Frank after losing a challenge. I didn't expect that would apply to me too. But right now, the fact that I can't skip a level is more serious. If I can't do it this year, I'll try next year. Suddenly, someone saw her and said in surprise, "Oh my, I wonder what Lady Kyla Vesta is doing at the library. Still studying, even though the semester has ended. You truly are a model student. Let me see what you're doing. Foreign language and fourth year math, oh my. Isn't that a fifth year textbook? Lady, don't push yourself too hard." Leodora held Keela's shoulders firmly, saying, "Because next year, and the year after that, you won't be able to skip a grade either. But I will still let you graduate. Just not as the valedictorian." "Well, I wish you happy studying. I found the book I need." Keela lamented to herself. "It's truly astonishing. I wonder what kind of environment she was raised in for her personality to be this flawed." Then she called out, "Leodoras Raman!" She calmly threatened, "If you want to become the consort of the neighboring country, then you should fix your attitude to be more beautiful." Leodora whipped her head around to glare at her. After a moment of silence, she asked, "What do you mean?" "I'm asking what you mean by saying that." Keela silently answered her, "Exactly what I said. If the story follows the original plot, Leodora will not be able to marry into the royal family." She angrily called out, "Keela Vesta, you are being very rude." Keela remained pensive. When Astel seizes the imperial palace, the forces destroyed won't just be the Vesta family. The Strayman family will also collapse because they are caught up in the issue of the throne succession. Then she sighed and said to Leodora, I mean that you should stop treating those of lower status as enemies. Doing that won't benefit you at all. She furrowed her brows in silence. Then she turned and muttered as she walked away, Isn't that person from a military family? Now I know just how ignorant and lacking in manners you truly are. Keela looked at her back and pondered in the original plot. What happened to the royal family members like Leodora, or how she ends up later? I don't know, and the other supporting characters caught up in the destiny of the main character are the same. I can't know how they all turned out. A few hours later, Keela exhaled and wondered, I can't concentrate. Forget it, let's go eat lunch. She closed the library door. Then she heard someone say, Philia, hurry up. She replied, I can't go any faster. Iris urged that they must go before lunch hour ends. Keela called the two of them. Hey guys! She waved, signaling, Over here! Then she ran up to them and asked, Are you two going out as well? Let's go have lunch together. Philia hesitated. Keela... She looked toward Iris and replied, Sorry, we're a bit busy right now, aren't we? Iris quickly followed up. That's right. She spoke awkwardly. Go have lunch by yourself, okay? We're sorry. Keela wondered, That busy? Did something happen? What is that box? Iris answered hurriedly. It's nothing. Philia also said, Just some things we have to do, that's all. Then the two of them quickly ran off. Keela, just focus on your studies, okay? See you later. She called out hesitantly, Guys, stay with me for a bit. Let's just go back to the dormitory. So, have I tried to endure until the break? Only for it to be all in vain? But according to the original plot, Keela, Vesta should be dead by now. Could it be that my role has ended? Since I handed Chisuro over to Frank, would it have been better to hand over Chus to some relative, so they could inherit father's title instead? If that were the case, I wouldn't have had to suffer like this. If only someone were by my side. The semester is over anyway. I'm afraid if I try to see Marion, she'll be gone too. There's no one to talk to. Suddenly she heard a knock-knock sound. She looked in surprise at the bird outside the window. A messenger bird, it must be from father. Her father asked, Keela, how about you come home now? She wondered, Father, you couldn't find a way? I tried to petition directly to the manager of the Royal Education Department, but they said parents should not interfere in matters occurring between students. Keela remained silent and did not answer. Her father advised, It seems that to them, it's simply a minor issue between students. Forget about graduating early. Just graduating smoothly to inherit the title is enough. I think humbling yourself before the first princess. Shraman is still better. That is also considered a part of social life. She replied, I understand, father. Then I will see you again at home. Then the bird flew out of the window. Philia suddenly walked in and called out, Keela. She asked in surprise, Philia, since when were you there? Keela, are you going home? She hesitated. Well. Before she could finish her sentence, Philia interrupted her. Don't, Keela. She grabbed Keela's hand, encouraging her. Don't give up right here. You have endured so well until now, so you must not lose to Leodora. But Philia, my father said there is no other way. As you know, my family is a knightly house in high society and does not have much influence. Philia encouraged her. I understand that in noble society. Keela has her own position, but I hope you won't give up just yet. Right now, this is no longer just your own fight. We have always been waiting for this moment to come. So please, just try to endure a little longer. Keela read her books while thinking. I stayed at the dormitory as Philia said. During this past time, Philia and Iris always seemed busy. She also waited for the administration office to contact her while spending time at the dormitory and the library, wasting time uselessly like that, and without knowing when. The last day of the break drew near, and on a snowy day, the sound of someone sobbing rang out. Keela comforted her. It's okay, you don't need to feel responsible, Philia said through her sobs. I put in so much effort. I really worked so hard, yet... It's true that in this world, being sincere alone is not enough. But what have you been secretly doing all this time? Philia stopped crying and said, Actually. A moment later, Kyla was extremely surprised. You said you and Iris submitted a petition? We prepared a petition to the government. Marion said she would try to talk to her father. That's why she went on the family trip. That she originally had no intention of going on. We even went to ask the commoner students, who have already graduated, to testify about the injustice in Gary Academy's rules. We also asked the noble students with little power who have already graduated. So from that, the number of petitions we collected was 2,000. Keela widened her eyes in disbelief. What? 2,000 petitions? If counting the students currently studying. At Gary, there are only 700. Finally, she understood. Because if asking graduated students, they had to go there in person so they could sign themselves. That's the reason those two were out so often. You actually got that many? Because that was the only way. As she spoke sadly and self-pityingly with tears in her eyes. We also wrote a letter to the dean, but there has been no reply for a long time. Keela wondered to herself. Why did these girls work so hard for me like this? To get signatures from graduated seniors. How difficult that must have been. Because we have only known each other for half a year at most. Philia, why did you do all this for me? Philia was surprised, blushing and stammering. I'm sorry for saying this to Keela, but I thought this was an opportunity. Keela is a daughter of a proud noble family. Because Keela is like that, I thought if you were the victim, then the nobility would take notice. So, was it all for my sake? I'm sorry for not having power. No, Keela has tried very hard. On the contrary, I think we took it upon ourselves to put a burden on Keela. I'm truly sorry. Thank you, Philia, for trying to help me so much. I'm very happy to have friends like you, or Iris and Marion. Philia was moved to tears and called out, Keela! In the end, both decided to let it go. Even though it's unpleasant, that matter is not something we can reverse. So we'll just have to drop it. I'll buy the train ticket for Philia in a bit. She was satisfied and grateful. Thank you so much. That sunset, Keela held 2 train tickets and pondered. She asked herself sadly, I'll have to return home sooner than planned, won't I? The most important thing is still my family's safety, not my early graduation. Suddenly, a professor called out, Student over there! Student Keela Vesta? She turned back in surprise. What a relief, you haven't left yet? I set off tomorrow morning, but what's going on at this hour? The dean wants to meet student Vesta. Please go to the dean's office immediately. Hearing that, she felt very surprised. A moment later, Kyla knocked on the dean's office door. The dean quickly answered, come in. Excuse me. You can sit anywhere. Keela looked and evaluated. This man is Count Lubes Carson, and is also the dean of Gary. After she sat down, the dean quickly asked, You haven't gone home yet because you want to see if you can take the promotion exam, right? She answered frankly, yes. Tomorrow I will speak to the professors, so they can prepare for student Keela's promotion exam. She gasped in surprise. Huh? Really? The dean explained. You must be wondering about the things that suddenly happened before the exam. A few days ago, Prime Minister Demirov sent a letter to me, asking for my help with a student at the academy named Keela Vesta, because she is his son-in-law's sister. She finally understood. I didn't expect Marion's request to be approved by her father. However, the position of dean here is an honorary title, a symbolic one, so I don't have much power, because during my term, I am only allowed to exercise my authority unconditionally. Deciding to use it only once just because of a request would truly not be right. No matter how he asked, I would not have been able to fulfill it, because my authority is valid only once, so it is very precious. Then he took out papers and a bundle of letters. She stared at it in confusion. Try looking at this. She was surprised. This is... The dean quickly answered. Someone sent me a petition for your sake. Those were the petitions Philia and Iris collected. The dean continued. At first, I only saw this as a trivial matter, but these letters and signatures have changed me. She felt extremely happy. The one who changed the dean's mind was not Prime Minister Demirov or Duke List. He said sincerely, Student Keela, you truly have some wonderful friends. I have decided to use my authority, this one time, to abolish the system of virtue voting. Although the exam hasn't happened yet, the result is probably already clear, right? Congratulations on skipping a level, Student Keela. After leaving the dean's office, she thought, I have lived until now only for my own goals, for my own safety. So even if I didn't like it, I thought about bowing to Leodora and giving up. It seems I am crying. It turns out you all thought of me and tried your absolute best like that. When opening the dormitory room door, she saw Iris and Philia waiting for her anxiously. She smiled and made a victory sign to them, along with, Thank you, everyone. They burst into tears of happiness. Afterward, the 3 of them hugged and cried amidst her sincere thanks. It's all thanks to you guys. In that moment, she seemed to forget the letter in her pocket. As the scene shifts, a piercing scream rang out in the mansion. The house of Count Isa. Ritao rushed in. He asked in a panic, What happened? Pastel angrily smashed objects in the room. She didn't even reply to the invitation letter. She ignored my invitation and looked down on me. Keela Vesta! Ritao walked in feeling bewildered and frightened. He could be sure. Today is the day of the tea party, isn't it? Pastel's gaze became truly terrifying. Ritao immediately stepped forward and grabbed his arm. He thought to himself, if Astel gets angry, everything will become troublesome. First, I must soothe him. Astel, calm down. It's just that Lady Keela. has been busy worrying about promotion issues lately. That's probably why she didn't have time to answer. The letter. She only just returned today for the break. I heard she just caught a train to Bork because she had to take the promotion exam before that. Astel then asked, she stayed at the dormitory until today? That's right. She intended to graduate early, but it seems some unexpected incident hindered her. She definitely didn't mean to refuse your invitation. What? So that was it? I didn't know about that. It must be so. How could Keela ignore my invitation? He immersed himself in his own rose-colored world. Then, should I resend the invitation to Keela? Ritao silently said in helplessness. Suddenly calming down like that is still scary. Then he suddenly sat down on the sofa and asked, all right. By the way, Ritao, those kids who hindered Keela, what are their names? He thought, I can't let him know. Looking at those eyes, it's clear what he's planning. He could only speak vaguely. Everything has been settled smoothly, so you shouldn't concern yourself with it. Lady, Keela also safely passed the promotion exam. He sighed. I see. He unexpectedly reached out his hand, then pulled him down to sit on the sofa. While you are here, sit down and tell me how Keela's life at the academy is like. Speaking of Keela, I'm sure you feel quite uncomfortable since the two of you canceled the engagement. Ritao truly didn't know what to say. Estelle began to play dumb, but why was the engagement canceled? You were the one who got dumped, right? Ritao stood up in anger under Astel's startled gaze. That's enough. Then he left and walked out without answering a single word. As for Astel, he wore a winner's smile. Ritao slowly walked down the hallway while thinking. Even now, I still don't understand why Keela. Vesta suddenly announced she wanted to cancel the engagement. When we were young, we met and were engaged to each other. After that, we met periodically as arranged by the adults, because she was a person of dignity and knew how to obey the adults. But the current Keela Vesta has changed. Since when? Since when did she start appearing in my sight? I also know myself well, that throughout the engagement period, I had fallen in love with someone else, not my fiancé. Since being appointed as a knight, I no longer need to stay in the dormitory. But I still try to spend time at the academy's training ground, even if it's only for a few short hours. I always look for her position. He asked himself, what am I thinking? Ritao Isa? I didn't even care how she was before. I'm going crazy. On that morning, Keela finally arrived home. Frank and Remy came to pick her up. Remy kept calling out, Lady, lady! Both happily welcomed her. Welcome back, sister, she said helplessly. I come back every weekend. Why is everyone making such a fuss? Remy said with a wide smile. But this time, you're back to enjoy the break. And everyone in the mansion is very excited to hear the news that you passed the promotion exam. Keela could only give a forced smile. By the way, Remy, was there any mail sent to me? There was one letter. I left it in your room. Back in her room, she quickly read the content of the letter. Her face became joyful and happy. Accepted. Great. I found an academy willing to take Frank in. Now there's nothing to worry about anymore. Afterward, the whole family had a small party for her. The whole family toasted, You've worked hard, Keela. I knew you could do it. Her father happily said, as expected of my daughter. You are just like me when I was young. That's why you are so intelligent, decisive, and brave like that. But she didn't dare believe it. Eh, me? Frank said, That's right. Even the swordsmanship. Teacher wouldn't stop praising you, but she felt embarrassed to death. Stop it! But her father and younger brother spoke even more enthusiastically. They stood up in disgust. I heard about it too. I heard Frank is also talented with Shisuro. He became proficient after being shown just once. You are truly talented, sister. Everything goes smoothly when I follow your advice. Only she was caught between the two of them, too shy to say anything. Your sister is the one who will inherit our family later. After all, you must also support your sister and inherit the family together. Of course, father. At this moment, Keela's mother spoke up. You two, please stop. Can't you see Keela is all embarrassed? She blushed and thanked her mother. She toyed with her wine glass and said, I'm nothing special, really. The people who are truly wonderful are my friends. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have been able to take the promotion exam. She smiled joyfully. I'm so curious about those friends of yours. What do you think? About inviting them here during the winter break? She smiled broadly and said, Thank you, mother. My friends will love it. At this moment, she thought about what the schedule would be like. The Vesta territory is also quite close to Bork in the capital. I must invite them to tour the capital. At this point, Keela's father remembered something. Speaking of which, I heard that this time Lady Demirov also played a part in helping, right? Frank started and remained silent. He bowed his head, quietly listening to her speak. Yes, she tried to ask Duke Demirov to help with this matter. He praised with satisfaction, She is already more beautiful than others. and also intelligent, possessing the character and qualities a noble lady should have. Isn't Marian the perfect fiancé? If we bind the Demirov family through marriage, our family's status in high society will also be better. We absolutely must not miss out on the Demirov family. Hearing his father say that, he could only give a forced smile. But she had other thoughts. Is that okay? According to the original plot, if Frank and Marian continue, the future situation is as clear as day. On the surface, their relationship has nothing wrong with it, but the two of them are only in a business relationship. In the original plot, the typical catchphrase of the character Frank is, no. No, no, no. Even when he was forcibly kissed by Rito, his face turned red. Even though it's all due to the genre of a story with characters like that, can marrying a girl lead to a happy life? When her younger brother questions himself and doubts his own feelings, how filthy. Why do I have to encounter something like this? But what is this? This mood, this feeling is a bit... Reaching this point, she felt. No, Yahello, no, absolutely not. She looked at her younger brother and became even more determined. It can't be, it just can't. No matter what anyone says, I will hide you from this mold called the original plot. Frank, inside the room. Keela, reading through the long documents and guessing for sure that Philia and Iris said they stayed in the same area, right? That's why they sent the letter here together. Philia wrote the letter so wholeheartedly. This is the first time I've exchanged letters with friends. It's so wonderful. I should also write invitation cards for my friends, shouldn't I? Her mood right now is very good. Constantly mentioning invitation cards with a flighty voice. Suddenly her eyes widened and her mood immediately dropped. Each sheet of paper fluttered on the floor. She held her head and screamed the name, Astel. I'm going crazy. Why did I forget that? I completely forgot about it. Surely he is absolutely furious right now. What should I do? Her personal maid flung the door open and ran in, panicked. My lady, what's the matter? I just heard a loud noise earlier. Remy, please help me. Later, at the Issa mansion, looking at the doll with pink hair, Astel asked Ritao, what was Keela's intention in sending this? I know it's an apology gift, but why on earth did she send the doll I hate the most? Ritao said, what do you mean, intention? It's just your speculation, lady. Keela couldn't possibly have known about that. A face exactly like mine, and even pink hair. Keela Vesta has never heard the story of the lineage of the spirit kingdom, right? Ritao said that. Ordinary people wouldn't know about that matter. I don't think that's the case. Don't overthink it, Astel. Ritao, do you think I'm that childish? The face of an old man appeared in Astel's mind, with many jumbled words. He spoke to the point of receiving a doll as a gift. The old man's voice echoed in Astel's head. My lovely grandchild. Astel continued to question Ritao. Is it because I'm not growing taller that you see me that way? I truly hate dolls as gifts. Astel thought of his maternal grandfather. He only brought dolls and then left. It would have been better if he hadn't come at all. He said, I will come again next month. In the meantime, be friends with the doll and wait for me. If you wanted to discard me in that place. At this moment, outside a mansion, a carriage has just stopped. Keela's mother smiled and said, please come in. The carriage ride must have been exhausting, right? Come, young ladies. Just hand your luggage to the attendants. Philia quickly replied, thank you very much. Iris was also very friendly. Thanks to you giving us the magic train tickets. It was truly a very comfortable trip. Marchioness, is that so? Then that's a relief. In that case, don't be shy and take the train back when you return. Oh no, we are fine. Antoi, please prepare 2 magic train tickets for the return. Trip for me. Is the guest room ready? Of course, my lady. My lady, the butler will lead the 2 young ladies to the lounge. Please, this way. Philia whispered to Keela with a panicked face. Keela, what should we do? We're being too much of a bother. My mother likes you guys, so that's why she's doing this. Just accept it. But the butler's voice rang out. The young ladies are all Keela's distinguished guests. Coming here to visit like this is truly no ordinary matter. Therefore, taking this opportunity, we have opened 2 more rooms next to Lady Kyla's room. It's quite large scale. Philia and Iris both exclaimed in surprise. Wow! The butler continued to speak to the 2 of them. You two, come and take a look here for a moment. Inside the room was a place with many sets of clothes. Beautiful and splendid, Keela's mother said. I didn't know what you young ladies liked, so I prepared everything. These are all new models that haven't even been displayed in the imperial stores yet. There were clothes embroidered very meticulously. In that wardrobe, there is also sleepwear, so you two can wear whatever you prefer. The 2 of them answered awkwardly. Marchioness, there's no need to go this far. As for sleepwear, we brought our own. The butler following behind could only chuckle to himself. The Marchioness's eyes lit up. Don't worry, the 2 young ladies will end up wearing them all. The 2 of them felt uneasy at the Marchioness's words, because I plan to. Organize a debut in the capital for you children. Philia and Iris was surprised. They stammered, speechless. A debut? My lady is really looking forward to that party. That's right, a debut in the capital. It won't be long before the noble social season arrives. I will prepare for both of you young ladies along with Keela. The three of you will debut in high society together. Their eyes lit up at the mention of Keela's name. The Countess started rambling about the children in her house. My child hates high society gatherings and says they aren't interesting. Ah, that's really how it is. So having you young ladies go there together. They will surely go too, right? As for party dresses or anything else, you children don't need to worry at all. Philia and Iris ran straight to Keela to ask for help. Hey, Keela, what is all this about? We've never heard this mentioned before. That's right, and besides, I'm just a commoner. Keela answered hesitantly. Well, actually, my mother contacted your parents and got their approval. It seems they want to give you a special experience. So, whether you are a commoner or not, you don't need to be concerned. Although I wasn't the one who prepared this, please just accept it this time. Both of them said. Oh, Keela, thank you so much, and the Marchioness too. The Marchioness has high expectations for them. I'm really looking forward to seeing how far they will go. Isn't that right, Keela? She could only answer helplessly. Mother, let's stop here for now and go have some tea. At the tea table, someone said, Right, speaking of which, when did Marion say she would arrive? Someone replied immediately. She said she'd arrive in the afternoon at the earliest, or after the dinner party at the latest. The Countess seemed quite sad to hear this news. Is that so? It would have been great if she arrived early to dine with us. Iris said to her, My lady, may I ask, will Marion also share a room with us? But the my lady had to answer. Unfortunately, no. She turned toward Frank and said, making him immediately spray out the water in his mouth. Marion has a room prepared directly across from Frank's room. He coughed repeatedly and stammered. Mother, the my lady immediately reminded him. These two children, honestly, with these young ladies here, can't you be a bit more dignified? He replied, I was disrespectful. Philia said to the Count, but the fiancé's room is opposite his own room. That is so romantic, my lady. Philia, do you think so too? I really hope those two get close to each other. Right now, it's a bit awkward and shy, but who knows? On a sleepless night, they could chat together or intentionally visit each other's rooms. There was the sound of someone coughing several times. Philia saw Frank like that and said, Mr. Frank seems embarrassed. Oh my goodness, is that so? He really is. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. At this moment, Keela felt so sorry for him. I don't even dare to look at him. Suddenly, a knock-knock sound rang out. Outside, a pair of small footsteps was walking in. The person said, My lady, Lady Marion. Demirov has arrived. She greeted everyone with a smile. Greetings, Marquis. And my lady, I apologize for being late. Oh my. Come in, Marion. I heard that you wouldn't arrive until the afternoon, because I didn't want to keep my lady waiting. I hurried here as quickly as I could. Everyone arrived early, didn't they? Everyone immediately went out excitedly to greet her. Iris said, Long time no see, Marion. And Keela asked, Have you been well lately? Yes, of course. The Countess pushed Frank toward Marion. He turned back and greeted, Hello, Lady Marion. Long time no see, Mr. Frank. Your complexion seems much better, compared to the last time we met. Thank you, my lady. Lady Marion also looks more beautiful than the last time we met, Marion responded casually. Then I should probably step away for a moment. It has been a long time since you all had the chance to meet. I hope you young ladies have a wonderful time. Oh my, that's right. Look at my memory. I keep clinging to you children. When the dinner party is ready, I will have the servants inform you. Have fun, young ladies, they said in unison. Yes, mother, Marion asked Keela. You said you are looking into a new school for Frank to attend? That's right. Frank is also a noble. So having a graduation diploma from an academy is good regardless. Father has given me full authority over this matter, so I am researching which school is good. Although I have already identified a school. Is that so? I wonder if Frank will like it, even though he doesn't seem to like it much. He doesn't say it out loud like that. I see, I hope he adapts well to that place. He will. She thought to herself, Marion, and it seems she is quite concerned about not being able to help Frank. She really is a good person. Even though her appearance seems indifferent and quite cold, the more I get to know her, the more I see she is a responsible person who knows how to care for others. Is it simply just that, in the original plot, to rescue her fiancé, Frank, who was being held in the dungeon in the basement? She once lured the Night Order away from their posts. Of course, the result was a failure. So what I'm curious about is how a minor character like Marion Demirov actually thinks about her fiancé. Could it be she values Frank in a more special way? I think At this moment, she suddenly asked, Marian, what do you think about Frank? Was I too direct? But because of curiosity, Marian calmly asked back, my fiancé? Keela was startled by her expression. I see. Is that all? Duller and drier than I thought. During the family meal, everyone was very happy. Keela's father said, I am truly happy that all of Keela's friends came to visit like this. From the moment Keela suddenly said she would stay at the Gary dormitory, it already surprised me. The My Lady put her hand over her mouth and laughed, saying, just thinking about that time makes my heart flutter. Even after her coming of age ceremony, she just hung around the house. She didn't even care about high society. So I worried a lot. Keela's face turned beet red in front of them. Father, what are you talking about? You don't know how happy your father was? He almost cried. Going to the dormitory, making friends, and bringing them home. If I think about Keela's appearance on a regular day, I still can't believe this is real. Father, stop talking. Why are you saying that in front of them? Haha, you really are something, Philia said excitedly. Not at all. Count, at the academy, Keela is very much admired. She has good relationships and gets along well with her friends too. So you don't have to worry, sir. The Count froze like stone. Good relationships and getting along well? Yet she was targeted by the Noble Social Club and came in first in the public virtue voting? He laughed out loud. Ah, well, consider that a talent too. Keela spoke of something else more important. Father. And the rooms in the private wing are a bit small, so I feel ya. And Iris will share a room. Oh? If the three of you use the room you're in, isn't it a bit small? I will give you the largest room. Is it because we hung some clothes for this debut that it's like this? It seems we should also build a proper mansion in the capital. If so, it will be convenient in many ways when Keela becomes a knight. It will be convenient for going to work. More importantly, our status in high society will also be improved. It's good for the future of both Keela and Frank. She suddenly realized, no, that will only bring us closer to Estelle. Her hands clenched together, trembling. The capital is a dangerous place, because before long, Estelle, along with the mages following him, will seize the capital. Therefore, I must quickly find a way to deal with it. In the rain of blood that Estelle incites in the Imperial Palace, I must protect myself, my family, and my younger brother. To do that, I must hide Frank in a place hard to find. Suddenly, her mother placed her hand on hers and called, Keela, your complexion doesn't look very good. Is the food not to your taste? Her friends were also quite worried. She replied, Ah, no, mother. The food is delicious. I was just thinking about where to go with my friends. Oh my, is that so? If there is any place you want to go, just tell me. I will arrange it for you. Her eyes caught something else. A small plate of peeled fruit, Frank whispered into her ear. Dessert hasn't arrived yet, but your plate hasn't emptied at all. So I asked the chef to bring this up. Did I do well? You like eating this, right? She called Frank's name, touched by the warmth of that dinner. Everyone was very happy and loved one another. Parents who firmly protect me and good friends. The food on the table was all meticulously prepared. Even if I didn't try my absolute best, they always gave me a complete environment, prosperity, and things I once yearned for in my past life. That's right. Everything is perfect like this. But only you are not here, my younger brother. The next day, they sat and chose outfits. Are there no artificial flowers to use as jewelry? Then shall I show my lady the brooches? If you look closely, you'll see this is forget-me-not, my lady. Can't this be changed into head jewelry? I have already prepared brooches for the children for this debut. Is that so? Then I will change them for my lady. So this debut party won't be held at the Imperial Palace, but rather at the mansion. Of Sumeris? Yes, because some of the children are not allowed to enter the Imperial Palace, so that's why. Oh my lady is truly kind, since that is my parents' mansion. Holding the debut there is not a bad idea. Regardless, I hope my daughter and her friends will have beautiful memories. That's for certain. There was a jingling sound at the door. The footsteps of a woman entered, Marchioness Vesta. Oh my, Countess. Isa, did my lady come to prepare for the debut? Marchioness Vesta replied, yes, it needs to be finished before going to the capital. So we all came here to the Sumeris mansion. The my lady said it was at that time, right? Hearing my lady talk about the high society debut, I was very envious. If I also had a daughter, I would have done this and that for her. Keela is becoming more and more beautiful. She thought to herself, this feels so awkward. Keela finally turned around and asked, by the way, Countess, what brings you here? Are you planning to host a party? She softly replied, ah, that's right. A young lady who is a distant relative came to visit my house. So I came here to buy a hat and jewelry for her. Oh my. If she is a distant relative of the house of Isa, then it must be that young lady. She laughed loudly. Ho ho! The friends Philia and Iris came to Keela and asked each other, "You guys feel uncomfortable, right? Let's quickly go to the dressing room." The two ladies were still chatting. I heard a rumor that the young lady is the new fiancé of Mr. Ritao. Fiancé? There is absolutely no such thing, but that rumor is quite interesting. You think so too, don't you, my lady? These are all just groundless rumors. Over here, Keela told them to take their time coming out. Someone answered, but who knows? When night fell, a carriage procession was traveling in silence. The carriage arrived at the party venue. The scene inside was very lively. The air was filled with whispers. Keela's group of friends slowly walked in. They were surprised by the current scene. There are so many people. Philia spoke up shyly. They are all nobles. What if they ask, why a commoner like me is here? What should I do? Keela reassured her. It's okay, Philia. The people there already know about that, because I wrote it in the invitation. Then that's a relief. Keela turned and smiled at Iris. You don't need to worry. From afar, she saw a familiar figure. That's Nicholas Chiat. Why is that guy here? Beside him is Elia, the third daughter of Count Robert. The Robert family and the Chiat family have a special relationship. It seems Nicholas escorted her here. Keela sighed. Why do I have to run into him today? Keela, don't pay attention to that guy anymore. Let's go enjoy the party. Philia added, that's right, that would be better. The two of them immediately pushed her along. Keela thought, that's right, I'm already here. Paying attention to headache-inducing things only hurts me. Thinking that, she excitedly exclaimed, all right, let's have a blast today. It's been a long time since I've been able to say that. I just want to drink champagne with Philia and the others, and play to our heart's content. But what on earth is this situation? Why am I dancing with this guy? Clearly, I was dancing with my father at first. But over there, Keela's parents, along with the Countess, are laughing happily. It turns out father intentionally put me in this position, because he wants us to reunite. But why is he so calm? Anyone looking would find it strange. People are whispering. Didn't they say those two already canceled their engagement? Anyway, I heard the relationship between the two families is very good. Then why cancel the engagement? How annoying. Suddenly, Ritao spoke up. Do you know, my lady? This is already the second time I've danced with you. Don't you remember? She thought to herself. What is he saying? The second time? The first time we danced together was the day of our engagement ceremony. We were engaged for several years, and only now do we get to dance a second time together. It's truly pathetic. She couldn't understand. He said pathetic? Why? He grabbed her arm. My lady, He hadn't finished when she interrupted. Wait a moment. I'm sorry, Lord Ritao, but we have already canceled our engagement. I don't know exactly what your intention is in saying these words to me. I apologize for the words I said to you on the day of the practice match. I was disrespectful. Everything is in the past now. We no longer have any relationship whatsoever. Suddenly, her eyes shifted in another direction. What is this feeling? Astel's figure appeared. He wore a strange smile as if plotting something. Astel's appearance when turned into a girl is truly beautiful, but her eyes were full of fear. Astel. She asked Ritao, besides the Countess Isa, who else came with you? It couldn't be. Is it Astel Isa? I sent your letter and gift to Astel and explained why you couldn't make it that day. She asked, did Astel understand? He replied immediately. Yes, I explained and she accepted. So that's how it is. Ritao leaned close to her ear and whispered, if Astel sends an invitation card again, then please act as if you didn't see it, my lady. She was surprised. What? At this moment, the music also ended. Applause rang out. Ritao said, congratulations on skipping a level. Lady Kayla, she thought in a daze. He told me to ignore it if I receive an invitation? What does that mean? She asked the Countess, Mother, what is going on? I heard that the Emperor is stopping by or something. What? Why suddenly? An urgent voice rang out. Hey you all, hurry up and prepare to welcome him. The Emperor is visiting? I have never heard of this happening before. I didn't know about this either. Keela thought to herself, it seems father and uncle are also busy. Suddenly her gaze turned in another direction. Astel was looking around, searching for someone. As he got closer, she immediately ran away to hide. What a shock! Is he looking for me? What should I do? Should I just keep hiding like this? Suddenly, her face grimaced because she encountered an ironic situation. What the? Is he approaching Frank's spot? What must I do to stop him? At this time, his friends were talking to each other. Frank, I heard you've been training lately. Let's see where you've gotten stronger. Stop it. As he stepped back, he suddenly slipped and couldn't stand firm. Right behind him was Astel. He cried out in a panic. Keela whispered to herself, it can't be. If they meet face to face like this, All my efforts will go down the drain. She moved quickly and timely pulled Estelle back. I cannot let that happen. Because of that, Frank fell with a thud. His friend laughed and asked, "Are you okay, Frank?" "I'm fine." More importantly, behind me, it seems there was some lady standing there. Someone with blonde hair. Blonde hair? By now, Keela had led Estelle away from her younger brother. She asked, "You were looking for me, right?" "This place is too crowded. For now, let's go outside." He nodded in agreement. Afterward, at a quiet corner in the mansion, Keela and Estelle stood looking at each other. She didn't know what to say. What should I do now? She could only force a smile. About that. Suddenly, he held a notepad and wrote something on it. The text inside reads, "As I thought, you remembered me, didn't you?" Keela could only smile. I'm sorry for not saying anything to you back then. I couldn't come to the tea party because I was still at the Academy's dormitory. Are you satisfied with the gift?" Estelle nodded. "It looks like me, so I like it very much." "It's a relief that you liked it. Does the young lady have nothing to ask me?" Keela asked in surprise. "What?" She thought, what does he mean by that? "I'm sorry, I don't understand what you mean." Estelle still answered by writing on paper. "You sent a doll that looks exactly like me as a gift. Don't you have any curiosity about me?" "Who knows? I'm not curious at all. I feel afraid, because I don't know where this conversation will lead." "It seems like you knew from the very beginning, didn't you?" Her heart pounded as she read those lines. Estelle picked up a strand of hair. "Even though I changed my hair color, you still didn't ask anything." Keela was taken aback. I'm sorry, my mind is a bit slow. "So even if my friends change their hair color, I might not even recognize them." A gust of wind blew by, making Keela shiver with cold. "Shall we go inside now? My friends are probably waiting." Suddenly, Estelle took off his shawl and draped it directly over her shoulders. Estelle whispered, "I want to see you again." Keela was stunned after hearing that. She said to herself, "This is truly awkward." She looked away in another direction. "For the time being, I only want to focus on my studies. So it seems I won't have time. I also have to take the position of a knight. So consider this party the last time. Therefore, I ask permission to return this." Suddenly, there was a piercing shout from behind. "Lydiana!" Both of them had to turn around to look. Secretly surprised to recognize Emperor Litrich, he called out, "Lydiana?" Estelle's face darkened. Keela wondered to herself. He said Lydiana, but who is he talking about? But she also bowed respectfully. "I greet His Majesty the Emperor, the great glory of Earth." Suddenly, Estelle hurried away. The Emperor called out loudly, "Lydiana, wait!" The calls rang out repeatedly, "Lydiana, Lydiana!" Then an announcement was made. It was the Emperor's order. "Your Majesty, please search every corner of the mansion thoroughly. On another side, I have brought Countess Isa back. I don't know what happened, but her face turned completely pale. It's very worrying." Marchioness Vesta also spoke up. "I heard that His Majesty suddenly ordered a search for that person." "What is that all about?" "My lady, stop talking. How long ago did that happen already? Why on earth would that name appear here?" The mood of Her Majesty the Empress has only just managed to improve, but something has already happened. Philia whispered, Keela. "Who is Lydiana? Who is she that His Majesty the Emperor is searching for her so frantically?" Keela's mother replied, "I'm stumped too." Keela's mother revealed that she was His Majesty the Emperor's mistress. If that's the case, wasn't she the person he met before marrying Her Majesty the Empress? What? No? It was after marrying the Empress, and until the current princes were born, that he and that person met. Even if their love affair was deep and passionate, it could never become a beautiful love story, because in the end, it was just an affair. Philia was quite surprised to hear that. So which family did Lady Lydiana belong to? She was the only daughter of Duke List. Anyway, that was a matter from 15 or 16 years ago. Back then, the imperial palace was in complete chaos, because Lady Lydiana and His Majesty the Emperor had a child together. His Majesty the Emperor was extremely furious. The Sumanix family was also affected. So, for a period of time, entering and leaving the imperial palace was difficult, because the place where His Majesty the Emperor and Lady Lydiana first met was right here at the Sumanix mansion. Speaking of which, rumors say she gave birth to a daughter. But in the end, what happened to that daughter still remains unknown. That rumor was intentionally spread by Duke List's family. In fact, she gave birth to a son. To hide that truth, they spread the rumor that it was a daughter. Marian spoke up at this moment, and I heard rumors that the House of Duke List declared they have no successor. It's true that rumors are getting further and further out of hand. In all that, one doesn't know what is true and what is false anymore. It's strange. Are they hiding something? One of them said. There are even rumors that Lady Lydiana's death after giving birth to a son was actually caused by being poisoned. Anyway, there have been things that, unintentionally, made Her Majesty the Empress stressed. So it's better to be careful not to let these matters leak to the outside. Keela lowered her eyes and thought, I know that among the people here. Only I know Estelle's secret. Why Estelle can only disguise himself as a woman. Why a member of the List family cannot even speak their own name. Someone cast a dark spell when that child was born. Before the coming of age ceremony, he will die. Even the fact that someone placed a curse on Estelle. Scene change inside the ancient castle. Your Majesty, how are you feeling now? His Majesty didn't care and muttered, Lydiana was there. He clutched his face and spoke tremblingly. Lydiana, Your Majesty, Lady Lydiana has already passed away. It was just someone who looked like her, so you mistook them. He shouted, No way! That pink hair and those purple eyes are clearly evidence of inheriting the bloodline of the Spirit King. Only Lydiana possessed that eye color. Could it be? His Majesty bolted up. That's right. Suddenly I remember that Lydiana bore me a son. Duke List was clear, wasn't he? I was also there. He clearly said it was a prince. I told them to raise him as a baby girl, because I thought doing so would help partially evade the disgusting curse that the Empress had cast. I had forgotten about that child. Indeed, it is just as Duke List said. He looks exactly like Lydiana. Your Majesty, please be careful. In case Her Majesty the Empress finds out, he shouted, Shut up! I have lived like someone deaf and mute in the hands of that woman. For those 16 long years. 16 years, Lydiana. Lydiana? Over here. Philia said, I heard Nicholas was injured while at the Sumanik's mansion. Iris asked back, Injured? It's not surprising, is it? No. This time is more special. According to the story, people saw him fall down from the stairs while he was secretly stalking the eldest daughter of the Vesta family. Someone asked, he kept insisting, that there were climbing rose bushes on the stairs. Another person said, in a grand mansion like that, there is no way they would leave rose bushes on the stairs. Right? It's absolute nonsense. Is there any other interesting news? Let's see. The butler brought items over. My lady. A letter has arrived for Lady Marian. Ah, thank you, Anto. He continued, the gifts sent to you from the Chiat family have also just arrived. What do you plan to do? There is no more room in the mansion to store them. So just send them to the orphanage or somewhere that needs them. I understand, my lady. Keela asked, Marian, is that a letter someone wrote to you? Marian replied, it's the letter from my classmate. He said, Leodora Strymon has submitted an application to withdraw from the Gary Academy. Dormitory. Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. You're saying Leodora dropped out? Why? There wasn't anything that caused Leodora to lose face, was there? Philia and Iris looked at each other. Keela continued, could it be because of me? Now she and I are in different courses anyway. There's no reason to run into each other anymore. Iris spoke up. About that, Keela, that matter isn't as simple as you think. The incident involves the virtue voting system of the Gary Academy dormitory. This time, although no names were explicitly mentioned, the gossip news reached the conclusion that Leodora Sherman was the ringleader. Rumors have also spread everywhere. The female students acted terrified when questioned about this. We didn't want to either, but Princess Sherman gave the order. So Iris continued. The situation became increasingly unfavorable. So the members of the Noble Social Club also asserted that the bad behaviors in the past were all masterminded by Leodora alone. In the end, she was betrayed by the very people she trusted. But even if Leodora ends up like that, I don't find her pitiful at all, compared to what Iris or other students had to endure. Marian agreed. I agree as well. Suddenly, Frank raised his hand and asked, I'm sorry for interrupting while everyone is talking, but who is Freeman? After hearing that, everyone immediately turned around to look as Philia jumped up and spoke loudly. You don't know Leodora Freeman? No, I don't. Why not? She is an extremely beautiful third-year noble student. You really don't know her? Ah, so she's a third year, since I am a second year? No, it's not about that. The appearance of Princess Strymon is impossible to forget even if you just pass her by. Do you really know nothing about her? Uh-huh. But I truly, the most beautiful girl among the third-year students. Isn't it Lady Marian? Everyone fell silent in surprise. Philia giggled. Hee, are you afraid people won't know she's your fiancé? Frank, you're such a dummy. But it's true. Lady Marian's hair makes me think of a petula bird. It's truly beautiful. Keela crossed her arms and thought, is he being sincere? Is he really saying that at a time like this? He is my younger brother, but honestly, he's right. Marian's red hair color is indeed beautiful. Wait, even Marian's face has turned completely red. The weather is great today. If only Friendly were here too. Then it wouldn't be divided evenly. Hurry and throw it, Philia. Marion stood there dazed and absent-minded without saying a word. Keela thought, Marion hasn't said a word for a while now. Philia picked up the toy and shouted to her. I'm throwing it! Catch! The ball flew high into the sky. Keela took a few steps back, surprised, preparing to catch the ball. When she saw how she threw it, uh-oh, the ball flew far off in another direction. They were surprised. The ball. Philia, where did you throw it? I'm sorry, Keela. It's okay, let me go get it back. She walked toward the direction of the noise, rustling in the small forest nearby. Keela looked around and wondered, where did it roll to? Suddenly, the ball rolled to the feet of another person standing in the forest. Seeing that, she immediately glanced up at the other person, picking up the ball. To Keela's surprise, that person turned out to be Estelle. She secretly asked herself, why is he here? She stammered, It has been a long time, Lady Estelle. I didn't expect to meet you here. Are you taking a walk with Rito? She tried to reach out her hand to take back the ball. Thank you for picking up the ball for me. It seems the wind blew and made it roll quite far. Then, if you'll excuse me, I'll be going. She thought to herself, it's best not to get involved. I must leave quickly. Suddenly, he boldly grabbed Keela's hand. Estelle took out a small notebook and wrote a few lines. I apologize for abruptly leaving that day. It's okay. Surely, lady. Estelle must have been very panicked because suddenly His Majesty acted like that. I am fine now. She was very surprised by such an attitude. He wrote more, Keela speculated. Thinking carefully, the fact that he doesn't speak must be because his voice is broken. With a face that looks exactly like a girl's. I wonder what his voice sounds like. I want to hear it just once. He held up a piece of paper. Keela stood frozen after reading it. The text inside said, that day I saw you dancing with Rito, even though you two have canceled your engagement. The atmosphere was quiet, only the sound of rustling wind. Kyla's gaze became motionless as she whispered, I'm doomed. Estelle kept staring at her, waiting for an answer. I'm doomed. Does this guy still have an obsession with Rito? I can't let him stay concerned about me anymore, Keela quickly said. That day, it was my father who forced me to dance with him. We have no relationship with each other at all. It will be the same in the future. Suddenly, from afar, her friend called. Keela, what are you doing there? My friend is calling me. I'll take my leave first. He wrote on the paper. Friend? Keela, Yes? Estelle stepped closer. Will you be very busy from now until graduation? How much longer is it until graduation? He's asking a lot today, isn't he? She had to say, I'm not sure. I am setting a goal for about 1 to 2 years from now. It will be very busy indeed, so I intend not to come home often, but just stay at the dormitory instead. Now I really have to go. If you'll excuse me, Lady Estelle, please get home safely. Estelle's eyes lit up as he watched her leave. Suddenly, at this moment, she heard a voice say, Limit. Keela snapped her head back to look and couldn't help but be surprised. Did I mishear? Philia ran out and asked Keela, Did you find the ball? You were talking for so long. Who was that person? She replied casually. It was the young lady from the house of Issa. What? That famous beautiful girl? It seems you are quite close to her, aren't you? No. I don't know her very well either. In her mind, she thought, I don't want to know her in the future either. So what did you two talk about? Tell me clearly. If possible, I hope we don't run into each other again. A sudden gust of wind blew. Philia cried out, Ah, my hat! Keela! Philia, are you okay? Marion wondered, why is there a sudden wind? Be careful not to let our things be swept away. Keela suddenly realized something. What is this? She felt a sensation, as if she had encountered this situation before. Someone's sudden voice at this moment rang out clearly in her head. My patience also has a limit. Don't make me wait too long. Keela. Vesta. Sign change. Gentle sunlight shines on the road. A boy bumped into Estelle. His face immediately turned red as he said, I'm sorry. Estelle walked away, leaving the guy still standing there dazed, ignoring his friend's call. Hey! What are you doing standing there? What's wrong with him? Estelle thought with a dark expression. My mood is terrible. From those brats turning red when they see me, to Ritao, who is gradually maturing in a strange place. Even the mature Keela from the first time we met is the same. I feel angry at everyone. I don't understand why only I remain like this. What do I truly desire? Do I want to stay settled like this forever? Or throw away this appearance and move toward the future ahead? The one who can give me the answer to this problem is only you, Keela Vesta, in that dirty state from saving me. How could you be so majestic? How can you not care about the eyes of those around you? Like that? An appearance that disregards dignity and status, yet still exquisite. Recalling the words of that light, she knows you. She knows me? That girl is not your enemy. But she's not on your side either. She wants to leave this place. She seems to be in a hurry. I wonder why. The scene of Philia putting her arm around her. It seems you are quite close to her, aren't you? No. I don't know her very well either. She is denying her relationship with you. Why? Ah. My hat! Why is there a sudden wind? Did you find the hat? Philia searched around. I can't find it anywhere. I already knew myself. Back then, she said loudly with a bright smile. I found it! You clearly already knew me. Don't worry, Estelle. We are always by your side. Your ally is our ally. Your enemy is also our enemy. We are always waiting for you. O last descendant of the Spirit King. Afterward, Estelle's grandfather said, Now let us return to the List territory together. Estelle spoke up and asked, When did you arrive, grandfather? As soon as I heard what happened at the Sumanics mansion, I rushed here immediately. Anyway, you'll just leave again. He called, Estelle, I have something I need to prepare for you. If only this task succeeds this time, then I can stay by your side. Take this thing. You must absolutely not lose it. Wait until the work is done, and I will tell you everything. Estelle thought, What useless thing are you planning to do again? Are you planning to rebel? He gently stroked his hair. Please wait for me a little longer. I will take care of everything. Estelle closed his eyes. The peerless beauty of the girl that year. Estelle's mother spoke up. Stop making that face, father. Mother passed away early, because Mother was a pureblood of the Spirit Kingdom. Those who belong to the Spirit Kingdom will have their life force consumed. If in a place with many humans, the spirits keep droning on about it. They say that, in places with many humans, the air is always polluted by greed and envy. That is also the reason why spirits always withdraw to hide in the deep forest. She spoke up, But I am fine, father. Because I am a mixed blood of father and mother. Therefore, I beg you for one thing. Please allow me to give birth to this child. My precious Estelle, he thought. But my daughter died after giving birth to Estelle. No, she was murdered. I must protect this remaining child alone. But if I were to die, who would protect Estelle in my stead? At this point, Estelle spoke up and called, Grandfather? Which brought him back to his senses. Tell me, when will the work you mentioned be finished? We just need to resolve the ownership issue, and it will be settled. Then I will not leave the territory anymore. Ownership? What ownership? He pulled him into an embrace. I will tell you everything about that later. Before that, I must live until you are as tall as I am. At this rate, by the time you grow up, I'll be dead first. Then what should we do? What do you mean, what should we do? You must live a long life with me. From afar, Ritao leaned against the wall, thinking. In front of his grandfather, he is just an ordinary child. Isn't he? But I don't know how long that happiness and peace will last. Just then, he suddenly startled and rubbed his face. No! What the hell am I thinking? It's just a guess. My mind is sensitive because of anxiety. I don't know why I keep having these bad premonitions. 2 years later, a loud shout rang out. Kila! Congratulations on becoming a knight. You're so cool, Kila. Kila, how can she be so majestic? Kila, please, look this way. Walking behind her were Serena and Livian. Serena spoke up. It's nice being famous, isn't it? Kila said shyly, Someone say something bad about me, please. It's time you started getting used to this. Oh, Kila, look over there. They clipped this newspaper and put it together. Next to it, isn't that a picture of you? Those are the newspapers in the hands of the girls outside, who are screaming, even though Lord Ritao is also famous. It hasn't reached this level yet. Could that be me? Kila, you have to look ahead while walking. All I did was study, train, and exterminate demonic beasts. Recalling when Kila's roommate asked her, Aren't you asleep yet? She replied, I'll study a bit more. You go to sleep first. Or when she discovered the newspapers about her. Oh, Kila, there's another article about you. I don't know since when, but whenever. There is an article about Gary in the Weekly magazine. 80% of it is written about me. If it were just that, it would be fine, but after receiving fan letters, now stalkers have started appearing too. I don't want to be excessively famous. Like this. Everyone. Livian spoke up and asked Kila, Are you even listening? Yeah, we have to go in now. Kila nodded. Today is an important day, so I must stay alert. Even so, doesn't father think this is too biased? The captain of the Knight Order attending the appointment. Ceremony for a single night? Furthermore, he's accompanied by high-ranking officials. Is that even allowed? He spoke up. Kila Vesta, can you swear absolute loyalty? To the supreme being of the Urbach Empire, Emperor Leitrich? She thought, it reminds me of the day of the oath when receiving the post. The written commitment. Must swear loyalty to the King of the Spirit Kingdom. not the emperor of the empire. From the perspective of a subject, I have to obey 2 kings at the same time. She looked up and said, I swear to be loyal to the Urbach Empire and His Majesty the Emperor until death. He continued to speak. Can you swear that until the moment you die, you will always lead the way in saving the empire, and with the spirit of a knight, you will draw your sword for life and noble values, to protect the elderly, children, and the weak? Can you? She replied, I swear, from this day forward. Kila Vesta is appointed as a knight of the Urbach Empire. After reading the oath, he handed the sword to her. Kila gently received it, then gripped the sword tightly, for the victory and eternal prosperity of the Urbach Empire. Long live the Urbach Empire! Long live the Urbach Empire! A bouquet of fresh roses was presented. Kila! Philia smiled. Ah, no, I should call you Sir Kayla now, shouldn't I? Iris added, Congratulations on your appointment ceremony. She smiled and accepted the flowers. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for what? Since we study in different years, we don't meet often. But at the very least, we had to come to congratulate you. By the way, how are the 7th year classes? Are they good? They're quite fine. Although lately, I've been summoned urgently. Quite a lot, so I'm also rather stressed. At this moment, someone's voice rang out. Sir Kila. It was her group of female fans. Congratulations on your appointment ceremony. This is a cake we made in the kitchen. Please accept it. She smiled and received it. Thank you, I will enjoy it. Ah, yes, the girl asked. By the way, I have a question for you. What is it? Please, feel free to ask. Is it true that you and Lord Ritao have reunited? She cried out, Huh? 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 Kila walked away angrily. Aren't those nosy people bored yet? Information from a close source? How can I be reunited without knowing it myself? If there's one more newspaper article about me, it'll be truly tiresome. Suddenly, she was surprised to notice the door was open. Did someone just enter the room? She peered inside. Who is it? It's Marian. She spoke up, startling Marian. Ah, Marian, Philia said with a smile. You've come at the perfect time. Kila received a cake, so we were planning to eat it together. She replied, Ah, no, I have to go right now. I'm a bit busy. I only came to borrow a dictionary. As she ran out, I'm sorry, I'm leaving now. Kila wondered, what's going on? Philia also said, is something wrong? That's not like Marian at all. Just then, Kayla noticed something on the table. She froze for 3 seconds and then cried out, Ah! 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 Her friend asked, What's the matter, Kila? She whispered to herself, Frank's letter is open. This letter is entirely about Frank enjoying his happy days, surrounded by female students at Oculus. What should I do? Did Marian read it already? Suddenly, the bell rang out at this moment. Philia asked, Is this sound an emergency mobilization order? Iris also said, It's been so long since we've met, and yet there are demonic beasts again? She gave a forced smile and thought, Why on earth? Does it have to be right when my mind is in such a mess? I'm sorry, I have to go. Please help me pack my things. I know, go safely, Kyla, don't worry. Demonic beasts seem to appear often lately, don't they? Yeah. A voice rang out. Everyone, assemble. Lampus monsters have appeared in Kaidenberg, a shopping district in the capital city of Kaidenberg. We still cannot be certain whether they broke through the barrier or were summoned from the inside. Why does Ritao have to be the commander today? Ritao continued speaking solemnly. Since the monsters appeared in the capital, it falls under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Guard Knight Order. Currently, the Imperial Guard Knight Order is being summoned for another mission. They are moving to board the magic train. Kila thought to herself, another mission? Could it be related to the disputed area that Father mentioned? Arik, the area that once belonged to the Spirit Kingdom in the past. It is said that currently no one lives there, but because there are many trees that can be used for construction, a dispute has broken out over usage rights and territory. Therefore, almost the entire workforce will go there, while the capital is left empty. It was the same when the Blood Demon appeared at the station in Kaidenberg 2 years ago. That must be the reason why the Imperial Guard Knight Order couldn't appear. In time, returning to the present, Ritao said to everyone, There are still 3 hours until the Knight Order arrives. Our mission is to stall for time. So... Before finishing his sentence, he looked down at Kila, who was dazed. He asked her, Are you listening, Kayla? She startled and replied, Yes, I am listening. Then tell me, the things to keep in mind when facing Lampus. She stood up and replied, The tips of the Lampus tentacles contain toxins. Even if you cut off its tentacles, they will grow back within a minute. So you must be extremely careful not to be pierced. They have only one weakness, which is the eye on the main body. Correct. If any of you are pierced by a tentacle, then immediately use this antidote. Do not try to attack its weakness alone. Students injured by the lampus must definitely retreat to the rear. We will follow orders. We have arrived. The mission is before us. Remember our purpose. One by one, starting from the first row. Hurry and disembark. Land on the rooftops to avoid attracting the lampus' attention. Those on the train replied loudly. Understood. Seeing the massive lampus monster outside, everyone on the train saw it and started whispering. Did you see that just now? Can we really face something that large? Can we stall for time until the night order arrives? I want to go home. Keela opened the door, preparing to jump down. Suddenly a hand held her back. It was Ritao. Lady Keela, for this mission, sharp weapons are an advantage. So you should stay back and provide cover for me and Amai, she replied. I understand. In her heart, she thought. He means that Chuse's wooden sword form is of no use right now. She and Ritao began to jump down. They successfully landed on a rooftop. Ritao turned back to look at her. Both of them nodded. He said, now everyone get into... Before he could finish his sentence, something green flashed past Ritao and Keela. Both were startled. Imai had been tightly coiled by a lampus tentacle. Damn it, we were discovered sooner than expected. What should we do? Look, it has an eye on the back too. Help! Help me! Ritao rushed forward and severed the lampus tentacle, rescuing Imai. He shouted, what are you doing standing there dazed? Hurry, save Imai and prepare the magic guns. Imai was given that purple potion to drink. Keela thought to herself, the poison has already spread throughout the body. At this rate, Ritao ordered, load the magic rifles. He shouted loudly, fire. Each bullet was fired one by one, aiming at that tentacled monster. Each gunshot rang out very loudly. They kept firing until Ritao shouted, cease fire. The soldiers in the back wondered, did we hit it? Clearly. The smoke from the shots began to fade, gradually revealing the scene. Keela said alertly, isn't something strange? Could it be, she screamed, everyone get out of the way! That lampus has recovered, and it is using its tentacles to lash out violently at everyone. Everyone's faces turned pale. Ritao ordered, hurry, jump down to the nearby rooftops. Prepare for the next round of firing. Fire continuously, do not stop. Hurry and take the wounded inside. Keela and Ritao were witnessing their comrades being pierced through by the monster's tentacles. Keela was extremely worried. There are too many injured people. If this continues for much longer, we won't be able to hold out for even an hour, and everyone will be killed. She forcefully rushed in to slash the lampus tentacles. If only I could cut off all of its tentacles, it would be great. What should I do? Ritao shouted to remind her. Keela, be careful behind you. She turned her head and saw Ritao slashing the tentacles of that lampus. To protect her, she silently called his name, Ritao. He looked at her and said angrily, defend your position, Keela. We have at most 20 people. The only way is to wait for the night order to arrive. She protested, what? How can 20 people last for 3 hours? Not to mention more than half of them are already injured. I have another way. Let's recover the guns from the wounded and give them to those who are still healthy. Ritao was surprised. What? She explained. We just need to make the lampus confused. He said worriedly, wait a moment, Keela. Keela summoned the glowing staff. She gripped it tightly. Ritao held her shoulder to stop her. Wait. Keela. Right now, Chuse is nothing more than a primitive weapon. Something like that. How can it face a monster full of tentacles like that? She forcefully brushed his hand away, turned her head to look at him and said, this is an urgent situation. Keep a cool head. Hearing that, Ritao said nothing more. Keela tightened her grip on the staff. She breathed deeply to calm herself. There is only one chance. Failure is not allowed. A voice rang out. It's okay even if you fail. Keela looked around to find the owner of that voice. She looked at the glowing staff in her hand. It turned out the owner of the voice was this very staff. It continued, even if you fail, it's fine. If one time doesn't work, try again more times. There are so many opportunities after all. Recalling the past, Sister, did you know? During training, it seems Shisuo spoke to me. It's strange, right? It feels as if Shizuru and I are becoming one. She closed her eyes and thought to herself. That's right, so this is the feeling. If the summoning is cancelled, Chus, we'll return to my right hand. I must take advantage of that. So you knew it all along, Chus. Prepare to fire. He helplessly rubbed his forehead. You always do as you please. Despite being helpless, he still followed and gave orders. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and prepare to fire so Keela can approach the lampus. Keep firing continuously at the monster. The guns fired repeatedly. Keela raised the staff. The target was the eye. Surrounded by tentacles, she gained momentum. If I hurl Chus, with all the power amplified by Chus into my right hand. She began to run forward very fast. Keela jumped up. Her gaze was extremely sharp at this moment. She threw the staff forcefully at the monster. The staff zoomed toward it. The monster tried to raise its tentacles to block, but the staff was one step faster. The staff, Chus, pierced through the lampis first. Keela landed safely. Looking from afar, the monster was spraying out a lot of blood. Ritao and the others watched from a distance, anxiously waiting for the result. Suddenly, a loud rumbling sound caught Kyla's attention. The tentacles of that monster were stretching out and going limp. Everyone witnessing that scene wondered, "Is it dead? It's dead." Finally, everyone shouted together, "We finally took it down!" They all jumped up to celebrate the victory. "We took down an A-class monster. That's truly incredible," Ritao said with a smile. "It's not time to celebrate yet. Hurry and take the injured to the hospital." "Yes, sir!" Keela on this side was sweating profusely. She looked up at the sky. "It's over." At the castle, everyone shouted, "Lady Kayla! You were really cool this time, Kayla." Exactly when did they all gather here? Everyone fought together. And if only I receive this kind of attention, it will lower the morale of the other students. She glanced to the side. A figure with black hair covering his eyes was looking at her. The girls were constantly excited. "Keela, please take my handkerchief. Mine too." She waved her hands to decline and then glanced back over there. But that person had already disappeared. She thought to herself, "Did I see that wrong?" Scene change, clanging sounds rang out. It was the sound of two swords clashing. It was Keela and Lilith. Clearly, I heard that today was only for training. But why did the Imperial Guard Knight order come here? Lilith said, "You're fighting 3 people, but you've let your guard down. That won't do at all." She smiled and said, "Sorry." Then she parried and knocked Lilith's sword away. Just like that, the match continued. The result was that all of them were disarmed. Keela Vesta wins. How frustrating. I got taken down at the start of the round again. As expected, we can't beat Keela. Right now, although this sword isn't too bad, how can I return it to its original form? Then an admiring voice rang out. As expected of Chus, its power is even more terrifying than the rumors. It seems its power has grown much larger compared to when it was owned by Marquis Vesta. In the future, if Knight Keela joins the Imperial Guard Knight Order, she will become a formidable soldier. As the director, I feel extremely proud, the other person suggested. To be precise, that is all thanks to the power of Chus. The director fell silent in anger. The other person continued. Compared to that, I heard that young Frank is holding Shizuru, and the Empress is very interested in Shizuru. Young Frank has also discussed joining the Imperial Guard. So the 2 treasures of House Vesta, Shizuru, and Chus are essentially no different from belonging to the Imperial Palace. The Empress must be able to use them whenever Her Majesty wishes. It is not a matter for House Vesta to decide. If things are settled smoothly, it will also be beneficial for House Vesta. And joining the Imperial Guard Knight Order is a great blessing for a noble family. The 2 said so and then stood up to leave. Before leaving, he turned back to say, "Director, please pass that message to their family." The director replied helplessly, "Ah, I will do so." After that, both of them finally disappeared behind the door. The director thought, so the Empress has started aiming for the treasures of House Vesta. What should be done? That night, a voice rang out in Keela's dormitory room. "Success! Success!" Through the bird, Keela was informed by her father. "Frank, that boy Franger. Father, calm down first. What about Frank? How can I stay calm with such happy news? What happened that made you so happy, father? Frank has become a Shizuru master." At this moment, she regained her composure, not believing what she had just heard. "Wait, a Shizuru master? Frank? That's right, Frank did it. The boy is showing superior ability, more than anyone else in the family." She asked, "You mean he can create a barrier with a range even wider than the Vesta territory?" "Ha ha ha, only the Vesta territory? The boy can even create a barrier covering the entire Urbach Empire." "That's impossible," her father said proudly. "I couldn't believe it either. My eye for people was truly right. Frank is amazing. I didn't expect him to become a Shusuro master so quickly, and with the greatest power in history, no less. Now he won't have to live in hiding anymore." Then she asked again, "Frank is still at Oculus, right? In that case, perhaps it's okay for him to come home now." "Ah, that's right. I also have something I want to discuss with you." "Discuss?" "That's right. Even the royal family is interested in news about Frank. They want Frank to join the Imperial Guard around next year. That's not allowed." "Father, you said you would let Frank live the life he wants." "Keela, regarding the matter of Frank joining the Imperial Guard, I also support it. Frank has become a Shizuru master, so no one can bully him anymore." She couldn't believe her father would say such a thing. She sadly wondered, for what reason did I hide that boy all this time? If it's the Imperial Palace, it's absolutely out of the question. She stood up abruptly and asked, "What about Frank's opinion?" "His opinion is the most important, isn't it? I already spoke with him. Frank wants to graduate from Oculus. Before thinking about that matter, Perhaps he really likes Oculus then? For now, that's it. Let's talk about this next time, Father. I'm tired, so I'm going to rest now. All right, let's leave it at that. Go get some rest. It was already 2 in the morning. Exhausted, she threw herself onto the soft bed. But she tossed and turned, lost in thought. I barely managed to shake off Ritao. Now it's the royal family's turn, even though Frank has become a Shisuro master. Sooner or later, the imperial palace will fall into Estelle's hands. I can't let things proceed according to the original plot. The next morning, she waved goodbye to her classmates. After finishing a long class, hard work, Keela. You too. See you later. But while walking to the next lecture hall, a hand pulled at her. She turned her head in surprise. It turned out to be Marian. Her expression was very serious. She was clutching a stack of papers in her arms. Keela, talk to me for a moment. A moment later, the two went to the school garden. She said, I investigated the Oculus boarding school. It is a girls' school. Keela froze in shock. Whatever was coming had finally arrived. She stammered in reply, it used to be like that. But now it's a boarding school for both boys and girls. It's only like that on paper, isn't it? Why on earth is Frank studying at a girls' school? That is because, don't avoid it. Look straight into my eyes and tell me. Calm down, Marian. What should I do? She seems very angry. She had to helplessly explain. I had no other choice either. Frank said he wanted to study at a school in the Troy-Santana region. She thought, even if I tell the truth, she won't believe it. Marian suddenly pressed the stack of papers against her. She asked in surprise, what is this? She answered bluntly, documents about noble schools in the Troy-Sun region. I asked the Lord of Troy-Sun, and he recommended these schools to me first. Of course, they are all boys' schools. In terms of ranking or anything else, they are better than Oculus. Among those documents, there are also some from Oculus. If there is anything you don't know yet, please take a look. She was truly very surprised. She couldn't say anything except call Marian's name. I'm sorry for investigating behind your back, but there weren't just 1 or 2 suspicious points. From the donation amount that House Vesta sent, to the moment Frank started becoming interested in Troy-Sun, a place he didn't even know about. And exactly at that time, you introduced him to Oculus. Isn't that a huge coincidence? I read Frank's letter left on your desk. I'm sorry for reading it without permission. She had suspected it, but as expected, she had read it then. Marian continued speaking. However, regarding the matter of my fiancé being surrounded by so many other girls, I simply cannot overlook it. Please tell Frank to drop out. Please make Frank stop studying there. This statement made Keela extremely surprised. She just called, Marian. She thought to herself, I understand Marian's feelings. Her fiancé living with a bunch of girls. At a girls' school. She must be shocked. If news of Frank studying at that school leaked out, it would be a disaster. But my feelings for Frank are also sincere. Thinking of this, she spoke up. Marian, I already discussed that matter with Frank. Frank also said, he wants to study at Oculus until graduation? There are still 3 years left until graduation. Why is that? Does he truly prefer studying at a girls' school? In my capacity as his fiancé, I will demand that Frank drop out of there immediately. I'm sorry, Marian. I want Frank to live the way he wants to live. A life where no one can bully him anymore. Doing what he likes. Living without a care in the world. The two fell into silence for a while. Marian once again insisted that it couldn't be like that. I know you are thinking of Frank, but I don't understand why you decided this. Without saying a single word to me, his fiancé. It turns out that as his sister-in-law, you don't want me to become your brother's wife. Hearing that, Keela was stunned and froze. Wait, what is the situation? There's no way I hate Marian. What are you saying, Marian? It's not like that at all. Fine, if that is your intention. Then I will meet him directly and settle this. How did everything turn out like this? Marian, please think it over. Oculus is located in a very remote and secluded area. It is not a place where a noble lady like Marian should go. If Frank can go, why can't I? Marian isn't like her usual self at all. Why is that? Could it be... No, it can't be. She asked in disbelief. Marian, could it be that you like Frank? Hit the mark. She blushed shyly. Her eyes widened, unable to believe what she was seeing. She answered, yes, I like him. I have liked Frank since the first time we met as children. Is that not allowed? The engagement was also something I requested from my parents. Therefore, I will never give up on Frank. I will not turn a blind eye to this matter. She left those words behind and turned to walk away, leaving Keela dazed, not understanding what was happening. Because this content isn't in the original story. What does this mean? A few days later, Philia suddenly announced, have you guys heard the news? Marian has dropped out. A few days ago, she packed her luggage and went home. She went to Mirape. Iris asked, did something happen? Keela informed them. She transferred to the school where Frank is studying. Anyway, without saying a word. Leaving like that made me a little sad. She should have at least let us say goodbye. She was probably too busy to say goodbye in time. I'm sure she will send a letter. Do you guys have class now? Then I'll go first. See you later, Keela. See you later? But looking at the direction she was going, they felt confused. Didn't Keela say she had a training session? How strange. She's going in the opposite direction of the training grounds, in a quiet forest. Keela lay down on the spacious grass. She was immersed in her own thoughts. For some reason, I feel so conflicted inside. Being absent just for today should be fine, right? She raised her hand and looked at the mark on it. Thinking back to before, Frank once said that when he practiced alone, he usually practiced in the forest. It seems it's because he can feel the atmosphere of the forest, so he can practice better. Feeling that might be the case, she sat up abruptly. After thinking for a long time, she finally decided to call Chus. At this moment, the mark on her hand flashed. A sword appeared in her hand. She closed her eyes and felt the different atmosphere around her. It's truly magical. Perhaps Chus is similar to Shisuro. Maybe practicing in places like riverbanks, lakes, or in the forest is more effective, because both Shisuro and Chus are made from the power of the spirits. So it must be in a place with many spirits that my power can truly manifest. While she wasn't paying attention, the sword in her hand lit up as if perceiving it. She immediately opened her eyes. What was that just now? It was as if a voice was being transmitted into my head. Suddenly, she saw a young man wearing the school uniform. Standing nearby, she couldn't help but feel afraid. Who is that? It seems he's been staring at me this whole time. Out of curiosity, she asked, What year are you in? Do you have something you need to see me for? But that young man was very strange. He said nothing, just stared at her and slowly backed away. She quickly warned him. That area hasn't been renovated yet. It's very dangerous. Come here quickly. At this point, the sword in her hand disappeared, and the strange young man smiled and said to her, I will protect you. Huh? Wait. But a strong gust of wind pushed her back, forcing her to raise her arms to shield herself. When the wind subsided, that boy had also disappeared, leaving her dazed and alone on the grass. He's gone. 3 months have passed since then. Preparing for graduation, while also serving as an advisor teaching the juniors, has kept me incredibly busy. The father's voice through the birds suddenly spoke up. Keela, I know you are busy with graduation, but you still have to come home this weekend. She asked, Is something wrong? Well, something has happened in the house. Could it be something about Frank? Keela, you've become an aunt. Keela was stunned. An aunt? Does that mean Frank has... Could it be that she's pregnant with that good-for-nothing's child? Is this another plot twist I don't know about? How can this be? That's right. Marion is having a child with Frank. Keela froze and screamed, Father, what did you say? Afterward, Keela returned home. Remy and Anto came out to greet her. My lady, Keela, it has been a long time since we last saw you. The family members are all waiting in the living room. On the first floor, Keela happily said, Thank you. Remy reminded her, Please remember to walk softly and speak quietly in the hallway, because there is a baby in the house, so young Master Frank requested that. Haha, I remember. Pregnant? What on earth happened while I wasn't around? Even though in this era they are both adults. I didn't expect the two of them to have a baby even before getting married. Hello, Keela, long time no see. Sister Marion, have you been living well lately? I'm the same as ever. I heard the news. Are you doing well? Oh my, how long have you been pregnant? Marion happily replied, Being cared for by father and mother, I am very healthy. The child is about 8 weeks old now. They said that both the baby and I are healthy. Hearing that, Keela felt much happier. Suddenly, Frank ran over and called, Marion! You must wear a shawl when you go outside. The weather is getting a bit chilly now, so you must dress warmly when going out. Thank you, Frank. Hey, you there, who are you? It's been a long time since you've seen your sister. And yet you didn't even bother to spare a glance? Frank suddenly realized, When did you get back? Keela said stubbornly, I've been back for quite a while now, sir. She smiled. You seem to be taking good care of Marion. Well, it's a time when we need to be careful. The butler came to say, It's very cold out here in the hallway. Everyone, please go to the dining room to talk. Lunch is all prepared. The master and lady are waiting there. We're coming in right now. A sumptuous table of food was prepared. Everyone was chatting and laughing busily. I can't believe I've already become a grandmother. It's so moving. Even seeing it with my own eyes, I can't believe it. I can't believe it either. She truly never let go of that boy. As I said, hearing father's words surprised me a lot. The wedding will be held at the Vesta mansion? Marion replied, Yes. After the wedding is over, I plan to continue living here. You're not going back to the Mirape Duke's mansion? Marion hesitated. Of course, I would also feel comfortable if I went back. But my father was very angry about this. If we go back to the Mirape mansion now, it will be very hard for Frank. I'm fine, so Marion, just stay wherever you feel comfortable. It's only natural for my father-in-law to be angry. It's okay. Anyway, I feel most comfortable wherever Frank is. Hearing that, he looked very moved. They were being affectionate with each other at the dinner table. What are you kids doing? Also, the wedding is expected to be held in 1 month. Keela felt that was too rushed. Keela's mother also explained, because we can't wait until the belly gets bigger to get married. The wedding will only invite a few close relatives from both families simply, so you must definitely attend. Of course, it's my brother's wedding after all. Thank you, sister. Oh, that's right. What about the school situation? I've already had a serious talk with Marion. We plan to take a leave of absence for the time being, because right now, the health of Marion and the baby is the top priority. Getting the diploma later won't be a problem, and it doesn't necessarily have to be from Oculus. The answer left Keela speechless. It's quite surprising. Is this the same boy who ran away from the dormitory 2 years ago? Is this really my younger brother? The one who cried because he was hit by his friends? Hasn't Frank matured a lot? That's right. I'm looking forward to your wedding. In another place, the sound of a door swinging open along with a call for Estelle. He looked over and smiled. You've arrived? Ritao looked for a moment and suddenly drew his sword, holding it to Estelle's neck. I just ran into you in the hallway. What was that thing? Estelle looked up at Ritao and asked, You've arrived? Ritao froze, then swung his sword to slash at him. He vanished into flower petals. Ritao picked up a small petal to observe. Still a fake? No wonder it's been so quiet lately. It turns out they were all just decoys. Someone opened the door and entered. Ritao pointed his sword at the person coming in. It was Estelle. Being held at sword point made Estelle startle. Estelle pushed the sword away from his neck and said, What's this? Why did you enter someone else's room without permission? Ritao asked, What are you wearing? Isn't that the karate uniform? Estelle calmly replied, I found it. What do you think? I look quite the part in this uniform, don't I? When you go out looking like that, what do you plan to do if the curse is awakened? Estelle laughed coldly. The Empress's curse? Seeing as I'm still alive and well even after passing the age of 15, isn't the answer already clear? Don't judge so hastily. You were severely ill at the coming of age ceremony, remember? Yeah. It's true that at that time, it felt like my body was shattering. But Ritao, I have a very good hunch. I'll tell you the details about what it is later, but you can probably guess. Even if the Empress placed a curse on me, if the child born is a boy, he will die upon reaching adulthood. But she still can't kill me, because I have become much stronger than her. Watching Estelle hum a song, without a care in the world, made Ritao sigh. Anyway, please, don't scatter your clones all over the mansion anymore. Just stay in one place. No need to worry, I will return to the List mansion soon. What are you going back there alone for? The Duke isn't even at the mansion. If I don't go back alone, I'll go with my knight. What on earth are you talking about? Hey, it's done. Voices of praise rang out at the academy. After this semester, Keela, we'll graduate, right? You're graduating after only 2 years of study. You're truly incredible. You guys are flattering me too much. Not only that, you were even appointed as a knight. It's just too impressive. It's nothing. Suddenly, Philia's tone grew somber. It's going to be really sad when Keela graduates. Marion isn't here either. Keela smiled at her. Iris asked Keela, have you decided whether to go to the Imperial Guard or the Gendarmerie yet? Keela replied, I'll go to the Gendarmerie. All the owners of Choose have chosen that path. So, in the future, will Keela become the Commander-in-Chief of the Imperial Guard Knight Order? Generations of the Vesta family have been Commanders-in-Chief after all. I don't know yet, because I have something else to do in the future. That matter is much more important than becoming the Commander-in-Chief. She placed her hand on her chest thinking, it's protecting my family. Philia encouraged Keela. You're someone with strong convictions, so you'll do great. She was happy to be supported by her friends. Still, I'm worried. What if you get injured? Keela asked back, is this border region that dangerous? Philia said, I've read the newspapers. I heard that the Kingdom of Haydn has formed an alliance. As expected, is it because of that disputed area? Isn't that the place Erbach occupied? Eric has fallen, but since it shares a border, both countries have started claiming that territory as belonging to their own nation. I heard they are targeting the timber rights because Eric has many trees used for construction. However, I heard that recently a nobleman bought a lot of land there, but they skipped the plains and only chose the rocky mountain areas. They only chose hilly areas with nothing but gravel. Nothing can be grown there. That's what I'm saying. I really can't understand the thinking of the nobility. Spirit stones and magic stones are the source of power for mages. In the original story, it said Estelle possessed the mineral area and dominated the mages. So it starts from this moment. The Duke of List began purchasing the mineral area to hand it over to Estelle. Philia said. Even if you go to the border, remember that you must send letters to us. Yeah, of course. If I get leave, I will definitely come to see you guys first. Iris was very happy to hear that. Ahahaha, what an honor! Suddenly, a strong wind arrived, startling the three of them. Why is there a sudden strong wind like this? Keela remembered this phenomenon was exactly like last time. Before the wind blew hard, Iris tried to block the wind and called, Keela! Keela, let's get inside quickly. Keela refused, trying to look ahead. You guys go ahead. I have something I need to confirm. She saw someone's silhouette. Philia tried to call, Keela! Keela told them to go inside. Iris said, I understand. You must come inside right away, okay? Keela shouted, Who are you? Reveal your identity at once! Someone's foot stepped on a leaf. A young man appeared and said, Oh my. Clearly there were several other people just now. Why are you all alone, Keela? Keela was shocked. How did he know her name? Recognizing the mark on Keela's hand, he said, Chus. So that is Chus. Keela asked vaguely, Who are you? No, are you even human? You still haven't recognized me? He took off that short black wig, revealing pink hair. Keela felt panicked, seeing what was before her eyes. That person was Astel. He smiled and said, Long time no see, Keela Vesta. She stepped back in fear, thinking, Astel, why is he here? There is a barrier around the academy. How did you... He laughed and replied, A barrier? Let's see, I didn't feel a thing. Impossible. He passed through a barrier erected by the mages of the magic tower. Is Astel's power really that strong? But you weren't surprised when you heard my voice, were you? You knew from the very beginning, didn't you? Keela's heart pounded. What are you talking about? In her heart, she was so terrified she kept telling herself to run away. She gripped the sword in her hand tightly. What do you mean knew? Knew what? In her heart, she kept urging herself to run away. Get out of there immediately. Astel smiled. You can't knock me out with that thing, Keela. Now shouldn't we settle this matter? Do you know about the golden passion flower? Before she knew it, 2 vines had wrapped around her legs, making her panic. What is this? They kept climbing up all the way to her neck. It was wrapped so tightly that she couldn't pull it off. Astel spoke to her while she was restrained by the vines. The passion flower vine is quite rare, so it's not easy to find. If you had accepted my invitation to the tea party, then I wouldn't have gone this far. He gently stepped forward and put his hand on her face. I just wanted to talk to you. She gradually lost consciousness, thinking, my eyes are getting heavy. Is it because of this passion flower vine? She slowly drifted into a haze before falling unconscious. Astel spoke again. I intended to wait until you graduated, but I heard that you will be even busier from now on. Keela staggered and fell into Astel. I guess there's no need to wait any longer, right? By now, she had fallen unconscious. Sleep well. Scene changed to the Imperial Palace. The Empress was calmly enjoying a cup of tea. She presented a beautiful silhouette from behind. She spoke, Come in quickly, my dear children. 2 young men quickly entered. One of them stepped forward and hugged the mother tightly. Have you been healthy lately? Yes. It's so good to see my Lostai healthy. She looked at the other son and said, The Crown Prince should come here too. He stepped forward and hugged the Empress. I'm so glad to see you've recovered. Oh, my Cairo, your complexion looks terrible. It's because I haven't been able to sleep lately. Can't sleep? Then take this. This is a quincy flower I just picked. Cairo looked at the flower with a confused expression, but he took it anyway. Thank you, mother. Lostai stepped closer, patted Cairo's shoulder, and said, Relax a bit, brother. Why do you look so bad after receiving such a precious item? Cairo brushed Lostai's hand away and said coldly, Why don't you ask mother for a flower too? Seeing Cairo silent and frowning, the Empress told Cairo, You and Lostai must be harmonious, or your nephews will follow your example. Cairo said, It's hard to keep up with Lostai. He sent poisonous spiders as gifts for the nephews. Lostai snapped back, What's wrong with you? The kids actually liked that gift quite a bit, and they almost died too. Even though the eldest brother isn't here right now, the children... Before he could finish his sentence, the Empress stopped Cairo. Stop. How many times have I told you? You must mind your words. Ears and eyes are everywhere. Both of you must speak cautiously while in the palace. She held out a flower branch to Lostai. If Lostai likes it, I'll give you a branch of this quincy. It has components that help improve one's mood. Receiving the flower branch his mother gave him, he gently brought it up to smell the fragrance of the flower. It seems you like this flower very much, mother. Of course, quincy is effective in relieving stress and helps one sleep more easily. That is why I like this flower very much. It makes my mood and soul become clear. Of course, there are cases where that isn't so. For a certain someone, it can make a gentle person become aggressive and make a healthy person become sickly. Cairo immediately asked, Who is that certain someone? I picked some quincy to make into a bouquet. and sent it as a birthday gift. A flower as fragrant and mood-lifting as this might accidentally become poison to those people. Oh, that's right. Both of you have some tea. This is tea steeped from quincy petals. Cairo looked at the teacup with a worried expression. Don't worry, Crown Prince. I didn't put poison in it. Cairo was startled and explained. Mother, you've misunderstood me. I'm sorry. Cairo slowly enjoyed the tea and then set the cup down. I wonder if those people know. The fact that this flower is fatal to them. Quincy cannot have a soul. So, the fact that this flower will be fatal to them, no. Perhaps they don't even know it exists. Mother, there is a reason Loistai and I came to see you today. I want to tell you about a dream I've been having lately. Brother, don't over-dramatize those dreams. Cairo inherited power from a mage like me. So since long ago, the boy's senses have always been good. Tell me about it, my child. Cairo recounted anxiously. Recently, I have been continuously having the same dream. In the dream, the area around the throne is nothing but a pool of blood. All four sides are soaked in blood, as if a rainstorm had just poured down, and corpses with pink hair demanded something of me. In the dream, a woman with long pink hair covered in blood said, "Give it back. Get out of that place." That is my child's position. Get out. He was extremely terrified hearing that person speak. Bloody hands were raised in a threat. We will drag your descendants down with us, in exchange for this resentment of ours. Behind that corpse was an entire clan with pink hair. After hearing the story, Loistai looked uninterested and asked, "Is that all?" While the Empress muttered, "Pink hair?" The Spirit Kingdom collapsed due to civil war. We only occupied the abandoned land of Arik, that's all. I know what has made the prince feel uneasy. You must have been terrified having to dream of a pool of blood several days in a row. But the dead are already dead. For someone who will lead the empire in the future, to say they had a scary dream and become weak like that, is that acceptable? Drink some more tea, Prince. The Empress handed the teacup to Cairo. The teacup reflected Cairo's fearful eyes. It's not like that, Mother. In that dream, the image of a pink-haired man holding a head in his left hand. When seeing that image, Cairo trembled and called out for his mother, because that head was none other than his mother's. He, with a terrifying face, toyed with the Empress's head in his hand. In a luxurious and magnificent room at this moment, and on the bed was Keela. She gently opened her eyes and woke up. She was still dazed, not knowing where she was. Then suddenly Astel unexpectedly appeared before her. Are you awake? Keela started and screamed. Astel asked, Why are you so startled? Keela sat up and quickly backed away. Let me introduce myself officially. I am Astel List. Astel is the name I use when I go out. You already knew, didn't you, about who I am? What do you mean knew? Now you and I can finally be alone, right? As I said, I was going to wait until you graduated. But you said you would be busy after graduation, didn't you? And if you work at the border, then we won't be able to meet at all. When will you let me go? Don't worry too much. I have no intention of keeping you here for the rest of your life. Just have fun with me, and then I'll let you go. Suddenly, Keela asked, How old did you say you were this year? Are you curious about my age? I am the same age as Keela's younger brother, Frank. I have investigated everything about Keela. I am the type of person who must know everything I want to know. The tea is ready. Sit down. Keela got off the bed and sat in the chair. With a tense face, she looked down at the tea table. Astel asked, Your expression seems quite uncomfortable, doesn't it? Is it because I suddenly brought you here? Don't worry. I won't eat you. If you stay like that, you'll only get more tired. Only now do I realize it. What is this feeling of danger? He has clearly passed the age of adulthood, but he isn't adult-like at all. In the original story, it definitely said that he would be much more mature by now, after the curse was broken. Since he is still alive past the age of adulthood, doesn't that mean the curse has already been broken? Why is he still like this? Suddenly Astel spoke up, Well, Keela, I also prepared this. Astel opened the eclair. Keela suddenly thought, It looks just like the one sold in front of the academy at Curry. Wait, could it be? Have I replaced Frank in following the plot of the original story? Contrary to Keela's pale face, Astel burst out laughing and asked, How is it? It's exactly what you like, isn't it? I can't imagine this at all. Her hand gripped the teacup tightly, trembling. No. Maybe I've made a judgment too hastily. Calm down. Her body was stiff and trembling. What should I do? Astel gently placed his hand on her trembling hand. This action of Astel's made her freeze for a moment. It seems you are very anxious. Do you feel better now? She didn't know what to say, only, yeah. His hand is warmer. Then I thought. She felt a bit shy and pulled her hand back. I'm fine now. It seems like he is a bit different. from the cruel personality described in the original story. So this situation is different from Frank's, right? First, I shouldn't make him angry, but just go along with his wishes for now. Astel gently picked up the teacup to enjoy it. Is it true that you will let me go home? When? I will decide that. Keela looked at Astel tensely. What do I have to do? Astel rested his chin on both hands, looked at her, and replied, talk? We are talking right now. Not like that. Talk in a serious manner. How can we be serious when we are strangers on the surface? Astel suddenly asked, why did you break up with Rito? She touched her head. That truly is a serious topic for you. What do you mean, break up? It was just an annulment of the engagement. Our personalities didn't match from the beginning. Just because of that? What do you mean, just? That is very important to me. Even if it were a fake marriage, I would still care about physical appearance. But Rito is handsome. This statement turned Keela to stone. Huh? Astel continued. I heard he's also quite a womanizer. Keela was so annoyed she couldn't swallow. So, is Keela the type of person who marries for love? No, I am a proponent of celibacy, meaning you will never marry. Any man at all? Well, what if he were wealthy, handsome, tall, obedient to everything you say, powerful, and voluntarily did the housework? At this point, Keela's eyes suddenly lit up. I don't know. Astel burst out laughing. There is no such person in this world. So, what kind of person do you want to marry? What about those conditions? How annoying. What? I haven't thought about that since I was a child. At this moment, she suddenly remembered. Astel used to always cause trouble for his grandfather and the Marquis and Marchioness of Aira, and said he wanted to marry Rito. But ever since he found out he was a boy, he has been suppressing himself. At this moment, she hurriedly said, don't think that marriage is something that must be done. That's an old-fashioned way of thinking. Why am I even justifying this? Your younger brother Frank, I heard he is getting married. Originally, it was supposed to be you and Rito getting married. Keela silently drank her tea. Let me repeat, we have annulled the engagement. I don't care about Lord Rito in the slightest. He is not my type. Is he doing this on purpose? Ever since earlier, I've been repeating the same thing over and over. Astel said happily. So that's it. You hate Rito. This statement took her by surprise. She even choked while drinking tea. Huh? How did it get deduced into that? It's not hate. Don't misunderstand. Let me give you a handkerchief, Astel said while handing her the handkerchief. Then do you like him? Exactly how many more times do I have to explain? I already said, there are no feelings at all. You cannot hate or love someone you just met on the street, right? To me, Rito is just like that. Is that so? If that's the case, I understand. Come, I will take you on a tour of this mansion. Let's go. Astel hummed happily. He seems to be in a good mood now. It's truly hard to understand. Now, you must wear this when moving around the mansion. Astel took a red ribbon and tied it to her arm. Only by doing this can Keela move around here freely. She thought in surprise, he's actually letting me have freedom? Don't take it off. This cannot be resolved with incantations. It looks just like a normal piece of string. I wonder if I can use scissors to cut it. Astel smiled as if reading her thoughts and said, neither knives nor scissors can cut it, so just give up. Of course, if it were a choose, it would be a different story. Keela felt speechless with the person in front of her. She touched her face and shouted loudly. The back of her hand suddenly glowed brightly. A sword appeared in her hand, but it was only a wooden sword. Eh? At this moment, she felt very embarrassed, while Astel had a big laugh. Why does it have the shape of a wooden sword now? Sigh, this is so embarrassing, Keela. You are truly cute. Given your current situation, that won't work. Keela must become a master to be able to undo it. She looked at the wooden sword in her hand in amazement. Currently, the two of them are taking a tour. Anyway, if you wear that, I can know where you are. What I mean is, you won't have the chance to leave the mansion on your own. I have already created a barrier in this area. Keela looked at the ribbon on her arm in shock. Do you really have to pull me along like a criminal? She looked at Astel angrily while he just hummed happily. Astel babbled about everything to her as he walked. My house has many rooms that I haven't even set foot in. Even so, fortunately, I don't see any evil intentions or gloominess from that Astel. That I know. Keela, come here. This is the place I want to show you. Right now, he just seems like a happy child, inviting his friend over to his house to play. Hurry up! Why are you walking so slowly? Why is that smile so adorable? But I absolutely do not want this thought to be discovered. Upon arriving, Astel opened the door to a room. Here it is. This is the room my mother used to stay in. It is the most brilliant place in this mansion. Indeed, this room is so beautiful that it made her exclaim, everything here is preserved by magic. Those flowers were decorated before my mother passed away. It has been 17 years already. Suddenly, her eyes were drawn to a certain spot. Could it be the flower on the table placed next to the bed? Natural creations are where spirits dwell the most, Astel said with a slightly sad face. Whether it was my grandmother or my mother, they both loved talking to spirits, so they always displayed flowers near them. Keela felt a bit tense. Strange. If it's Astel, he should have known by now. That is the flower that killed Astel's mother. But why is it still kept here? The two of them left the room. There are still many flowers and trees in the garden. Do you want to go see them? Astel reached out his hand. Let's go. She looked at Astel's action with a bit of surprise, but she also placed her hand on his. All right, let's go see. By now, it was already dark. Both of them were in the garden. This is Kali's garden. She looked at the scenery before her eyes in awe. This is a garden? It's huge, isn't it? My grandfather, because he loved her so much, planted 200 different species of plants for my grandmother. Previously, she always came here regularly every morning to receive spiritual energy. Keela asked, Then you don't need to receive spiritual energy or something? Perhaps because my blood has run dry, so whether I receive it or not doesn't matter anymore. Astel gently raised his hand into the air. At this moment, all the leaves flew into the air as if blown by a wind. They all sparkled and glowed. Even if I overuse my soul, it's not a problem. Keela was amazed by the sight before her. Astel pulled his hand back. At the same time, all the leaves also stopped and fell to the ground. Keela happily clapped her hands, her eyes full of admiration. Great! Do you like it? But we've gone quite deep. I wonder if we can find our way out. Astel pulled on the ribbon on her arm. Of course, gently placing a kiss on the ribbon. We won't get lost. The spirits here will show us the way. Astel looked up at her with confidence. So your job is just to follow me. After a while, a large gate appeared before them. She looked up. Is this the end of the forest? This is a prison. Oh, you've misunderstood. Astel quickly explained. Because there are frequent thieves, we had to build a wall this high. From a long time ago, there have been thieves always targeting this mansion. I see. Then what about the prison in your basement? Astel was a bit dazed by her statement. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed a bit. She quickly covered her mouth. Oh, that matter. It seems only I know about it. Keela? Astel's expression changed, flashing a mysterious smile at her. It seems Keela knows a lot about me, doesn't she? Do you like underground prisons? Want to try going? Hey, no. I just misspoke. How could I know? It would probably be very interesting to see that. Let's go. Do what? No, I don't. No, I told you that's not it. Why would I want to see that? Oh, I don't know. The two of them are going down to the basement prison. It has existed since my family was granted land and received. This mansion, it's very old. This is the entrance. Astel snapped his fingers and the door opened instantly. Inside, streaks of light flashed by. The sight before her eyes made her a bit astonished. Now, Keela, it's very slippery, so hold my hand tightly. Keela was still amazed by the sight before her, but she also reached out and held Astel's hand. Once, there was a lord who ruled this land. He ordered all criminals to be imprisoned here. Now there is no manager anymore. It really is so similar that it gives me goosebumps. This room reminded her of a scene. She didn't want to remember. Help me, please save me. Keela unconsciously clenched her hand tight. Astel happily turned to speak to Keela. How is it? Magical, right? Seeing her reaction, Astel immediately returned to a normal state. But looking at Keela's current attitude, it was as if she knew this place very well. As expected, Keela recognizes it, doesn't she? The name of that statue is the Woman's Embrace. Even though it brings a painful death, the woman's facial expression is very merciful. I really like this contrast. Astel went closer and placed his hand on the statue. I've never had the chance to use it, but it's quite interesting. Now there's no occasion to use this trick anymore either. Every word from Astel seemed to make her remember the scene that she didn't want to think about. Does it hurt? Since the List family moved into this mansion, the criminals captured who come here are all under their management. Try asking Ritao to save you. If not, I'll let you taste the flavor of the Woman's Embrace. Astel brought his face close to look straight at her. Keela, are you listening to what I'm saying? Only then did she wake up. It's not interesting at all. That matter... Astel smiled and said, This far is enough. Don't go any further. I will show you the puppies I'm raising. Keela thought there is definitely something different from replacing Frank's route. I must stay alert. Perhaps I can avoid the tragedy in the original story. Keela looked at Astel with a serious face. After staying in there a long time, coming out. Feels so refreshing. Astel pointed forward. Those are my dogs, Keela. She looked at them with a bit of fear. The dogs barked loudly. Astel gently asked, Hey little ones, are you all doing well? From left to right, they are Lily, Daisy, Rosa, Amanda, Jane, and Benny. These little ones might look like this on the outside, but every single one of them is gentle. Come here now. Keela looked at the pack of dogs in front of her in fear. What? But... Astel gently comforted her. Don't worry. Gentle my foot. Right now, they look like they're being very wary of me. Suddenly, they barked loudly, making her jump in surprise. Astel looked at them with many questions. Why are these little ones reacting so violently? They aren't usually like this. Listen. Everyone. Keela is my guest. Let's behave like gentlemen. They kept barking loudly without calming down one bit. Strange, could it be because they're hungry? Astel held out a piece of meat in front of them. Now here is the meat. He threw the piece of meat onto the ground. Immediately they lunged in to tear the meat apart. Their actions made her a bit suspicious. Do you raise them only to starve them? What? Nonsense. I feed these little ones a lot. There's even an exclusive nutritionist. Oh, is that so? More importantly, this scene looks very familiar to me. About 7 pieces. Not starved for a week, so it seems. The little ones are eating with quite an appetite, aren't they? Thanks to you, my pet dogs have eaten their fill. The image and the words of Astel seemed to appear before her eyes. Being with those fierce dogs made her feel extreme terror. It really is these dogs. Henry? Why does that sound familiar? In contrast to her fear, Astel sat down to pet his dogs. Look at this. They're very gentle. As expected, it was because they were hungry. Want to try touching them, Kyla? When Astel turned his head back, he saw Keela, terrified and backing away all the way to the end of the wall. Seeing her current state made Astel find it a bit funny. Ha ha ha, Keela. When did you run over there? Are you that scared? Her annoyed face stared at Astel and the dogs, while Astel was still smiling. I get it. Since we've already come out to the garden, let's have a lunchbox together. Keela looked dazed at Astel's nonchalant actions. You only ate snacks earlier, so you must be quite hungry by now, right? Astel spread a cloth on the table and placed glasses on it, along with some desserts. Come on, let's eat. Earlier, you were only holding a piece of meat like this. Then where did that basket come from? I brought it from the kitchen. You clearly walked with empty hands. Ah. Astel raised his hand. If you're curious about that, here it is. A black circle appeared on Astel's hand. Suddenly, everything around flashed with a black light. Keela was surprised at the sight before her eyes. What is this? That thing. This is space. I can use it to store supplies. Remember? I also put Keela into this space and brought her here. The circle in Astel's hand flashed. Keela quickly looked around. I shrunk you down to this size and put you in there. I cannot directly teleport humans at their normal size. So did you also take that piece of fresh meat from it earlier? No, for that, there is a much simpler method. Astel raised his hand and rotated it in the air. A glowing space opened up. I will open up the space that I want. Astel reached his hand into the space. Then he slowly pulled a stuffed animal out of the space. Just taking it out like this is enough. Is it simple? Astel did not hesitate to throw the stuffed animal to the other side. However, this method can only retrieve items within a close range. If I want to get items from a far distance, I have to use the black space that I showed you earlier. Keela looked at Astel in surprise. It's quite convenient, isn't it? That's right. It's a very convenient type of magic. It can be used for many things. I can go anywhere and even return to the past. Speaking to this point, Keela was a bit stunned. What do you mean return to the past? In what way? Opening it the way I just showed you is enough. If you want to go back to the past, then just open it up. It's also possible to interfere with the past. Even if it's another world, is it possible to return? Astel turned to look at Keela. His gaze immediately changed. Maybe... She was stunned by those words, but the time is limited to only 1 minute. After hearing this, her face looked a bit sad. So that's how it is. Is that so? How could there be such a miraculous type of magic? Do you want to change the past? Then what about you? Having such a convenient type of magic, don't you have any thoughts of using it for anything? Astel turned to walk away. No? Really? Let's see, even if it's only for 1 minute, I don't have any past that I want to change. Why? If it were me, I would prevent the deaths of my family members. I have never done anything that made me feel regret, and I don't want anything special either. There's no way that's true. In the original story, though he didn't express all his thoughts, he was a character with very great ambition. Something seems a bit off. Right at this moment, someone walked into the grounds. Hearing a noise, both of them turned simultaneously to look. Lord Astel. Keela secretly wondered, who is that? That face looks so familiar. He knelt on one knee and gently kissed the back of Astel's hand. Have you been well lately, Lord Astel? You returned earlier than expected. I wanted to quickly return to your side. You didn't have to come back, Stefan. Keela looked at him in surprise. What? This is the magic healer Stefan? If so, he's the one who betrayed Duke List, isn't he? After killing Astel's mother, Lady Lydia, he is a subordinate of the Empress, the person who always puts Astel in danger. How can he be so thick-skinned as to talk to him so nonchalantly? Astel looked away indifferently. Are you finished with all your work? Yes, my sickly old father has gradually recovered. Oh, I heard that this time he seemed quite ill. Astel always knew Stefan was a spy for the Empress. Stefan smiled and said, Thanks to Lord Astel's blessings, he is currently very healthy. I have nothing to worry about. But it's good that he's better. Send him my regards. Keela felt like an invisible person watching the two of them talk. Thank you, my lord. One side is looking for a way to deceive the other. One side knows but pretends to ignore it. It's so complicated. Stefan continued. But there is something more important, which is that during the time I was away, it seems you have become even more beautiful, and you have become uglier. Lord Astel is always the most dazzling flower after all. He gently touched Astel's hair. You've grown even taller too. Astel grit his teeth in anger and forcefully brushed Stefan's hand away. I haven't grown taller one bit, do you understand? You've also grown stronger. I already told you I haven't? Kyla thought, is this going to be okay? Stefan glanced over at her and asked, By the way, who might this young lady be? Keela answered calmly. I am Keela Vesta. His crafty eyes flashed. He stepped closer and took her hand. Pleasure to meet you. I am Stefan, the magic healer of the Lys family. That's right. There is another reason to be wary of this man. It seems this is the first time Lord Astel has brought a friend over. The reason he always puts Astel in dangerous situations. And the fact that he doesn't completely follow the Empress's orders. I hope you will look after our Lord Astel more in the future. Claiming public ownership, I see. He reached into his pocket to take something out. I will give you a gift as a memento of our first meeting. Please, take it. This is a flower that is very good for health and the spirit. It's called poppy, and it's made from quincy. If you just keep it in your room, you will sleep very soundly. Thank you. She wondered how Stefan got a quincy. I like this scent extremely much, so I always carry it with me. Astel looked at him with boredom. Wherever this Stefan walks, he leaves this scent behind. Oh dear, it's time for me to go tend to the herbs. You two ladies enjoy your fun time. Astel turned to her and asked, Shall we go back? We've been out for quite a while. Ah, okay. Even so, it's lucky that quincy has no effect on Astel. But why do I feel relieved about that? Showers were falling at the academy at this moment. A student placed a cup of tea on the table for Philia. Here, drink some tea and calm down, Philia. An emergency summons was issued early on, so they will find Keela quickly. But it's my fault. I should have checked if Keela had returned to the dormitory. I didn't think about it at all. I saw the bed was empty this morning, but I just thought she had gone to training. What should I do now? What if something happened to Keela? Don't worry, Philia. Keela is a capable person. For someone as strong as her, to disappear suddenly like that is even more terrifying. Clearly something has happened. At the same time as the anxiety at the academy, sitting in the room looking outside, her mood wasn't much better. It's been 2 days since I was kidnapped by Duke List. Now I should call him Karate, right? Surely the news of my disappearance has spread throughout the Vesta mansion by now. Everyone must be so worried. Suddenly, Astel spoke up. What are you thinking about? With weather like this, we probably can't go out. Let's just stay inside and play today. Keela remained silent and said nothing. Astel said with a smile, What should we do for fun? Keela asked, When will you finally let me go back? Let's see. I wonder by what percentage my interest has decreased. Interest in what? I already told you I have many questions I want to ask. Since when did Keela know me? Even when we first met at the station. You already knew who I was, didn't you? I didn't expect you to, the spirits told me. Keela was full of question marks, wondering. The spirits said? Astel was still smiling. The words of the spirits must be true. Look at how Keela is wavering. I can't read other people's thoughts, but the spirits can. What? Spirits can read other people's thoughts? Wait a minute. Is this also a plot point in the original story? That's right. The spirits read others' thoughts and tell them to me. Come to think of it, besides Frank, I can't think of anyone else. Wait, she suddenly realized something. Does that mean he has been reading all of my thoughts this whole time? So that's how it's been this whole time. All of my attitudes and thoughts during the time. From the first time I met Astel at the station until now. She looked at Astel wonderingly. An elf? And like this in the forest, don't bring that matter up. In the garden? So cute. I was thinking like this. At this moment, she lowered her head in embarrassment to cover her face. This is so embarrassing, I could die. Seeing her reaction, Astel burst out laughing. Haha, Keela, your face is completely red. Don't worry. I don't read your trivial thoughts. I only pay attention to the Thought streams that contain your strong emotions. Only then did Keela feel relieved. Phew. Fortunately, her reaction made Astel chuckle. That's why I wanted to meet Keela to ask a few things. Back then, when you saved me, you already knew who I was, didn't you? I want to know what your motive was at that time. Huh? I don't know what you're talking about. How could I have known who you were? Stop it. You clearly knew me, didn't you? When I used a wig to go out, even when I didn't speak at all. From the moment you heard my voice until now, I've never heard you ask anything about me. Keela felt a bit anxious and clenched her hands. Astel, standing beside her, continued. And you always wanted to avoid me. That's why you piqued my interest. Keela looked at Astel tensely. Who is this girl? Why does she know me? How do you know me? Keela Vesta. She turned her face away to avoid Astel's questioning gaze. Oh dear. I can't think of any excuse to justify it. Astel's voice deepened as he continued. Don't even think about making excuses. The spirits will expose you anyway. You asked when I would let you leave here, right? When I lose interest, I will send you back. Interest? I'm curious to know what kind of person you are. The subordinate that I cherish. I'm interested in who you are. But if my interest disappears, then you must die. Astel has a persistent obsession to the point of madness. If his interest disappears, then what should I do? How can I ensure that I can leave? This mansion safely? Wait, no. Perhaps. Those are just thoughts. Imposing my own views on the original story. Keela turned and said bluntly, Fine. If you're curious, I'll tell you everything I know. However, you must promise to let me return. Astel leaned back. What? What? Keela asked seriously. Will you promise? Wait a second. No matter how I think about it, I don't understand. If Keela leaves, what am I supposed to do later? What? Come to think of it, when I caught you, I hadn't thought about this yet, had I? So now I have to calculate everything carefully first. Keela suddenly stood up. Wait a minute. If you let me go out, I won't reveal this place to anyone. Not even a little bit. None of it. Is it possible I'll be imprisoned here forever? If not, what if he decides to silence me for good? That absolutely cannot happen. Astel seemed to realize something and burst out laughing. Ha ha! You're completely dazed by Astel's attitude, aren't you? Huh? Keela, where are your thoughts going? I don't have those kinds of perverted hobbies. I was just thinking that if Keela leaves this place, will you be able to meet me again in the future? Keela was a bit surprised. Keela is always a character who is hard to meet, and Astel's face looked a bit sorrowful. Even so, in Keela's eyes, Astel right now is truly beautiful to a pitiful extent. We will meet. We can definitely meet. As long as you want, I will come to see you. Astel stared at Keela's current attitude. But the spirits just whispered to me that you're lying, right? Damn it. Keila quickly made an excuse. No, I promise. Because of my personal life, there might be times I can't meet immediately. But if you want, I will always make time for you. Fine. Only now did Keila breathe a sigh of relief. Phew, it's okay now. After that, the two of them returned to their seats. You were curious about how I knew about you, right? It might sound absurd, but I still retain the memories of my past life. And this world is just a book that I read. In my past life, I can't say specifically, but in that book, there was me and you. There was also the appearance of Rito and the Knights. That's how I knew you. Really? According to you, I'm just a character in that book. So who is the main character? Actually, there is no main character. Everyone is an important character in the original story. Astel didn't seem to believe her words much. Are you making things up? Keila explained hurriedly. It's true. You can't reveal who the main character is to me? Keila answered dejectedly. If I do that, changes to the plot will occur. I cannot harm the people in this world. You're definitely lying. Keila scratched her head in frustration and anger. Damn spirits, can't you just keep your mouth shut? Astel burst out laughing. Gosh, I have no interest in any main character. Surely my image in the book was described as very beautiful, right? Yeah, it's true. You're very beautiful. Is that so? What's wrong? Not happy? But aren't you shocked? About what? About the fact that this world is just a book. Let's see, actually, the fact that I am beautiful has always been recognized by this world. So what is there to be surprised about? Yes. That's right anyway, in the original story, he was an arrogant person. I really was worried, needlessly. But what you call the original story, did you meet me there before? Yes, I met you there. Really? In what way? Let's see. The time I spent there was quite short, so I don't remember very clearly. Even if I did, it wouldn't matter. Then you also know the ending of the book in advance, right? Keila was a bit surprised by this question. What was my ending like? Your ending wasn't bad, it was a happy ending. That's right, it was a good ending for Astel. But originally, corresponding to the time in the original story, by now, Astel should have been in the royal palace to reunite with his grandfather. Yet the person who was supposed to be in the royal palace is still just a child who has not fully matured. Where will the fate that Astel was supposed to experience at age 17 lead to now? Here Astel asked again, then what was that ending? Keela clenched her hands and looked down as if she didn't dare to speak. I can't state that clearly. If I do, your future will be changed. I wonder if my interference in Frank's life will cause Astel's destiny to be disrupted. Astel seemed to understand her difficulty in speaking, so he didn't ask anymore. Actually, that's it. But if Astel keeps living in seclusion like now, clearly, for me and Frank, that wouldn't be a bad thing. If everything is left to happen like this, will he be okay? Even if he lets himself be locked in this mansion and lives in seclusion for the rest of his life. Astel spoke up and asked, Keela's past life. What was it like? It was just normal. I also went to earn money to pay rent and bought food like everyone else. Is that so? In your past life, you weren't a noble? That's right. What about your family? I didn't have parents and lived with my younger brother. Does Keela remember the past life clearly? Let's see. Of course I remember every single detail. Like something that just happened yesterday. But there's no need to talk about it. Try thinking carefully. Is there anything else different between this life and the past life? What kind of person was the emperor there? There is no concept of an emperor there. What do you mean? You mean there is only a king who takes the throne for 5 years and then steps down? No, there isn't even the position of emperor? Then who is the person who manages the local lands? Stop! After answering all of Astel's questions, she felt as if she had been drained of all her energy. Her soul felt like it was drifting away. She had no energy left to answer Astel's silly questions. It truly is a strange world. So, in that other world, what kind of food is there? Keela held her forehead and answered wearily. It's not much different from this world. I still ate very well. The things Keela tells are so interesting. I'm even curious about how Keela lived. You're curious about that too? This is so exhausting. Just working to earn money, then eating and living like that. A bit tedious, isn't it? Recalling that previous life is a form of suffering for me. In my daily life, my younger brother was always there. A younger brother who always lived in solitude. So pitiful that it made others feel compassion. The past of her and her younger brother. Back then, she asked, "Don't you want to eat something else? Why do you always ask me to make stewed meat?" Yes, because the way you make this dish for me is the best. That was my only younger brother. Recalling it, she couldn't control herself and shed tears. Astel considerately approached and helped wipe her tears. Keela, why are you crying? Keela quickly turned away to wipe her tears. Sorry. I suddenly remembered my younger brother. Frank Vesta? Keela replied while wiping her tears. No, my younger brother from my past life. Now that I am here, I have been experiencing some quite good days. But my younger brother hasn't. This is a story I have never told anyone. I don't remember the moment when I was the happiest in my past life. Memories rush back like a tide. Despite trying, there is no way to remember. Even if I wanted to ask them, or even wanted to meet him, it's no longer possible. Just thinking about it makes me feel suffering. She held her body and curled up. Astel, seeing her current mood, seemed to understand a part of it. So did you hide Frank Vesta away too? Huh? She was surprised by Astel's question, connecting the stories Keela had just told, along with the things she had done. Behaving obediently for Frank Vesta, possessing Chus, breaking the engagement with Ritao, and the fact that you entered Carey Academy in place of Frank Vesta, to become the heir of the Vesta family. You wanted to hide Frank away completely, didn't you? So that nothing would be revealed to the outside. And you always avoided my gaze. No wonder I found it so strange. As expected, am I the villain who harassed Frank in that novel you mentioned? Come to think of it, I once had thoughts of teasing Frank Vesta, the junior whom Ritao cherishes so much. Recalling that time, it's truly magical. Ritao suddenly annulled the engagement, the fiancé's brother dropped out. Keela's story is like a chain of links connecting together, making everything clear to me. Then, Astel's dangerous gaze made Keela a bit fearful. Keela doesn't want Frank Vesta to appear in my sight, is that it? What is it? Did I guess wrong? Keela squeezed her eyes shut in tension. Your words are absolutely correct. Then I really am a villain. The result satisfies me. It's not. Compared to being gentle, I am more suited for an evil role, aren't I? Astel covered his mouth and laughed. Besides, I don't care about Frank Vesta at all, so don't worry. I don't have time to pay attention to things I don't care about. At this moment, someone suddenly opened the door and ran in, calling out loudly, "Estelle!" She cried out in shock, "Lord Ritao!" He was equally surprised. "Lady Keela?" Estelle frowned in anger and asked, "Ritao, what is this? Don't barge in arbitrarily without my permission." Ritao was dazed for a moment, then held his forehead and said, "Ha ha! No way, do you even know what you're doing? I should be asking why you are here. Without contacting me beforehand? The Duke has arrived, along with my grandfather?" "That's right. They are currently inspecting the surrounding area. They will definitely arrive at the mansion shortly." Estelle grabbed Keela's wrist tightly. "Keela, get up quickly." Meanwhile, Keela was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. "What's wrong?" "First, just go hide. I can't let my grandfather see you." Ritao held Estelle's shoulder. "Why do you have to hide?" "I will stay here to keep watch, so you go quickly." Estelle brushed his hand off and turned to leave. "Don't play any nonsense games." After saying that, Estelle went outside. The two of them simultaneously looked toward the door. Only now did Keela wonder, why is he planning to hide me? If I asked the Duke, could I get out of here? No, it absolutely would not help at all. Why? Because Estelle is the Duke's top priority. The Duke and Estelle are like reckless people standing on a cliff's edge. Do you know what that means? It means that to hide Estelle, even if it involves murder, the Duke will not hesitate. In the large room, he sat on the chair and asked sternly, "The house is quite a mess." Estelle replied immediately, "It's always a mess here. Even with Ritao around, it seems you're still not happy, aren't you?" "I don't care about that. But what's the matter this time? Normally when you go out, you don't return for at least a month, grandfather. But I heard from Ritao that you stole a carry uniform. Do you want to go study at that academy?" "No, did you come back just to nag about that?" "When are you leaving again?" "What's this? You don't like me staying here?" "When I need you, you won't stay, so why the sudden attitude?" He widened his eyes and looked at Estelle with a surprised and confused face. He hunched his back, stood up, and walked gently holding his cane. He pulled it open slightly to reveal a black notebook inside. "I have something I need to give you, so that's why I came." "What is it?" "This is your new identity document and the bank password. Heidenberg. Do you know that Heidenberg is an independent bank? It doesn't belong to any organization. Your necklace is the key to that bank's safe. I have created a new identity for you in case of emergency. On it, your gender is clearly stated as a man." She read out that name, Lesrn. He instructed, "If anything happens to me, back then, did you want me to go to the Era territory? No matter what happens, do not trust anyone." He called out to Estelle because in the end, the only person you can lean on is yourself. "Hide these documents carefully in a place only you know." A dazzling light emanated. Estelle's eyes looked coldly toward that light. Purple orbs emitted around that notebook. He snapped his fingers sharply. The notebook immediately dispersed into the air. Estelle looked at him and asked, "Is this enough?" He praised, "All right, very smart. If I die, this child will be left all alone in this world. Oh, gods above, please give this old man a little more time to be able to stay beside my child." On this side, Keela opened her eyes wide and looked at Ritao. "What do you mean?" "I think you can understand for yourself, my lady. If he finds out, don't expect to remain safe and sound anymore, both you and your family as well. So that you can be safe, I will try to persuade Estelle." She put her hand to her forehead with a weary expression. "Thank you, I'm counting on you. I still want to attend Frank's wedding." "Yes, definitely, it will be fine. This is the first time I've seen..." Estelle showed goodwill toward someone. She was secretly surprised. "The first time?" Suddenly the door opened. Estelle walked in with an annoyed look. "What is it, Ritao? Why are you still here? I didn't know when you would return. So how could I leave Lady Keela all by herself? I'm here now, so you'd better disappear quickly. It's because of you that Lady Keela can't go outside, isn't it?" "What did you say?" "I treat Keela very well. Watch your mouth. Besides, this is my room. Get out now. How can I leave the young lady here with you? Are you even sane? We use separate beds, you know. In the end, do you understand common sense at all? The person who is bothering others, like you, is the one who needs to learn some common sense. Do you hear me?" Keela was dazed, wondering why things turned out like this. Are they really the people I know? Compared to the dull, original characters of the source material, the image before her eyes makes them look like a typical pair of bickering siblings. After regaining his composure, Ritao still held firm to his decision. "No, to protect Lady Kyla's safety, I must stay here." Estelle looked at him with an uncomfortable gaze. "I simply cannot let Lady Keela stay with you." "Why? Do you really not know? So you're asking?" Estelle replied with a mocking tone. "I don't know. Compared to that, I find your actions even more suspicious. Do you have some feelings for Keela? If so, what of it?" It took a moment for Ritao to react, blushing and stammering. What? Keela stood still as if frozen. Why did the subject change so suddenly? Ritao quickly explained. The relationship between us has ended. Don't say such offensive things to the young lady. Then why are you so anxious and worried about Keela? Try putting your hand on your heart and think about it. I mean, reflect on the troublesome things you've caused for other people. During all this time, that is. I haven't done anything bad to Keela. How can you be sure? Are you expecting something to happen? I heard that Keela won't get married her whole life, right? Once again, Keela fell into deep thought. No. Why bring that up all of a sudden? And look at his face. He looks so shocked. Estelle continued the attack. You've been regretting annulling the engagement with Keela, haven't you? So now you're taking the opportunity to be by her side. To comfort her when she's tired, right? I bet from the start you didn't even know the reason your engagement was annulled. Then what kind of game are you playing? Stop talking nonsense about other things and answer me. When will you finally release Lady Keela? Do you want to imitate normal people? Do you think that by wearing a wig and putting on an academy uniform, you'll turn into someone else? Oh no, what should I do? The atmosphere is getting worse and worse. Wake up. You're already 17 years old. Every time you cause trouble, the Duke and I are the ones who have to solve it. Or is it because you feel lonely that you want to play friends? Suddenly a sound erupted and the walls began to crumble. The ground started shaking. Ritao protected her. Before them now was an Astel with terrifying power. Don't act tough, Ritao. I have to stop this. If this continues, it'll be a huge mess. Then Keela ran toward Astel. He cried out, "My lady!" But then Ritao could only stand and watch, unable to do anything. She ran up and grabbed Astel's hand. Calm down, Astel. She thought, before his magic explodes, I have to say something. She intertwined her hand with his. Let's go for a walk. Astel was surprised by her action. I really want to visit Stefan's herb field. Astel's magic quickly vanished. All right, let's go. A moment later. We're here. This was originally the greenhouse that grandfather planted specifically for grandmother. The surroundings were full of beautiful flowers, making Keela exclaim, "It's so beautiful." The two of them held hands while touring the garden inside. Quincy isn't here. As expected of the Empress's garden, suddenly she turned, paying attention to a bright pink flower. Noticing that, Estelle immediately asked if she liked that flower. If you want it, just tell me. Huh? It's a medicinal herb, so it must be used for the right purpose. Estelle gently plucked a flower for her, as long as it's something Keela likes. Her cheeks turned rosy. Oh, thank you. Immediately after, she placed her hand on her chest. What in the world? Why is my heart suddenly beating so fast? What does it mean? This is a lunid mio flower. It is also given to each other by lovers. Having said that, Estelle gave a gentle smile. Keela's eyes widened in surprise at Estelle's words. It carries the meaning, let's spend tonight together. Suddenly, both her cheeks flushed red. What? Seeing that embarrassed look, he let out a chuckle. I'll take you to see some other new types of flowers. Keela raised her hand and pointed forward. In front of them was a colorful flower garden. She stared at them with wide eyes, thinking, blue roses. The voice of a familiar person exclaimed along with a bouquet of flowers, Congratulations on your graduation, sister. You've never received flowers from me before. These are blue roses. The Keela of the past life was very surprised and said, I heard that people just soak them in ink. So the color is fake? But looking at it, it seems this bouquet is real. They must have been grown successfully. Heh, thank goodness I bought the right thing, didn't I? Back to reality. Keela looked at that flower without blinking. Astel observed her expression and asked, You must really like it, seeing as you've been staring at it for so long. Keela replied, Thank you. I like it very much. If that's the case, I'll have the servants plant blue roses all over the mansion. Every single one. Keela replied immediately. No, don't do that. Keela, come over here for a moment. The two of them held hands and ran down a path filled with flowers. Keela asked, Where are we going? He acted mysterious. You'll know when we get there. Sit down. You must be tired. Let's rest a bit. Both sat on the swing. She thought pensively. I wonder if my parents are healthy. Is Frank safe and sound? Will he now live a fate that is unrelated to the original story? Everyone must be shocked by my disappearance. Will I be able to attend Frank's wedding in time? Suddenly Estelle asked, What are you thinking about? I'm thinking about my younger brother's wedding. There are always many people gathered around Keela, aren't there? Is that so? My family and also my friends. They are always around Keela. Ritao has changed since entering Carey Academy. Carey Academy? Do you want to study there too? I am all alone. Why do you say you're all alone? Astel shouted, It would be better to not have a grandfather at all. He is never by my side when I need him. Keela looked at Astel and asked, You have a lot of sad feelings regarding your grandfather, don't you? Suddenly Estelle leaned against her, making her surprised. Your grandfather must have been very miserable too, having to leave you alone like this. As days and months passed, I couldn't wait for him to return anymore. What's the point of coming back now? Normally, why couldn't he drop by for a bit once in a while? Now, it doesn't matter if he doesn't return, but it makes me unable to comfortably. Invite Keela to have fun. You shouldn't say things like that. He is your only relative. Don't let it be too late by the time you realize how precious the time spent together is. Estelle lay on her and said, looking at Keela, you seem experienced. Although I don't fully understand, I know he is the one who cares for you the most. If you have the chance, please talk things out with him. Later on, it will be too late to regret. I also had the most regretful moment of my life. If I hadn't been indifferent, perhaps my younger brother wouldn't have died. Even though I had a feeling he was very strange, because I was tired, I pretended not to know. In that moment, I thought it would just pass like any other day. If I could turn back time, I would do anything. So I hope you won't have to experience the pain of regret like I did. I hope my younger brother, my Frank, will be happy. And you too. I hope you will be happier than you are now. I mean it. Estelle, scene change. There is still no clue regarding Lady Kyla's whereabouts. We apologize for being unable to help, my lady. The Guardian Knights are also doing their best to search, and will contact you again later. Having said that, he went out and closed the door. Lady Vesta staggered and burst into tears. I heard that she disappeared while at the academy. How is that possible? How can there not even be a single witness? Even though she went to carry my child twice already. Frank comforted his mother. Please calm down and rest a bit, mother. Father has already fainted, and now if you fall ill too, what will we do? It can't be like this. You also heard them say that Keela went out by herself. How can that be? That's why you must also maintain your health. Close your eyes and rest for a bit, mother. But, Frank, Shisuro and Chus are a pair, right? I heard that if something happens to one side, the other side will be able to feel it. Am I right? Yes, mother, you are right. If anything happened to sister, I would know. So I can be certain that my sister is still safe and sound. In the large study, Frank was intently researching. The pile of documents spread all over the table. I wonder how to achieve resonance. Right at that moment, Anto came to report. Lord Frank, this is one of the related documents. March, year 26 of Gunson. The eastern fortress was destroyed and went missing. At that same time, Chus was brought back to the Vesta basement. April, year 26 of Gunson. The owner of Chus, Chris Vesta, brought it back. If the owner passes away, it seems that Chus and Shisuro will return to the mansion's basement on their own. A sudden thought flashed through Frank's mind, making him panic. Could it be? Without hesitating for another second, he decisively ordered Anto to the basement immediately. Yes! As soon as he stepped into the basement, Frank suddenly froze. His eyes widened in complete shock. His body felt as if it had turned stiff. Anto was also stunned and hurriedly pointed into the distance. Lord Frank, look! At the end of the dark corridor, a basement door was standing prominently. Frank walked forward tremblingly. Tears welled up. Ah! His knees collapsed onto the cold ground. His breathing became rapid. Thank goodness! Anto frantically supported him. Lord Frank? Frank gave a sigh of relief. His voice trembled slightly. Thank goodness. In another place, Keela was walking aimlessly. Everything around her was unfamiliar. The space was blurred like a dream. She muttered, that person? Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before her. It was Kyla, but not the current one. It was the Keela from the original story. She looked around in surprise. Her voice was somewhat panicked. Frank! Frank! A sudden flash of light made her startle and step back. She looked around tensely. Frank is nearby. Unable to contain her worry, she called out loudly, Frank! But right then, a voice rang out from behind her, full of urgency. No! Don't go any further toward there. Keela startled and turned around. The person standing there was herself, the Keela of her past life. Danger. Before Keela could understand what was happening, another figure suddenly appeared. Estelle. He gave a sinister smile. His eyes gleamed with amusement. Keela cried out softly, so similar. Estelle tilted his head, the corners of his mouth curling up mockingly. So similar, it's making me irritated. I'm talking about that brat Frank Vesta. Standing behind Keela, the Keela of the past life was shocked. It was Estelle's voice. She clenched her fist and screamed in anger. What have you done to Frank? Estelle laughed and said, What should I do with this shield, I wonder? As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his hand and released a net of light. Keela struggled in the net in panic. Her voice trembled. Let me go. A moment later, he spoke up. Thinking back, I see you. Keela immediately froze. Her eyes looked at Estelle warily. You're Rita's fiance, right? Suddenly, Kayla startled awake. She sat up abruptly, her breathing rapid. It was just a dream. That's right. He is still just the Duke list. Right then, a voice spoke up. Keela startled and turned toward the bedroom door. Astel was standing there, his face radiant as he said, Keela, I've seen my grandfather off. Now we can go for a walk around this mansion to our heart's content. A faint scent drifted from Astel, making her instinctively clench her hands tighter. But she quickly regained her composure and asked gently, did he set off safely? At the same time, a voice echoed in Keela's mind. That is the voice of Keela herself. In my past life, I said I didn't want to see Astel, and I want to get out of here. I hate this place. Astel is very scary. We must be wary of Astel. She is an evil person. Keela closed her eyes slightly, trying to brush away the feeling of insecurity. Astel stood still, frowning and thinking, Keela always treats me well? But why is she so afraid of me deep down in her heart? Keela asked, Your expression doesn't look very good. Astel was slightly startled, with a questioning look in his eyes. Why? Keela was silent for a moment and then sighed softly. Suddenly, she had an idea and cheerfully suggested, Hey, let's fly a kite together. Huh? Keela turned her head to look out the window. It's windy right now, so we can play. Flying a kite? Yeah, in my world, it's called that. But I've never tried it. I'll show you. Don't worry. Let's start preparing right away. Keela took out a pure white kite. Can this thing really fly? If I'd known, I would have just told the servants to buy one quickly. It can fly. Besides, you have to make the kite yourself. To have memorable memories. Memories. Both of them stepped out into the garden. A gentle breeze swept by, lifting the kite off the ground. Keela stood beside him, cheering in delight. Astel, look! The kite is flying. Astel didn't answer. He only quietly turned to look at Keela. She happily approached and gently guided him. Astel, you have to release the string gradually for the kite to fly high. Having said that, she took Astel's hand. Just rotate it gently like this. Then use the other hand to hold the spool, and that's it. Astel silently followed along, but in his heart, a strange feeling welled up. Have you ever played with Frank Vesta? This thing called a kite? The unexpected question made Keela freeze. After a moment, she replied softly, Done. Having said that, she turned her face away. I only ever played with my younger brother in my past life. Astel looked at Keela silently. An uncomfortable feeling welled up inside him. Again. Keela is being swallowed by those sorrowful emotions. I hate this. Afterward, they had tea together. Thinking back, Keela, you hardly participated in high society, right? Anyway, during the time I was in the school dormitory, it wasn't easy to join those activities. On the contrary, you seem suited for high society. You followed the Countess. Interesting. Well, I like brilliant places. I didn't expect that. I thought you hated crowded places. Because I was all alone. Hearing that, Keela was surprised. A vague image suddenly rose in her heart. A lonely figure. Do you want to imitate others? After a moment of hesitation, she slowly turned and said, Regarding that academy, actually you want to go to school too, right? Keela, do you know that I was cursed? I know because I read the original story. So that's how it is. That curse. Isn't it true that now you've matured, so it's no longer effective? If so, there's no need to maintain this rigid image anymore. Last year on my birthday, I suffered a lot. I had a high fever and was bedridden. I don't remember anything, but I heard I almost stopped breathing. Right then, a sinister voice rang out deep in his heart. It was Astel's male form. Is it thanks to the Empress's grace that you have poison resistance? Until now, I've never seen you fall ill. Keela's lips trembled as an uneasy thought rose within her. Could it be? Astel continued to tell the story. At 16 years old, I got a fever after wearing men's clothes. But as soon as I changed back into women's sleepwear, the fever gradually subsided. Perhaps this is partly because I intervened. Astel observed her silently, then slowly set down the teacup. Keela, are you worried? A little bit. Shh! I've never told anyone about this before. Actually, the curse has already been lifted. On my 16th birthday, I broke it. It was quite easy, wasn't it? What? It was supposed to disappear automatically. You had to break it too? Was it really that curse? I don't know why it was so painful either. First of all, I did exactly what my grandfather told me to, but it was very strange. I used to be very irritated, but lately I've gradually started feeling better. I heard that in the original story, I'm the villain who harasses Frank, right? From Keela's perspective, maybe it would be best if I didn't do anything. As long as Keela wants it, I will continue to stay quiet like this. Keela didn't answer, only looking at him suspiciously. Or if Astel stays like this, it's clearly a good thing for me. I should think of it that way. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke up with a suggestion. Let's read a book. Let me read it to you. All right. Keela nodded slightly, but her heart was in turmoil. The more he says things like that, the more my chest feels like it's tightening. Elsewhere, Ritao asked, "You mean you're investigating Keela Vesta's disappearance?" Vesta? Yes. Because this is an emergency situation, the superiors ordered an immediate return. Hearing that, Ritao frowned slightly. "I'm sorry, but something has happened at home, so I cannot go. Even though this is about Keela Vesta's disappearance, I really cannot return right now. Please report back for me. I will go as soon as I finish handling this matter." The knight bowed and replied, "I understand. I hope your work goes smoothly." After seeing the knight off, Ritao sighed heavily. That brat Astel, of all people to take, why did he have to kidnap Lady Keela? What on earth is he thinking? As expected, I must stop the Duke's decision. Ever since the coming-of-age ceremony, it seems Astel has become even more difficult to manage. Before the large door, first, I should speak softly to this kid. He gently pushed the door open and entered. But as soon as the door opened, Ritao froze. Before his eyes was a scene beyond his imagination. Keela had fallen asleep on the chair and Astel was lying on her lap. Ritao raised an eyebrow and whispered, "It looks like they fell asleep while reading a book." He turned to leave. "I'll come back later." However, his gaze accidentally caught something strange. Astel suddenly moved closer to Keela. He gently lifted her face up. His eyes were intently fixed on her face. The corners of his mouth curled slightly as if he were enjoying this moment. Ritao was momentarily stunned. What is he doing? What if he wakes Lady Kyla up? He was about to call out, but just as he was about to speak, the scene before him made Ritao freeze in place. Astel suddenly kissed Kyla on the lips. Time seemed to freeze. Ritao's body went stiff, his eyes wide with shock. What was that? He hurriedly backed away, but accidentally touched the door, making a small clicking sound. That sound made Astel startle. He immediately turned his head toward the door. His eyes darkened, staring intently at Ritao. Ritao instinctively closed the door. He stood outside, his hand on his chin, deep in thought. What on earth did I just see? Keela woke up in the middle of a pitch-black space. She wondered, where is this? I was clearly just reading a book to Astel. She looked around, scanning the surroundings. Is this a dream? Under her feet, a large pool of blood suddenly spread out, accompanied by rustling sounds echoing around. She jumped and quickly turned to look. What is this pool of blood? Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from the middle of the blood pool, making her unable to stop shivering. Keela startled and turned around. In front of her, a figure stood tall. That person looked exactly like Astel, but his eyes gleamed with an ultimate hatred. It's you! It's all because of you! Kyla's entire body froze. She couldn't move, nor could she utter a single word. For our child, you must become a sacrifice. He stepped closer and gripped her wrist tightly. You are just an outsider. Do not try to change fate. Keela's eyes trembled. This woman? Her eyes... He leaned down and stared at her. Throughout these past few years, you have harmed me miserably. Do you know that? Suddenly, an image flashed through her mind. A body covered in a white cloth. No! Stop, don't show me that. Please, someone's voice echoed in despair. You cannot save anyone at all. Keela sat up abruptly, drenched in sweat, her breathing rapid. Astel sat beside her, looking at her in panic. Keela, what's wrong? Are you okay? Keela panted, her eyes fixed on Astel. Astel, he called softly. Keela? But when she looked at him, the image from her nightmare returned. Keela went silent for a moment. Astel reached out to take her hand, but she pulled back. I'm sorry, I want to rest. Astel's eyes flickered with a hint of sadness. He lightly clenched his hand, stood up, and quietly turned away. I understand. You should rest. The door closed, leaving Keela alone in the silent room. She sat on the bed, her hands instinctively clutching her trembling shoulders. You are just an outsider. Do not try to change fate. Those words kept echoing in her mind. Stay away from our child. What on earth was that? That person looked exactly like Astel. The child she mentioned is Astel, right? Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. If you aren't busy, could we talk for a moment? Lady Keela, it's Lord Ritao. She breathed a soft sigh of relief and stepped off the bed. Come in. Ritao entered and sat opposite her. Lady Keela, your complexion doesn't look very good. Lord Ritao, Frank's wedding is coming soon. When will I be allowed to go outside? Frank's wedding is indeed important, but what is happening to Lady Keela is a matter of even greater concern. I don't understand what you're saying. What could be more urgent than me being locked up here? Lady Keela, listen carefully. Be careful with Astel. The atmosphere seemed to grow heavy. Keela remained silent for a moment. Then she picked up her teacup and replied gently, I am still being careful, and I still am now. It's not like that. What I mean to say is, Astel is actually a grown man. If Astel feels that way about you, it will be very troublesome. Hearing that, Keela asked softly, You mean that matter, right? Yes, exactly, so you must pay more attention. If you make a mistake, even a small one, there is no telling what will happen. I know that better than anyone in this world. But Astel's feelings have been distorted from the start. Perhaps if it weren't me, it would be someone else. If you are that worried, then please help me get out of here, Lady Kayla. Don't tell me you can't stand up to Astel. Suddenly, Astel's voice echoed in her head. If you want, I will continue like this. Me staying by his side like this isn't good for Astel either. Besides, even if Lord Ritao doesn't intend to help me, I will still find a way to leave this mansion. He only cried out softly, my lady. She continued, so, regarding Astel, before she could finish, a voice suddenly rang out. Ho ho, making them both startle. A figure appeared at the door. Are you two talking about a secret? Keela immediately became alert. Stefan? He walked in. Lord Astel. I came here because I heard Lady Kayla's body was not feeling well. A hand reached out and grabbed Kayla's wrist. Let me take your pulse, my lady. She thought to herself. Did he hear what Ritao and I were saying? Although there is no fever, the pulse is too fast. I heard you had a nightmare. Let me prescribe a medication to stabilize your sleep. She thought again, probably because the opponent is Stefan. Those medicine bottles look very suspicious. Stefan suddenly stopped. Thinking back, I heard you have a plan to leave the mansion. Do you think Lord Astel will let you go that easily? Will Lord Astel let Lady Kayla go that easily? Keela frowned. As expected, he heard everything. Ritao stood up and patted Stefan's shoulder. Pretend you don't know anything. I just want to help. Keela jumped up. How can you help? My lady. It depends on Lady Kayla as well. Keela couldn't help but feel angry inside. You devious man. Fragments of old memories suddenly rushed back into her mind. According to the original story, he was also the one who teased Frank in that way. I will take you outside, Frank. You understand Lord Astel's personality, right? He will even endanger the Vesta family. To find Frank. The Vesta side is also looking for you. Stefan's voice rang out, pulling her back to reality. If you return to Vesta, the rumors of your return to Vesta will spread accordingly. Keela frowned and immediately countered. If that's the case, the Vesta house will certainly be in danger. What do you mean? Stefan shrugged with a sarcastic tone. As expected, you're quick to understand. I will prepare a safe place for you to hide first. Stay there for a while until Lord Astel calms down. Keela remained silent as complex thoughts rose within her. He truly is the same scoundrel Stefan from the original story. In that way, he tricked Frank and sold him to a brothel. She watched him intently and then suddenly gave an unpredictable smile. But unlike Frank, I know that plot. Stefan continued. Just follow my lead, my lady. If you want to get out of here, then there is no other way. Besides relying on Stefan's help. Therefore, Keela was silent for a moment and then suddenly gave a meaningful smile. Fine. If he dares to treat me the way he did Frank. In the original story, she slowly reached her hand out. I accept that proposal. A sinister smile spread across his lips. Keela thought to herself, at that time, I won't just let it slide. He smiled, lifted her hand, and gave it a light kiss. As you command. The next morning, at the castle, Keela stepped out into the garden and spoke radiantly. Who are you cutting those flowers for? Astel turned around and his eyes lit up upon seeing Keela. Keela, is your body okay? Astel, I have something to say. What is it? You already realized it. Astel turned away slightly. I have nothing to say. Astel, I have to go home now. The space suddenly became somber. Astel gripped the bouquet in his hand. Everything you were curious about. I told you everything without revealing it to anyone else. Now you must keep your promise. No, not yet. Then when will you let me go? Astel asked her back. Do you absolutely have to go? Of course, Astel. This isn't my home. Suddenly, Astel threw the bouquet onto the ground. Astel glared at her. Then he turned his back and left without saying another word. Keela stood there silently, looking at the flowers scattered at her feet. She slowly bent down to pick them up, remembering that saying. Outsider, do not try to change fate. You won't be able to save anyone. The words from the dream. The other day echoed in her mind again. I don't know who the woman in that dream was. It could also be that it was just my hallucination. But in Astel's life, I shouldn't have appeared. It could be because of me that his growth was stunted. Besides, for my family's sake, I must leave this mansion. That evening, while Keela was intently reading a book in her room, a gentle knock on the door rang out. She looked up and invited them in. The door opened slightly. Astel walked in. I knew you would come. Let's have tea. I'll go brew it right away. Keela, I will let you go home. So for now, stay here with me for a while. Okay? How long is for now? About that. Astel was silent for a moment. If you leave here, you won't see me again. The soul told him so. But Astel, if you don't know the reason why you can't grow up, then you will understand. The cause might be me. so I cannot stay by your side forever. Listen carefully, Astel, I must go back. This is for me and also for you. Astel, you have your own path that you must take. The path I must take? Don't say such nonsense. Is that again because you are thinking of me, as you say? Inherently, you need to grow up right now. Must you be as tall as Ritao for it to count? Is that path really that important to me? That's right. That goal has always existed within Astel's being. Memories of Astel's childhood appeared. She always blamed her fate. I want to live as Astel List, not Astel Issa. Before meeting me, you always had worries. Your own concerns about what you wanted for yourself. The image of Astel once collapsing and thinking, no. Not this image, but my own true image. Keela said, because I intervened. So that's why you lost your original goal. In the original story, Astel was always dissatisfied with his own circumstances. It became a complex spiral and harassed Frank in the end. That very thing turned into the motivation for Astel to grow up. Keela reassured him. Because I intervened, I made you lose your own goal. She thought again. But now, me disappearing from Astel's sight is the best choice for him. Thinking that, she hesitantly said, I'm sorry. Why does Keela have to apologize? Is that so important? It is important. To you, it is very important. I didn't know that my existence would have such an influence. I thought that even if I intervened in Astel's life, I would never be able to. Shake your own path. After explaining, the two just looked at each other. Astel held Keela's hand and said, then continue to stay here. If I can't grow up because of Keela, then Keela must take responsibility. I can't. Astel, if we are stuck here, neither of us will have a future. Suddenly, Astel said, make a bet with me. What kind of bet? If Keela wins, I will let Keela go home. But if I win, Keela must stay here. What? Hear it out before you decide. Don't worry, it is also something Keela has always wanted. Something I've always wanted? I will let Keela meet her younger brother. Keela thought, younger brother Frank? If not, I mean Keela's biological younger brother. Not Frank. The younger brother from your past life. I told you back then, didn't I? I have no intention of wanting to meet my younger brother, even for just 1 minute. Don't you want to see if you can change that boy's future? No. About 1 minute, right? I don't want to bet on a meeting with my dead younger brother. That doesn't depend on Keela. And I'm not someone who wants to change any future. Astel held Keela's hand and stepped closer. Clearly, at that time, Keela said she deeply regretted pretending to ignore her younger brother's erratic behavior. Now there is a chance to change it, isn't there? So you weren't sleeping at all back then. Were you pretending to sleep while listening to me talk? I love it so much. Pretending to sleep was the right choice. Keela brushed Astel's hand away. Seeing her frowning face, Astel said, as long as Keela can talk to her younger brother, then you've won. Just talking? What do you mean? The past that Keela intends to return to will have a wall separating it from that world. You must break through the wall to be able to meet your brother. Therefore, if the two of you can just talk to each other, then the victory belongs to Keela. Is that really all it takes? Of course. Actually, Keela wants to see her brother too, doesn't she? You know what? With just one word from Keela, your brother's future could change. Keela hasn't even had the chance to say goodbye to him yet, right? She thought to herself, is it really possible? I have so many things I want to say to him. In the past, the image of her and her brother hugging. I was wrong. I love you so much, I am always on your side. You can live and do whatever you want. In the present, she was still uncertain about Astel's proposal and words. Can I really say all those things to him? She decided to answer, I understand. Do it. That's an excellent choice, Keela. Go this way. Astel performed magic with the time clock, opening up a portal. In this space, you will meet the younger brother you desire. I can't see anything. Isn't this the space you showed me last time? It's similar, but still a little bit different. You must go inside to be able to face that high wall. Keela took a breath and entered the portal. Astel instructed, remember, you only have 1 minute. Astel whispered to himself, I hope there will be a good result. Breaking through a high-level wall is no easy feat. Keela being able to do that seems almost impossible. I will wait for you, Keela. Wait for you to fall into my hands. At this moment, Kyla felt as if she were stepping into a void. She looked around anxiously. Have I arrived at the right place? And when looking to the side, a boy was sitting quietly in the room. Seeing him, her heart skipped a beat and her mouth instinctively called out, Ji-hun, Ji-hun. Hearing the call, he turned around. But the person he saw was her in her past life. The Keela on the outside was extremely anxious. Looking at her past self and shouting loudly, wait, you can't go. Keela ran toward that direction, repeatedly calling out, wait! But she was blocked by an invisible barrier. What is this? Is this the wall that Astel mentioned? Keela repeatedly pounded on it while looking at him. Ji-hun! 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 Please, Lin, look here. Please, I'm right here, Ji-hun. What on earth is this child thinking? On the outside, Keela raised her hand high to summon. She used all her strength to strike the wall hard. Her mouth repeatedly pleaded, break, please break. I must get to him. Please, please. A moment later, she stopped completely, gasping for breath. Time was still passing very quickly. I don't have much time left. Once again, Keela called out. If Chus were a sharp blade, then perhaps it would easily knock down this wall. Thinking of this, she clenched her hand, concentrating her spirit to lift it up. The sword in her hand emitted a faint light. An imprint appeared on Keela's hand. Seeing that, she exclaimed in question, this? Her face clearly showed hesitation and confusion, but she quickly regained her determination. Keela decisively slashed straight toward the wall. It immediately shattered. This made Ji-hun look over. Without hesitation, Kyla immediately ran toward him. Despite Ji-hun looking at her with skepticism, Keela excitedly reached out her arms toward him, then immediately embraced her poor younger brother. Keela anxiously spoke to remind him, tomorrow you must not go to school. Please don't go. Talk to me. Can you tell me the truth? Sister, you're a fool. If I don't say it, you won't know. At this, Ji-hun called out in a low voice, Sister, I have to tell you. Please tell me. At this, Keela lifted his face. Clearly, she understood that. She couldn't change the future with just these few words. But I still tried to instruct him. The only person who can save you is yourself. Even so, just a moment like this is enough. Please seize this opportunity. This time, I will truly put in the effort, so that you can be happy like in your past life. Through what others recounted, we were very close to him. Your younger brother had been abused for a very long time, didn't you know? But when she received the notice, she finally woke up. Their words kept echoing. We said we never touched him. See? I told you we were innocent, Keela said to herself. Even though they tortured my brother, those children were not punished at all. I hated those wicked children so much that I couldn't stand it. That's why on that day, I remembered the kendo I had given up after my parents passed away. This is a real sword that has been preserved for a long time. Ending her train of thought, Keela returned to reality. She knelt powerlessly before Astel. At this moment, she still hadn't escaped the negative emotions. When she looked up, she softly called, Astel. Astel replied, now it's time for you to keep your promise. Scene changes elsewhere. Voices could be heard outside the door. The wedding ceremony will still take place as planned. Frank stood up agitatedly. Father, you don't care, he continued speaking. Right now, the first people you must care for and protect are Marian and your child. If a situation arises, the schedule will be postponed. But there is no more time to do that. I know, but... His father lost patience and interrupted. That's enough. During the past time, I am very sorry for entrusting everything to your mother. Now I will personally act as the father. Father, please go rest for a bit. You haven't been awake for very long. Isn't your mother the one who needs to recuperate right now? I also have to try and brace myself. As long as Keela is alive, we can breathe a sigh of relief. Listen, is that so? Frank looked at him and smiled softly, then patted his back to comfort him. She will be safe and sound. My sister is very strong. At this point, Frank opened the door and left the room outside. Marian was already waiting. She asked anxiously, how is father? Although I can't say he's doing great yet, he's much better. Also, even though I've advised him many times, he still wants to proceed with the wedding as planned. But Keela hasn't returned yet. I thought so too, but luckily she is still safe and sound. If something happened to the master of Chus, I would know, because I am the master of Shisuro. Actually, regarding this matter, I wanted to ask Lord Ritao's opinion, but I haven't been able to contact him. At this, Marian simply exclaimed, so that's how it is. Even so, Keela is still safe. Thank goodness. Marian, you just need to pay attention to your own health. Although my sister's situation is very important, Marian, you are also extremely important to me. Hearing that, she was filled with happiness. I'm sorry for still making you worry in this situation. I was very worried and didn't want to put more pressure on you. Why would you say that? Marian is always the top priority for me. That's a given. Having said that, he gently stroked her hair. I know. If something appears that makes the protector of Shisuro want to protect, the power will multiply. You are my family. I will definitely protect my important loved ones. Hearing this, Marian nodded happily and replied, Thank you, Frank. Marian, your face is starting to look like Peitula's. While happy, Frank suddenly froze. Seeing this, Marian asked in confusion, Frank, what's wrong? He immediately turned to leave. Marian, wait for me a moment. She still didn't understand the issue, looking in the direction he went. Frank! Then she involuntarily followed in his footsteps. I'm coming with you. Frank's pace became faster and faster. His heart was full of doubt. I clearly felt something. Arriving at the destination, he hurriedly opened the door. This feeling... Frank didn't hesitate to raise his hand and shout, Shisuro! Looking at the scene before him, he couldn't help but be astonished. Shisuro has resonated. Frank's gaze was indescribably pensive. As I thought, it's here. Who is here? Seeing Keela collapsed on the floor, he exclaimed in surprise, Sister! You've become the master of Chus. Thank goodness you are safe and sound. Suddenly, Frank became startled when he saw Ritao appear in front of Keela. That person is Senior Ritao. The scene shifts to another place. Keela was inside the room reflecting. I won the bet, but he didn't keep his promise. How is Astel? Ritao replied. Although I don't know what she was shocked by, she doesn't seem to be doing very well. I see. Lady Keela? Actually, but before he could finish his sentence, she interrupted. I'm sorry, Lord Ritao. I am a bit tired right now. Let's talk next time. Ah, yes. In that case, I will only say one thing. I have some business, so I will be leaving the mansion. Although the time away won't be very long, I thought I should tell you beforehand. Then he walked toward the door. Well, Lady Keela, please get some rest. After Ritao left, she sat on the chair, bowing her head in thought. On her hand, the indelible mark was still printed. Master of Chus. Now the room door has been enchanted. If I can't get out... But then another person easily enters and exits the room. Stefan teased with a laugh. Your appearance doesn't look very good. Keela was too tired to even respond and silently felt resentful. Why can everyone else enter and exit so easily? Suddenly, she stood up abruptly. It's not like an anti-theft antenna. Why am I the only one who can't pass through that door? Stefan tilted his head in confusion and asked back, Anti-theft antenna? Do you mean an anti-theft iron fence? Keela answered gloomily. It's nothing. Don't mind it. Compared to that, I have news for you. What? I have found a place where you can escape to. Is that so? Where? A place a bit far from the coast. This is a place very few people in the Empire know about, because it's far from the mansion Astel's. Magic will not be able to track it down. Although I cannot tell you the details yet, one thing is for sure, that place is very safe. She silently cursed this devious man, so he chose a place exactly as I predicted. It's a slum concentrated at the seaport. That place is where the traders are. Hallucinogenic drugs and suspicious magical tools. It is also an illegal slave market area, and a place where prostitution is rampant. The more she thought, the more certain she became. That's right. In the original story, that was the place where he sold Frank. After Keela restrained her emotions, she spoke up. Near the beach? I'm looking forward to it. So when do we depart? If you want to prepare, it will take a few more days. I will send word to you, my lady, after the preparations are finished. I understand. Now, this is the most important thing. The potpourri I gave you last time, do you still have it? No. I think I left it in the room when I moved here. Then this can be used as a replacement instead. From now on, please keep the quincy on your person. Keela asked questioningly, Why? My lady, do you know the use of the quincy? She took it and replied, No. Lord Astel used it to create spirits. You know it can read other people's thoughts, right? Spirits cannot approach a person who is holding a quincy. So if you carry this item, Lord Astel will not be able to read your thoughts. Therefore, always keep it with you. Clutching the bag in her hand, Keela thought to herself, I had no idea the quincy had such a function. This function never appeared in the original story. Stefan then cheerfully gave further instructions. If you frequently have nightmares, don't forget to take the medicine. And in the original story, Stefan is an unpredictable character. It seems that all the flowers in the Empress's garden have been brought here. Everywhere in the Imperial Palace is filled with red, according to what has happened, with the meaning of welcoming the new crown prince like this. It's truly unbelievable. At that time, Cairo simply replied indifferently, It's a lot of effort. After the two of them passed each other, he gave a faint smile and spoke. You must definitely keep trying like that in the future. That was the angry gaze of the Empress. Hatred that was hard to suppress, her body trembling. She couldn't control her emotions and smashed the vase. You're only telling me that now? The Empress looked at Stefan and repeatedly scolded him. Because the bloodline is tied to the royal soul, does that brat not have an effect on the quincy? You knew about that from the beginning, didn't you? Stefan shook his head and replied, Not from the very beginning. Lately, even though the quincy was nearby, he wasn't affected, which is how I found out. I apologize. That wasn't very important information. At this point, Keela speculated. Even though he is the Empress's person, he hasn't obtained any very important information. That also means that Astel doesn't know anything about the Empress either. As a result, both sides are being ignored. At this moment, Stefan looked at her and said, Then I'll head out first. Be careful so that Lord Astel doesn't get suspicious. Keela stood still, lost in thought. Can this really be used? In the original story, Astel discovered Stefan's betrayal because of the Quincy. Even if he understands everyone, he still cannot see through the true hearts of humans. And what if I use this? She closed her eyes, trying to find a point of compatibility. The space suddenly transformed. A blinding light shone out. Keela summoned Choose. She gripped the sword firmly in her hand. Now, even without touching the lips, it can still be summoned. Suddenly, Keela sighed helplessly. Should I just go out alone? According to the original story, Keela must become the Choose Master to be able to open it. If I can open this now, even the magic on the door, if I use Choose now, then maybe I can smash it and go outside. Even if I get out of here, it will still be very difficult to find the exit in the forest of this Duke's mansion. This Duke. As expected, I need someone's help, but not Stefan's. That's right. For example, Ritao. Scene changes elsewhere. Ritao looked up at the sky with a serious face. Inside the mansion, when he saw him enter, Frank stood up and welcomed him warmly. Senior Ritao, you came quickly. He replied, Long time no see, Frank. You should sit down, Senior. You probably know why I called you here. Ritao remembered the message. Senior Ritao, you know the truth, so come to Vesta immediately. Seeing that information, Frank spoke up as expected. I'll ask you straight. Where is the place my sister is staying? Senior Ritao? But all he got in response was an apology. It seems you don't want to answer. Why did you take my sister away, Senior? It wasn't me who did it. Then who was the one who did? That? It was just the circumstances. Frank asked back in annoyance, what circumstances? I'm sorry, I cannot say right now. My sister has disappeared, and you still can't explain the circumstances? Even if I don't know the whole story, I need to understand something. May I ask how you found out? Chizuru and Choose can resonate. He looked at Frank in disbelief. I thought that was just a legend. I didn't expect it either until I experienced this. Once again, I must apologize to you. With a little more time, everything will be fine. I will definitely bring your sister home. How can I trust someone? Who hides everything like this? If my sister returns safely, then I won't hold you responsible for anything. But if the opposite happens, the Vesta family. We will officially prosecute the Isa family, with full evidence included. This is the resonance scene of Chizuru. I placed it inside a magical tool, and I saw the person who was with my sister. Hearing this, Ritao was suddenly startled. That person had pink hair. Frank, I'm sorry, please. I will definitely bring Lady Keela back home. I beg you. But at this moment, Frank only remained cold and didn't answer. After a long pause of reflection, he finally spoke. Senior, you can only choose one of two things, and there is no option to delay for more time. Make a decision, Senior Ritao, he silently lamented. Biological siblings really are alike. Even that determined face is exactly the same. But I cannot reveal Astel's secret. I don't understand your feelings, Senior. This is an unavoidable situation. But for you to keep beating around the bush without being decisive like this is not a good thing. Think carefully about what is truly best for that person. Hearing that, he seemed to suddenly realize something. Ritao thought tensely. If I tell the truth, at least it will keep the Isa family safe and sound. But as for Astel, what should be done? Astel used to be someone who didn't exist in this world. Is he to be known just like that? I always thought I had to protect him. But Astel has also grown up. Thinking of this, he spoke up. They are the same age, but why are they so different? Hearing that, Frank exclaimed in confusion, Huh? Ritao's eyes suddenly showed a look of sadness. It's unclear how everything played out, but at this moment, regarding Astel, why did he angrily slam his hand against the wall? Why am I always the one who's wrong? Clearly, when observing carefully, I knew Keela wasn't the master. So why didn't I realize it when we first met? Can't spirits see through everything? My feelings have never been wrong either. So what on earth is the reason? It seems something has been overlooked. Could it be because this continent is just a world in a book? A world written by someone, as Keela said? He remembered the way Keela called his name. Astel. I just want to be by Keela's side forever. If Keela could stay by my side, then I wouldn't need to go outside for the rest of my life. Even if I never grow taller, or have to wear women's clothing forever. Just to live, I only need Keela. In the space at this moment, only Astel's lonely figure was seen. Afterwards, Stefan checked Astel's health. Pulse and body temperature are normal. Height remains unchanged. Nothing has changed, not even a little bit. There is no change at all compared to last month. In any case, the influence of the curse seems to still be very strong. My 16th birthday has passed, and I am still alive. Yet the effect of the curse still remains. Although Lord Astel's body has stopped developing, I guess that you have also avoided the curse. Nonsense. Even if it is the curse of a tiny child from a witch, then what does it have to do with me? My magical power has already surpassed the Empress's. But you said the curse still remains? Although it's not certain, in order for the curse to disappear completely, the only way is to break the seal. While standing before Keela, he heard her say that he must grow as tall as Ritao, and this is exactly the side effect. The fact that growth stopped could be due to the curse, or it could be due to another reason. Even so, I like your current form. But there wasn't a hint of a romantic or cheerful atmosphere. Astel quickly brushed his hand away and stood up. I am not curious about your preferences at all. Then he pointed at his chest. I don't know why. You often pretend you don't know anything. But I don't care what you think. What a cruel lady. Every time I am looked at with eyes like that, you don't know how nervous it makes me. As soon as the words were spoken, his face was already close to Astel's with a suggestive smile. Seeing that, Astel looked at him coldly and instinctively blurted out, Pervert! On another side, the door suddenly opened. Ritao entered the room and called out loudly, Lady Keela! Lord Ritao, when did you return? I heard that you went out. Please forgive me for this rudeness, because there is a very urgent matter. What is it? He replied, Frank is waiting outside. She asked in surprise, What do you mean? Why is Frank... Before she could finish, Ritao interrupted. He came looking for you, my lady, and right now he is hiding outside the barrier, beyond the territory of Duke Li. If Frank is in that place... No, don't let Frank come there. Take him away immediately. Calm down, my lady. Please! Keela gripped his arm tightly. Please tell Frank to go back. I will do my best. Lady Keela, please calm down. I know what you are worried about, but Frank will be fine. He is also the master of Shisuro. She thought, I know, but... Ritao spoke up again. I will help you get out of here safely. I already promised him. Keela hesitantly continued. If I get out of here, then Astel... Because we are thinking of Astel, we must make this decision. If this matter were to be exposed to others on the outside, then for the rest of his life, Astel would never have the chance to be honored. Hearing that, Keela also tacitly agreed. That's right, and he would be known as the Empress. I don't want Astel to become like that either, my lady. Actually, I have been very conflicted, Ritao added, but as expected. I know I cannot let that child continue to make mistakes. Like this. That is the path for Astel. Having said that, her eyes looked at him in astonishment. She also agreed with those words. Lord Ritao is quite right. And in the original story, Ritao ultimately could never leave Astel. I even feel a sense of shame toward him. I don't know what will change, but he must have thought a great deal to have said these kinds of words. Ritao handed her a letter. Lady Frank asked me to send you this. She gasped. Frank? Wait. Where is the paper knife? It's all right, so please take your time. She quickly grabbed a small knife on the table. Found it. What's written in there? But Keela just stared intently at the letter without answering. Not until he called out my lady did she wake up and reply. The boy said not to worry, saying that he will definitely keep his promise. The most prominent line written there was, Please wait for me. This time it's my turn to protect you. Although I'm not saying this because I knew beforehand, this makes me remember the Keela of the original story and Frank. That was an unhappy ending. The mirage of magic. In the end, they could not protect each other. But this time, it is completely different from the original story. Lord Ritao, I want to reply to Frank's letter. I understand. Let's prepare right away. Keela thought to herself, I believe in you, Frank. Not long after, Ritao came to find her and reported, I have found the place where the barrier is weakest around this mansion. We will begin our move in the early morning. After midnight today, when you arrive at the meeting place, please use the chain resonance to call Shisuro. Keela remained silent, for reasons unknown. Even though I tried my best to persuade Estelle, it didn't work, so I have no choice but to leave. Quietly like this. Suddenly, there was the sound of a lock opening from outside. She instinctively looked in that direction and called out, Lord Ritao? But suddenly, her gaze froze. It turned out to be Astel. He softly called her name. Keela. Seeing him, Keela hurriedly hid the small bag that Stefan had given her. Is something the matter? Astel replied anxiously. The maids reported to me that Keela hasn't been eating anything lately. You don't need to worry about that. It's not that I haven't eaten at all. I just eat a little bit. Is Keela angry? He heard her fall silent for a moment before she questioned him. You didn't keep your promise. Let me go outside. Can't Keela just stay here with me? No way, I'll be caught hiding the potpourri. Thinking that, she quickly avoided him. My family and friends are looking for me. I have to go back. Keela doesn't necessarily need those people. Not family, nor friends. What? I don't have anyone either, so stay with me. The person closest to me is only Keela. Please stay with me, Keela. I have no one by my side. Keela hesitated for a long time. How can you say you have no one? You have Duke Liss and Lord Ritao by your side. He was only in the past. Now we are no longer close, Estelle. And Ritao only sees me as a rebellious child, who gives him a headache. Does Keela still remember? 2 years ago, the moment we first met in Gabu. Right then, you recognized me. I told you it's because of the original story. I said I knew you through that. Ah, right. I was startled. Estelle kissed her. So Keela is the person who understands me best in this world. The only one who understands me is Keela. Keela couldn't react in time, her eyes wide with shock. What on earth am I doing with Estelle right now? After a moment, she snapped out of it. She pushed him away and stared at him blankly. Estelle smiled playfully and touched his lips. You have become the master of truth, Keela. I didn't expect you could become the master. Because I inherited the blood of the Spirit King, I am able to see through who can become a master. But I could not see through Keela. Why is that? At this moment, her legs hit the edge of the chair. But Estelle still would not let her go. That is a magic orb, containing the power of the soul. Keela fell back onto the chair by instinct. On this side, Estelle continuously pried. So why is it that I cannot feel everything about Keela? I don't know either, Keela. I truly cannot endure that. No matter what it is unacceptable. Next, he leaned down and reached toward Keela's hand. Did that Stefan guy give this to you? I smell Quincy. Keela fell into an awkward position and answered. That... Did he do that so I couldn't read Keela's thoughts? It's useless, Keela. Please let me go, I already won the bet. He agitatedly moved his magic to bind Keela. No, you must not leave here. She looked at it in horror, the ribbon. What will it take for you to stay by my side? Estelle, take this off. Keela, I will do everything you want. No, I have to go. That is the only thing I want. Having said that, she immediately summoned Chus. Estelle shouted loudly, Don't go, Keela. At this moment, a mass of vines frantically shot forward. Keela looked at them in disbelief. These vines. Keela didn't care much and slashed through them. Suddenly, Estelle grabbed her hand from behind, causing the vines to wrap around her body. I told you before, Chus cannot attack me. No way. Could it be that I'm forced to go outside first? Give up, Keela. Even if you have become the master of Chus, there is still nothing you can do. What should I do? There must be some way. Suddenly, her eyes flashed toward the paper knife. Without hesitation, she immediately lunged for it to his astonishment. The scene was extremely chaotic. Only the sound of a fall to the floor was heard. Estelle pinned the other person down and asked, What do you intend to do to me with that thing? She replied loudly, It's not like that. According to what she thought, if she could use it to cut the tree trunk. Thinking that, Keela quickly retrieved the knife. Give it here! Estelle immediately tried to stop her. Stop it, Estelle! Keela shouted loudly in agitation. I have to go outside. Going outside won't change anything. What are you saying? I already said I wanted you to go outside. I told you that you must stand tall before others. That's not going to happen. Keela suppressed her emotions and explained, Estelle, growing up is not simply about the body developing. Just like a chick that doesn't break its own eggshell, it will die instantly. So you must break the shell and so must I. But if you leave here, then we will never see each other again. That's why I'm saying no. Let go of my hand. Estelle, no. If I let go, what if you run away again? I don't want to. Don't go, Keela. Oh, wait a minute. Keela involuntarily swung the knife toward him. Stop it, Estelle. The scene seemed to fall into a dead silence. Each drop of blood dripped onto the floor. Estelle put his hand to his face to cover the blood. Keela was horrified, her whole body freezing up. Estelle clutched one eye in pain and screamed loudly. Keela stood up abruptly and ran toward him, calling, Estelle! She anxiously grabbed his shoulders. Estelle, are you okay? But before she could finish her sentence, he interrupted. Keela! In front of me. Everything in front of me is pitch black, Keela. At this moment, a surge of guilt rushed over her. Estelle. She quickly stood up and turned around, saying, I must treat this quickly. There's too much blood flowing. Estelle grabbed the hem of Keela's clothes. Don't go. Don't leave. Please stay by my side. Don't leave me alone. I can't. I must treat this quickly. It doesn't matter what happens to my eye. So please, I'm begging you. Keela shook her head awkwardly, refusing the request. Then she quickly ran outside. I'll call for someone, in the hallway. Only the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard. Keela used all her strength to seek help. She looked around and called out loudly, Is anyone there? Please, someone help. What should I do? There is so much blood. Thinking quickly, Keela frantically called, Lord Ritao, Stefan! At this moment, Ritao spoke up from behind. My lady, what is going on? She hurriedly ran toward him. Lord Ritao, blood, are you injured? No, it's not mine. It's not my blood. Sir, please go inside and check. It's very urgent. Ritao quickly stepped to the door of the room. He looked inside without showing any emotion. Then he said to Keela in a low voice, Go now. What? Estelle, I'll do whatever I can to help. Keela interrupted anxiously. But, if he isn't treated with magic quickly, he might go blind. Don't worry, and go to the meeting place I mentioned. I already instructed Frank just now. Having said that, he placed his hand on her shoulder. You must go right now. Will it really be okay? It'll be fine if I leave, right? Ritao pushed her away. Go. Keela still hesitated, but then turned to leave. She ran quickly toward the designated direction. Ritao closed his eyes, trying to compose himself. A moment later, only the sound of her heavy breathing could be heard as she fled. Keela couldn't stop thinking about Astel. Tears of guilt took turns falling down. It will be okay because Lord Ritao is there. Surely he will call Stefan. The moment Astel painfully called her name flashed back. I didn't mean to stab him. What if he goes blind? Astel, what if he dies? Suddenly, someone spoke from behind. You're being a bit hasty. The lady discussed the time of departure with me. A full day hasn't even passed yet. Seeing his grinning face, Keela was inwardly shocked. Stefan, the object in his hand was something she had seen before, in a dream. At this, Keela tried to stay calm and replied, because I changed my mind. I'm leaving today. Oh, how unusual. Occasionally, there are times to be persistent. Keela replied with a serious face. We'll see. Saying that, she drew her sword and continued. Those times when one must be persistent. He said, It doesn't seem to be now, does it? Having said that, he smiled triumphantly. In no time, the net in his hand flew above her head. What? Will come, will come. She was covered by it. Stefan said even more triumphantly, Since my lady intended to run away, I guess the plan will have to be moved forward. The bird perched on his hand just then asked, What's going on? The plan has changed. Go there quickly. It quickly asked back, The original one? Of course, as long as you get there fast, it's fine. Immediately after, it flew away. Good, keep it up. When you arrive, I will send the spirit bird. Keela spoke up. Could that item be me? You don't need to care, because it's not important. That's right. Well then. Saying this, she raised her sword high and slashed down. To his astonishment, the net was quickly destroyed. Keela looked serious, pointing her sword tip at him and spoke. Since it's not something I need to care about, I can leave first, right? Stefan looked down at the net in disbelief. This is a special magic net that was strengthened by Lord Astel. Keela continued in a cold voice. Though I cannot harm Astel with chus, I can still shatter the magic that Astel created. Surprising, isn't it? As expected, I truly cannot let you stay by Lord Astel's side. That doesn't matter right now. Astel is very badly injured. If he isn't treated immediately, I know. He then took out a magic orb. Don't worry. It won't be too late to get to him after I've dealt with you. Seeing that object, Keela was momentarily startled. Before she could react, it flew toward her. Keela tried to grip her sword tightly before his bewildered look. The orb was shattered. Is Astel not important to you? There's no time now. Stefan replied resentfully. If I let you go like this, how could I face Lord Astel? Even if I said I wouldn't see you, things won't go your way. Keela exclaimed in confusion. What? The magic orb appeared once again. Keela clearly couldn't react in time. He said coldly on this side, Only I can be by Lord Astel's side. The attack with great destructive power made Keela unable to block it. Her footsteps gradually retreated backward. Her body staggered, trying to resist. The situation remains unclear. She just looked up at him, biting her lip in annoyance. The magic orb actually turned back to attack, making him startle and shout loudly. How is this possible? The orb pinned him forcefully against the tree trunk. The force was so strong that a loud impact could be heard. His vision went dark and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Keela felt a bit guilty. I might have overdone it, huh? Are you okay? At this moment, he bowed his head and spoke with difficulty. If I am not by Lord Astel's side, he will be in danger. Then you must return to Astel's side immediately. Having said that, she looked at his wound. Who knows, with Stefan in such a state, will he be able to heal Lord Astel? At this point, he added further, the one who can protect Lord Astel from that person can only be me. She thought, if it's that person, is it the Empress? I am the person who worships Lord Astel the most. Why did a woman like you suddenly appear? Astel already knew beforehand. Who on earth are you? Let's see, instead of my identity, isn't the fact that Astel knew beforehand more important? Don't lie! If Lord Astel knew, why would he leave you be? The wound now emitted a golden light. He cursed in pain. Damn it! She thought in surprise, is he healing himself? Seeing the surrounding space transform, she looked around. What, this tremor? A source of light appeared in front of her, making Keela cover her eyes. Outside the barrier, a blurred figure of a man appeared. Keela was surprised. What is this? She stared in wide-eyed astonishment and shouted, Frank! He also saw her from the outside and called back. Sister, wait for me. I will save you now. A source of light appeared in the air. Seeing this, Kayla understood. It turns out he has resonated with Shizuru. When she looked over at Stefan's spot, he was already gone. But the blood trail wasn't heading toward the mansion. Kayla looked in that direction hesitantly and whispered, Estelle. She suppressed her emotions, biting her lip hard, but she still decided to turn around and leave this place, trying her best to run without stopping, no matter how tired she was. Kayla stood before the Great Wall. She looked up at it, thinking it would be okay. Compared to my thoughts, then it probably isn't a serious wound. Thinking that, she decisively slashed through the padlock. At this moment, before her eyes, Frank called out, Sister! She replied, Frank! You're not hurt. That's so wonderful, sister. Let's go quickly. Let's go home. She looked at her younger brother and replied, Are you injured? No, it's not my blood. She gripped Frank's sleeve tightly. Hurry. We must leave here quickly. He nodded in response. Then he pulled the horse's reins and immediately left the area. On the way back, Kayla's gaze was complex, her emotions hard to describe. On the road, Frank spoke up, saying, I heard everything from Senior Ritao. I will demand compensation and also officially report the Iris family. Frank, did you perhaps tell father and mother already? No, because I left in such a hurry, I haven't yet. But when we return, I will tell them. Kayla tightened her hands that were hugging Frank. Don't say anything. Sister? Kayla hugged Frank even tighter. Please don't tell father and mother or anyone else. Sister, Kayla said nothing, only hugged Frank tightly and cried. She thought it was because she was afraid when looking at Astel, whose body and mind were both not mature. For his age, it was truly pitiful. Those eyes were so lovely that they were stolen away. So afraid that her whole body went cold. Finally, he told her, Don't leave, please. Those words made her even more terrified. And yet, this was the best way she could keep her promise to. Estelle, I'm counting on you. Frank, please don't say a single word. She silently wished as if nothing had ever happened, because she didn't want to be punished. I understand. Although I don't know what happened, I will do as you say. So please don't cry. Kayla was surprised to see her brother's calm reaction. She raised her head to look at her brother's back and nodded, thinking to herself, when did this boy grow so big? Just 2 years ago, I still had to take care of him. Thank you, Frank. The next morning, she arrived home. As soon as her parents saw her, they exclaimed emotionally, Oh my God! Then they ran to embrace Kayla. You aren't hurt, are you? Where have you been all this time? It's okay, so just tell the truth. We will protect you. Kayla only gently shook her head. Her mother called her name anxiously. Kayla! It's a relief that I went to the room to change my clothes first. Otherwise, my parents would have been even more worried. Frank, you say something too. Where did you go? Frank just sighed and replied, I want to respect my sister's wishes. I'm sorry. Marian saw the tense situation and spoke up. Father. In any case, it's very lucky that Kayla returned home safely. She must be very tired right now. So can we go inside the house first before talking? That seems to be the case. Let's go inside first. Kayla breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone gathered in the living room, so Kayla, can you return to your normal life, father? He picked up the teacup and continued speaking. Don't tell me you joined the Guardian Knight Corps. I'm not sure about the graduation situation at karate, whether or not it's possible to return to normal life. However, before this, father, the Guardian Knight Corps. Is it true that they always interact with the mages of the Magic Tower? That's right. Because the mages of the Imperial Magic Tower are performing national defense duties, along with the Guardian Knight Corps, to grasp the situation inside and outside of the country. So they must share information with the Knight Corps. They cannot help but interact frequently. Why are you suddenly asking about that? If so, I will return to my old life. I will get my diploma and enter the Guardian Knight Corps, as intended. Kayla, are you really okay? If it's just to carry on the family line, you don't have to push yourself. Father, I have become the master of Chus. The whole family heard and shouted in total surprise, Oh my God, Kayla! Frank spoke up to confirm for his sister. It's the truth. I only found out after I resonated with Shizuru. That's truly wonderful. Congratulations, Kayla. Kayla happily replied, Thank you, Marian. Her mother also said joyfully, This is a good omen, a good omen. My children have all become masters? That's right. Is it okay to host a party? Kayla. Stop it. Just having her back is lucky enough. Marian excitedly joined in. I will help prepare the party. The mother replied wordlessly, Oh my, Marian. Even you. Looking at them, Kayla could only cover her mouth and giggle. She thought, That's right. I have truly returned home. My second life, my second family, Kayla said to the whole family. So, as planned, I will carry on the family line. Frank, from now on, protect our home by opening Shisuro. In the future, it must be kept like that continuously. The number one place to protect will always be our home. I understand. I will do as you say. Having finished speaking, his body immediately emitted a blinding light. A barrier was created around the house, Frank announced. Now the Shisuro boundary is right outside our front gate. From now on, those who are not permitted will not be able to enter the house. Even so, in the future, you must definitely speak up. We are a family, so we will always support you. The whole family smiled at each other. Keela hummed softly in response. The next morning, Sister! In another place, a pair of trembling hands pointed at Astel. Who made Astel end up like this? Astel was in a gloomy state with one eye bandaged shut. Astel's grandfather screamed and asked, I'm asking who it was! Ritao spoke up to calm him down. Lord Duke, Astel has just woken up and needs to be stable. Without letting Ritao finish, he directly slapped him hard and scolded him. What were you doing to let Astel end up like this? If the wound were a bit deeper, he would have lost his life. Where on earth is Stefan? Suddenly, a bell fell to the floor, making a clinking sound. They all turned their heads at the same time. Astel sat on the bed and spoke up irritably. It's so noisy. My head is pounding. Astel, wait a moment. I will find another healing mage. I will definitely find one very quickly. He intended to touch Astel, but he was irritably brushed away by Astel. There's no need, just leave me alone. Astel, why do you speak to the Duke like... But before he could finish his sentence, he was glared at by Astel. Next, tree roots appeared from nowhere, wrapped around his legs and pulled, making Ritao fall hard. Traitor! Saying that, he stepped down from the bed, pulled open a drawer, picked up a pair of scissors, and went to the mirror. Do I look that loathsome in this state? Put them down, Astel! No, put them down quickly. While speaking, he rushed over to grab Astel's hand. He immediately pushed him away forcefully and snapped, Get away! He could only call out his name helplessly. Astel! He began to cut off locks of his hair one by one, ignoring the screams of the old man in his ears. Stop it! Wake up, Astel! No, you mustn't! But the sound of the scissors continued steadily, until his hair was completely short. I am very loathsome now. The Duke could only stand there, grimacing as he watched his grandson like that. Keela's reminder echoed in Ritao's head once more. He must be treated quickly. Astel dropped the scissors from his hand. He held the last lock of hair he had just cut, smiling at his reflection in the mirror. This appearance can stop now. I don't need things like treatment. What are you talking about? I gave up my eye, so I must receive compensation. I will absolutely not give up. That's right. Now I know. The Empress. What did the Empress do? Ritao had been standing behind him watching, thinking. If I reveal who it is now, Lady Kyla, we'll be in danger. The Duke continued to assert. That's right. It's no one but her. I will kill her with my own hands. The traitor hiding within our family has finally made a move. It is absolutely unforgivable. Ritao stood watching, his heart filled with worry. In the palace, the Empress was speaking with Stefan. The daughter of the Vesta family? To have been attacked like that, she must have become a master. Stefan knelt and replied, Yes, I will shatter that barrier with my magic. What about the fact that the girl was injured? Everything is correct. I heard it was to the point they had to find a healing mage immediately. It seems critical. The Empress reached out and lifted Stefan's chin. A bit of a pity, since you always wanted to protect her, didn't you? Isn't that right? That won't do. Does my loyalty not always belong to Her Majesty the Empress? We'll see. I'm not sure Lord Astel did anything wrong. Being born was already a mistake. Do it properly. I clearly told you to hide it. The favor to the Huile family. I will not forget it. The Empress immediately slapped him. Your worthless pity. Do you know how much I have endured? Stefan did not respond, only bowed his head. The Empress reflected. It wasn't about that girl being harmed, but about having allowed what Stefan was doing to continue. Therefore, when necessary, the girl of the Lee family can indeed be dealt with, right? Actually, if that fails, Quincy must be used then. Thinking this, she spoke to Stefan again. What danger? It would have been better if he died this morning. Suddenly, a servant outside called out, Your Majesty the Empress! What? I told you not to let anyone in. But the only response she got was a cry for help, a trembling, bloody hand, and the sound of a loud gunshot. The Empress did not understand what was happening. Then Duke Liss entered with the muzzle of a gun. He said it had been a long time since they met, wondering if she still remembered this old man. At Keela's house. After returning home, Keela met many people. From the Dean of Gary Academy to Philia and Iris. Iris asked anxiously, How is your health? Are you eating well? My health is fine, and I'm eating very well too. Thinking back, it was indeed me. I heard the Dean. will let me take my graduation exams at home. Really? That's wonderful, Keela. I was so worried. I heard that as long as I don't cause any commotion, I can join the Guardian Knight Corps. First of all, regarding the events of the past period, I plan to explain that Keela had taken on a special mission that had to be kept completely secret. It's truly a relief, since nothing happened to Keela. Thank you, everyone. Suddenly, Frank opened the door and came in saying, Sister, something big happened. Frank, what is it? Why is your face so pale? Sister, look at this. Keela held the newspaper and was shocked. Frank added, Duke Lys has been executed. Oh, I heard it was for an attempted assassination of Her Majesty the Empress in another place. Someone asked how Estelle's condition was. Ritao replied, I heard that he is very calm. There is nothing unusual at all. That boy indeed. I originally thought of returning the title to you. I know that things are very vague right now. Although I am the next heir of the Lys family, I once thought I had to become Estelle. Now, even if the title or all territories are confiscated, Ritao's thought was interrupted by the other person. You weren't originally that kind of person. You have been more benevolent than anyone else. It's quite a pity, because important people have left one after another. At the very least, I wanted to put a wedding ring on you, to avoid their eyes. Ritao reached out to receive it. Then he put it back on the Duke's hand. If the hands are placed on top of each other, it won't be seen. Is that so? I will watch over the Duke's funeral. Go visit Estelle for a bit. Ritao replied, yes, and immediately went to Estelle's room. Estelle, it's time to go down now. It's all done. Ritao smiled as he walked in. It suits you. Estelle thought, it feels a bit strange. Are boys' clothes more comfortable than girls' clothes? They're so comfortable, it feels strange. Give it here. Let me do it for you. You'll get used to it faster practicing alone. I'm more confident in girls' clothes. Ritao thought as he looked, seeing him like this. It turns out Estelle has a really grown up. Since you wore dresses continuously, of course it's like that. I wonder how you could still pretend to be a girl until now. Hearing Ritao say that, Estelle chuckled. No. I mean, I'm confident in the act of putting them on and laughing. Are you joking right now? Short hair is truly comfortable. He went to the window and looked down, seeing the crowd standing outside for his grandfather's funeral. Estelle said sarcastically, like a pack of hyenas gathering to eat. Even if the corpse has already rotted away. I'm going for a walk in the garden. Ritao suggested, let's go together. Estelle waved his hand and said, just for a bit. I just want to pick some flowers to put in grandfather's coffin. Despite hearing that, Ritao was still filled with worry. He went down. A nobleman asked, suddenly Estelle's voice, so you brought flowers for him? Suddenly a voice echoed, halt. If you don't declare your identity, you won't be allowed in. Stefan hurriedly explained, I used to be a worker here. Suddenly Estelle's voice echoed, Stefan! Inside, people were noisily gossiping. That man, why does he dare to show up here? Because he was absent, Estelle's treatment was delayed. That's why this happened. Stefan saw Estelle and blurted out, Lord Estelle. Estelle, your eye, I should have been by your side. How could this beautiful face? His hands trembled as he raised them in midair. But Estelle brushed him off. Get your filthy hands off me. Lord Estelle. The noise from outside still echoed in. Is the Queen Symphony Orchestra not coming today? About that, at the door, Stefan still tried to explain. I will tell you everything. I will absolutely not leave you now. Estelle interrupted. That's enough for now. Go your own way. I've already said it. There is no need to be curious. Grandfather was the one who needed you most, not me. There is no place for you here now. Having said that, Estelle walked past Stefan, leaving him standing there, unable to say anything more. The funeral liturgy rang out, Goddess of the mainland, the soul of this poor sinner, has returned to your embrace. Water beneath the earth, then earth will follow the wind, and wind will become water once again. Therefore they shall also return to the side, with sins that could not be mended while alive. Please guide the right path for this poor soul. Please say your final farewell to the deceased. As the liturgy ended, Ritao immediately said, Estelle, you go first. Estelle took each step toward his grandfather's coffin, then placed a white flower inside. Why did it turn out like this? You endured so well, but why is it like this now? He touched his grandfather's cheek and thought to himself, you always wanted to tell me every time you had the chance. To do well. Because I forgot, everything is now too late. I suppose I now understand Keela's words. Life, as it turns out, is lived alone. Grandfather, now I am truly alone. An announcement voice rang out. The ceremony has concluded. We ask everyone to clear the mansion according to the protocol. And of course, no makeup or jewelry is permitted for the deceased. Ritao spoke up quickly. Lord Presider, the final will of Duke Lys. While he was still alive, he said he wanted to be buried next to his late wife, in the garden that they loved so much. Furthermore, those are their wedding rings. I hope you will consider this matter. As he spoke, Ritao thought to himself in fear. Under the finger wearing the ring, there is a diamond ring belonging to the Duchess, and a ring belonging to the family. They absolutely cannot be removed. The other person agreed, saying, I will allow the rings to be worn. However, this land and mansion are property of the royal palace, so the body of a major criminal cannot be buried here. The nobles who came to bid farewell were also surprised and exclaimed, This matter... Estelle coldly stepped closer to his grandfather's coffin and said, Why is it not allowed? This was originally my grandfather's house. Since long ago, he wanted to be buried in the Kali garden. Why is it not allowed, huh? I told you just now. This place is now the property of the royal palace. And besides, it is not a matter concerning a brat like you. The forest is no different from the garden. In a corner, no one will see it anyway. Take the coffin away. Astel flew into a rage. He glared, and branches rose up from the ground, attacking everyone who dared to approach the Duke's coffin. The soldiers, as well as the guests, were all terrified and backed away. What is this? These things, they are growing larger. Ritao saw this and shouted loudly, Astel! You mustn't, Astel! Everyone get away, hurry! Run outside! Everyone screamed and ran in disorder. Ritao said to Stefan, You should leave quickly too. But Stefan stubbornly said, I cannot abandon Lord Astel. The sound of destruction merged with Astel's gloomy voice. This is my grandfather's house. What on earth is this? How dare you do this to the property of the royal palace? Astel replied, This place, now and forever, belongs to my grandfather, Duke Lis. Ritao's voice still rang out. Astel, come here quickly. Let's go to Isa with me. It is also your home now. You have worked hard all this time, Ritao. Ritao kept crying out, Astel, Astel. Those standing outside could only watch helplessly. The mansion had been completely covered by roses. After Astel hid that form, Kila's life seemed to have returned to normal. Her younger brother Frank also married Marian. Everything that happened in the past feels just like a lie. One morning, she was sitting in her room when Remy knocked on the door. My lady, the flowers have arrived. Flowers? Yes, and there is a card too. Seeing that it was a bouquet of blue roses, she seemed to guess who the sender was. Remy quickly spoke again. They are flowers to congratulate your graduation, right? Or maybe they knew you were about to join the Guardian Knight Corps, so they sent flowers to congratulate you. Do you know who sent them? I think I know. Looking at the card that said, To Dear Kila Vesta, she immediately thought of Astel. But even as time passed and the weather changed, there was still no news about Astel at all. A group of servants stood formally and bowed to Kila. Lord Marquis, please travel safely today. Thank you, everyone. That was a title she still couldn't get used to, no matter how much she heard it. I'm counting on you to look after our home today, too. Chizuru, Kila entered the palace to have an audience with the Empress. She bowed respectfully. The great honor of Erbach is to meet Her Majesty the Empress. Please stand up, General Kila. The reason I called you here is for no other purpose. I wonder if you acknowledge this fact. Chizuru cannot be called the exclusive treasure of the Vesta family. It is a treasure of the entire Europe Empire, correct? Kila wasn't very surprised. She thought to herself, as expected, I knew she would talk about this. Kila immediately replied in a stern voice, Forgive me, Your Majesty. Chizuru is a tool of magic that reflects the psychological state of its owner best. The things Frank does not want to do, it will not be activated. I am worried whether it will cause harm to the royal palace. Do you have no intention of protecting the royal palace? She replied, As I have stated before, Frank has an inherently very resolute personality, and because the responsibility of protecting the royal palace is too great, therefore I think activating it would be very difficult. Let's see, as a mage myself, I cannot understand those words either. How can I be compared to Her Majesty the Empress, a talented mage? Chizuru or Chus are essentially special types of magic, but since I cannot meet Her Majesty's expectations, I can only offer my apologies. However, Your Majesty the Empress, I, your humble servant Kila, Vesta, swear to use Chus as much as needed, as long as it is for Her Majesty and the Empire. That oath, I believe I have heard it 33 times already. Kila bowed respectfully and replied, I am truly ashamed. She thought to herself, her mood doesn't seem very comfortable, does it? But the Empress cannot use Chizuru's barrier. Chizuru's barrier is achieved naturally through spaces that have barriers. If humans stay in that place once, then even if they move, they will be protected. That is exactly the weakness of Chizuru. Chizuru cannot prevent friction between people within it, and they will always be protected by Chizuru. For example, if the royal palace is set as the protection zone for Chizuru, even if the palace assassins sneak into the Vesta, mansion, they would not be able to act. While Kila was deep in thought, the Empress suddenly spoke. The conflicts between surrounding nations have not been severed either. If we had the help of Shisuro, it might reduce the anxiety of the Emperor. His Majesty, who is currently on his sickbed. The Empress intentionally mentioned the Emperor to make Kila's will waver, but she understood that, so she only gently inquired, "How is His Majesty, the Emperor's illness?" 1. Heard that he just rose from his sickbed. Not too long ago, it was only temporary. When he heard news of the land disputes at the border, he fell ill again. Then Kila replied, "Is that so?" 3 years ago, the Emperor's health suddenly deteriorated, right after Duke Lis was executed. It is rumored that he opposed the execution of the Duke Lis, but there was no way that with the power of the family, Hoylet would just let it be. It has already been 2 years since the Empress began her regency, on behalf of the Emperor, who is currently lying on his sickbed. Suddenly, the Empress spoke. "Anyway, Lady Kayla, have you tried thinking about the matter I mentioned back then?" Kila did not yet understand the Empress's meaning, so she only replied, "Yes." The Empress clarified, "The matter of marriage. My youngest brother is still not married, and it seems he would be a very good match for Lady Kayla." Hearing that made her stunned. She told herself she had to control her expression. Then she suddenly let out a laugh and replied, "I still have no thoughts of marriage. I am very busy with my duties managing the territory." "That is fine. My brother often helps our father, so he knows very well how to handle various ledgers. Furthermore, he is tall and well built. He is very much liked by the ladies, you know." Kila heard this and gave a forced smile, recalling, was that 20 years ago? Besides, he manipulated the ledgers and even took bribes. The Empress spoke again. "Though he is a bit older, he is inherently a mature and gentle man. If you become a relative soon, with the imperial family, wouldn't the Vesta family gain quite a lot?" Kila thought to herself, "I'm the one who would lose." She replied with slight annoyance, "I am sorry." "Oh my. Then how about General Rano, the second son of Count Soda?" She thought, "The name Rano, who is rumored to have 3 wives? Who else are you planning to bring in, huh?" The Empress continued to suggest, "How about General Kristen, the third son of Marquis Rivet?" She thought irritably, "Isn't that the guy addicted to gambling and drinking?" Kila then interrupted the Empress. "I'm so sorry, Your Majesty." The Empress rested her chin on her hand and sighed. "Lady Kila, your standards are quite high, aren't they?" She told herself silently, "Aren't they all just trash? This won't do. If I keep getting swept away by the Empress's words, I'll end up getting married." She said, "Your Majesty the Empress, actually, She hesitated. "Is this really okay?" "Getting stressed over this is better than getting married." She finally spoke decisively. "I prefer younger men." Kila's answer left the Empress stunned. "Oh my." Leaving the Empress's palace, Kila breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, "I barely managed to escape." Although the reaction of Her Majesty the Empress at the end was very concerned. While she was lost in thought, 2 knights walked up, laughing, and greeted her. "Commander of the 3rd Legion, so you are here." One of those 2 knights was Serena. She began to tease her, as expected of a popular knight. "I'm jealous, so jealous." Kila growled in response, "Serena, are you here to tease me? Are you looking for me?" The male knight replied, "Yes, because there is a special gift sent to the commander." "But why did you bring this here? Aren't all gifts except for letters supposed to be donated?" "Yes, that's right. Please take a look at this, sir." "Wow, it's so beautiful, Kila. It's the first time I've seen roses this color." She broke into a cold sweat and said, "Blue roses." "Here it is. There is also a card inside." She opened the box. The letter said, "I have returned." Kyla knew it was a gift from Astel. She hurried to the meeting room, opened the door, and ordered, "Immediately contact Lut at the Magic Tower." "Hurry!" "Commander of the 3rd Legion." Because it is currently sleeping time for the mages of the Magic Tower, they are not receiving communications. Kila shouted impatiently, "It's an emergency! Keep contacting them until they pick up." Everyone hurried to obey. "Yes, yes, I understand." Kila activated the magic circle. She looked at it and said, "It's not even 11 o'clock yet." To them, it's no different from early morning. As expected, it's taking some time. She continued to order, "Humans wake up in the morning, stay active during the day, and then go to sleep. Continue the contact." Just as Kila stopped speaking, on the mirror, an image of a female mage dimly appeared. A mage in the room spoke up. "Ah, the connection is established." The female mage on the other side of the mirror pointed and spoke angrily. "Why must you contact me this early? How rude!" Kila called out sternly. "Lut, what? Is it Lady Kila again?" "That's right. If I send a transmission order, wouldn't you just ignore it? Though I told you last time, since I am friendly, I will say it again. So listen clearly. A mage's morning starts from 3 in the afternoon." "All right. Try describing the situation of the other mages in the Empire. That question again? Peaceful, she replied bluntly. Nothing is happening either. Even so, once more. Speaking of which, it seems something strange happened. Not long ago. In the Eric region, an unidentified mage was discovered. An unidentified mage? In the Eric region? Lut replied, that's right. The land that used to be the Spirit Imperial Palace. If any mage in the Empire becomes a mage, they have an obligation to report to the magic tower, but that mage's name absolutely does not exist. I heard there is no such person in foreign magic towers either. If it were a mage that powerful, there would surely have been some rumors. Keela asked again, what was the name of that mage? Lut recounted, Les Renner of the Haydn Kingdom. According to the records, a foreigner. What's even stranger? Is that the ability of a mage and a spirit creator? I felt them both at the same time. Keela asked in confusion, what do you mean? Normally, mages only possess one ability. It's something that simply cannot happen. What about the face? Do you know what they look like? I tried using tracking magic, but because the distance was too far, I couldn't see the face clearly. What color was the hair? Haven't you seen the hair color? Well, was it black or brown? Keela thought, could it be Estelle? Right at this moment, Lut let out an and said, that's right, there was a bandage covering the eye. An eye bandage? Though I don't remember which side was covered. I don't know if it's because we tried to observe too closely. But then the mirror shattered immediately. Is that so? Thank you for letting me know. Lut, if you're going to thank me like that, then please don't contact me before 3 in the afternoon. Before Lut could finish speaking, Keela turned off the mirror. The mage asked Keela, Commander of the 3rd Legion, is there anything unusual? No, there is nothing. Interrupting like that? Will Lut get angry again? Keela turned her back and replied, it's fine. Lut was like that last time too. Keela walked quickly toward the meeting room. Commander of the 3rd Legion, you're back? You've arrived at the perfect time, because a carrier bird has just arrived. Keela looked at the bird and asked, a carrier bird? Looking at the seal on the front, it seems. Sent by the master of the magic tower in Buot City. It's a bird sent from Lut. She waved her hand and said, shoo it away. Yes, was it sent by Lord Lut? Because I contacted her earlier. It turns out it was sent to curse me, huh? You two are always arguing. When will it ever stop? We don't always argue. Anyway, Keela suddenly saw the vase of blue roses. She asked curiously, what did you do with this? Yes, because there was an old vase used in the warehouse. Are you satisfied with it, sir? It's not very fragrant. Is that so? I've only heard rumors about these blue roses. It's the first time I've seen them. There are rumors? Yes, about the Lease estate. In the past, people called it the Ghost Mansion. Thorny vines covered that mansion. There's a rumor that those are blue roses. That's right, it's like that. During the 3 years Astel was missing, the estate of Duke Lys had been left in a state of blockade. Speaking of which, do you know when General Ritao will return? The commander of the 1st Legion? That's right. She thought, if it's Ritao, he might know. The mage of unidentified identity, who appeared in the Eric region, is Astel. The male knight informed Keela. If it's the captain of the 1st Legion, it will take some time. Because he has been dispatched. Because he went to Traverson. That's right. She thought again. Because that's the opposite direction from Eric. Therefore, he might not have heard any news. If General Ritao returns, report to me immediately. I understand. When the door closed, it was time for Keela to sink into her thoughts. Ritao must have worked hard to reach the position of captain of the 1st Legion. After the collapse of the Lys family, the reputation of the Yisa family also gradually crumbled, even under such bad conditions. In the end, he was still able to become the captain of the 1st Division and move closer to the position of commander-in-chief. He truly is an outstanding person in many ways. After becoming the Master of Truce, I only stopped at the rank of captain of the 2nd Legion because I was still too young. Also because of that, when taking the position of captain of the 1st Legion, everything was in chaos, except for me. Returning to the Vesta mansion, Keela saw her niece running toward her. Auntie! Keela embraced the little girl and called out, Laliel! Every time I come home and see Laliel, it feels as if all my worries vanish. She picked the little girl up and asked gently, was our Laliel having fun playing? The little girl replied, I was playing with Hex and eating cake. Ah, is that so? The aunt and niece were chatting happily when Marian stepped out from the study. Oh my. Are you off work now, Kayla? Laliel saw her mother and hurriedly called out, Mommy! Marian smiled brightly back at her. Our little Laliel. Are you that happy because Aunt Keela is here? Kyla carried Laliel over to her mother. The little girl immediately reached out her arms to be held. Mommy, welcome back! Marion, I want to hug her more. Speaking of which, Marion, were you in the study? Yes, the administrative civil service exam isn't far off. Because the exam is coming up, I somehow feel anxious. Don't worry, you've been preparing diligently all this time, haven't you? If it's Marion, you will definitely pass. Thank you, Sister Keela. Frank's rapid footsteps rang out. Marion, I'm home, Laliel. Daddy's home. Let Daddy... Marion reminded Frank to wash his hands first. Frank paused and gave a forced laugh. Ah, that's right. Sorry. Daddy will wash his hands and be right back. Having said that, he dashed away. Keela turned away, thinking to herself, I haven't washed my hands either. Keela, let's go to the dining room first. You haven't had dinner yet, right? It's okay, I'll go freshen up and be right back. Keela, really? She chased after her brother and called out, Frank! He turned his head and replied, Sister, perfect timing, because I have something to tell you. What is it? Right now, immediately expand the Shusuro barrier to the Vesta territory. Hurry. Did something happen? Not yet, but perhaps it will happen in the very near future. Hearing that, Frank asked nothing more, but immediately cast the magic and expanded the barrier. I have expanded the barrier to the Vesta territory. Does the Demirov family need to do it too, sister? Keela replied, Perhaps it would be best for an emergency. Frank asked anxiously, What on earth is happening? Is it possible that man has returned? Keela replied pensively, It seems to be the case. Frank placed his hand on Keela's shoulder to reassure her. Now you are under the protection of Shusuro, so do not worry too much. I will protect you and our family. Rest assured, sister. That man will absolutely not be able to harm us. Keela froze for a moment, then chuckled and replied, Thank you, Frank. Having said that, Frank turned and walked away. Keela stood behind, watching her brother's back, and quietly admired. He has grown so much. In the blink of an eye, he has become so strong. But Frank, what I am truly worried about is not Estelle. What I am truly worried about, this situation now, is unrelated to my intentions, or the intentions of our family. Without knowing it, we may have fallen into this dangerous situation. Even if I try to struggle, in the end, I was once involved with Estelle. This time is just like that. Isn't it still impossible to escape the shackles of the original story? If Estelle returns, he will surely aim for the throne just like in the original story. Then we, those close to the imperial family, must confront Estelle to protect the Empress. Against Estelle, Keela walked up to her brother and said seriously, Frank, before long I must tell you something of great importance. Something of great importance? Yes, I am only telling you first, because you will join me in protecting the family. What is it? I will no longer work for the Guardian Knight Corps, and according to the head of the family's order, the members of our family, who have ever participated in the Guardian Knight Corps, will all have to disband. Keela's words left Frank completely stunned. Sister, the position of Commander-in-Chief. She looked at him and said, Is it necessary that someone from our family be the one to do it? If they have the ability, then anyone can do it. That is true, but will the elders of the house just sit still? I know, but Frank, Nicholas Chiat is the same. If you take that position, you will only receive hatred in return, right? I want to discuss this with you beforehand, in the shortest time possible. We must stay away from the power of the royal palace. A few days later, Keela pushed the door open and said, It's been a while, Commander Issa. Ritao replied with a surprised face, Commander Vesta. He was holding a pair of trousers in his hand. What is it? To come looking for me like this? She immediately slammed the door shut. Pardon my rudeness. Because there is news saying that in the Eric region, a suspicious mage has appeared. I wonder if you've heard. No, it's my first time hearing it. Let me clarify it for you. She poured tea to offer Ritao. It is a story. I heard from the master of the magic tower in Buet City. She said an unidentified mage appeared in Eric and is wearing an eye patch. An eye patch? When did you hear that news? Just a few days ago. But it seems the appearance of that mage did not manifest clearly. Is that so? I will also try to find more information through other means. Thank you for letting me know, Commander Vesta. Commander Issa? After that day, news about Estelle... Have you heard anything? Even though I've tried everything, I still haven't heard any news. Could that suspicious mage be Estelle? I suppose I should go to Eric to see. You just returned. Take a little rest. I will find out more information from Lady Lutt. Thank you, I'll rely on you. She thought, he seems exhausted. But he has worked hard over the past 3 years. I'll take my leave. Please rest. The door was closed. Her footsteps were hurried when suddenly a voice rang out, Commander of the 3rd Legion. What is it? Is something wrong? Are you planning to contact Lady Lutt? That's right. Is it okay to speak about that? There is still no order from the higher-ups. A matter related to Lutt? He nodded and continued. Actually, after the Commander established communication with Lady Lut. The connection with the magic tower in Buot City was lost again. It's been several days and it's still like that? Have people been sent to investigate yet? About that. Actually, I don't know if there's a barrier near the magic tower, but it's impossible to enter. Outside the magic tower, there's no one walking around either. Then, for the mages of the magic tower, is it impossible to check if they are safe? Yes. She held her head in frustration. That day, the connection was established as usual, and I was the one who cut off the connection myself. After that, Lut sent a carrier bird. A carrier bird. Thinking of this, she asked, after I stopped the connection with Lut, did the connection with the magic tower also stop? Yes, after that there was information that required contacting the magic tower. We tried to reconnect, but it all failed. But that day, Lut sent a carrier bird to me, about an hour after I left the magic communication room. That was the last signal Lut sent. I ignored it. Actually, it's not just the connection to Buot City. Where Lady Lut resides, that has been cut off. Starting from the Buot Magic Tower, among 40 magic towers nationwide, 20 have lost connection so far. She asked, how can that be? The magic tower in Buot City is currently no different from being in a state of blockade. All magic-related work in the capital is completely paralyzed. There's no way, they said. Currently, the magic trains at the stations have also ceased operation. At this rate, it won't be long before the citizens sense something unusual. With such things happening, why hasn't the Night Corps stepped in? And the Royal Palace must have heard the news by now, right? A report was sent to the Royal Palace yesterday. The disruption of the magic trains is being excused as an inspection of the equipment. She thought pensively, I know this situation. Losing connection with the magic tower, disruption of the magic trains. She made a judgment. It seems Astel has returned. This is also following the script's progression. Morning at the Vesta mansion, Lady Vesta said with a smile, Dear, the seafood you brought back is very fresh and delicious. He replied, Because it's the season, I caught a little. If you like it, I'll bring some back next time. Frank smiled and exclaimed, Oh my, Dad is going to turn into a fisherman at this rate. Being a fisherman is also good. Keela spoke up pensively. Actually, Mother, I have something I want to say. She thought to herself, Father will probably oppose this immensely. But this is the best way for our family. She boldly stated her decision. I will stop working in the Night Corps. Father, Mother, I will give up the position of captain of the Guardian Night Corps. Suddenly, a spoon fell to the floor with a clatter. Lalio leaned down and called out, Spoon! The spoon fell. Marian signaled the girl to stay silent. Shh, Lalio. Mommy will give it back to you later. Her father's words made her startle. Keela, what are you saying? I truly cannot understand. If you continue smoothly as you are now, the position of Grand Commander will belong to you sooner or later. Father, the captain position is not important. This is a matter related to the survival of our family. It's about the survival of our family. Her mother asked in shock, Survival? That matter, Keela thought. Should I tell everyone? About Astel's existence. Frank spoke up to encourage her. Just tell the truth, sister. Then he said to their father, I respect my sister's opinion. Until now, she hasn't made any mistakes. That is true. Keela added, Father, a storm is about to blow through the royal palace. I don't know if everyone remembers, but the fifth prince, the one who carries the blood of the Lys family, is about to appear at the royal palace. He asked in a panic, The Lys family? Is it possible it's the child that Lady Lydiana gave birth to before she passed away? It's impossible, Keela. How could you know about that? Keela replied, This is top secret information. Father, the source of these matters cannot be revealed. That's right, I forgot. According to information from the magic tower, the fifth prince has very formidable magic power. Hasn't he inherited the bloodline of the spirit royal family intact? There is clearly a very deep grudge. Because Duke Lys was executed and the family became enemies of the empire. Keela, it's true the royal palace is in danger, but isn't it even more necessary then for our family to protect the royal palace, my child? Keela asked back, But what if His Majesty wants to transfer the throne to that illegitimate child? He widened his eyes in full surprise. But the current legitimate heir is Prince Caro, isn't it? Keela silently deduced everything. I knew it. Father always values pure bloodlines above all, Keela stated bluntly. But this time, I cannot follow your wishes, Father. He shouted loudly, Keela! She spoke solemnly, as the head of the Vesta family. My priority is the well-being of our family, the safety of the territory and the peace of the residents. I cannot let everyone face danger, Father. I declare right here, I, Kyla Vesta, resign from the position of Captain of the Guardian Night Corps, simultaneously with the authority of the family head. I will proceed to withdraw all members of the Vesta. Family from the Guardian Knight Corps. Kila, what are you thinking? Why didn't you consult the elders of the family? You are being too arbitrary. I will summon all members of the Vesta. Family from across the empire back to the family territory, including my uncles and cousins. He was stunned when she further said, I have expanded the Shusuro barrier to the Vesta territory, so everyone will be protected. The younger brother jumped when he heard her say this. He asked, Frank, do you also agree with your sister? Yes, father, I support my sister's decision. He shouted angrily, You children! She continued speaking. From now on, the Vesta family will not participate in any matters related to the royal palace anymore. What we need to care about is our family, not the royal palace. I only protect my family. I do not protect the royal family. Suddenly he stood up and approached. Thud, thud. She closed her eyes tightly, thinking, Does father want to slap me? I am ready to receive a slap. But instead he grabbed her hand and said softly, Kila, I always trust you. I also know that you are not someone who acts recklessly, but this time you cannot. Protecting the royal palace is also protecting the empire. The fact that our family possesses Chus and Shusuro also means a great responsibility. I understand that, father, but I cannot back down. She thought to herself that she wasn't such a noble person. To me, family is everything. Outside the mansion, this is the order of the family head. The man struck his cane firmly against the ground and exclaimed, So now, we can only live in this small house. At this rate, before long, the nobles will use money to coerce others again, won't they? Kila walked up and spoke. Thank you everyone for coming. Now I will explain the reason. Why I have summoned everyone here urgently. Fine, let me hear it. What reason is so great that you had to use our living expenses to threaten us and call us here? She exhaled a breath and raised her hand. Currently, the Buot Magic Tower is being occupied by a powerful mage. All work related to magic in the capital has been paralyzed, completely in just a few days. The person who caused this unprecedented emergency is an illegitimate son of His Majesty the Emperor and Lady Lydiana, who was thought to have died after birth about 20 years ago. That person is also the 5th prince of the Erbak Empire. Everyone's faces turned dark and panicked upon hearing this. They whispered to each other, If it's His Majesty the Emperor and Lydiana, then is it possible that child hasn't died? She said that Lady Lydiana was a descendant of the Spirit King. Therefore, the 5th prince possesses not only magic power, but also spirit arts. If the 5th prince participates in the war for the throne, the royal palace will immediately fall into chaos. But the throne should belong to Crown Prince Cairo, she replied softly. What if His Majesty, the Emperor, changes his mind and puts that illegitimate son on the throne? Could everyone here be loyal to the 5th prince? He replied with resentment. But how can we abandon the legitimate prince and choose an illegitimate child? Everyone whispered loudly among themselves. Kila thought helplessly. These rigid people. That is exactly why, in the original story, this entire lineage was annihilated. Of course, loyalty itself is not a bad thing, but with the outcome so clear, I cannot let things continue this way. Suddenly a hand was raised. But Kila, Marquis, this is just my personal thought. But if it is His Majesty's wish, could our family also support the 5th prince? As soon as he finished, his father pointed at him and shouted, Kristen, are you in your right mind? You dare sell out the country for your own benefit? He turned pale and replied, I spoke wrongly, sir. A loud bang echoed from the door being pushed open. Marquis, Vesta said loudly, it is absolutely not allowed. I cannot accept resisting the royal palace. Frank called out helplessly, Father! He continued, we did not just swear loyalty to His Majesty the Emperor. Her Majesty the Empress and the legitimate prince are also those we must protect. She spoke up to reassure everyone, Don't worry. I have no intention of becoming an enemy of Her Majesty the Empress. But the 5th prince is a mage, who possesses the power of the Spirit King. Even Chus cannot defeat him. I am not taking any side. But not taking a side could turn both parties into enemies. So you are trying to create an excuse? Father is right, even if it is just for appearances. The reason the Vesta family is leaving the Guardian Knight Corps is due to the family's internal issues. That way, we can make everyone believe it. But things won't go as you think. That's true. But if we side with the Empress, it will surely lead to our destruction. She thought to herself, and if we side with Astel? That isn't a viable option either. Right now, this is the best choice I have. She clenched her fists. That's not the only reason. Father, there is another reason not to side with the Empress. What is it? Suddenly, a voice rang out. Let me clarify it for everyone. Because I am working at the Royal Administrative Agency, so I hear many rumors. There is a rumor that the serious decline in His Majesty the Emperor's health is caused by Her Majesty the Empress. He suddenly said, What? No matter how bad their relationship is, Her Majesty the Empress is not that kind of person. She continued, over the past 3 years, the reason His Majesty the Emperor's health gradually weakened is because he was poisoned. The palace healer discovered this, but was assassinated immediately afterward. As a medical official, I directly supervised the entire process of handling the body. The healer's body had clear stab wounds, but the superiors demanded it be processed. With the cause of death listed as overwork, you may not want to believe it, but administrative officials like us are living in fear every day. It was clearly a murder, yet it was declared as death by overwork. I fear whether the next person might be me. Keela glanced at the people whispering behind her. Then she spoke up, saying that the royal palace is almost entirely under the control of the Huilei family. The Empress's maternal family is not an exaggeration. In such a situation, if the 5th prince appears, whose side will His Majesty the Emperor choose to stand on? No one needs to follow my will. Everyone discussed it, making the atmosphere noisy. If you wish, everyone can leave here right now. However, when danger strikes, you must understand that Chus and Shisuro will not be able to protect you, leaving everyone stunned. Later, at the office of the Grand Commander of the Guardian Knight Corps, Count Soda said sarcastically, poor health and unavoidable family circumstances. That is a perfect excuse, Commander Vesta. She stood solemnly before him and replied, I only feel regret for having to withdraw so abruptly like this. But as for Chus, besides you, is there anyone else who can possess Chus? Why are you suddenly asking that, sir? Unfortunately, because I am the master of Chus, transferring ownership is impossible, unless there is no longer a master. Once ownership has been seized, even if I wanted otherwise, Chus would still belong to me. So, if the current master passes away, can someone else possess it? Her heart raced. Keela replied, It's possible. He asked again, Is Shisuro the same way then? Yes. She silently speculated, Count Soda. What are you plotting? He smiled and replied, I understand. Thank you for your hard work. Yes, then I shall take my leave. Afterward, she went to the royal palace. The emperor said, It has been a long time, Commander Vesta. It is an honor for me to have an audience with the emperor and Her Majesty the Empress. The Empress ordered, Raise your head. So, you have decided to leave the Guardian Knight Corps? Keela replied. Yes. The empire is still in chaos due to territorial disputes. What reason could you have to leave at a time like this? The emperor quickly stopped the empress. Don't be like that. I heard that the Vesta family is facing unavoidable problems. The empress suppressed her anger and said nothing. The emperor reminded her, Keela, you haven't forgotten what you said to me, have you? You once said you would dedicate the sword Chus to Erbach. She replied, I no longer have the face to... Before she could finish, the empress snapped. If Keela withdraws, shouldn't you at least send your younger brother to the battlefield? Therefore, send Shisuro. The emperor once again stopped her. Empress, did you not hear me say stop? The empress remained silent, helpless. Keela thought to herself. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Anyway, thanks to that, I don't have to listen to more complaining. Keela, I do not know what problems your family is facing, but after everything is settled, can you return? Yes, I will do so. Suddenly, she froze upon hearing the emperor's next question. When will everything be resolved? She hesitated for a moment, while the emperor was looking at her intently, waiting for an answer. A moment later, she replied, I will return as soon as possible. After that, she walked out, closed the door, and breathed a sigh of relief. The empress's last words made me uncomfortable. Before that, she threatened Keela. Do not underestimate my abilities. She pretended not to know anything, but it seems she has already figured out my entire plan. With Stefan there, she surely must know about the incident from 3 years ago. It certainly must have left a bad impression. But she quickly looked around. Something was not right. Why is it so quiet? Not a single royal knight has appeared. Where has everyone gone? The protection of the royal palace will surely fall into chaos. A loud noise rang out, making her stop in her tracks. Ahead, a group of people was approaching. She wondered to herself, who is it? Not just one, but many people. Seeing that they were all covered up, she speculated, mages? At that moment, Estelle took off his hood. She widened her eyes in full surprise. That person smirked and smiled, making her startled. Now she realized that person was indeed Estelle. Now I understand. The absence of soldiers or knights near the audience chamber is because they arranged for the mages to come here beforehand. Isn't that the style of the princes that I used to see in the original story? She hesitated, telling herself, I must run away. I must escape from here. Why did I even quit the Guardian Knight Corps? She began to run away. They felt confused. Huh, isn't that Keela? Lute shouted loudly, calling Keela. It's me, Lute. Can't she hear me? Another person spoke up and said, if it's Kila Vesta, isn't she the master of Chus? She must have realized something suspicious about us. If we were that suspicious, she would have drawn her sword long ago. She isn't the type of person to run away like this. Estelle, you don't look very well. Are you feeling uncomfortable somewhere? Suddenly, he threw the bouquet of blue roses onto the ground. Lute quickly bent down to pick it up. No! The flowers did nothing wrong. If you're angry, just say it directly. Behind them, people whispered, that bastard? No, why is that person like that? How terrifying. It's true. Lute hurried to brush the dust off the bouquet and replied, what? Kila Vesta just passing by made Lord Estelle uncomfortable. Lute countered, she only just ran past. Everyone started gossiping. He is a person who gets annoyed easily. Anyone standing near him makes him feel bothered. His personality is so unpleasant, to the point that no one can compare. Suddenly, one of them knelt down and called, Lord Estelle, if you allow it, I will immediately cut off the breath of... He turned down to look at him and smirked coldly. Ha! The very next second, everyone was crushed to the ground by a powerful aura. They gasped and stammered, Lord Estelle. He asked in a dark, cold voice, what did you all just say? Who did you say you wanted to cut off the breath of? Say it again for me. What were you planning to do? I don't want to cut anyone's breath. I spoke wrongly. Please forgive me. I will always be loyal to you. Estelle furrowed his brows and let it go this time. He reached out his hand as streaks of light grazed it. They inhaled deeply, gasping for air. I'm alive! I'm alive! He looked down at the bouquet in front of Lute, then leaned down and picked it up. He stared at it intently, leaving Lute bewildered, until suddenly he smiled and said, Thank you, Lute. His bright smile made Lute's heart skip a beat. Estelle turned around. Let's go inside. Yes. Lute was still starstruck. Lord, Estelle is just too cool. I will be loyal to him for the rest of my life. After that, a mage blocked the door and said, You cannot go inside, sir. Cairo asked loudly, What did you say? Do you know who I am? Get out of the way immediately. You dare block the Crown Prince's path? You dare commit such an insolent act? His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? He thought to himself, what on earth is going on here? Why are the mages blocking the way to the audience chamber? I am determined to enter. Clear the way for me. They moved to both sides to clear the path for Cairo. He quickly pushed the door open and walked inside. Estelle turned his eyes toward the door. Cairo wondered, who is that person? The Empress spoke up joyfully. Oh, Crown Prince, did you come to save Mother? Estelle cleared his throat. Master, if an outsider hears this, they will think I am threatening Her Majesty the Empress. Today, I only came to meet my father. What nonsense are you talking about? The Emperor requested, tell me your name. My name is... Hearing those words made the Emperor tremble. My mother was Lydiana Liss, the person who passed away amidst everyone's gossip 20 years ago. With trembling hands, he touched Estelle's face. That's right. You look exactly like Lydiana. You look like a carbon copy of your mother. But why have your eyes become like this? Your beautiful eyes that were just like Lydiana's. The Empress interrupted. How dare you mention the Liss family name in this palace? Have you forgotten what that family did to us? Estelle's words made her startle. If the name Liss does not please the Empress, then please grant me the name Erbach. She could only cry out, You! The Emperor replied hastily. Fine, I will do that. Of course it must be done. I will officially recognize you as my son. Your Majesty, please perform. A bloodline test first. It must be tested immediately. Estelle immediately countered. My mother died in mystery, and my entire family fell into ruin. Does the Empress now even doubt my mother's virtue? The Emperor also agreed that. Those meaningless procedures are unnecessary. Of course you are my son. Excellent. I must hold a banquet for you. I must let the world know about my secret son. I will declare the fifth prince to the entire empire. Estelle Erbach, it has been 20 years since I last saw you. I want to give you everything. Did you say everything? That's right. Just tell me. Estelle smirked. Then, the boy pointed his finger toward the seat of power and continued. I want to take that. The Empress trembled and exclaimed, You, that Liss kid, you dare! Cairo frowned and told himself, Mother, don't you see? Those people, the karma from 100 years ago, are now returning to us. Then elsewhere, Genia threw open the door and said urgently, Kila! Have you heard the news? Genia, is that you? You were right. The fifth prince has appeared. Kila appeared completely indifferent. So, now the war for the Emperor's throne will officially begin. You are truly amazing, Kila. How did you predict this? I'm not the only one who knows. Only a few people in the guard know this news. We, the few, are regular soldiers, so we aren't supposed to share that information. Hearing the knight say that, she thought, I should have found a different excuse. She immediately said, all commanders need to know those secrets. I didn't have the chance to access that information when I was still a regular soldier. That's true, but Keela, you were a regular soldier for less than a month. She stood bewildered and just let out an, ah. Genya said, Krati are usually promoted very quickly. And besides, Keela is the master of Chus, so it's only natural. I'm so jealous of Chus. Genya waved her hand to change the subject. Anyway, right now the capital is buzzing about that 5th prince. I heard his magic is excellent. And he's handsome too. All the front pages of the newspapers are reporting on him, right? Keela said thoughtfully, I must get prepared. On this side, the ladies were laughing and talking. Is that why the hall was in such an uproar? Did such a thing really happen? Keela walked in and wondered, why is everyone so happy? Oh my. Keela is here. Yes, hello, Aunt Keela. Lately, there's a strange rumor about you. A rumor? Do you mean, you mean it's about Lord Ritao? What Ritao? It's the hottest rumor right now. About what? They looked at each other, giggling, and said, no way, right? The rumor says you like younger men. She lost her temper and shouted, who started that rumor? Who? It was Her Majesty the Empress herself. I knew it. Phew, Keela. No matter what your taste is, he shouldn't be too young. I don't know if that will help you at all. She quickly countered, it's not like that. Then her brother spoke up. So that's why you canceled the engagement with Senior Ritao? She shouted again, Frank! She was shaking with anger and cursed under her breath. What a truly ungrateful person. Genya stepped up and patted her shoulder to comfort her. What is there to be shy about? I respect your taste. It's not like there's anything wrong with me liking younger men. Keela thought helplessly, that's not comforting at all. Don't be so gloomy. Everyone knows it's a misunderstanding. No, it's just because I'm tired. Suddenly, someone entered to report, Marquis, an invitation has arrived from the royal palace. An invitation? Not only the Marquis, but other family members also received this letter. Everyone buzzed with conversation. Organizing a ball and a festival for a whole week. The scale is truly massive. It's almost like the emperor's coronation. Doesn't everyone know? Everyone read the newspaper this morning, so I thought you all already knew. There is news about it in the paper. And I heard this banquet is to celebrate the finding of the 5th prince. So even commoners who weren't invited can participate. Even commoners? Even when the crown prince took his position, there wasn't an event like this. Keela thought deeply. What is the intention behind this? Anyway, since the crown prince and the 3rd prince are still alive, Astel's actions will differ from the original story, involving the commoners. Is probably to oppose the nobility. Will he demand the emperor's throne this time? What on earth is that person thinking? I can't predict what will happen next. The original story also ended in chaos. Please, let nothing happen. The next day at the royal palace, the sound of a teacup breaking echoed along with screams. Right from the morning. To declare the air like that already, Luetta immediately reassured her mother. Please calm down. Why waste your energy over a mere brat? Cairo also spoke up to give his opinion. Mother, we must follow that child's wishes. Luetta shouted, Get a grip on yourself. The next emperor is you, not some illegitimate child of unknown origin like him. You should be more aware of your own position. Cairo clenched his palms. No, as long as the least blood still flows within him, there is no way we can win. Enough! I can't listen to this anymore. Crown Prince, I don't want to see your face for the time being. Go and reflect on yourself. Luetta, go to the garden and call the Marchioness of Ribes here, will you? I'll probably have to work the maids in Quincy hard. Is only this much enough? This place is too small to decorate the entire royal palace. She smiled mysteriously and plucked a flower branch. We will likely need many flowers to welcome the new prince. Very quickly, the ceremony arrived. People gathered in crowds, creating a noisy scene. It is truly magnificent. They must have prepared this place very thoroughly. Frank asked, has this grand hall ever hosted a ball before? Since Lydiana passed away, this is the first time, right? You kids, be quiet. Please watch your mouths. But what are those flowers? Even the chandeliers are decorated. Wow, so beautiful. At that moment, Keela walked up and asked, what are you all looking up there for? They cheered, Keela, you look especially striking today. Do you have a date with someone? No, I don't have a date with anyone. I'm attending a party, so I can't wear something too simple. My mother doesn't like simple outfits either. That's true. She is very particular about these things. Genya complimented, Adela is also very beautiful today. Keela thought pensively, but actually, I don't know anymore. Then she muttered, I don't know why I chose this dress. The announcement rang out. His Majesty the Emperor Lichik Watson Urbach has arrived. People whispered, oh, is that person the 5th prince? Why is he wearing an eye patch? But he's still very handsome. Doesn't that make him even more mysterious? Keela also turned to look intently. Suddenly, Estelle turned and smiled at her. Keela was slightly startled. The young ladies immediately buzzed. Oh, did he just look over here and smile? It seems Princess Leodora looked at you and smiled. Hearing that, Keela was surprised. Oh, has Leodora arrived too? She hasn't appeared in high society for 5 years. They spoke again. The two of them look like a very beautiful couple. Thank you. Leodora looks like a princess from a fairyland. He probably wasn't looking at me. She probably suits Estelle very well too. The heir to the spirit kingdom. I was worried when I first arrived, not knowing if Estelle would recognize me. It truly was just a pointless worry. At this moment, the emperor spoke after a cough. Thank you all for accepting my sudden invitation. Now, I would like to officially introduce the third heir to the throne, who is also my 5th son. Please welcome Estelle Lichik-Erbach. I want to share the joy of finding my son again. Everyone clapped in response with everyone else. I hope you all have a very happy festival week. As the speech ended, soft music began to play. Adela asked, Keela, aren't you dancing? I have no intention. You all go ahead. Can't be helped then. We're going, she exclaimed reluctantly. What a great occasion. Suddenly, she froze when she saw Estelle approaching. She wondered what was going on as she stood there, bewildered. He spoke a greeting. It's been a long time, Keela. She looked at him and silently called his name. Estelle. Then she quickly bowed respectfully. This humble servant greets your Royal Highness the Prince. Suddenly, he reached out his hand and made an invitation. Would you dance with me? Keela thought in surprise. I probably can't refuse him here. People whispered, isn't that Marquise Keela Vesta? Could it be that she knows this 5th prince? I don't know either. There's probably no connection. Leodora and her group saw this and trembled with rage. Keela also saw those hateful eyes and silently called, Leodora. Estelle urged, let's go. She agreed and placed her hand in his. Then they both walked onto the dance floor. He whispered into her ear, I missed you, Keela. You must pay the price for my eye, right? She startled and asked back, pay the price? She thought, is he here to take revenge once again? She jumped as he slid his arm around her waist. Her chest throbbed with fear. She peeked up to look at him. Now there's no longer the appearance of a young girl. I never imagined I would be dancing with Estelle in this form. And in a place like this. Just focus. Suddenly, Estelle looked over, stopping her train of thought. He asked gently, how have you been living all this time? She replied calmly, I have been just as busy as you, sir. During that time, I was in Eric. There are legacies left behind by my grandfather there. Thanks to that, I lived without lacking anything. You must have missed Dukelis very much, she asked hesitantly. So, what do you plan to do now? He squeezed her hand, making her cry out in pain. Don't hold it so tightly. He smiled and said, Keela, I will become the emperor. I will become the emperor, Keela, she asked in astonishment. What? When I become the emperor, Keela? He stopped right there. She asked curiously, what were you going to say, and then stopped. So, what do you plan to do? Estelle flashed a mysterious smile again. Try to guess what I plan to do. The music is over. At least you should finish your sentence. Keela, what is going on? Why did Keela dance the first dance with His Highness? The prince is like that. Do you know His Royal Highness the 5th prince? She stammered, unable to speak. That... Suddenly Estelle asked, are they of the Vesta family? The two of them thought in a fluster, wasn't he about to leave? We pay our respects to your Royal Highness the Prince. Frank stepped forward to shield his sister. I am Frank Vesta, the younger brother of Marquis Vesta. She thought helplessly, why is he interfering? My sister. No, Marquis Vesta is not feeling well, so we beg your leave to depart first. Frank, wait, aren't you the one who is not feeling well? Estelle smiled and said, that's right. It seems the one who is unwell is Marquis, Vesta's younger brother instead. Wait a minute. What is this? Why are they so close to each other? Could this be the original setting's value? But this situation is different from the original story in this life. Frank and Estelle have only just met for the first time. Why is he so terrified? Estelle looked at her. Since the Marquis' brother is unwell, then I shall take my leave now. Marquis Vesta, he said, and then he stepped closer. He gently lifted her hand and kissed it, making her face turn bright red. See you again next time, Marquis Vesta, Jenny and Adela exclaimed. Keela. Suddenly Estelle snapped his fingers. Snap! A roll of red cloth appeared and wrapped around her hand. This is, he whispered. This time it is made from my hair, so even Chus won't be able to cut it. My eye that you ruined was very expensive. If you want to protect your precious family, then what must you do? She replied calmly. I have already erected a barrier around the entire Vesta territory. The Shusuro barrier is not something you can break. He grazed her hand and said, even the absolute shield, Shusuro, has a fatal weakness. Having said that, he turned to walk away. Kila hurried to pull him back. A weakness? Think about it yourself. Suddenly, a loud boom rang out. People screamed in chaos. Ah, what's happening? The chandelier has fallen. Everyone, get away quickly. The other chandeliers will be very dangerous too. Kila looked at the flowers falling to the ground and was stunned. Quincy, could it be that the Empress did this? Another chandelier was also shaking. She looked up because of the clinking sound. Unexpectedly, it fell down. Screams rang out once again. Flames flared up immediately afterward. The candles caught fire! It's burning! It's burning! Everyone, evacuate quickly. Leave the ball at once. Frank pulled Kila's hand. Sister, it's very dangerous. Get away quickly. She turned back, silently worried. Wait, Astel? Where is Astel? Wait, Frank, Suddenly she saw him. Phew. So he is all right. He is all right. Astel muttered. The welcome party is truly a mess. Who is he looking at? She looked in Astel's direction. It was Marchioness Rebecca. Suddenly, a flash of light startled her and everyone else. It was from the camera flashes of some people, and she wondered, in the middle of this chaos, what on earth are they doing? Astel, however, seemed not to care. She slightly closed her eyes in deep worry. The war for the Emperor's throne has officially begun. Afterward, in the Empress's room, show Marchioness Reyes in. She entered immediately. Her face darkened. You have worked hard. You look quite tired, Marchioness. Bring out the Quincy tea for the Marchioness. The maid replied, yes. Even though I was not present at the party, thanks to you, I could still witness that gratifying scene clearly. It is my honor to assist Her Majesty the Empress. Today's incident will cause tomorrow morning's newspapers to report that the fifth prince's appearance is a bad omen. Yes, because there was such an uproar, people will certainly think it is a bad omen. The Empress paused her teacup. By the way, that illegitimate child chose Kila Vesta as his first dance partner. Yes, Her Majesty. Her face hardened. As expected. There is something about that Vesta. After Duke Lys's funeral, that Stefan also disappeared. I wanted to plant a spy but didn't know how. Thinking of this, the Empress spoke again. Anyway, I hope the Marchioness will continue to assist me in the future. Of course, Her Majesty the Empress. She silently plotted, from now on, I must watch the Vesta house. If she chooses that illegitimate child, I will personally crush her. Scene change. Philia and Iris exclaimed excitedly, Kila, have you read the paper? She replied blankly, huh? Iris slammed the newspaper on the table. Look at this. The reappearance of the retired knight captain. What is her relationship with the fifth prince? She turned pale and shouted, why are you reading this stuff? It's all lies. Lies? Then what about you liking younger men? It is written right here. A middle-aged man, claiming to be close to Lady Kila. Vesta, although his identity cannot be revealed, said so. In the paper was an image of her father speaking tearfully. Kila said that she would find a decent husband at the time the engagement was cancelled. I should have realized her taste in men back then. I am so sorry. As an elder in the family, for having pushed her marriage with Rita. She slammed the table with a thud. A certain elder needs to return to the Vesta territory. She laughed out of pure anger. Ha ha, a close relative? Then she screamed, Father! She pushed the door open and ran toward the carriage. The butler asked, Marquis, are you going out this early? She didn't answer, but requested, Anto, hurry, let's get on the road. I must see my father immediately. Yes, I don't know what happened, but right now, it's not possible, sir. How did the wheel end up like this? The driver explained, well, after the butler and I went to buy tools and came back, it was already broken like this? Who did this? Did no one see the culprit? Suddenly, Astel appeared behind her and replied, that's right. When she turned around, she jumped. Heh ha ha. Is it necessary to be that surprised? Where did you come from? People on the street immediately took notice. Oh my, isn't that His Royal Highness the Prince? What, really? I heard he was very handsome, and it's true. Kila stood dazed, thinking, it's starting to get noisy. Greetings to your Royal Highness. No need for formalities. It seems you are in trouble. I will give you a ride in my carriage. With the reinforcement magic on the carriage, I can withstand any magical attack. She silently speculated. So this is the person who broke the wheel? Suddenly, the butler's eyes sparkled as he asked, will you really help, sir? She immediately said, no, it's fine. I want to go with Anto. She turned back and signaled to him. No, don't abandon me. The driver said, anyway, it's almost dark. It will be very difficult to hire another carriage. We will fix the wheel and follow later. Please, both of you go ahead. She screamed, No! Why? Why is he looking at Anto and the driver like that? Look at them. Both are terrified. Having no other choice, she reluctantly agreed. Then, thank you for your kindness, Your Royal Highness. He smiled and reached out his hand. Let's go, Marquise Vesta. The crowd was buzzing again. Oh my. So the scandal is true? Is that Marquis Kyla Vesta? Does she have that kind of relationship with the prince? She thought to herself, this is why I don't like this stuff. In the end, why did you break the carriage wheel? Well, if I hadn't done that, how could I be alone with Kyla? What's so funny that he's laughing? By the way, I didn't realize it before because he wore dresses, but his legs are truly very long. His physique is also quite unexpected. Astel exclaimed, Pervert! She snapped back in embarrassment. What? You've been staring at my lower body for a while now. I didn't mean to. You looked at my thighs and thought of strange things. Right? That's ridiculous. Thinking back, when I wore dresses, I didn't have to worry about this. But wearing pants, I have to keep it separate. If it were small or medium size, it wouldn't matter. She froze and cried out internally. What on earth is he saying? Astel continued. Normally, I just keep it near my thigh. Her face turned red with shame. She threw her bag hard at Astel. You pervert! What pervert? I didn't say anything. I was talking about my watch. What's this, Kyla? You're the real pervert. Her face grew even redder from embarrassment as she turned away to avoid him. Astel saw this and laughed with delight. She stole a glance. He just stuffed it into his coat pocket, didn't he? She aggressively pulled at his coat. As expected, he tricked me. He intentionally put it in his pants pocket to tease me. Astel took the chance to tease her. Doing it here is a bit... Sir! What are you saying? By the way, Kyla, there's a rumor that you like younger men. Is that true? What? I'm younger than you too. So how about it? Astel's brightness was blinding to her. Using that face to attack is totally unfair. I must cut this off right now. Thinking this, she explained, it's just a rumor. Is that so? What a pity. I want Kyla to be my partner for the upcoming hunt. A hunt? That's right. I need a partner. It's not that I want you to, but be my partner. Kyla, she wondered, why is he giving me orders? Why should I do that? Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed her hand. What is it? She didn't understand. Kyla, he pressed her hand against his eye. You were the one who made my eye turn out like this. I can't do that. I'll be hated by the Empress. Are you afraid of that woman? I just want to live in peace. I don't want to be caught up in political disputes. I'm sorry for making your eye turn out like this. But I cannot be your partner. Let me out. Just over that hill is the Vesta territory. Then she stepped out of the carriage. Thank you for bringing me back. After saying that, she left. Astel muttered, so that's how it is, huh? I will slowly let you know that the Shisuro barrier is not safe at all. The next day, Kyla thought dejectedly, Father looked so sad yesterday. Perhaps I was too harsh when I reduced his allowance. No, he brought it all on himself, daring to sneakily give interviews to those newspapers. I don't know when the rumors will die down. Suddenly, Remy and the butler pushed the door open to announce, Marquis, something big has happened. What is it? What happened? All the water sources flowing toward the territory of Vesta have completely dried up. What? Anto, is that true? Yes. Drinking water, household water, even the river water has reached the bottom. How could that happen? Could it be, Anto? I must go out to inspect the territory. Follow me. Yes, Marquis. She quickly mounted her horse and set off. At the destination, Anto pointed and said, It's very strange, Marquis. Look there. Only the water, flowing from the Barracks River into the Vesta territory, is dried up. How could this happen? Kyla laughed coldly. Ha ha, how? There is only one person who could do this. It's Estelle. Afterward, at another location, Kyla asked, What did you say? The Vesta family is not on the list of families permitted to enter here. Please submit a formal request for an audience and then return. She thought to herself, is it because I came in such a hurry and don't look proper enough? Normally, a formal request isn't even necessary. She said, this matter is very urgent. Please pass word to Lord Maxim, the attendant of His Majesty, the Emperor. You cannot enter without proving your identity. So tell Lord Maxim. Suddenly, Astel appeared behind her. This person is indeed Marquis Vesta. Pride Prince, Your Highness. Good morning. Marquis Vesta. Greetings to Your Royal Highness the Prince. The Light of Urbach. Skip the formalities. Stand up, Marquis Vesta. He approached and asked, You came to see me, right? You must have something to say. Where should we talk? In the hall where there are many people out there, or in my room where no one comes? She thought if they were noticed further, There would be more. Rumors. To your highness's chambers, please. Good. Then let's go. Make yourself comfortable. What kind of tea would you like? Seeing that she did not answer, he turned back and called, Kila. Suddenly she asked, what are these flowers? Those flowers. The Empress sends them here every morning. Because of her sincerity, I just leave them be. So, what about the tea? Which kind do you want to have? I don't have idle time to drink tea. You know why I'm here. It's not just drinking water. This is also the most critical time for the farmers in the territory. Quickly return the water source to the territory. What should my father do? Whether the Vesta territory has a drought or becomes a pile of rubble has nothing to do with me. Suddenly, Kila summoned the sword Chus and held it to Astel's neck. If you do not return the water source, I will strike immediately. You are certainly trying hard, even though you know it's useless. She bit her lip in frustration. Yes, even if I swing Chus, I can't harm Astel. She lowered her sword. Right, I was wrong. I made your eye turn out like that. If you hate me, then just take mine. I'm willing to give it to you. Is that so? You're brave. Kila saw him raise his hand. She closed her eyes tightly in fear. Will he use magic to gouge out my eye? Or use a knife to slash it? If it's Astel. But unexpectedly, Astel kissed her on the lips, making her face turn bright red. What? He gently licked her lips. This action made her freeze for a moment. Then she pushed him away forcefully. She fell to the ground and cried out in pain. Why was I pushed back instead of him? Wait a minute. What on earth are you doing? He sat down and replied, You told me to take it. The price for my right eye. No, I meant I was talking about taking my eyes as compensation. Seeing him put his hand on his collar, she said in a panic, Wait, why are you taking it off? Because it's too cumbersome. Why else? What? Why are you taking off your shirt too? He leaned toward her and asked, Don't you find it hot? Not at all. Why are you freezing up like that? I'm not freezing up. Heh, I'm taller than you now. Of course you're taller. He gently caressed a lock of her black hair. Kila. Nothing has changed. The smooth, shiny black hair, the blue eyes like a lake, the radiant skin, everything is still the same. She thought in confusion, Why is this happening? It seems it really is a bit hot. Astel spoke again. 3 years ago, when I saw you again at the ball, I recognized you immediately. This time, don't push me away anymore. After saying that, he kissed her lips again. Kila hurried to say, Wait, but Astel had no intention of stopping. I can't breathe. How long does he plan to do this before stopping? She struggled, speaking breathlessly. Stop. Let me breathe. Suddenly, she kicked Astel in the crotch with a thud. Let me breathe for a bit. Astel bit his teeth in pain and groaned. Ha! Astel! She stared with wide eyes. Kila, where did you kick me? Her face turned bright red. No, I didn't. Did I really kick him right there? She quickly changed the subject. I will attend the hunting competition you mentioned yesterday. So please return the water to the Vesta territory, to how it was before. Suddenly, Astel looked gloomy and didn't answer. She asked anxiously, What's wrong? I said I would go with you. As your partner in the hunting competition. All right, I will send the location, the date, and the time of the hunting competition through the mail. So can I go home now? Astel replied coldly. Do as you wish. What's that? Is he dissatisfied with something? I'm leaving now. She walked out and closed the door. Her face was still a bit flushed. What the hell did I just do? Why didn't I truly want to resist? Is it because of the guilt? Because I was the one who made Astel's eye turn out like that? If it's not that, she immediately dismissed it. No, it's definitely because of the guilt. That must be it. A few days later at the hunt, Marchioness Kila Vesta, the head of the Vesta house, was entering. People whispered and gossiped, Oh my, look, it's Marchioness Vesta. It's been a while since we saw her. Not since the ball, right? She thought to herself, it's finally here. Fortunately, the water source has returned to normal. Suddenly there was a call. Marchioness Vesta. Baron Gladwin. Are you planning to sweep all the prizes like at the hunting competition? Last time? Since I am wearing a dress, I don't plan to do that. But I will consider it. Please restrain yourself a bit. People like us won't have a place to show off. Last year, Marchioness Vesta he froze. What is it? That gaze, Astel. She quickly knelt down respectfully. Greetings, Your Royal Highness the Prince. The light of Erbach. He stepped forward, then gently helped her up. Stand up, Marchioness Vesta. People whispered, Oh my. It seems the rumors were true. But it seems Marchioness Vesta is older, right? Speaking of which, There was a rumor last time that Marchioness Vesta likes young boys. She blushed and thought, is that rumor still spreading? Hearing that, Astel could only cover his mouth and laugh with delight. She asked irritably, is that so funny? Yes, it's funny. It's very interesting, Keela. Don't laugh. I am not interesting. Why? He said, acting pitiful. Just looking at Keela's face is interesting to me. Doesn't Keela find me interesting? His face does seem a bit interesting, I guess. Keela is beautiful too. What? The dress you are wearing today suits you very well. Thank you. You too. The hunting outfit today suits you very well. Is that so? I carefully chose it to look good in front of Keela. Why is my heart thumping again? Speaking of which, do you know how to use a rifle? That's a surprise. When did you learn? I have never even held one before. She asked in surprise. What? The rules of the hunting competition state that you must use a rifle, but you don't know how. Why is that? Then what are you participating in the hunt for? The most noble lady in this country said that she wanted me to participate no matter what. She immediately thought, the Empress? So Keela, you must protect me. Aside from my magical abilities, I am just a weak, handsome man with only a handsome face. You actually said those words yourself? At this moment, a clinking sound rang out to announce, the hunting competition will take place shortly. Would all participants please prepare and gather? In front of the podium, the crowd was noisy. It's finally starting. Ahem. There is an additional special rule for this competition, so I would like to make an announcement. As everyone already knows, the hunting competition only recognizes animals caught with pure rifles and swords, meaning the use of magic is not permitted. Therefore, we have prepared this. A mana suppression bomb. Once the mana suppression bomb is activated, a barrier will be created, and no one can enter or leave until the competition ends. During that time, animals cannot escape either, so do not worry about the prey escaping. Keela thought to herself, no matter how I look at it, it's clearly obvious they are targeting Astel. Then I won't be able to open choose either. The announcement continued to ring out. Then, we shall begin the hunting competition right now. An explosion rang out. A barrier quickly appeared, surrounding the hunting grounds. Keela clenched her hand and silently speculated. The probability of something happening today is very high. While the two were walking, Astel suggested, Keela, shall I carry you? What? I thought your shoes and dress would be inconvenient. You participated in the hunting competition last year, so I thought you would wear that kind of outfit this year too. Didn't you invite me to be a cavalier? If you had told me sooner, I would have... Before she could finish her sentence, a rustling sound in the bushes made her stop. She asked, what is that sound in the bushes? Seems to be a deer. Its body seems a bit... Astel cried out in surprise. It's not a deer, but a rabbit. Its large, intimidating body growled continuously. Keela screamed in fear. Run quickly! How can there be a rabbit that big? It kept growling with burning red eyes as if wanting to tear its prey apart. Suddenly Keela said, Astel, give me the rifle. She took the gun, immediately chambering around. Then she raised it to aim cautiously. A loud bang rang out, and the bullet flew straight into the rabbit. It fell flat on the ground. Suddenly, Astel hugged her tightly. Keela, you are truly amazing. Get away from me. It's very dangerous. Don't you see I'm holding a gun? What? Are you planning to shoot me? Yes. I almost shot you just now. But wait a minute. This is definitely a demonic creature. She thought, even if it's just a low-level demonic creature, isn't this area not supposed to be where they live? An attacking demonic creature in the shape of a hunting rabbit. No matter how I think about him. Astel spoke, interrupting her train of thought. This is clearly a trap aimed at me, isn't it? After saying that, he hugged her again. I'm so scared, Keela. Let go of me. I already told you that holding a gun is very dangerous. I'm scared, so please be a little understanding. I'm just an ordinary man, weak and handsome. She punched Astel in the side. What on earth are you talking about? Ah, that hurts. Keela, next time it won't just stop at the side. Where are you going? I must go to the organizing committee immediately. Whether this is a trap by Her Majesty the Empress or not, the appearance of a demonic creature is already an emergency situation. Other people could also be in danger. Why do we have to go there? He caressed a lock of her smooth black hair. Can't you stay here with me? She immediately replied, no. Do you know how dangerous it is right now? Because of the mana suppression bomb, you can't use magic. I can't use choose either. So even if I want to protect you, I am powerless. Then just removing the thing called the mana suppression bomb will make it fine, right? She asked in surprise. What? That mana suppression effect? We can only wait until its effect disappears. He said removing it was very simple. Suddenly, Astel noticed a yellow flower on the ground. He stepped forward, sat down, and gently touched it. His mouth began to mutter a strange language. Kila wondered, what is he doing? Is that the language of the spirit kingdom? At this moment, he crushed that flower with his hand. Beams of light shot up, making her unable to hide her surprise. What is this? Astel brushed the dust off his hands. It's been a long time since you saw it, right? The hourglass flower? Was that the thing used to kidnap me? You can still summon spirits even while your mana is restricted? He informed her, magic and spirit arts are essentially different in nature. Even if mana is restricted, it still cannot block the power of the spirits. The vines of the hourglass flower flew up and shattered the barrier. Kila's eyes widened. The barrier is broken. All right. Now I can use choose. Kila put the rifle down. She reached out her hand and called, Chess! The sword quickly appeared in her hand. Phew, good. With Chus, it's safe now. Suddenly she paused and asked, What is it? Why are you laughing? Because Kila is so adorable. She dazed. Huh? Don't you realize it? Chus is a magic tool created from the power of the spirits. Could it be? He laughed and continued, That's right. Both Chus and Shisuro are not affected by the mana suppression barrier. I hadn't thought of that. Even if Chus didn't have the power of the spirits, it could still easily destroy this type of barrier. A magic tool created by the Spirit King. How could it be controlled by a mana suppression? Bomb from an ordinary mage? The same goes for my power. Suddenly, a scream echoed from a distance. Kila quickly turned and ran. It's from the direction of the hall. We must hurry. On this side, a lady screamed in fear. Help me. Someone help me. Please save me. The demonic creature growled and lunged forward. Kila's footsteps arrived just in time. With a slashing sound, the demonic creature was destroyed by her. Countess Koroi, are you all right? Thank you, Kila. Thanks to you. Before she could finish, another demonic creature appeared. It lunged toward the two of them. They also appeared near the other nobles. They cried out, Help! A demonic creature appeared here! Kila slashed all of them as fast as lightning. Everyone, please gather behind me. Hurry up! She glanced over at the people inside the protective barrier. The Empress had already had her people evacuated, so it turns out she was the one behind this after all. She told herself, focus on this first. She observed carefully. 1 creature, 2 creatures, 3 creatures. Besides the ones visible, there are 4 more hiding. Normally, this wouldn't be a problem, but now I have to protect these unarmed people. She let out a sigh and muttered to herself, let's end this quickly. A demonic creature lunged forward. She stepped up and decisively slashed at it, then quickly cut down the second one. The people behind her could only scream in fear. She glanced in the other direction. I'll deal with the 2 in front all at once. Thinking this, she moved toward them. She gained momentum, jumped onto the tent roof, and swung her sword at a demonic creature, landing on their heads at the same time. She raised her sword with a cold gaze. The remaining demonic creatures rushed at her together. She stabbed right into one of them. Blood splattered, causing her to cover her eyes with her hand, making her lose her balance as she thought, at this rate, I'm going to fall. But she felt no fall, because she was nestled securely in Astel's arms. She cried out in bewilderment, my knight? Something terrible almost happened. She glanced at the crowd cheering with excitement. She quickly jumped out of his arms. Why are there so many people watching? A voice rang out, Lord Vesta, thank goodness you are all right. We survived thanks to Duke Vesta. I only did what needed to be done. Why is she so humble? No one else dared to stand up like she did. Kila. Looking toward the Empress, she saw her turning her face away. In disgust, Estelle, standing behind, suddenly spoke up. My knight! And then unexpectedly dropped to one knee. She was silently shocked. What is this? The image of you saving me in the forest was so beautiful that I can never forget it. She panicked. Wait a minute. Could it be? Stop it. I'm so embarrassed. Before the curious and expectant eyes of everyone, Astel held out a sparkling ring. Please, be my life partner. He repeated, please, be my life partner. My knight. Her face had turned bright red. She whispered to herself, don't do that. I'm so embarrassed. Suddenly, someone shouted over there. His Royal Highness the Prince just proposed. They quickly took photos. Smile! Duke Vesta has to smile for the photo to look good. She wondered, what is this? Suddenly she noticed someone. It was the Empress standing behind the group of people. She thought, in this situation, what should I say? She stammered in response, I am sorry, Your Royal Highness the Prince. I cannot accept your proposal. So I shall take my leave first. After saying that, she turned and ran away. Astel watched her, flashing a mysterious smile. Afterward, when the Empress returned, someone asked, "How was the hunt today, Your Majesty?" Terrible. I didn't expect her to be able to neutralize the mana suppression bomb. Keela. Vesta? I thought she would behave and stay in a corner, which is why I left her alone. Who would have thought that from the ball to the hunt she would be with that guy? If you dare to do that, then fine, I don't mind confronting her. She turned to call the servant. Hey you! Yes, Your Majesty. Call the 5th prince here immediately. I want to invite him for tea. Astel arrived quickly. Please come in, Prince. I've been waiting for you for a while. But you still haven't changed your clothes. He replied, I suddenly met an old friend, so I was a bit distracted. Old friend? Seeing Stefan made her surprised. That person is Your Majesty. Do you also know this person? She stammered, Know him? This is the first time we've met. She clenched her hand and thought, We've been wondering where he went for the past 3 years. It turns out he's been sticking to this kid. Phew, but what should we do? I invited the prince for tea, not that person. Empress, don't worry. This person won't be sitting at the table with us, right? Stefan? Yes, I will. Wait, while Her Majesty the Empress chats with the prince. She said sarcastically, He's an old friend, but why does he seem a bit distant? Astel's words made her furrow her brows in annoyance. It's all right. He is my private doctor. Very well. By the way, since I invited the prince for tea, I also have some thoughts. The blood-red tea was poured out by the servant. Knowing that you lost your mother at an early age, yet I still didn't pay attention to you. I apologize, Prince. Even if it's late, I still want to take care of you. Now drink up. Chilled tea is very refreshing. Astel raised the teacup, smiled, and said, I'll help myself. She watched him intently and thought, Good, he drank it all. I wonder how long he can withstand. The quincy-infused tea. 30 minutes? 1 hour? Astel set it down with a click. It's delicious. May I have another glass? Of course. Drink as much as you like. After a while, she wondered in surprise, What is this? Why isn't he affected at all? Then she spoke to probe him. Don't you feel anything strange? For example, chest pain or... He smiled and finished her sentence. Or an unhappy mood? His words made her jump. It's too similar. That child's mother was just like this. She always looked at me with a mysterious smile. Every time she put on that face, a trap would always follow. And then people would only see me as a woman crazed with jealousy. Astel called out, causing her to snap out of it. Your Majesty the Empress, are you all right? It's nothing. Forgive me, I was just thinking for a moment. He smirked. Thank you for your concern, Empress. Perhaps thanks to that, my health has no issues. The flowers that you send to my place every morning also seem to help a great deal. What is the name of that flower? She stammered. How could... He is clearly of the Spirit Kingdom lineage. So why isn't the Quincy having any effect? Stefan suddenly spoke up. Your Majesty the Empress. Quincy has no effect on Lord Estelle. What on earth are you talking about? I mean exactly what I just said. She unleashed her mana and cursed silently. You damn traitor! I'll strangle him to death. What is this? Why is my mana forming a barrier? It's suppressing my mana. She clenched her trembling hands in anger and finally shouted, So that position belongs to you now, doesn't it, Stefan? I only wanted to say, Please, Empress, stop now. You dare? What have I done that you would tell me to stop? How insolent, Astel said. Quincy. It is not originally a plant that grows wild in the Earth Empire. Even in Eric, where the climate is similar to Earth, it cannot grow. The ones who brought it to Eric were the Hewlett family. What on earth are you talking about? The Hewlett family's farm has more than 100 years of history. It is truly strange. What exactly is this nonsense flower? That since 100 years ago, the Imperial Palace has invested such a massive amount of money into it? To the people in the Imperial Palace, the Hewlett family is no different from a founding contributor, because they found a way to secretly eliminate those belonging to the Spirit Kingdom lineage. She slammed the table in rage and screamed, I won't hear any more! So, you want to take revenge for your dead ancestors? He smirked, slowly approaching her. I don't care about those things. Such personal grudges are none of my business. Then what do you want? I've already told you. The thing I want is only one thing. He let go of the tattered flowers. It is the highest throne in this country. To speak plainly, to me, lowly ants like you, I could stomp you to death at any time. How ridiculous. So, you haven't stomped on those lowly ants? If I did that, my lover wouldn't like it. She was startled. Lover? Speaking of which, but it's strange. Keela Vesta seems to be uncomfortable with you, doesn't she? He said, My lover is very shy. In any case, she can only end up with me. She understood the hidden meaning in Astel's words, meaning, don't touch what's mine. Then, I shall take my leave. She clenched her hands and said nothing. Afterward, the door closed. Stefan rushed to follow and called out, "Sir! Lord Estelle!" "What's going on? What's this about a lover? Since when did the two of you have that kind of relationship? Did you not say anything to me at all? Why must you know every one of my private matters? Because I am..." Estelle put his hand to his mouth. "Silence. You're being too noisy." "Stefan, becoming lovers happens when two hearts merge into one. Right, old man?" "I see. Then may I ask one more question?" "Ask what? Since when have you been interested in the throne?" "Until now, I have seen that Lord Estelle did not seem like someone ambitious for power at all." Estelle paused. Perhaps it is because it's the minimum duty I can perform for the blood flowing within me." He stared blankly and looked in Estelle's direction. "Huh? What is he looking at?" He smiled and said, "Let's go." Wait a moment, Lord Estelle." He thought to himself, what does minimum duty mean? What exactly did he mean by that? Scene change. Killa, about the matter between you and His Royal Highness the Fifth Prince. Why the Fifth Prince? Clearly, our family said we would maintain our neutrality. That's true. But if by any chance you marry the Fifth Prince, what will happen to our family? She cried out in surprise. Huh? Well, that's it. You received a proposal at the hunting competition after all. Sister Jenny, it's not like that. If you hadn't bought that newspaper, then everyone wouldn't have known. Well, it would have been found out anyway. It's on the front page of the news, so how did you plan to hide it? In any case, the prince and I absolutely do not have any kind of relationship. I only participated in the competition because of a personal debt. What debt? Sorry, sister, I can't talk about that. How boring. Therefore, our Vesta family will continue to maintain our neutrality. But Keela, I heard that. The Fifth Prince is receiving support from the mages at the Imperial Magic Tower. If the owners of Chus and Shizuru in our family side with the Fifth Prince, wouldn't that be beneficial for us? Our family might even be able to become the most prestigious family in the Empire, just like the Hewlett family, the maternal family of Her Majesty the Empress Adela. What are you saying? Listen to me. This is an opportunity, Sister Kyla. As long as we have Chus and Shizuru, it's no different than having a whole legion in our hands. I just find it strange that our family has these treasures, yet holds no power. The elders heard this and agreed, saying, Yes, that's true. Yeah, what Adela said makes sense. Keela asked in bewilderment. So you mean you want us to side with the Fifth Prince in the struggle for power? Between the Empress and the Fifth Prince? Yes. The prince has feelings for you, and reading the newspapers, he also seems to be interested in the throne. In the current situation, wouldn't it be better to take a side? If choosing the Fifth Prince is hard because we must mind the palace, then how about siding with Her Majesty the Empress? Keela thought to herself, this is unexpected. I thought these two youngsters were not the type of people to use such tactics. Are these kids really this ambitious? Adela stood up and continued, Lately, we haven't had much influence in the central capital of high society. In the future, if the conflict becomes intense, our family maintaining a neutral stance will be beneficial. Everyone will try to win our family over to their side. In this situation, military force is the essential key. If the struggle for the throne begins and spreads into a civil war, then the fact that we have Chus and Shizuru will be to our advantage. Keela secretly admitted, cruelly speaking, that isn't a bad way. But she stood up and said, No. The top priority of Chus and Shizuru is to protect the Vesta family, followed by the people of the Empire. Above all, that method only works when we are an interest group. We cannot gamble with our lives. Adela tried to persuade her, but just then, Marquise Vesta spoke up. What Keela said is correct. Let the matters of the palace be settled by the palace. The moment we get involved, civil war will break out in the Eber Empire. Hearing that, Keela noticed their expressions and thought to herself. Adela and Royce seemed dissatisfied. Immediately after, Royce leaned on his hands and stood up. I asked for permission to leave. Having said that, Royce and Adela left. Keela said, I also asked for permission to go first. She thought to herself, what should I do with those two? I can't just kick them out, simply because their opinions don't align with mine. But even the conversation just now could not convince them. Where are you two going? Going for a walk? Suddenly the butler called, Marquis! She was startled. Oh, Anto. She asked, What's the matter? This is an urgent letter sent by a special telegraph. A letter? It was sent from the Imperial Palace. I don't know what it's about either. Keela took it. I don't know either. Want to discuss the safety of the Vesta territory. The safety of the Vesta territory? After reading, she said, "I must go to the Imperial Palace immediately tomorrow. It seems Her Majesty the Empress is going to issue a final warning." The next day, she arrived at the Imperial Palace. The Empress said, "You've arrived, Marquis Vesta. Greetings to Her Majesty the Empress, the great glory of Earth." That's enough cliched greetings. Let's get straight to the point. Marquis Vesta, stand on the side of Julia Hewlett. She thought to herself, perhaps starting from today, the Vesta family will be hated by the Empress. She replied, "Your Majesty the Empress, the Vesta family is always loyal to the Empire. Our family has always stood on your Majesty's side." You want me to believe that, Marquis Vesta? You also know, the next successor to the throne is Crown Prince Cairo. Yet that fifth one has only just been recognized as a prince, and he is already eyeing the throne. I say it again, have the Vesta family stand on our side, so that the fifth prince doesn't dare dream of the throne. As I have said, the Vesta family? She interrupted her. Marquis Vesta, hold a wedding ceremony next month, with my youngest brother, Ruth Hewlett. This is the last chance. Marquis Vesta, marry my youngest brother. Keela replied bluntly, "Forgive me, your Majesty. I cannot accept that proposal." She smirked. "So the negotiation has failed." "You will regret this, Marquis Vesta. Don't think that only the Vesta family has information regarding Chus and Shisuro. The Imperial Palace has also been monitoring Chus and Shisuro for a long time." Afterward, she stepped outside and let out a sigh. What on earth did that mean? No less than the Vesta family. I cannot guess at all what the Empress was trying to say. In any case, for the time being, the Empress has no legitimate reason to immediately attack the Vesta house. Right now, what I need to do is resolve the factions emerging internally first. I must return to the mansion quickly. Suddenly, Astel walked up and called, "Keela, what happened at the Imperial Palace?" She replied, "Astel," and swallowed hard in frustration. "Now is not the time. Get out of the way. I can't just let my fiancé leave like that. Let me take you by carriage." "Who is your fiancé? What did the Empress say? Did she tell you to abandon me and side with her? In the end, you can only end up with me, Keela." She brushed his hand away and shouted, I want to live in peace. But if I'm involved with you, I can't. I didn't want things to come to this. I didn't want to face you. I wanted us to never know each other for the rest of our lives. Please stop appearing before me. Just leave me alone." Hearing those words, Estelle fell silent for a moment. The atmosphere became strangely quiet. Only the sound of pitter-patter falling on the floor could be heard. Keela looked up in surprise. She saw that Astel's face was drenched in tears. "You don't want to see me?" She could only say, "Astel, I understand. From now on, I will not appear before Keela again." After saying that, he turned away. She thought about calling him back, but decided against it. Her hand clenched as she muttered, "No, this is for the best. From now on, I won't be wavered anymore." Later in the carriage, the butler said, "We are almost at the mansion. If the Marquis does not want to show her face, I will go get a cloak." "It's okay, Anto. The important matter right now is why the knights have entered our territory and are stationed there." The butler warned, "Getting off the carriage in a hurry is dangerous." "Wait, Anto. Adela and Royce are there. He cried out in surprise, "What?" She reached out her hand to summon Chus. A small sword immediately appeared. She tucked it into her sleeve and said, "Let's go." At the same time, at the Imperial Palace, let's have a chat together. "Your Majesty, did you come to find me so suddenly just to talk?" "Why is that?" "Over there, we wish to speak privately. All of you. Withdraw." "What? The Empress dares to order my attendants to withdraw like that? Then let's talk in front of your attendants. Go on, talk about your son." "That bastard child. What about Astel? You truly don't know, and yet you ask?" Simply recognizing him as a prince was already a massive favor, and yet he even dares to aim for the throne. "I already said it's not allowed. That child has already accepted it, hasn't he?" "Accepted? Is that really true?" "His actions are not like that at all." Cairo clenched his hands and spoke up. "I venture to ask to report something." "Go ahead, my son." "I think we should not be enemies with the fifth prince. I want to cede the throne to that child." The emperor asked in surprise, "Son, do you truly want to do that?" The empress immediately screamed, "Crown Prince! It cannot be! Your Majesty's successor must be your legitimate son." Suddenly Luotai spoke. "I cannot listen to any more of this." Then he marched forward. The emperor asked in shock, "Luotai? What are you planning to do?" "Don't come here, Luotai," he said nonchalantly. "Please rest in peace, father," and raised a knife. The emperor's face turned pale with fear. Afterward, only his scream could be heard. The empress and Cairo froze in shock at Luotai's action. The emperor now lay in a pool of blood. Cairo stammered, calling out, "Father, father." Then he quickly ran to his side. The empress asked, "Loetai, what have you done?" From the very beginning, didn't everything happen because of this person? Do you plan to let that bastard child strip away everything? No, it cannot be like that. I am simply eliminating the root of this danger. I cannot just stand by and watch that guy. Take away what is ours like that. Isn't that right? Loetai, stop it. Mother, you should stop too. The throne or whatever, just hand it over to the fifth prince. That is the only way the Hewlett family can survive. She immediately shouted, "You fool! You are the crown prince, and you can't even hold on to what is yours? Do you think that bastard child, once he ascends the throne, will leave us in peace? Anyway, doing this might avoid total destruction. Mother, this is destiny." Cairo stood dazed as he heard Loetai speak. "If that position is too much for you, brother, then I'll take it." After saying that, he used his foot to kick his brother. "Is that acceptable, Queen Mother?" She agreed, saying, "Since Crown Prince Cairo is not capable of succeeding, therefore I, Empress Dowager Julia, Hewlett of Urbach, order that the throne shall be inherited by the third prince, Loetai Watson Urbach. This is truly a perfect decision beyond compare. Now we must go and execute the plan we've prepared." A plan? The seeds sown long ago have sprouted and grown very fast. So, it is time to harvest. She opened the door and called the emperor's attendants. "Everyone, come in here!" They walked in and screamed at the sight. "His Majesty the Emperor!" She gave the order, "Call the guardian knights," and spread the news far and wide about the assassination of His Majesty the Emperor. Contact all the newspaper offices across the empire. Say that the culprit is the fifth prince, and the Demirov family, and specifically name the Vesta family. Back to Keela. She walked up in front of those two and called out, "Adela Royce!" So, in the end, have you two betrayed us? Betrayed? It's just making a different choice for the sake of the family. A choice? That's right. A few hours before you arrived at the mansion, someone contacted us from the Imperial Palace. Was it the Empress? Perhaps the Semanics and Dimitrov mansions are also in a similar situation. Suddenly, Keela paused and thought, what is that? What strange material is that? What kind of metal was used to make it so pure white? Regardless, I cannot back down. The sword gradually appeared in her hand. Seeing this, Adela said, "You know, Keela, since I was a child, I always dreamed of having a choose. I thought that if I became a knight, someday I would be able to possess a choose too. Since I am also a member of the Vesta family, I thought the opportunity would come to me. But the opportunity never came. Wasn't it my wish to be born into the main family line too?" She thought deeply. I understand, because if she were from the main line, Adela would have had the chance. What she said is very true. But that cannot be the reason. To put the entire family in danger. Royce reminded her, "Stop whining already. Adela, let's end this. If we win here, we will have it." She gritted her teeth and replied, "That's right. I won't just stand and watch anymore." As she spoke, she rushed forward. "I will show you how I am going to seize it." "Adela, don't do something foolish." She wondered, what is her intention? Even her innate skills aren't equal to mine. Suddenly she laughed and said, "Chus is no match for me." Keela startled, realizing Chus was not obeying. Unexpectedly, a stabbing sound rang out. Adela's sword tip had pierced her body. Blood gushed from Keela's mouth. She mocked. "Do you actually have moments of confusion like this?" Her face radiated triumph as she called out, "Keela!" The red string that Astel had wrapped around her hand earlier, it appeared and flew around her body. After an unknown amount of time, she opened her eyes and woke up. Her mother's voice immediately rang out, "Keela! Keela, have you regained consciousness?" She held her aching head. "This place..." Remy in the opposite cell said while crying, "Please don't push yourself, my lady. It almost cost you your life." She thought in confusion, "I thought I was stabbed by Adela with a sword. The bloodstains have disappeared too." She asked, "What happened and where is this?" Genia informed her, "This is the basement of the Marquis Vesta's mansion. It seems Adela and Royce built it without anyone knowing. There are even traitors among the servants here. How is that possible? Anyway, it's good that Keela is safe. You don't know how long you've been unconscious, right?" "A week. For a week, I thought you were dead." "Who treated you? It's strange. Adela and Royce certainly wanted to kill me to steal." "Chus," Genia said, "it was that ribbon tied to your left arm. The light from it has been enveloping you the whole time. It must be an enchanted treasure. It seems that while it was glowing, it healed you on its own. Furthermore, when the healing was finished, it disappeared by itself." She looked down at her arm. "It's true, Astel's ribbon has disappeared. It protected me from Adela and Royce." Her mother, Lady Vesta, sighed. "While you were fast asleep. You don't know how terrifying the earthquake was." The sound of thunder and loud explosions from somewhere. made Mother think the building would collapse. Is that so? How strange. The prophecy from the magic. Tower didn't give any forecast of a natural disaster like that for this year. What about the others? The men are being held in another place. But I am worried about Frank. Frank is not imprisoned in the mansion, but his life or death cannot be confirmed either. With the situation being so dangerous, I don't know if Frank is okay. Frank is not being held? Does that mean he is still outside? Yes, about that. I heard Frank disappeared after fighting to the end. I see. Don't worry, Marion. We can find out if we resonate with Chus. How is it? Keela got no response, but Frank is still safe. And for some reason, he seems to be very close by. Just then, Frank ran up and called out, Marion! Marion, Laliel! Thank goodness, everyone is safe. Keela called her younger brother, Frank. He stopped in shock. Sister, you're safe, right? I thought you had died. Save the crying for later. First of all, get everyone out of here. Yes, but the keys... Before he could finish, a clinking sound rang out. Kristen walked in with a bunch of keys. The keys, I have brought them. Is Kristen with Frank too? It was just that he got caught red-handed playing a dirty trick. Dirty? Frank explained. He used to side with Adela and Royce. But because Uncle Nora sided with us, he went to work as a spy and then came back to this side. Anyway, thanks to that, we were able to escape. That's right. He really is a kind person. Lady Vesta laughed happily. Ho ho. He's just a bit soft-hearted. He said shyly, That's enough. Get out quickly. Now everyone has made it out, right? Yes, everyone who was imprisoned has been rescued. Frank, is the barrier still intact? Yes, no problem. Then now deactivate all the barriers. Immediately. What did you say, sister? If we deactivate the barrier, we will no longer be protected. Currently, Father's family, your wife, and your family are all being held captive. Suddenly, she kicked her brother's leg. He immediately clutched his leg in pain. She asked, See that? You and I are both inside Shisuro's barrier, but Shizuru still couldn't protect you. Sub, sister? I said I got it. Shisuro's barrier is useless now. Whether we deactivate it or leave it be, the situation remains the same. She recalled the words of Astel and the Empress. Shizuru has a weakness. Don't think that only the Vesta family knows information about Chus and Shizuru. Perhaps that is what she meant. She continued, After deactivating it, we will create a new barrier for the people here. I understand what you mean, sister. Frank stood up and reached out his hand. A glowing magic circle appeared. Immediately after, the barrier shattered. Everyone exclaimed, Wow, this is the first time I've seen it in person. That's right, even though they are from the same family. Other people rarely have the chance to interact with Chus. And Shizuru, Adela and Royce are the same. Sister, I'm done. Good. Then, suddenly a gust of wind blew in, making everyone cry out. The wind, what's happening? Next, a footstep approached. Keela's eyes showed great surprise. The one walking in was Astel. He was panting and looked very exhausted. He looked at Keela and said, You're still okay. His arms immediately reached out and pulled her into a tight hug. You are okay. You are okay now, Kayla. I nearly went insane. I thought you were dead. That damn barrier wouldn't break, so I couldn't get in. She shyly called his name, Lord Astel. In an instant, her face turned bright red. Everyone behind them also stood with mouths agape, shocked by his behavior. Keela saw their astonished looks and quickly said, Let go of me. At that moment, Astel's group arrived, waving and calling, Lord Astel! They were panting, unable to speak clearly. By yourself. If you go alone, it's very dangerous. Keela saw a familiar face and called out, Ruth! Ah, Kayla! You're still alive? Lord Astel said something was wrong with you, so he made a huge scene, and even leveled the entire Vesta territory. Astel immediately gave him a death stare, causing Ruth to freeze in fear. I'm sorry. Keela glanced at Astel and thought to herself, perhaps the earthquake everyone mentioned was... She was silent for a long time, then suddenly said, Thank you. Astel smiled without replying. He leaned his face closer, making her feel bashful. Now it's best if we stay away from the area near the mansion. They will be hunting us down soon. Astel asked, Why would they do that? I just recreated Shisuro's barrier, so they can't touch anyone. Plus, just now, the mages from the magic tower have been fully reinforced. Keela thought to herself, That's right. This is no longer just our family's problem. In the end, the family has no other choice but to join Astel in confronting the Empress. She sighed and said, But the only ones with combat experience are me, Frank, and my father. Furthermore, without weapons, how can we... Before she could finish her sentence, a magical space appeared in midair. Whatever you need, just say it. Right, he has that. Then, young men, please come with us. Among the girls, if anyone wants to volunteer, please step forward. Jania raised her hand. Then I would like to use a rifle. I have a bit of hunting experience. Kristen said fearfully, I'm not confident. Why are you so afraid? Don't worry, just as long as you don't shoot our own side. I'm afraid that I will shoot. Frank asked curiously, what exactly is inside that black hole? Astel laughed and replied, it's taken directly from my in-law's mansion's armory. Brother-in-law? Who is your brother-in-law? And what do you mean by in-laws? He is Keela's younger brother. So he's my brother-in-law, obviously. What are you saying? My brother-in-law, I cannot accept this. Keela thought helplessly to herself. It seems this person has completely forgotten the argument he had with me. Before coming here, Marion said, Frank, why are you speaking to the prince like that? Marion, it's just because you guys don't know. What kind of person is he? Everyone is being deceived. I wanted to be close to my brother-in-law, and yet he pretended to be innocent to the point of being fake. Does my brother-in-law not like me? Seeing that, everyone exclaimed, oh, how pitiful. Marion said again, it seems he grew up in loneliness. Frank, you're being too much. Laliel also said, Daddy is mean. Keela spoke up. Stop teasing. Is now the time for jokes? Get me a usable sword from the armory. For some reason, Choose isn't working. I'll have to use a regular sword. He asked worriedly, are you okay without Choose? Are you mocking me? No way. Surely Choose would help amplify the user's abilities. She clenched her hand. But even without Choose, I am still much stronger. Truly the person I fell in love with. Actually, I know the reason why. Choose is not working. You know too, don't you, Keela? That matter, the only thing I know is, it has no effect on the descendants of the Spirit King. But the only descendant of the Spirit King is Astel. He said, it's almost time, Keela. She asked wonderingly, what is? Then Frank called out loudly, Sister, we've been discovered. They are coming here. She gritted her teeth with determination. Good, get ready. A new barrier was erected. Keela instructed, those who cannot fight must absolutely not step outside the barrier. Let's go, Frank. He nodded and replied, Everyone, to your positions. The battle is about to begin. There are mages on this side too, so don't be too tense. The torches burned fiercely. Adela and Royce's group approached and said, it's useless, Keela. Someone like you, who can't even use Choose, what can you possibly do? She laughed contemptuously and pointed her sword at her. Without Chus, do you think you could have become the captain? She furrowed her brows and answered the question herself. No, without Chus, you are nothing. The two of them closed in. The sound of weapons clashing rang out. That's not true, Adela. It's true that thanks to Choose, I was able to advance quickly, but I am confident that I could have become the captain, based solely on my own strength. Having said that, Keela knocked her sword away. It stabbed into the ground with a thud, much to her astonishment. Keela continued, but I am sorry. Because it's only now that I've realized everyone's dissatisfaction. I understand how you all feel. Stop being so hypocritical. It's disgusting. Just because you seized the family's treasure, you gotta become the head of the house? Ever since you became the head, you have always looked down on us. As if you were a king, Keela. Adela retorted, I never Before she could finish her sentence, she gave the order, everyone, provide cover. They charged all at once. Frank also said, let's go too. No! Then both sides rushed into a chaotic brawl. On this side, Adela was grazed by a strike from Astel. She stopped in surprise. What? A stone? No, it's a marble. She quickly covered herself. Damn it, fall back, Adela! She screamed, shoot, Royce! Just as she finished, a bang rang out, but Keela already had a protective shield. They gasped in shock. The barrier, is it Shisuro? Yes, I destroyed the mansion's barrier and set up a new one. The ones being protected are only those on my side. Not you all. Hearing that, Royce could only grit his teeth in frustration. Keela silently speculated about those white stones and that sword. Clearly, because of those things, Choose has no effect. Thinking of this, she shouted, remove all the white pieces. That she is hiding in her clothes. And the sword too. The entire group of mages replied, yes! They created magical threads that moved toward them. The magical threads quickly wrapped around them. What is this? I can't cut through these threads. The thread snaked inside his clothes, then ripped them open, revealing white marbles like armor. Frank asked, what on earth is that inside the clothes? They pointed their guns at Keela's group. Damn it, we can't just retreat like this. One of them tried to stop him. It's useless. The barrier will block it. But he stubbornly gritted his teeth, saying, it's too late. As soon as he spoke, he immediately opened fire. Just as expected, the barrier appeared to catch. The Bew bullets. They were all blocked. He stammered in fear, "My mages." With just a wave of a hand, those bullets immediately flew back toward them. Screams of terror rang out. Suddenly, Kila screamed out, calling, Adela! A bullet flew through her. Her expression became shocked, not understanding what happened. Looking down at the hole torn in her abdomen, she asked, why? Having said that, she slumped to the ground. Royce watched her, stunned, then screamed her name, Adela! Adela! This is so unfair! This is truly unfair! Saying that, Royce pointed his gun at Kayla. She hurried to stop him. Royce, stop! Estelle, seeing this, his face darkened. Magical flames flared up in his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately struck toward Royce. She panicked and cried out silently, no! Then she quickly ran forward. To Estelle's astonishment, she stood in front of Royce to shield him. A booming sound of impact rang out. A shield appeared in front of her, protecting the two of them. Estelle asked irritably, what are you doing, Kayla? This is our family matter. The punishment will also be decided by our family. They were planning to kill you. For that reason alone, I cannot forgive them. Please, Estelle, listen to me right now. He furrowed his brows and remained silent. She hurriedly said, Ruth, please. She's going to die. Treat Adela. Oh, okay. Ruth placed his hands on the wound, and that area began to glow. Royce called out worriedly, Adela! Adela! Kayla thought to herself, that should be enough for first aid. It's lucky that Ruth has healing powers. Adela's group asked each other in a panic, what about us? Without Adela and Royce? Kyla immediately turned and said, in any case, you were all merely incited. From now on, give it up. You can see the situation for yourselves, can't you? You have lost this battle. They bowed their heads in silence to signal their admission. She ordered, arrest them all. Lock them in the underground dungeon. Yes! She turned to look at Estelle. No, but first I must reclaim the mansion and understand the situation of the Sumanix family and the Demirov family. Later, when everything is finished, I will speak with him then. Afterwards, she asked, Ruth, do you know where Estelle is? His Royal Highness the Prince? Right now, he is outside. He is likely in the woods in the garden from earlier. The colleague next to him immediately smacked Ruth on the head. Why did you say that? His Highness said that he wanted to be alone. Do you actually believe those words? Eat your potato bread. Kayla intervened helplessly. Don't argue. Sigh, go on, Kayla. Even if the person he is waiting for isn't you, in his heart, he will still be happy. She replied, Thank you, Ruth. She quickly went to the garden and saw Estelle sitting, leaning against a tree trunk. She leaned down and thought to herself, is Estelle sleeping? Unexpectedly, he grabbed her hand and pulled her into his lap. Flustered, she said, let me go. He spoke up, pleading, just for a moment. Just let things stay like this for a moment. When I thought that you were about to die, I thought my heart had stopped beating. I'm sorry. At that time, I had no other choice. Suddenly, she noticed the glowing things on the grass. Hey, I wanted to ask this earlier. What exactly are those things? Estelle nonchalantly replied, they are corpses. What? When I was in Eric, the graves had been dug up, so I thought, no way they would do that. But they actually used those remains. So those things are... Yes, they are the remains of the people of the Spirit Kingdom. Chus cannot touch the descendants of the Spirit King, so they probably targeted that point. Perhaps she had been preparing for a very long time. To confront Chus and Shisuro, Kila clenched her hand, looking at the flickering purple magical flames. She asked, what is it that you want? What I want is you. Other than you, I don't need anything else. It's enough for me just to have you, Kila. As for aiming for the throne, that is merely my final duty toward those people. Having finished speaking, he kissed her lips, but she quickly pushed him away. Don't. Looking at her blushing face, he said, at that moment, I truly thought you were dead. So please don't avoid me, she thought to herself. Making that face while saying such words is cheating. And then she finally relented. Only for today. Hearing that, he smiled delightedly. Then they both shared a sweet kiss in the romantic setting. Afterward, everyone sat at the table to discuss the plan. Kyla said, first of all, we will divide into 2 teams. I will go to the house of Count Sumanix and the house of Duke Demirov. Her father asked, those who are held in the dungeon, underground, how will they be handled? Regarding the people of the territory, after everything is over, I will release them with a light punishment. As for the family members, I will decide on the severity of the punishment based on their crimes. Aren't you being too lenient by doing that? The people of the territory betrayed us. If you release them so easily like that, they will just betray us again. She explained. Before being people of the Vesta territory, they were once subjects of Iberia. They followed Adela and Royce because they believed the rumors that we assassinated the emperor and committed treason. They even had the empress's seal, so they couldn't help but believe those words. He replied pensively, I suppose that's true. How could the people of the territory know the internal affairs? She thought, Father, when you heard the news that His Majesty was assassinated, you must have been quite shocked. But it makes sense. After all, that is the monarch, whom I have served for decades. She continued. In any case, currently the 5th prince, Estelle, has been singled out as the assassin, and our family, along with Sumanix, and Demirov have been dragged in as accomplices who helped him. Therefore, rescuing them is the top priority. So how will the teams be arranged? Frank and I will each be in charge of a team. On the side of Frank, there will be combat mages, following him instead of the defense system. Frank asked, Sister, can I take the mission to the Demirov family? I am worried about my mother-in-law and my siblings-in-law. She smiled and replied, Of course. I was planning to do that anyway. It's also best to put Marion's mind at ease. Then, while you children are gone, I will go out and assess the situation. There will surely be people willing to help us. You're going, Father? Just looking at the fact that 3rd Prince Loatai was announced as the successor to the throne is enough to know how chaotic the situation outside is. To adapt to that change, the nobility will surely side with the imperial palace. He reassured his daughter, Kila. Don't worry too much. Isn't the barrier of Chisuro still protecting us? Yes. Even when we leave the Marquis Vesta's mansion, Chisuro's protection will still follow us. I understand. Let's go with your plan, Father. Instead, to ensure safety, Father, please take a few servants in Anto, and please take a mage with you as well. Can Helmas come with me? Yes, certainly. So it's decided then? Only now did Astel speak up. Shall we depart immediately? She let out a sigh and replied, Good luck to everyone. Afterward, Kyla's group arrived at a certain location. She and everyone else were all feeling nauseous. Astel teased them. Tisk, so weak. She asked in surprise, Why are you so perfectly fine? Because my magic resistance is strong. Kila, you're weaker than I thought, aren't you? You were fine when riding the magic ship, weren't you? It can't be compared to a magic ship. Is that so? I think they both feel the same. She covered her mouth and cursed inwardly. Damn it, who would have thought? A space teleportation tunnel would be this exhausting? But thanks to it, we reached the Count Sumanix mansion very quickly. He sat down and said, I'm truly worried. If you want to live with me in the future, Kila, you must get used to the space teleportation tunnel. Her face turned bright red. She stood up abruptly and shouted, Are you crazy? Why on earth would I live with you? He teased her again. Don't be in a rush. Don't think about having children in just the first 5 years. We need to have time dedicated just for the 2 of us. Stop joking. We have to check the guard situation at my uncle's house. It's truly surprising. The mansion's guard perimeter doesn't seem very strict. Estelle said, That makes sense. Because they believe the barrier is still there, and they don't know that the ones who stabbed Kila have already been captured. She thought worriedly, How are we going to break in? The guard system is indeed looser than I thought, but there's no way to know what the current situation inside the Sumanix mansion is like. Besides my uncle and his wife, if my other cousins have also been captured, then... Suddenly Estelle approached, making her jump. He whispered, How about I go in and scout instead of you? She immediately backed away. Please speak normally. Well, it's because Kila refuses to lean on me. How do you plan to scout? Like this. He snapped his fingers. White butterflies suddenly appeared. She couldn't help but be surprised when she saw them. Butterflies? That's right. They can search every nook and cranny in the mansion. He whispered something to them. She wondered to herself, is that the language of the spirits? Just wait a moment. I've sent the scouting team out. There will be a response soon. We can even find out where your relatives are being held. Speaking of which, my maternal cousin is also named Kristen, but he is not a coward like Kristen of the Vesta family. You must have seen him. Do you remember the ball at the Sumanix mansion 5 years ago? It was Kila's debutante ball. That's the one. At that time, brother Kristen and brother Alan were dance partners for my friends. I don't remember any other brothers. In my memory, there is only Kila. Involuntarily, she let out a chuckle. Back then, you came to talk to me and made me feel awkward to death. The one who spoke first was Kila, wasn't it? That That was... Before she could finish, the butterfly flew back. It landed gently on Astel's hand. Seeing Astel's face turn somewhat serious, Keela asked worriedly, "What is it? Did something happen?" He replied, "Keela, it seems we have arrived too late. About 3 bodies have been discovered, buried in the ground at the Count Sumanic's mansion." She was dazed and asked, "Bodies? Could it be?" She immediately thought of the Count's family. Astel shook his head and said, "I don't know exactly who they are either, Keela. You have to go see for yourself to find out. What's certain is that there is no one being monitored right now, because in the story the spirits told me, they said no one is being held captive there. My uncle's family has 4 people in total, yet there are 3 bodies. What on earth happened? Are you planning to go inside now?" She replied with a slight start, "Yes." "Wait a moment, Keela. How do you plan to use Chus?" "What do you mean, how?" "I'll just use it the way I always have." "Do you plan to use Chus in such a simple way?" "What are you trying to say? You mean there's another way?" "It seems the Vesta family hasn't kept any records." "What?" He took her hand and said, "Let me teach you." "Wait, we're in a big hurry right now. If you know how to use Chus, everything will be much easier. Now try to release Chus." She immediately followed his instruction. The sword appeared in her hand. She asked, "Like this?" "That's right. Just like that. Focus your mind and look at Chus." She let out a breath and focused her gaze on the sword. Suddenly, the sword flashed. The space turned pitch black, leaving her bewildered. "This place is..." Astel's voice rang out. "Stay calm, Keela. Now try to imagine the scene of an enemy leading an entire army toward you." "An army?" She followed Astel's instructions. Sure enough, an entire army was advancing right before her eyes. He asked, "How do you plan to stop them?" "How? Do you plan to attack them one by one? If so, you cannot defeat them." "That's right. 1 against. A multitude with just a single sword is very difficult. Try to think, Keela. Imagine the image of you swinging your sword once and defeating hundreds, thousands of enemy troops." She gripped the sword tightly, wondering to herself, an entire army that large with just 1 strike? She closed her eyes tightly. From the Chus in her hand, suddenly many more swords appeared around Keela. Now she opened her eyes and slashed powerfully toward the army. From her single slash, unexpectedly, dozens of sword points shot out whistling toward the army. Thudding sounds rang out repeatedly and suddenly. She was dazed, unable to believe her eyes. "This... Now you understand, right? Just as Chusuro has the capability for total defense, Chus also has the capability for wide-range attacks. Astel. I had no idea about this. In the family records, there isn't a single line mentioning this, because even though many people possess it, very few people actually become masters." She gripped the sword tightly, then looked toward the mansion. "Let's go. I'll give it a try." A moment later, the guard said, "So, you are Lady Adela Vesta?" "That's right. We received a request for support, so we rushed here." "Ah, I see. If mages have come as well, that's great, because we also need them to deal with the 5th prince." Keela thought dejectedly to herself, the defenses are truly lax, so easy to fool. She asked, "So where is the command center? Do you think someone will try to escape?" "So you are talking about Javer. Javer is in the office on the 3rd floor." She pondered silently. The name sounds familiar, but who is it? Suddenly, he called his comrades over. "Hey, come look! New teammates have arrived." She wondered, why is he calling them over for? New teammates? They came from the Vesta family. "They say the rebels will attack the mansion today." They exclaimed in shock. That woman is Keela Vesta." Tisk! As expected, someone recognized me. Suddenly they shouted, "Shoot, shoot, hurry up!" But immediately, the gun in his hand was sliced in half by her. How is that possible?" She asked in a cold voice, "Where is Count Sumanic's family?" We are only following orders." "Who gave you those orders?" "Since it was the command of Her Majesty the Empress, the butler." "The butler?" She thought to herself. That's right, no wonder the name Javer sounded so familiar. The name of the new servant hired to replace the old butler, who retired 4 years ago, was indeed Javer. And yet, a servant who hasn't been here for very long could actually deceive his master and seize this entire mansion? The butler then brought a squad of knights from behind. "We are merely arresting the rebels according to the command of Her Majesty the Empress. I didn't expect the masterminds behind the Emperor's assassination to come here on their own. Today is truly a lucky day." Keela thought to herself, "Is that guy Javer?" She asked aloud, "Where is my uncle's family now?" "Haha, 3 of them are buried in the backyard over there. As for 1 person, he is now on my side." "Your side?" he continued. "Only Alan Semanix has joined our side. Brother Alan, a person so gentle, and yet..." She thought of Adela and Royce and became even more certain. That's right. The human heart is unpredictable. One only needs to hide their true inner thoughts. So that means my uncle, his wife, and brother Kristen. He finished her sentence. They're dead. A fitting end for a traitor. She let out a sigh. Estelle, take care of them. All right, shall I kill them for you? No, leave the killing to me. Just incinerate all those bone fragments they are holding. Fine, I'll leave a portion for Keela. Dark currents of air covered the entire room. They screamed in pain. What? What's going on? Javer reassured them. Don't panic. As long as we have the weapons granted by Her Majesty the Empress, we can win. She thought about how they didn't even know what those things were. Astel smirked and said, I'm sorry, but those things have no effect on me. They screamed in pain. They all collapsed, clutching their faces and pleading. Stop. Stop. Please stop. My eyes, I can't see anything. Astel asked darkly, Where is Count Sumanic's family? Who are you referring to? Just ask. I will tell you everything. So please spare my life. He turned back to look at Keela, then turned back and asked, The living? Or the dead? Suddenly, Keela remembered something. Clenching her hands, she immediately said, I must go see Alan Sumanix. I will go in alone. Astel quickly tried to stop her. It's a man's room, so no, I want to go in too. This is my family's business. You stay right here. If anything happens, I will call you, so don't worry. Saying that, she opened the door to the room. She slowly stepped inside. Seeing him lying on the bed, she called out to him. Alan, brother, wake up. Brother Alan, could he be unconscious? She called out repeatedly. Brother, get up. At this moment, he woke up. Keela? Brother, are you okay? Did you drink all this alcohol by yourself? Probably so. Haha, that must be it. My head is just throbbing. That must be it? After all, why did things turn out like this, brother? Uncle and aunt. He finished her sentence. Are they scolding me for still being lying here drunk? This is big trouble. I'm definitely going to get nagged. Hearing this, she thought in surprise, what is he talking about? It's as if he doesn't know everyone is already dead. Keela, I'll come down later. When you go down, can you stop my mother for me? My mother loves you very much, Keela. I'll finish changing and come out right away. Let's go to the shopping district with Brother Kristen later. I know a shop that's quite decent. Brother, I've heard the news from Javer. About Uncle, Aunt, and Brother Kristen too. Everyone has passed away. I heard that only you survived because you sided with them. What is the meaning of that? He said, It's just a dream. What? Alan held his head and continued, It's just a dream, Keela. Please. Please tell me this is a dream, Keela. Please, someone wake me up from this dream. She asked sorrowfully, What happened, brother? Did you really side with them? He fell to his knees. It wasn't me. His Majesty the Emperor has passed away. And they said that your family and our clan were involved. They said we were traitors. A letter with Her Majesty the Empress's seal arrived. Javer saw it and then incited the servants. So what about Count Sumanix's knights? What did the knights do? Could it be that the knights also sided with them? So at that time, everyone was already dead? Save me, Kayla. I was so scared. Scared that I would die like that too. I don't want to die. First, we must leave this place, brother. I can't go outside. What? What are you saying? You just told me to save you and get you out of here. She said she would kill me. If I leave this place, she will kill me. Her Majesty the Empress said she would kill me. Calm down, brother. Who told you those words? It was Javer. She reassured him. Then it's okay. Because I have already dealt with Javer. I can't. Her Royal Highness the Empress doesn't know I'm alive. What? Didn't you already side with them? That's why I'm still alive right now. The one who saved my life was Javer. He secretly saved me behind the Empress's back. Her Majesty. She doubted silently. Royce and Adela said they would spare everyone who sided with them. The Empress didn't stop that from happening either. Why did Javer lie like that? She asked. Did he say why he saved you? Alan hesitated. About that. To use our clan's bank drafts, a magic seal is required. Only someone of the Sumanix bloodline can apply that seal. It turns out they intended to use it to withdraw money from the bank. Her Royal Highness the Empress promised that if he killed our entire family, he would be granted a surname and a title. Why would the Empress go to such lengths? Perhaps it's because of Lady Lydiana. So the Empress wanted to take something from our clan. Lady Lydiana? Why mention that name all of a sudden? The place where His Majesty the Emperor and Lady Lydiana first met was at our house in Birth City in the Sumanix territory. And she held a grudge just because of that? The Empress misunderstood. Our parents were the ones who introduced the two of them to each other for a long time. At that time, our parents were talking to the Emperor, who was still the crown prince back then. When Lady Lydiana approached, she came to say thank you for being invited to the ball. Our parents were the ones hosting the party, so of course she could come to greet them. Normally, people would come to greet the host, right when the ball begins. But Lady Lydiana waited until 4 hours after the ball started to come over, even though from the beginning she had been standing in a position quite close to our parents. That matter is indeed very strange. Because of that, our family had to suffer. Because of those rumors for a long time, they said that our parents had intentionally introduced His Majesty the Emperor and Lady Lydiana to each other. Keela thought to herself, could Lydiana have intentionally approached the Emperor just because she wanted to sit on the Empress's throne? That doesn't match the image that people usually think of her. Pure Lydiana, gentle Lydiana, wise Lydiana, kind and fragile Lydiana. That is the Lydiana list that everyone always praises. Even in the original story, there is no tale that tells about her in detail. Thinking of this, she reassured him, anyway, everything is fine now. Let's go. I will protect you. Wait, Keela. She pulled his hand to walk when suddenly Alan staggered and sat down heavily, much to her concern. Brother? What's wrong, Alan? Astel walked in and said, he just fainted. He truly is a weakling. Overthinking things and then fainting on his own. She explained, it's just because he was in extreme fear, after being pushed to his limit. Don't talk about him like that. Geez, then he's also a coward. That's enough. I have to take him away. Please help me support him. Me? If you don't want to do it, just call the mages outside in here. Don't go hugging other men like that. What? Astel's spatial pouch appeared and glowed. He said putting him in here is better. She hesitated. That's a bit... It may look like this, but this space is much larger than before. It was once used to store even the Imperial Palace guards. Storing people? In that case, I'll have to trouble you. Don't worry, I will preserve him carefully. With those words, Alan immediately flew into the spatial pouch, leaving Keela in a state of bewilderment. Let's finish this quickly and head back. I don't want to stay here for another moment, having to witness my maternal home from my memories being ruined. Like this is more than enough. A week later, how is brother Alan? He still refuses to eat or drink, and he can't sleep peacefully either. That's quite troublesome. Having to witness his whole family being killed right before his eyes. The poor boy must be in deep shock. It's a relief that the Demira family is still safe and sound. She says, yes. It's a blessing that everyone returned safely. Also, thanks to the healing mage Stefan, he was finally able to sleep for a bit. The medicine he prescribed seems very effective. Hearing that, Keela thought to herself when he followed Estelle to my house. I thought he was just a troublesome guest. Who would have thought there'd be a time I'd find him useful? Her mother suddenly sighed and said, I'm so worried about your father. There has been no news even until now. Father is protected by Shisuro, so he will be safe. Besides, this past week we've investigated the records of Shisuro and learned about the status of those being protected by the barrier. The results found through resonance also show that everyone is safe, so father will be fine. I suppose so. Oh, by the way, Frank, looking at these records, it seems, Shisuro can also be used for attacking. He asked in surprise, really? Look at this. I've added a reflection function to Shisuro's protective barrier. I really want to try it, but it's probably very difficult. I'll likely have to wait until there's an enemy to test it, but your multidimensional attack seems like it will be very useful. That's right. Actually, back at the Sumanix mansion, I was able to fight more effectively than usual. Frank grumbled, but it probably won't have any effect. On the 5th prince, will it? What can we do? Since Astel is the descendant of the Spirit King, it's truly unfair. It's lucky that he can still pass through the barrier. Just imagine, if the 5th prince were our enemy, I feel dizzy just thinking about it. Keela thought to herself, in the original story, he actually is the enemy. Anyone can see that Frank is related to me by blood. In the original story, Estelle was obsessed with Frank. But in the original story, it didn't describe in detail whether that feeling was love or just obsession. Anyway, since I look like Frank, why do I feel so uncomfortable? Suddenly, Xenia burst through the door and called Keela's name. Keela, it's finally here. Sister Xenia. What is it? It's the messenger bird. The messenger bird sent by your father has arrived. A messenger bird sent by father? Yes, the designated recipient is you. Quickly confirm it, Keela. Yes. A voice from the bird rang out. Did you receive it, Keela? This voice, Philia? Is it Philia? That's right, Keela. It's been a long time since we've been in touch, so I was very worried. Hearing that, her mother immediately asked Frank, Is Philia with your father? It seems so. Keela replied, Me too. My family has ended up in this state, so I was worried my friends would be implicated. Don't worry, Eris and I are still fine. Right now, your father and we are in a house purchased. Under someone else's name. That's a relief. But why are you with my father? Ah, about that. At this point, her father's voice rang out. It's me, Kila. I'm sorry for not contacting everyone for all this time. I have traveled everywhere to meet many people and have gathered a lot of information. What kind of information is it? I think I should report this news first. Lord Ritao has now become a wanted criminal, just like us. What? Lord Ritao? Is it because he displeased the Empress? No, that's not it. I heard it's because he left his post without permission. He disobeyed orders from his superiors and even took his teammates to run away. Run away? Yes, Lord Ritao is now a deserter. As for the knights who deserted with him, let's see. Serena Menz, Raven Coca, Lilith Laver, wait a minute, all these people. Xenia laughed and said, we might even be able to open an alumni meeting at karate. Did all of those knights really desert? I don't think they are the type of people who would violate discipline. Philia said, it's the same on this side, issuing a warrant for the Vesta. Family is equally absurd. None of the alumni at karate believe in that story. Thank you, Philia and Eris. How is the situation outside? We are currently isolated, so we don't have much information. Currently, the Imperial Palace is preparing for the coronation ceremony of the new emperor. The list of wanted criminals is growing longer by the day, and the capital is in total chaos. A coronation? I wonder what happened between Crown Prince, Cairo, and the third prince, Loste, that caused the throne to change like that. Health reasons are probably just an excuse to go public with it. Speaking of which, Philia, earlier you said you were taking refuge and it's been on my mind. Exactly where are you right now? Is there anyone else besides Eris? Eris laughed and said, heh. Right now, besides me, there are many other alumni from karate staying here as well. This is a house that Philia bought under someone else's name. So no one knows about this place, Keela asked curiously. But why are the alumni from karate there? Do you even have to ask? Keela, you were caught up in such an absurd matter, and then there's the honor of karate to consider too. We couldn't just sit still. Currently, Count Carson is also here. The director? And there's another unexpected person. Who? That's a secret. You'll be very surprised when you meet them later. Anyway, currently the Iberian Empire is still in a state of emergency. The palace and the nobility are controlling information, branding the opposition as rebel factions. So we are trying to let everyone know the truth. Our father bought a newspaper agency. You've heard of Greenberg, right? Greenberg? That's a typical tabloid newspaper. Because my father didn't have enough funds, he could only buy a place like that. But right now, people's reaction to our newspaper is very good, because they also realize the palace is very suspicious. Of course, part of it is thanks to distributing the papers for free. She thought to herself, so everyone is conducting a media war. That's incredible. Exactly what kind of content are you posting? There are rumors that the one who assassinated His Majesty the Emperor is actually His Highness Lostai, who is about to ascend the throne soon. What? No matter how you look at it, isn't that news way too sensitive? Where did you hear that rumor from? I had planned to let you meet that person directly later and hear it from them. But since it's you, I'll tell the truth. What is so serious? Actually, His Highness Cairo is staying with us. She cried out in surprise. What? Philia continued, the one who brought His Highness Cairo out was Lord Ritao. That is why the arrest warrant was issued. Ritao? If the person who murdered His Majesty was the third prince, and the witness who saw it was the second prince, Cairo, then Ritao helping him escape is understandable. Keela asked, do you know the whereabouts of Ritao or the guards who deserted? We are looking for that too. Besides Kyla, His Royal Highness Prince Cairo wants to meet you, and that fifth prince too. Estelle? Oh my, it turns out. The relationship between you two is at the level of calling each other by name. Already, huh? Keela replied with a start. Oh no, well, the more important thing is, can I speak with His Highness Cairo right now? That would be very difficult right now. When he escaped to this place, his condition was already not good. Currently, he is resting to stabilize. Then I will go there. Give me the address. Thank you, Keela. Building number 38 Lamet Street, on the outskirts of the capital city. She turned and said, Frank, write it down. Yes. Philia spoke again. If you send a messenger bird, I will come out to meet you. Her father said, Keela, here I have met forces that can help us. They will certainly be able to help. Forces that can help? Yes, people in the Commoners' Council. The Commoners' Council? Wait a minute. If it's the Commoners' Council, then doesn't that include the upper class? Commoners who supported Estelle in becoming the crown prince in the original story? They have large merchant guilds and media backing, enough to restrain the alliance of the imperial family and nobility. But later on they fell into the trap of fighting for their own interests, contributing to pushing the empire into chaos. Her father continued, "They said they would exert all their efforts to help, from soldiers to voting in the council. It is like a life-saving rope that the gods have granted us." She thought to herself, "Father, that rope has already rotted away. Sigh, I understand. Then I will set out immediately tomorrow. Be careful on your way, my child. Getting here is no easy feat." She smiled to reassure him, "Don't worry, father. I have a plan." Afterward, she received a refusal from Astel and was surprised. "I'm not going." "What? Why is that? I thought for sure he would go." She spoke up, calling him, "Astel, Astel, you have to go too." "Why must I go there?" "Tell that bastard to come here himself." She thought to herself, "Why is he being like this? It feels like he's throwing a tantrum." He turned back and asked, "Do you know why I am here?" "That's because," he stepped closer and said, "you need their help, but I don't need help from anyone. The fact that I am here is purely to be by your side to help you." "But I can't know the thoughts of others like you can. I also don't know what plans you have." Astel stated, "I will become the emperor. An emperor, so powerful that no one dares to oppose me. After becoming the emperor, what do you plan to do?" "I will destroy Iberia." "What? Why?" He leaned his head on her shoulder. "Because that's what they want. I'm sick of it. I only thought about meeting you again. I only thought about becoming taller than you and meeting you again." Keela asked, "If you destroy this country, then what will happen to my family? What about my friends? What will happen to the important people whom I want to protect? I don't want to lose anyone. So stop trying to destroy this country. In that case, Keela, stay by my side. Keela, stay by my side and hold me back. Otherwise, this crazed version of myself will throw this country into total chaos. First, I will make the rain stop, and then I will make all the plants wither away. After that, I will grow drugs. I will make the people who have already gone mad from hunger and thirst after years of crop failure become even more deranged. I will destroy everything thoroughly, just like the spirit kingdom of Arik. If you don't want that to happen, then stay by my side." She asked hesitatingly, "Right. Stay by your side in what way?" "You already know, but you're pretending not to." "About that, Let me say it for you, Keela. You must become my personal knight." She shouted, "What? Why are you so surprised? After all, Keela, you were once part of the Gordon Knights, so it's not much different from then, right?" "About that, that is true. Become my own personal knight and be loyal to me for life, as my subject," she thought dejectedly. Before this, he was proposing to me, but now what on earth is he talking about? Subject? Right, as a subject. So that time he talked about newlywed life or whatever was just a joke. "Keela, the spirits say you seem a bit disappointed." Who's disappointed?" "Keela, do you remember what I told you in the past? I said that I don't know how to lie. I remember only speaking my heart to Keela. So please believe me, Keela." Later, outside the gates of the Vesta mansion, the sound of a carriage clopping along. Astel and Keela, in different forms, sat inside the carriage. She said, it wasn't supposed to be like this, right?" Astel, in the form of a girl, chuckled and said, "It can't be helped. What else can we do? At the checkpoint, there is a magic detector, so we cannot use magic to change our appearance. As expected, you really look like Keela's younger brother. It actually suits Keela very well." She said, "That's not funny at all." Keela looked at Astel and thought to herself, "By the way, why does Astel suit that look so well? I once thought that by now. He wouldn't suit dressing as a girl anymore." Thinking that, she instructed, "Do you remember what I said earlier? I will be the one doing the talking, so you absolutely must not open your mouth." In the cover story, you are the wife bedridden with a cold. Bedridden after a trip to the north, and having lost her voice, she cannot speak right now. Got it? He nodded and replied, "I understand." In the backstory, the third wife only married by looking at the fortune of the nouveau riche man. Good. Don't make any mistakes. At that moment, a soldier knocked on the carriage door and spoke up. "We would like to conduct a brief inspection. Please state which area you are from, your organization, and your identity." Keela pushed up the window. "We are the Co-Merchant Guild from Delaris. Lady Miko is on board." "Lady Miko of the Co-Merchant Guild? She looks different from the face we saw last time. Could you open the carriage door for a moment?" she thought anxiously. Was the fake documentation discovered? Clearly, Philia said that just impersonating Lady Miko would be enough. At that moment, when they saw Astel, their eyes widened and they exclaimed in admiration, Oh, speaking of which, the representative of the Co-Merchant Guild. Recently got married again? This is the third one this time, isn't it? No wonder the face looks different. So the one we met then was the second wife, Kila said in a stern voice. Our lady has a severe cold, so we ask for your understanding. Ah, I see. Please proceed. The door closed. Kila sighed in relief. Great, let's enter the capital. Kila looked outside and wondered. Even during the preparations for the coronation, the streets are so quiet. The citizens must be confused, so that's why. There are soldiers everywhere. The walls are covered with wanted posters. By the way, have you met Lord Ritao? I've never met him, even though I received a letter from Count Ira before. So, have you sent a reply yet? After the incident 3 years ago, the status of the Era family has diminished significantly. I will send a reply soon. They have taken care of me since my grandfather was alive, so I have no intention of abandoning the Era house. However, I still have to see how their loyalty toward me stands. While I'm being framed for the assassination of the emperor like this, the timing is quite reasonable. It's something to look forward to. Wow, I really don't want to believe I have a relative like this. It seems we've arrived. As soon as she stepped out of the carriage, a voice called, Kila. She immediately replied, Philia, Aris. Kila, you look exactly like Frank. You really do. How did you do this, Kayla? It's not that I look like Frank, but that Frank looks like me. Suddenly, Philia cried out, Ah! Then, is the person sitting in the carriage His Royal Highness the Prince? Yes, that's right. It's His Royal Highness the 5th Prince. Estelle. Looking at Estelle's sparkling appearance, the two girls exclaimed, So beautiful! Now, let's go inside first. There are many things we need to discuss, right? Oh my, we suddenly lost our minds. Come in, Kila. Although it's a bit old, it's very spacious inside. So they headed inside. As soon as they entered, a familiar voice rang out, Kila! She blushed emotionally and replied, Father, I'm so glad I made it here. You did well, Kila. I'm glad you're still safe and sound, Father. You aren't injured anywhere, are you? Yes, I'm fine. Then everyone please continue your conversation. I'm going to see His Highness. Cairo for a moment. Having said that, Philia quickly left. The knights also turned pale and said, Then we also... Kila thought to herself. They must feel pressured by Astel while he's dressed as a girl. Her father coughed and asked, Kila, who is the person beside you? Father too? Astel sighed dejectedly. Immediately, his form returned to its original state. Kila asked in surprise, Astel, so what are your plans for returning to the palace? At that time, even if they discover we were at the palace, it will likely be after we have already disappeared, so it'll be fine. Father seems to be at ease now. But how did you meet Philia's? Family, Father? It's a long story. I entered the capital to meet my old comrades, but who would have thought they would report me? Eris said, We met while he was being pursued relentlessly. He fled all the way to this suburban area. Luckily, he met Philia's family. Kila, I just came back from His Highness, Cairo's place. Now he wants to meet you and His Royal Highness the 5th Prince. Astel grumbled, If he wants to meet, he should come here himself. Why make others go to his place? Kila thought helplessly. And yet, someone is still obediently following along. So they went to Cairo's room. His Highness Cairo, we are coming in. As soon as they entered, Cairo stood up and rushed toward Astel, pleading loudly, Can you become the emperor? Please? But Astel quickly dodged, causing Cairo to fall flat on the floor. Your Highness Astel? What are you doing? He immediately replied, If someone suddenly lunges at me, am I forced to hug them back? Forget it. Sigh, I expected too much. Phew, Your Highness, please sit down so we can talk. Okay. I have heard a brief summary of the story. The true culprit who assassinated His Majesty the Emperor was... Yes, that person is my younger brother, Lostai, and Her Majesty the Empress, my mother, is an accomplice. Could it be that the two of them planned this together? Cairo shook his head and said, It was a spontaneous incident. My mother didn't intend to do that. Actually, I called you here because there is something I want to ask of you. Please, go ahead. He hesitated. And that matter, after a while, the conversation ended. Kyla came out and said, We've finished talking, Father. Ah, Kila, come here, my child. These are members of the Commoners' Council. This is Mr. Lang, Red, the representative of the Commoners' Council. This is the first time I've met the Marquise of Vesta. Everyone must have been very worried lately. We will become a source of strength for the Vesta House. Is this person the representative of the Commoners' Council? It is a pleasure to meet you, Counselor. Langried. If force is needed to confront the palace, we will request support from the Merchant Alliance. to provide 10,000 soldiers along with necessary supplies and food. She was secretly amazed. 10,000 soldiers? He continued. Also, rest assured and leave the media side to us. We will definitely make the public opinion of the Empire's citizens stand on our side. That is very gracious of you. But in the original story, this man eventually betrayed the commoner class, and at the same time demanded that Astel grant him a title and territory. Her father said, I understand everyone's kind intention to help regarding the proposal. To support us with manpower and materials, though, I would like to acknowledge everyone's kindness. Her father heard this and called out in surprise, Kila! She continued, the battle for public opinion is the most important. This will help Vesta more than anything else. Well, that's a pity, but it can't be helped. If you need help later, please let us know. Yes, I will ask for your help when that time comes. After they left, her father asked, Kila, why did you do that? She replied, if we accept material help from them, they will demand much larger things later. But if we refuse all of their offers, it will make them feel resentful. So, she smiled and said, we should only ask them to do things that have a justifiable reason and will cause less trouble later. Afterward, Philia said, Kila, I want you to meet this person for a moment. You want me to meet someone? Come to think of it, she mentioned this before via the messenger bird. Who is it? Philia giggled. You'll probably be very surprised. Follow me. Who on earth could it be for her to act like this? Kila couldn't help but be surprised when she saw that person. Leodora Shreyman. She asked Philia, this person, who is this? It's me, Kila. Vesta here. Marquise Vesta? What's with this appearance? Philia informed her, Lady, Leodora is a founding member of this clinic. Kila's mouth hung open in shock. What? That's impossible. Why do you say it's impossible? Can't I be here? But, Lady Leodora, are you okay? I'm fine. Martis eat. This is Marquise Vesta. Marquise Vesta? Isn't Marquise Vesta a woman? Because of some circumstances, she appeared in this form today. Now, come say hello. Marquis, it is our honor to meet you. Your disguise is incredible, Marquis. I truly thought you were a man. Haha, yes. It's very nice to meet you all. She still couldn't believe it. What exactly is going on? Is this really the Leodora I know? Philia smiled and said, during this time, Lady Leodora has been sponsoring commoner students who don't have the money to pay tuition. Those children. Standing over there are also students receiving sponsorship. Is that so? Oh. There are also many Crowdy alumni who contacted us and said they want to help. The director connected us with other alumni. The alumni too? That's not all. We weren't the only ones suspicious after the incident happened. Leodora continued. There are also journalists, professors, and students. The majority of them are commoners from the intellectual class. I came here because I cannot stand by and watch the children I sponsor be swept into such dangerous matters. Kila wondered to herself what on earth happened over the last 5 years to make her change like this. So, Marquise Vesta, could you speak with me privately for a moment? Ah, of course. Please follow me. There's a room inside. Then the two of them left together. Leodora said, I am not doing this because of the words the Marquise said to me 5 years ago. The words I said 5 years ago? Didn't you say that to me in the library? That the voting rights of commoners would increase and the world would change. You also said if I wanted to become the princess of the neighboring country, then I should fix that personality of mine, Kila asked with a forced smile. I said that? That's right. If you think I am sponsoring commoners just to win them over, then I want to say beforehand that you've misunderstood me, Kila asked. But even if that were the case, so what? Regardless of your intentions, it is still a good deed. The values of the Marquis are too different from us nobles. Nobles have dignity and nobility that must be preserved, but the Marquis views those things as trivial. Am I wrong? The Grand Lady is right. But no matter what it is, I hope the lady will still be proud of what she is doing, because helping those in need is a wonderful act. I am not doing it for others to see. It's just that I saw the image of myself in those children. Because I once wasn't allowed to attend the academy. You couldn't go to the academy? Leodora continued. After that incident, everyone in high society shunned me. Even my marriage prospects were canceled. Come to think of it, Leodora had once received a proposal from someone in the neighboring country. Actually, I wanted to study more. If not at Crowdy, then another academy would have been fine. But that humiliation has followed me for 5 years. The more I sponsor them, meeting the commoners, and learning about a world I never knew, I remember the words the Marquis said to me even more. That was the first time I thought about how long the things I was enjoying would last. So, even though I don't know how much longer I can continue doing this, I hope this moment lasts forever because my only joy is seeing these children, finding their dreams and becoming happy. Kila wondered if it was just her own mood, but the Leodora standing before her now looked even more beautiful than the Leodora she had seen at the Karate Academy. Afterward, Kila's group said their goodbyes. I am heading back today. If anything happens, you must contact me. I'll leave it to the mages. Helmers replied, yes, please do not worry. I should have brought Frank along. If I had, he could have set up the Shisuro barrier. Philia reassured her. Don't worry too much, Lord. Helmers is here. Besides, this street is abandoned, so no one will come here. Kila replied, yeah. Suddenly, Astel called out, urging her. Kila. She turned back to look at everyone. Then, I'm really leaving now. Take care, Kila. And then, everyone slowly stepped into the magic circle. She looked back at her friends with lingering affection. The two of them smiled and waved goodbye. She responded with a slight smile. She thought, I suppose my worries were in vain. Later, at the Vesta mansion, Kila, when do you plan for us to enter the Imperial Palace? For now, I have to start the public opinion. War first, relying solely on the press agency of Philia's. Family is not enough. So, I also have to see if I can pull certain nobles to our side through underground activities. The coronation will take place in about 10 days. So, before that, we must create a wave of public opinion. You are quite right. Astel said, I will be the pioneer. The rest of you just take care of the matters in the rear. Will you be all right by yourself? To be honest, I'm enough to handle everything on my own. However, if I were to deal with them alone, it would be a bit boring. I would probably end up killing all of them. Kila shuddered and said, I understand. So we will be in charge of the rear guard. We will also handle the cleaning up of the aftermath. So please remember not to kill the Empress or Prince. Lostai, why is he smiling? He understood what I meant, right? At any rate, the number of soldiers that the opposing side can mobilize immediately is approximately 16,000 people. If we only count the number of troops, we are no match for them. This is a war against time. We need to quickly take control of the Imperial Palace. Kra, please lead the mages and block the reinforcement forces from outside the palace. As for loot, come with us. She complained, what a pain. We need to capture and tie up the people in the palace. Then let's decide on that. Tomorrow, we will officially take action. Later, at a meal with sumptuous dishes, Frank happily said, Here, Laliel. Saya. The group of mages whispered while munching away. Eat while you can. If we follow Lord Estelle, we'll surely be starved as if it's a daily occurrence. Kyla glanced at him and thought, speaking of which, last time they were devouring bread ravenously like that too. Has this Astel guy been keeping the mages starving all the time? Suddenly, Astel turned and asked, What is it? Are you not eating? She quickly replied, It's nothing. Suddenly, the sound of the door being slammed open rang out along with a scream. Danger! It's a disaster! News has arrived from Helmers. Transmitted news? Listen to this. A voice from inside the jade stone rang out. Lord Astel. Marquise Vesta. Last night, we were ambushed by the Guard Corps and the Imperial Guard. His Highness Cairo has been taken away. The entire Carson family, Lady Eris, Glenn, the Commoners' Council, and even the people at the printing shop, everyone has been captured. Kyla's heart skipped a beat, hearing that. At dawn this morning, the capital issued a public notice. They said they will publicly execute all those who conspired with the rebels. The execution will take place this morning. Please, hurry. Kila collapsed to her knees, calling out, Phi, Philia, both Philia and Eris, everyone. Astel called her name anxiously. Kila. Are you okay, Kila? Astel's gaze turned to shock, because Kila spoke now with a face drenched in tears. Help me, Astel. Please help me. We must get to the capital quickly. He reassured her. Don't worry, Kila. If you want, I will find a way, so that we can leave immediately. Scene changes to the capital city. A large crowd of people has gathered. Kila's group appeared in the crowd. Astel said, They have certainly prepared a trap. I figured as much. We only just spread rumors through those free newspapers, and they have already announced a public execution. Frank, if you see Philia and Eris, quickly use Shisuro to protect them, since you don't know their faces. Whenever you see anyone who looks like a prisoner, just cast the barrier. I understand. I will do as you say, sister. All right, let's act. At this moment, the people were buzzing with questions. Oh my, what is this? A public execution in this day and age? I heard those being executed today spread false rumors about the culprit who murdered His Majesty. False rumors, actually. At that moment, a shout rang out. Pick up the pace! The people were being escorted by soldiers. Keela cried out internally, Philia! Aris! She clenched her fists, silently reassuring herself. No, I must stay calm. There is only one chance. The official presiding over the execution spoke up. From now on, we will proceed with the public execution of the rebels who sided with the wicked people, who murdered the late emperor and insulted the imperial palace. Keela realized the time had come and said, Now is the moment. Frank raised his hand high. A blinding beam of light shot straight into the sky. They asked in a panic, What is that? Eris said with a smile, Philia, it's Shisuro. Great, take this opportunity. Suddenly, a shrill scream rang out. People dressed in black had acted first. She wondered to herself, What is this? Who are they? A face flashed past. Killa. And Frank stood stunned in shock because that person was Ritao. Before the surprise could fade, she also saw Livian and Lilith, and even Serena and Nicholas are here. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out in warning. Marquis Vesta! Marquis Vesta is right here! Frank called out anxiously, Sister! Sister! Don't panic, Frank. What we have to do remains unchanged. With those words, she rushed forward. The swords in their hands were shattered into pieces by her strike. The things that Her Majesty the Empress granted? Do you think those old, worn-out tricks still work? Do I look like a fool to you? Hearing the screams, Livian, who was untying Eris and Philia, also looked over. Keela said, Then I'll leave the rest of the matters to everyone. Yes, sir. They turned back to look and saw the soldiers had already collapsed. Keela called out loudly, Philia! Aris! The two happily replied, Keela! She rushed over and hugged them tightly. I'm so glad you're both safe. Livian cleared his throat. Ahem. Such an emotional reunion is fine and all, but let's clean up the aftermath first. We can hear about how everyone has been living lately later, huh? We still have work to do, right, Keela? She nodded in agreement. First, we must take Philia's group to a safe place to take refuge. Philia? Was Leodora not captured? I don't see Leodora anywhere. The thing is, those who came with the Imperial Guard were actually the private soldiers of Grand Duke Sherman. The truth about Grand Duke Sherman? Did they take Leodora away? Yes, Grand Duke Sherman probably wants to hide the fact that Leodora was involved in this incident. I know the reason why Philia's group's base was exposed now. All right, then first of all, while speaking, Keela stopped abruptly. Oh, Philia asked. Keela, what's wrong? She replied, Can't you see it? See what? Right at that moment, Lute ran up and said urgently, Keela! Lord Astel has disappeared. I know. Don't worry too much. I'm going to where Astel is right now. Do you know where Lord Astel went? I have to finish what needs to be done here before I go. Besides, as I said yesterday, I need your help. Did he really go to the Imperial Palace alone? Yes, all by himself. And at this time too. Why? He's probably just afraid of us being a burden. I mean us. Hearing that, Lute bit her lip and said nothing. Kayla turned and called out, Lord, Ritao, can you let about 3 people follow me? Nicholas immediately volunteered eagerly. Kayla, let me. I will go with you, even if I have to cut ties with my family. I was determined to come here at all costs. Please let me go with you. Keela thought dejectedly. How did he end up here? Livian whispered. Keela, having an extra person is still better than having no one. Phew, fine. Then follow me. He rushed over. As long as I can accompany you, that place is my heaven on earth. Ritao said, Keela, per your request, besides myself, I have gathered 3 people. Tell me your plan. I am going to the Imperial Palace. His Royal Highness, the 5th Prince Astel, is heading there. Are you sure? To be honest, the odds are only 50-50. But if His Highness goes to the Imperial Palace alone, the entire palace will be in danger. All right, we will go with you. His Highness. Cairo is being held in the Imperial Palace, and Lord Helmers, the master of the Varosha Magic Tower, I'm counting on everyone. The person standing next to me is Lute. She will go with us. She is the master of the capital's magic tower. Also, I have a personal favor to ask of Lilith. What is it? Go to the Grand Duke Strayman's estate and kidnap Leodora. Strayman for me, can you? Leodora Strayman? Kidnap that young lady? To be precise, it's not exactly kidnapping, but I will send the mages with Lilith. They will be of help. Everyone, please take Leodora to Philia's group space. This task requires Leodora's help. Understood. I will do as you say. She turned to Astel's group of mages. I'm sorry for taking the liberty of giving orders in Astel's absence, but I need everyone's help. Will you all go with me? Kra immediately spoke. Lord Astel previously instructed that when he is away, We must absolutely listen to the Marquis. Astel said that? Yes. He told us to protect the Marquis at all costs. She clenched her fists and thought, he left the mages with me, while he went to the palace alone. Thank you. Then I'll leave it to you all. Please go with Lilith and take Leodorus Rayman to 56 Rideau Street. Frank, you go with Lord Kra, the master of the Hugas Magic Tower, and take Philia's group. Sister, isn't that place very dangerous right now? That's why I'm sending you. Set up a barrier to protect that place. Also, work with Philia to print newspapers and issue a special bulletin. As for the content of the article, just ask the people from the Commoners' Council. She thought, everything will probably be settled today. Estelle taking the throne as emperor must be predestined. I've worked so hard to change this future. I don't want to see Astel's hands covered in blood. Suddenly, the sound of urgent footsteps rang out. Count. Soda gave the order, blockade the square, and capture everyone who is trying to escape from me. Ritao called out in surprise. Count Soda? Cough, cough. I really am lucky. Now I can capture all the rebels at once. Sure. The ones who assassinated His Majesty the Emperor. Kyla. Summoned the sword choose into her hand. The lucky person seems to be me, because I can catch them all in one sweep right here. At this moment, Estelle had reached the Imperial Palace. A guard said, please state your unit and family. Astel smirked and didn't answer. The soldier next to him cursed, You idiot! This is the 5th prince. Can't you tell by looking at his hair? Being observant in such a half-baked way will put your life in danger. Block him, quickly, quickly. Report to the superiors immediately. Getting out of the way is the way to save your life, isn't it? He snapped his fingers. A thundering sound rang out as the guards became dizzy and screamed piteously. The ground, help! Estelle said pensively, Should I give them some flowers for the visit? Immediately, lush green rose. Plants grew up. The next group of knights seemed to falter, their voices trembling. Saint, stop right there! You cannot pass through here! Commendable courage. You still dare to block the path after seeing what just happened. Suddenly, someone walked up and spoke, Prince Astel. Stop right there. Oh, Marquise Rebecca. He held a black orb in his hand and said, You must trust in magic quite a lot to cause such a ruckus. However, we should end this matter here. That magic ability the prince is so confident in, with just one mana-suppressing bullet. Before he could finish his sentence, the bullet in his hand cracked and fell into pieces. Have you not heard that mana-suppressing bullets have no effect on me? If my mana is suppressed, I can just use spirit power instead, just like right now. After he spoke, the atmosphere turned gloomy. From beneath the soil, winding, vines full of thorns suddenly sprouted up. They wrapped around their limbs like snakes. The soldiers screamed in panic, Ah! Captain! The vines, he tried to reassure them. Stay calm. They're just puny vines. Cut them. Before he could finish, he was pierced through by a vine. Marquise Rebecca gritted his teeth and managed to choke out, Damn it! I should have deployed the entire Imperial Guard Knights. Then his whole body slumped down, lying motionless. Astel smiled and said, It's beautiful. A gift very fitting for the Empress. Not just him. The group of soldiers were all tightly bound by vines, lying still among the blue roses. Many structures of the Imperial Palace were cracked and broken. The sound of rumbling echoed in chaos. They saw Astel as a monster and were terrified. That is a monster. Astel whispered, Are you satisfied now? He thought of the image of his grandfather and his mother. But why did you make that face? Everyone was happy. So why were you the only one like that? Grandfather, in another area, an urgent announcement rang out. Your Majesty the Empress! I heard that, Prince. Astel has entered the Central Palace already. From the West Garden to the entire East Wall, almost everything has collapsed. Even the road leading to the Central Palace is in chaos due to the ruined buildings. At this rate, the Imperial Palace will be in danger. Your Majesty the Empress! She frowned, her lips slightly curling up. Is it revenge? Marchioness Rebecca said anxiously, Your Majesty the Empress, you must flee, if Prince Astel reaches this place, then... Suddenly a loud crash rang out. Water splashed everywhere, making her jump. Loistai shouted, It's too noisy, shut up! What is that bastard son to us that every time you speak, you attach the title of prince to him? The Empress spoke up and demanded, The prince is the one who should be quiet. Stop screaming in such a vulgar manner. He heard that and was so furious his teeth were gritted. Then he suddenly grabbed the tablecloth and pulled it hard to the floor, creating the sound of everything breaking. I am the Emperor now. Why should I have to endure this? That action caused red wine to splash onto the Empress. She gritted her teeth and said, "You don't know who put you on the throne as emperor." Simultaneously, the mana she released forced him to collapse. He called out in pain, "Moth!" Mother. Right, Mother is a mage. I misspoke. She looked at him and said, "If I had known you were this stupid, I would have let the eldest son live." She thought she was choosing the strongest child, but in the end, she kept one who was not just reckless, but like an aggressive young horse with a broken rein. She looked outside through the window. Rumbling sounds rang out, followed by falling debris. Even though I heard before that his magic prowess was excellent, this is truly far beyond imagination. Someone with such outstanding talent. Is that woman's son, not mine? Is it because of the bloodline? Thinking of this, she slumped back into her seat. Marchioness Rebecca called out anxiously, "Your Majesty the Empress!" She muttered again. They have the same father, yet they are so different. Then it must be the mother's fault. It's because my talent is inferior. That woman, those greedy eyes. She always acted so noble, but did she actually want to be the Empress? No matter how much I think about the one who is dead, there is no way to know the answer. Suddenly a loud thud rang out, along with the sound of approaching footsteps. The Empress spoke. "You finally arrived. If you want to kill me, then kill me once and for all." Loestai gripped the gun tightly and thought, "It can't end like this. I will kill you the moment you let your guard down, Estelle." Knowing his intentions well, he smirked and huffed coldly. Immediately, an explosion rang out right at his hand. He screamed, "Ah, my hand, the butler!" And the Marchioness fled in terror. The Empress thought to herself, "Traitors, you've finally gotten your revenge. You must be very satisfied now." Estelle asked back, "Revenge? How can you turn the Imperial Palace into such a mess, and then pretend to know nothing about it?" "Ah, before coming here, I thought so too. To fulfill the minimum duty to the blood flowing within me. But there is one thing you are misunderstood about." "Misunderstood?" Estelle took a branch of quincy blossoms and held it up to smell. "My mother never wanted that position of Empress. She only wanted to capture your attention." "What?" He threw the blossom branch to the ground. "I inherited that exact same personality from my mother. The kind where if I can't have it, I'll destroy it so no one can." Hearing that, she shuddered and asked, What are you talking about?" My mother had no interest in that dead old emperor. She asked in a daze, "What?" Then she imagined the figure of Estelle's mother, clinging to her. "No, that's impossible. You're just speaking nonsense." He stepped closer. "Revenging my own flesh and blood ends here. Now let's move on to another matter. You shouldn't have touched Keela." Vesta. At the same time, in the hall of the Imperial Palace, Keela's group had arrived. The sight before her left her bewildered. It seems more than half of the Imperial Palace has been blown away. Leave the buildings for later. The problem is the injured people over there. Keela quickly turned and grabbed Stefan's clothes. Do whatever it takes to save all of them. There are too many people. No matter how excellent I am, this many is... You clung to us while we were busy and demanded that we bring you along, didn't you? Even so, this many people is still too much for me. Even if I used up all my mana, it wouldn't be enough." Keela said, "I will let you stay by Estelle's side for the rest of your life." Hearing that, he immediately replied, "I'll do it right away." "Very well." Lute immediately fired a signal into the sky. "So the signal will be sent to all of Vesta's people." "Great. Now we will change the plan." Lute, help Stefan treat everyone's injuries. The rest will follow the old plan. "Let's go find His Highness Cairo and Lord Helmers." "Understood. We will split into 2 teams to search. And don't worry about the building collapsing. I have already. Cast Shisuro to protect this place so it will be safe." "Good luck, everyone." After receiving their assignments, everyone rushed off. Keela's mission was to find Estelle. "Please, I hope I'm not too late. I thought that I had changed the future of the original story, so everything would be fine. But what I changed was the fate of my family, not the fate of Estelle." She remembered the words he had said. "I will become the emperor who destroys everything, so please stay by my side, Keela." She cursed inwardly. "You idiot! This is so different from what you promised. Hold my hand tightly. You said you wanted me by your side, so I already told you I would stay, didn't I?" Watching the palace trembling rhythmically made her stop. What if Estelle just disappears like this? She called out loudly, "Estelle! Answer me, Estelle!" What if he disappears forever into the fate that the original story arranged? Don't go, Keela. Clearly, you were the one who held on to me first, both 3 years ago and now. You said you wanted me to continue being by your side. She continued to run everywhere in the vast imperial palace. "This is the Empress's quarters." Finally, she saw him and called out, "Estelle!" At this moment, the Empress cried out in fear, "Don't come here! Don't come here!" Kila was shocked and wondered, is that the Empress? How did she age like that? Suddenly she was startled when she saw the magic blazing in Astel's hand. She rushed over and grabbed his arm. Astel, stop it! Stop! You have to stop! Stop. He turned to see her and was a bit surprised. He replied softly, Kila. Yes, it's me. Stop it, Astel. Astel turned to look at the Empress. Don't stop me. If we just leave her be like that, she will surely put Kyla in danger again. No, you can't. She can't do that anymore. We don't necessarily have to take revenge with our own hands. We can just hand her over to the law to be dealt with. Please, Astel, you have to stay by my side for the rest of your life. The mana in Astel's hand gradually dissipated. She continued to plead, don't do this anymore. You will be by my side for the rest of your life? I already promised that. How many more times do you want me to say it? He smiled and said, haha, that's right. Perhaps if it's Kila, it might just be possible. Hearing that, she asked in confusion, Astel? Suddenly he staggered and fell with a loud thud. She called out in a panic, Astel! Wake up, Astel! Why is this happening? His body is freezing cold. Why on earth? A rustling sound rang out, making her startle. What is this? What's with this cold aura? As if sensing the soul of Astel's mother coming to take him away, she bit her lip and shouted, don't take Astel away! Enough, stop it! Enough, stop it! Please let him live his own life. She rushed out to the balcony and fired a signal. Please get here in time, Lute. Afterward, people gathered in a large crowd, creating a noisy and bustling atmosphere. A dignified voice rang out, O citizens of the great Urbeck Empire, finally the time has come. I will announce the truth to everyone. I, Cairo Wilson, Urbeck, will tell of the tragedy that I witnessed with my own eyes that day. Philia stood below and said with a smile, His Highness Cairo is quite good at giving speeches, isn't he? Kila agreed. That's true. Seeing that he is such a quiet person, I thought, he wouldn't be very good at things like this. Philia then said, It's just that his personality is inherently cautious. Kyla immediately turned to look at her with suspicious eyes. By the way, has His Highness Astel woken up yet? No, still the same as before. The doctor said they don't know what the cause is, even with Stefan. On standby by his side, there has been no change. Well, it's lucky enough that the situation has improved. I heard that when he was first found, his condition was terrible. But I'm very worried. It's one thing not to know the cause of why things went bad, but it's another not to know what to do to make things better. Or is it because he used too much mana? He used the power that caused half of the Imperial Palace to collapse. That's probably not it, she thought to herself. That power once dried up all the water in the Vesta territory, so he surely wouldn't faint just because of that amount. She let out a long sigh. Anyway, just thinking about that time gives me a headache. That Stefan guy even made a scene, threatening to commit suicide, saying if Astel died, he would die too. The person who made the biggest scene was you, Kila. Besides, your headache is probably just the aftermath of the alcohol since you drank so much strong liquor. Really? Yeah, you finished off 2 oak barrels, 2 whole barrels. You drank every drop in the barrels and then cried loudly. At that time, Ritau, Eris, and everyone else were extremely worried. Stop drinking, Kila. You said it was because Stefan was useless, that His Highness Astel wouldn't wake up, and you even beat him up relentlessly. It was more exhausting for the rest of us to hold you back. You were such a wild drunk. Seriously, don't mention that story again. There are still plenty of stories to tell. She screamed, Philia! Now it was Leodora's turn to speak. Dear citizens of the beloved Urbeck Empire, through this event, I would like to speak about the tragic reality of the nobility. Leodora's speech has begun. The cheers are really loud, aren't they? Yeah. Speaking of which, I heard Grand Duke. Stray Man has changed his stance now, right? Seeing his daughter being so loved by the public, he completely shifted toward befriending the commoners. Already. Is that so? How predictable. Anyway, the speech is going fine. The distribution of the special newspaper edition to all regions of the empire is also proceeding smoothly. Yeah, luckily. Urbeck is gradually returning to normal. Mila also returned to the Guardian Knight Corps, right? Yeah, all of my relatives have returned too. Everything has returned to how it was. Everything except for Astel, who is still lying there. Remy advised, My lady, don't just stay by his side. All the time, please have something to eat. I brought this because I thought you could eat it. It's pickled peaches. Thank you, Remy. This is always delicious. Lady Kila has loved this since a long time ago, she thought to herself. When you say, a long time ago, it's only since I entered this body. When you don't feel like eating anything, there's nothing better than this. Of course, in my previous life, after my younger brother passed away, I couldn't even swallow this. Suddenly she paused. Seeing this, Remy asked, Lady Kila, What is wrong? She snapped out of it and replied, No, it's nothing. Speaking of which, it's been a long time, hasn't it? Since I remembered my younger brother from my previous life. I wonder what happened that day. Did he call out to anyone else for help? She looked down at Astel and muttered, When you opened the space wall, you were still normal. I will destroy Urbeck because they want it. She wondered to herself, Who are they? The cold chill I felt that day. I wonder if it's related to that. She gently touched Astel's face. Please wake up soon. I have so many things I want to say. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, along with an announcement. Marquise, His Highness Cairo has arrived. Afterward, the two of them spoke with each other. Keela asked, So, in the end, do you intend to give up the throne? Yes. If Astel continues not to wake up like this, then Grand Duke, Strayman will be the next in line to inherit the throne. Ha, Henry. Grand Duke Strayman suddenly started managing his image in front of the commoners like that. Cairo said, Regardless, he still comes from the nobility. His roots are also with the noble council. Once he becomes emperor, he will just side with the nobles again. Therefore, compared to Grand Duke Strayman, I hope Astel will become the next emperor. May I ask for the reason? I know. Astel is not exactly someone with the qualities to be emperor, but perhaps he will do better than I think. On what basis do you think that? The last time I visited him, at that time I couldn't see anything at all. Because of that, I thought, if it were now, perhaps everything would be fine. By that child's side, there will be you, and there will also be Ritao. Killa thought in surprise, couldn't see anything? What does he mean? Does your highness have no intention of directly succeeding the throne? I cannot, because the blood of the Hewlett family flows within me. Is it about the rumors concerning Auric? It's not as profound as that. Karma is something that, if not resolved, will only continue to grow larger. By then, I fear that even if a higher price is paid, it's not certain that I will be able to resolve it. Keela remarked, I think Grand Duke Sherman will do well. The Grand Duke is also getting on in years. Right now, the world is changing rapidly. It will be very difficult for him to keep up with those changes. Besides, the one who listened to my plea back then was ultimately only Astel. She suddenly remembered that moment. Please save my mother. Save Lady Julia. That's right. At that time, he asked Astel. Cairo continued, If Grand Duke Sherman becomes emperor, then things certainly won't stop at just executing. Lowest I. To establish the authority of the imperial family, he might even execute my mother as well. But you know what Astel intended to do with Her Majesty the Midway through, she stopped and changed the way she addressed her. With Lady Julia. That matter was likely because you and your friends were touched. So the patience of Astel finally collapsed. That is all I wanted to say. Thank you for welcoming me so warmly, Marquis Vesta. Not at all, since your highness took the trouble to come all the way to this distant place to visit. I am the one who should be grateful. Cairo smiled and said, Marquis Vesta, I always pray that the empire of Urbeck will receive the best possible future. She looked out the window and let out a sigh. The empire will probably be noisy once again, because of the emperor's coronation ceremony. The butler said, no matter who ascends the throne as emperor, it will take some time to stabilize again. That's true. Suddenly, Remy pushed open the door and urgently announced, Lady Keela! The prince, his highness. Remy's words made her freeze for a few seconds. Prince Astel has woken up. She immediately ran to his room and called, Astel! Unable to contain her emotions, she rushed over and hugged him tightly. He spoke her name, Keela. Suddenly, the sound of a sob rang out, and just like that, she burst into tears of joy. Seeing this, Astel chuckled. He reached out to wipe her tears and asked, Why are you crying, Keela? Are you okay now? Yeah, I'm fine. It's strange. I actually feel very good right now. I had a long dream. There was a very long river, and many beautiful flowers were blooming around it. On the other side of the river, people with hair the same color as mine were waving and calling to me. Keela shuddered and thought, Isn't that the underworld? Well, it's good that you're okay. Just before you woke up, His Highness Cairo stopped by. If you had stayed unconscious like that, the throne would have fallen into Grand Duke Strayman's hands. His Highness. Cairo said that he has no intention of succeeding the throne. So, the next heir to the throne is you. She wondered to herself, why isn't there any reaction at all? Responding to her was his innocent smile. Huh? Why is he smiling so blankly like that? Hey, what do you think? I don't know. Anything is fine with me. What? He flopped back down. I said those things don't matter. Right now, I feel like everything is no longer important. She was a bit taken aback, but then she smiled and said, That's right. If you're fine with it, then I don't care either. I would actually prefer it if you didn't become emperor. Because if you were the emperor, I would probably have to follow you all day, cleaning up your messes. Astel sat up abruptly and asked, all day? Yes. Do you plan to be by my side all day long? Didn't you say you wanted me to be your personal knight? A personal. Knight is also a guard knight, so they must always be by the emperor's side, right? He smiled with delight. Always. But that would only happen if you become emperor. Do you know what made me happiest when I left? The Guardian Knight Corps? It was not having to go to work every day anymore. On this occasion, I might just go traveling alone. Suddenly, Astel said, I'll do it. Huh? I said I'll be the emperor. Her head spun as she screamed. What? Why? You just said you wouldn't do it. I never said I wouldn't do it. I only said that anything was fine. But that's practically the same thing. After Crown Prince Cairo announced his renunciation of the throne, the empire of Urbeck went through days of chaos and intensity, to the point where there wasn't even a minute of rest. The commander is here. Where is His Highness the Prince? He hasn't woken up yet. What? Today is the coronation ceremony. Phew. All right, I'll go in there in a bit. Yes, these are the documents to be submitted to His Highness the Prince. She took them and looked them over. So the date for Lostai's execution has been set. Yes, I heard it will be in the winter of this year. The Empress. Has the place of exile for Lady Julia been decided yet? It has been decided. Her ladyship will be exiled to the Denova region. Denova? That place is a desolate wasteland with nothing there. There is an old castle there. I heard it is a suitable place for Lady Julia to stay. Is that so? Both Adela and Royce, along with the relatives involved in the rebellion, have all received exile orders and are being pushed to the border. But they will receive worse treatment than Lady Julia because they will be considered a labor force to reclaim that barren land. Phew, well, I have to go now. I still have to deliver the documents to him. She went to Astel's room. Oh, you're awake? Her words were immediately met with a sharp glare from Astel's subordinates, implying, how dare you speak so informally to His Majesty? She quickly bowed. Are you awake, Your Highness? What are you holding in your hand? These are reports to be submitted to Your Majesty. All right, let me see. It seems Ritao is doing well in his role as the Grand Commander. Yes, because the trust the Guardian. Knights have had in Lord. Ritao has always been very great. But what about Keela? Do you like working in the Imperial Guard? She paused and stammered. Her answer? About that, all of you, withdraw. Yes, Your Majesty. When the door closed, Astel said, Now there's no one here. You can speak freely. Her answer left him dazed. It's very uncomfortable. Just being here is uncomfortable already. And it seems the work here is too grueling. What? She raised her hand to stop him. It's nothing. However, she continued to complain. Every day I have to leave early and return late. It's even more exhausting than when I was in the Guardian Knight Corps. My dream is to be unemployed with no boss after all. I've only been doing this for a little while, and I already want to retire so badly it's driving me crazy. Astel said pensively, If it's too tiring, I will allow you to rest. Huh? He smirked and said, Of course, anything that Keela doesn't want to do, I have no desire to force. Afterward, the sound of fireworks crackled in the sky. Everyone cheered enthusiastically. Keela, along with Astel, stood high up witnessing the scene and exclaimed, So many people have gathered, because the coronation ceremony is being held at the capital square. Not only the nobility, but also the commoners have come in great numbers. This building was erected in a hurry, but it's quite decent, isn't it? Yeah, it was worth pushing those mages. Phew. Building this was certainly faster than reconstructing the half-destroyed Imperial Palace. Astel asked, Are you nervous? I'm trembling so much I feel like throwing up. I'm not even the one ascending the throne. We will try to finish this as quickly as possible, though it will probably get a bit noisier. She asked suspiciously, What? At this moment, the announcement rang out, presenting the new emperor of the Urbeck Empire. Granting divine blessings to Astel Urbeck. May blessings come to the new son of the empire. Everyone cheered, Whoa! Long live His Majesty the Emperor. Kyla muttered, I guess Astel's speech is about to start now. And after that... Wait, why is he coming this way? Is there a problem? Keela's parents, brother, sister-in-law, and even her nephew were sitting below looking bewildered. What's going on? Astel called her name, Keela. Her mouth hung open as she thought, Oh no, I have to bow. Suddenly, Astel knelt down in front of her. He looked at her with a smile and an affectionate gaze. Flustered, she whispered, Estelle, what are you doing? Get up, quickly. He smiled and said, You said you wanted to quit the Imperial Guard, so I'm helping you quit. She was stunned, unable to close her mouth. Huh? Suddenly, he kissed her hand. Everyone witnessing this scene gasped as well. Surely you haven't forgotten that I once proposed to you, right? I have always been sincere, Keela. With those words, he gave her a romantic and unexpected kiss. Keela, you absolutely cannot escape from me. Her face was now bright red, and she couldn't utter a word. The people below applauded enthusiastically. Whoa, congratulations, Keela. She thought tremblingly. How is this supposed to be retirement? She looked at him, smiling delightedly, and said, This is just a job hop. Cheers rang out. Long live Her Majesty the Empress. Long live. The story ends here. Thank you for following the entire series. While waiting for the next series to be released, please watch other series on the Kumoi Review channel to kill time. Wishing you all happiness and full of energy. Goodbye and see you again.